stolen by Dragonborn, and now we are on the sea wolf sailing towards a red war. I chose to leave death behind me, but it seems death has not chosen to let me go." A few snorts of laughter and agreement around her, but Esvik still stared at her. Slowly he nodded. "So are you back with us now?" Esvik said. "Are you bloodsworn? Are you kin?" "In here I always have been," Orca said, touching her chest. She shrugged. "I am bloodsworn if Glornir will have me back and forgive me for leaving." A silence, all looking at Glornir. "In here," Glornir said, putting a big hand over his heart, "you never left." A flapping of wings from above them, and they all looked up to see Chloe sweeping over them, circling down. She landed on the starboard top rail, the sea wolf listing dangerously low, and she hopped off onto the deck. A raucous squawking, and Grok spread his wings, glided over to her, and the two giant ravens began preening each other's feathers. "Chloe have news," the raven said, looking up and cocking her head to fix Glornir with a black gleaming eye while Grok continued to run his beak through her feathers. "Ships sail from Snaka's skull," the raven croaked. "Many ships." "Elvar," Glornir said. "Where are they going?" "They sailed south, then rode into the Jarnvidr," Chloe said. "The Iron Wood," Val said, joining them again. "Why have they sailed into the Iron Wood?" "Ulfrir's den, the Wolfdale," Grok said, stopping his preening for a moment. "The Wolfdale," Glornir said. "The Wolfdale, Ulfrir Wolf's den, Ulfrir's home," Chloe squawked. "I have never heard of it," Glornir frowned. "Does not mean it is not there," Grok cawed. "And how do you know they have gone there?" Val asked Chloe. "Chloe saw it, Chloe heard it. Wolves howling hurt Chloe's ears." Glornir shared a look with Val. "Likrifa is on the move, Ulfrir and Elvar have sailed," Val said. "This war is close." "Aye," Glornir grunted. "Grok, Chloe, can you tell Jarl Orlig of this news? Tell him that we have a change of course. Tell him we are sailing for the Iron Wood." 40 Elvar sat in Ulfrir's high-arched, wolf-carved chair, her scabbarded sword wrapped in her baldric and resting across her lap, her fingers tapping on the wire-wrapped hilt. The chair was too big for her, but she was not going to allow Ulfrir to sit in the high seat of this wolf hall. That was her place now. Instead, she had told him to stand at her shoulder, Barak the other side, while her advisors stood before her and tried to work out how they were going to kill a dragon. Jitha had been talking of tactics, of shield walls and boar snouts, and now Silrith was talking of Galdur magic, of rune spells and the power of god relics and bones. "She must come to us," Ulfrir said, interrupting Silrith. "Come to us," Silrith said, frowning. "And how do you get a dragon to do what you want it to do?" "By using me as bait," Ulfrir said. "Likrifa hates me and fears me too, but she knows the longer I live, the more dangerous I become. She is fresh from her destruction of Orna. She will want to find me and fall upon me as she did my wife." A shudder rippled through Skuld's wings. "Be careful, my friend," Atrung said to Ulfrir, "or you may end up just ahead, sitting upon a pedestal next to me, or hanging from a wall like some hunted trophy." "It will be Likrifa who has her head ripped from her slithering neck," Ulfrir snarled. "And you think she will come at you here in your home?" Uspa asked him. "Likrifa fled to Nastrandir when she was weak," Ulfrir said. "She will think that is why I have come here to recover. She will think that I am weak." "And if we did manage to lure Likrifa here, how would we slay her?" Silrith asked. "I will slay her," Ulfrir said. "Your part is to slay her war host, which I would suspect is formidable. Her dragonborn, her Vison, many of the tainted." Elvar wanted to interrupt. A thought had been worming its way into her head, an idea, faint as a half-remembered dream. Something that felt important but was just frustratingly out of reach. "I cannot think straight since, Ach," she snarled and stood from her chair, looked at all about her and strode away without a word, all of them staring at her. Barak hurried to walk at her shoulder and Sivet lumbered to her other side. "Where are you going, Jarl Elvar?" Silrith called out after her. "I have something I need to do," Elvar called back. She strode through Ulfrir's great hall, as awestruck by it now as she had been when she first followed Ulfrir through its open gates, 2 days gone. At the center of the hall grew a tree, thick-trunked as a mead hall, the bark moss-covered. It shimmered with some ethereal light, emanating from dense clumps of fungus that grew large as shields upon its trunk. Elvar looked up, her eyes tracing the tree by the fungus glow into the high-vaulted roof of the hall, where, perhaps by some strange Sather magic, light broke through the dome of the hill. The hall was built beneath in fractured seams. She walked around the tree and passed between thick wolf-carved pillars that disappeared into shadowed murk, past torches that had burst to life at Ulfrir's word, sending stretching shadows as she strode beneath them. Much had been done in the 2 days since they had arrived. The exploration of Ulfrir's den had to come first, of which this great hall was only a small part. Ulfrir had told her that tunnels spread from this chamber like threads from a spider's web, carving beneath the river and spreading wide to exits and entrances throughout the iron wood. The first task she had set had been sending scouts into every tunnel to secure those entrances. Once that was done, time had been given to organizing her forces, where they would sleep, cook, eat, train. But there is still so much more to do, and for all I know, Likrifa is only heartbeats away. I need eyes upon her. I need information so that I can plan. But for that, I need a clear head. She left the great hall and strode into a torchlit corridor, high and wide enough for Ulfrir to travel through in his wolf form. "Sivet, you do not need to shadow me everywhere I go," Elvar said. "You are my chief," Sivet said. "I know, but I have berserkir that guard me." "They guard you because they are thralled to you, forced to guard you," Sivet said. "I guard you because you are my deep cunning chief. I guard you because I choose to. It is better than a thrall guard." He glanced at Barak. "I am loyal, as are all the battle grim. One of us will always guard you wherever you go," he said. "I know you are loyal," Elvar said, something about Sivet's words warming her. "I would guard you through choice, even were I not wearing your thrall collar," Barak growled, glancing at Sivet. "Because you go to war to save my son." "Huh," Sivet grunted, conceding the point. Elvar turned into another corridor that sloped downwards, the walls damp, water dripping and echoing. She walked until she saw a figure standing beneath torchlight. Another one of her berserkir, Thorgunna Storm Cloud, on account of her permanent, heavy-browed frown. "My Jarl," Thorgunna said as Elvar reached her. "Open the door," Elvar said, and Thorgunna took a big iron key from her belt and put it into the lock on the door she guarded, turned it and pulled open the door, light leaking out. She made to step into the room. "No," Elvar said, "I will go alone," and she stepped through the doorway. Sivet followed her and she stopped. "I said alone," Elvar said to him. "But I didn't think that meant me," Sivet frowned. "Alone," she said again, gesturing outside. "But out," Elvar said, stepped further into the room and pushed the door closed on creaking hinges behind her. Then she turned and looked at Gwynne. He was seated on a cot, his hands still bound, the leather leash that Silrith had led him into these halls with still buckled at his thrall collar and tied to an iron ring set into the rock of the wall. She looked at him a long moment and he returned her gaze. Elvar felt a flare of sadness and of anger. "You have made me appear weak, a fool," she snarled at him. "There are whisperings that I should kill you, hang you from a gallows branch, or put you in a cage to rot. It is what my father would advise, and he would be right. You have caused my jarls to doubt me, to lose their respect for me." Gwynne nodded. "I am sorry," he said. "Sorry does not change anything," she snapped, scowled at him, blew out a long sigh. "Why?" she asked him. "Why did you not tell me? Why did you deceive me all these years?" He looked down at his bound hands, his brows knotting in a frown, then looked back at her. "I swore an oath," he said. "You swore an oath to me," she snarled. "I swore this oath first, and it was about you," he answered. "What?" Elvar said. "What oath? Who did you swear it to?" "I swore an oath to your mother soon after you were born, that I would always protect you. How could I protect you if I had a thrall collar about my neck and owed allegiance to your father? Did my mother know that you are tainted?" "Yes." Elvar thought about that, let that seep in. "Please, Gwynne," she said, "tell me." He looked up at the pain and questions in her eyes and took a slow, deep breath. I was born to a thrall in the household of your mother's father, he said slowly, as if the words were shackled somewhere deep within him. He was a petty jarl of Jarl Stur, as you know. I grew up as a thrall servant in his household, working the kitchens, the farm, the forge. Your mother and I were of a similar age. We became friends. Once she saw me being beaten by one of her father's drengers, and afterwards she came with a bowl of hot water and bandages, cleaned my cuts. A ripple of a smile crossed his mouth, disappeared almost instantly, like the moon behind scudding clouds. She was always kind to me. One day, when I had 11, maybe 12 winters on my back, I was one of many beaters on one of your grandfather's hunts. It was her first hunt and she got lost in the forest. Her father sent all out searching for her, but I was tainted, though I did not know it then. Hundir the hound was in my veins and I knew her scent. I tracked her deep into the forest and then I heard her crying out, ran through the forest and found her. 3 nithing outlaws had her, had torn her from her horse, ripped her clothes from her. They were trying to use her. I picked up a fallen branch and he spread his hands. We killed them. I put 2 in the ground, but the last one, he was tainted, had Hundir in his blood like me, and he smelled it on me as we fought, as I bled. He shouted it out, told me to join him. I froze a moment and he made to skewer me with his seeks. Your mother cut his throat. He shrugged. We were bound from that moment, had saved each other's lives. She swore never to tell of my secret, and when I took her back to her father, she told him of how I had saved her. Her father rewarded me by giving me my freedom, allowed me to enter his household as a freedman. I took to the spear and sword and axe and rose to become a drenger in his household. He was silent a while, lost in his memories. They were good days. But then Jarl Stur came visiting and saw your mother. She was beautiful, of course, but also Stur wanted your grandfather's allegiance, and so he took her for his wife. When she had been at Snakovic a while, she sent to her father, asking for me. He gave me a choice: stay and become captain of his household drengers, or go to Snakovic and your mother. He looked up at Elvar and smiled. That was no choice at all. He raised his bound hands and scratched at a scabbed cut on his face. You were born, and soon after your father began to mistreat your mother. She asked me to swear a blood oath that I would always look after you. He turned his hand and showed her a pale ridged scar, and Elva remembered running her fingers across a similar scar on the back of her mother's hand. And that is what I have tried to do. Am I your daughter? Elvar breathed. Gwynne looked up at her and gave a sad smile. No, he shook his head. Though I wish you were. He looked at her, an intensity in his gaze. You are not your father's daughter. You are nothing like Jarl Stur. In all else but blood I do consider you to be my daughter. A tear spilled down his cheek and he lowered his gaze. It grieves me to bring shame upon you. I am not my father's daughter, or am I? My greatest fear is to become him, and I can feel it happening. She stood there staring at him, eventually moved, drawing the axe that Gwynne had given her from her belt. With a short chop she cut the bonds that bound his wrists, slipped the axe back into her belt, and unbuckled the leash that bound him to the iron ring. Then, without a word, she turned, opened the door, and left. Chapter 41. Ior sat eating a bowl of porridge, stirring a drop of honey into it with his wooden spoon. The pewter gray of dawn was leaking into the world, darkness fading, a faint glow at the edge of the world where the sun was clawing over the horizon. Around him the camp was moving, people eating, drinking, tending to horses, packing their kit. He saw a bull troll bellowing at 2 cubs that were rolling on the ground, punching and kicking, gouging with their new-grown tusks, and close by Red Fane was overseeing the tainted children sparring. Saw Herc slam a shield into his sparring partner and send her crashing to the ground. So much was happening all around him, so many people all around him, and yet he felt alone. The scrape of footsteps and a figure stepped out of the gray, sat on a barrel beside him. Ilska the Cruel. She stared at the pot of porridge a moment, reflected flames flickering in her dark eyes. Bjor saw that the lines on her face were deeper, the gray in her hair stronger. "I have not thanked you," she said with a frown, "for bringing Miek's body to me." Miek's body. The words were like a fist clenching in his gut. "You do not need to thank me for that," Bjor said. "She was dear to me." "You brought her joy," Ilska said, "and I thank you for that too." "The joy was mutual," Bjor said, "and the world is less without her." "Heya," Ilska agreed. They sat there in silence a while, Bjor's head full of Miek, the smell of her, the twist of her smile, the taste of her lips. "This Orca," Ilska said, breaking the silence. "Tell me what you know of her." Bjor frowned, thinking on that. "She is tainted," he started, Ulfheithnar. "She has a rare weapons craft." He paused, seeing Orca in his head, fighting, snarling, carving her way through all before her. "She prefers the long axe, though I have seen her fight with seeks and hand axe with her teeth and claws." He shook his head to dispel the image of Miek with her throat ripped out, remembered his conversation with Orca about the gods. "They do not care for the lives of anyone," she had said. "She is stubborn," he grunted. "Anything else? There must be more," Ilska asked her. Bjor sifted over all that Miek had told her of Orca. "She is single-minded and loves her son. She tracked him across all Vigrith. She does not fear death like most do. It is unsettling. She walked into the dead Drenger at Darl to confront Drekker and a dozen others with him, slew most of them. She walked out of the trees and confronted Miek and a dozen raven feeders at Rada's camp, would have fought them alone. She walked into our war host as we attacked Svelgarth, carved her way through frost spiders, warriors, scrailing, just to get to her son, so she has stones of granite and some deep cunning." He sighed. "She took pain, would say nothing about Ulfrir despite a beating from Rada. She only spoke of Ulfrir when Rada threatened the life of her Spurtues." "A Spurtues, but they are loyal to Likrifa," Ilska said. "Not all," Bjor said with a shrug. "And then she attacked Rada when he slew the Spurtues. She has no fear or respect for the gods." Ilska nodded, thinking it all over. "Why are you asking me this?" Bjor asked her. "Because it is best to know your enemies." "And I will meet her soon," she said, a cold twist of her lips. Bjor had seen that before, and he shivered. "Is there anything else?" Ilska asked him. "She is bound to the Bloodsworn somehow. 3 of them were with her at Svelgarth. I slew one of them." Ilska grunted approvingly at that. "2 of them came for her when we were attacked by Orlig and his tainted. They helped her escape. There will be a reckoning for the Bloodsworn too. Sturker Death in the Eye has heard news that your Elvar has offered them silver to fight for her, so I think that we shall meet them soon." Your Elvar. He did not like to think on Elvar, although she was always in his head, lurking in the shadows. His betrayal of her was the one thing he regretted. "The cost of our war," Ilska said, "it has been high. My father, my brother, my sister." She blew out a long breath, shook her head. "We cannot fail." "We will not," Bjor said. Horns blew, marking the call to march. Ilska patted him on the leg and stood. "My thanks," she said. She drew something from a pocket inside her cloak, a raven's feather. "It was Miek's," Ilska said, holding it out to Bjor. "I think she would have liked you to have it." Bjor took it, watched Ilska walk away as he braided the feather into his hair. Bjor rode alongside Rada, close to the head of their column, only Likrifa and Ilska ahead of them. Rolling plains and patches of woodland stretched before them, and in the distance, the sun reflected upon the curl of the river Slagen, sweeping across the land like a silver-touched serpent. Beyond it, Bjor could just make out the sweeping darkness that was the Iron Wood. "That river is the boundary between Queen Helka's land and Jarl Stur's," Bjor heard Ilska telling Likrifa. "It is my land," Likrifa said. "This upstart Jarl Stur and his pet wolf are maggots festering in a wound. I will cut them from it, teach them the meaning of pain." As Bjor looked, he saw riders ahead, appearing over the rim of a low hill. A whirring of wings and a handful of tenor swooped out of the sky, hovering around Likrifa. Bjor recognized Tanbursta, their chief. "It is your people, my queen," the tenor said. Crusa and those others you sent out, Jarl Sigrun and her snot-nosed nephew. As Bjorn looked, he saw them spill down the hillside, riders and Skraeling loping alongside them, a dark cloud of frost spiders behind them. As they drew nearer, Bjorn saw there were less of them than had left Darl, and he made out bandages upon some of the riders. He saw Crusa running at the head of her Skraeling, long arms dangling, almost running on all fours, and Sigrun leading her Drengers, her nephew Guthvar, close to her. They have seen some action then, and they do not appear to have any prisoners. Did they kill Skalk, Estrid and the others, or were they beaten and routed by them? Ilska turned in her saddle and shouted orders. Horns were blown, and like a juddering, dying insect Likrifa's war host came to a halt, waiting for Crusa and Sigrun. They were moving at a fast pace, and it did not take long. As Bjorn watched them rein in and draw up before Likrifa, he saw more tenor in the distance, a handful appearing over the hill that Sigrun and Crusa had ridden across. These tenor sped towards them, circling overhead, and one swirled down and landed upon Crusa's shoulder, began talking animatedly in the Skraeling's ear. "My queen, Ilska the Cruel," Jarl Sigrun called out as she rode up, reining in to a halt before Likrifa and dipping her head to them both. "Are they dead, then?" Likrifa said. She looked to Ilska. "What were their names, the ones they went after?" "Estrid and Skalk, my queen," Ilska said. "No, my queen, they are not dead," Sigrun said. "Have you been defeated, then?" Likrifa scowled, looking at the injured among them. "No, Mother Maker," Crusa said, lopping forwards, the tenor remaining upon her shoulder. "We fought Faunir in the Jarnvidr." "What of Skalk and Estrid?" Ilska asked. "We found them," Crusa said. "They wish to join you to swear their oaths to you," Jarl Sigrun said. "Do they?" Likrifa frowned. "Why?" Ilska asked, her face cold and hard. "Things have changed in Vigrith," Sigrun said. "They have offered information to prove their newfound loyalty and more." "What information?" Ilska asked. "Jarl Stur is dead, slain by Ulfrir," Sigrun said. "So the wolf seeks to rule," Likrifa snarled. "No, my queen, Estrid and Skalk have told us that Ulfrir wears a thrall collar. They say that he is thralled to Jarl Stur's daughter, Elvar, chief of the Battlegrim." "What?" Bjorn said, in time with Rada, Ilska and Likrifa. "This is news indeed," Likrifa said thoughtfully. "My wolf-shite brother a thrall." She gave a vicious grin. "You said Skalk and Estrid offered more," Ilska said to Sigrun. "What more?" "To be our eyes and ears in Ulfrir's camp," Sigrun said. Ilska nodded slowly, thinking it over. "That would be good, very good, but can we trust them?" "They say they are better served swearing oaths to the dragon rather than the wolf," Sigrun said. "Obviously," snorted Likrifa. "As for trust," Sigrun shrugged. "We trust no one." "But so far their information has been helpful." "They have sent more news, Mother Maker," Crusa said, stepping forwards. "Money brings word from them." She nodded at the Visen on her shoulder, who gave a deep bow to Likrifa. "Ulfrir is not at Snakkavik. He has fled to his den in the Jarnvidr." It is true," the tenor said, hopping from one foot to the other on Crusa's shoulder. "When Mather told Money, think, be brave, think he must see with own eyes to be sure, think Mother Maker would wish Money to do this. I flew there, saw many ships on the river, saw the stone wolves at the doors of Ulfrir's den. He is there." "You have done well, Money, very well, all of you have," Likrifa said as Rada rode up beside her. Likrifa looked at him and grinned. "He is weak, brother. If Ulfrir has slunk to hide in his den, then he is weak." "And he is close," Rada said, looking ahead at the faded, green-tangled blur of the Jarnvidr in the distance. "Soon he will be close enough to touch," Likrifa said. "Close enough to kill." Chapter 42. Varg v. Arg shipped his oar, and the Seawolf skimmed across the river, gliding close to Sulik's Nar. Ropes were hurled across, men and women heaving, dragging the two ships together. "It is time for your crew to choose," Glornir called across to them, Val at his side. He held a sack in one fist, to wear the collar or not. Sulik jumped onto his top rail. "Only Iva wishes to wear the collar, and Taras too," he called out. "Taras do what Iva do," the big man called from where he was sitting on a barrel in the stern. Iva walked to stand close to Sulik. "If I wear the collar, I will be able to use my blood gifts," she said. "I think where we are going we will need them," she shrugged. "And besides, Jarl Orlig saw me wielding the runes." "My only condition," she added, "is that you do not sell me to him." Glornir grunted a laugh. "That will not happen," he said. He reached into the sack that he was carrying and pulled out 2 iron collars and 2 keys on iron rings, threw them over the ship to Sulik, who caught them both. "There is the collar and the key, Iva. You have both." He held her gaze a moment. "You are sure about this? Some find it hard to put the collar back on, even like this. It can stir memories." "It is fine," Iva said with a shrug. "I know in my heart I am free." "Good," Glornir said. "There is one other act of deception to be done before we reach Elvar and her war host," Val said, stroking the head of the serpent that was draped across her shoulders. She whispered her Sather words to it, and the serpent uncoiled and slithered down one of Val's arms. "Hergormer vinner min, skip to form, softhu vid emjörðmina, bidu thegar s vipen sprungen," Val whispered, and the serpent slipped into her fist, coiled in circles, a thin thread of Sather leaking from Val's hand and spiraling around the serpent like silver wire, wrapping tightly around its tail, looking like a handle. The outline of the snake shimmered and rippled, shifting, until to Varg's eyes the serpent came to resemble a whip. "There, sleep now, my lovely," Val said, and she wrapped a leather buckle around the serpent's body and buckled it to her belt, where it hung, appearing as a black, thick-coiled whip. "Release the mooring ropes," Glornir called to Sulik. "To the oars," he bellowed at his crew, "and row hard. We need to catch Orlig so that he does not arrive at this Wolfdales before us. We will never hear the last of his bluster if he beats the Bloodsworn there." Varg stepped off the sea-wolf onto a stone pier. He stood with Svik and Rokia, waiting while all the Bloodsworn disembarked. He felt agitated, a tingling in his blood, and rolled his shoulders to adjust the weight of the shield across his back. The voice that he had heard in his dreams was echoing in his head while he was awake now. He looked at Rokia and knew that she heard it too. Hooves clattered as horses were led down a gangplank from Sulik's Nar. Warriors clothed in their Druzhina war gear, horsehair helms, coats of lamellar plate, sabers, arrows, and recurved bows in scabbards at their weapons' belts, spears in their fists. Sulik looked to Glornir, grinned and nodded, then pulled himself up into his saddle, all the warriors about him mounting up. Iva and Taras were last to leave the Nar, both wearing iron collars around their necks. They approached Glornir and Val. He nodded to them, then looked at his crew. All were gathered on the stone pier, wearing their war gear, black, blood-spattered shields slung across their backs. Edel stood with one hand on the head of her hound. Vesely perched on Brekka's shoulder, and Grok and Klo were sitting upon the top rail of the sea-wolf. They had made it clear that they wanted to accompany the Bloodsworn into the wolf's den, and they had drawn many an eye as the sea-wolf had sailed along the river searching for an empty space to moor at a pier. The tramping of feet, and Varg looked back along the west bank to see Jarl Orlig approaching, his son one side of him, his Galderman the other, his crew of 50 or 60 Drengers and tainted warriors behind him. Jarl Orlig halted before the pier that Glornir and Sulik had moored at and gestured for them to take the lead. "Bloodsworn with me," Glornir said, and strode along the pier, black shield across his back and long axe in his fist like a staff, the Bloodsworn following him. Grok and Klo jumped from the sea-wolf onto the pier and hopped after them. Glornir led them onto a wide path that shadowed the curve of the river Phelan, a steep-sided hill on Varg's right that rose out of the forest like the twisted spine of a giant's back. Varg glanced across the river to its east bank, where the ironwood reared tall and dense and ominous, shadows deep as night, although Varg saw that there were people on that side of the river working at clearing the foliage back from the riverbank, so that there was a widening strip between the river and the tree line. But it was the west bank that he was walking upon that drew his eyes. They walked past a series of piers, all of them full with moored dracars and nars, people busy unloading their cargoes. Others were digging ditches and throwing up earth embankments, setting long wooden stakes into the ground, while at the bridge they built wooden gates, short towers and palisades. Many stopped to watch the Bloodsworn pass by, followed by Sulik and his mounted Druzhina, the two giant ravens, and finally Jarl Orlig's crew. And then Glornir was turning, walking away from the river upon a stone-paved road that carved between two rearing slopes, leading towards great stone-arched doors that stood open in the side of the hill. Varg had glimpsed it as they had sailed past, looking for a pier to moor at, and just the briefest sight had set Varg's blood thrumming. Ulfrir is in there. A god is in there. As they drew nearer, Varg saw two huge, stone-carved statues of wolves standing at either side of the doors, each one half the size of the sea-wolf. Two guards stood to either side of the doors, men and women, all of them thick-muscled and hulking, dressed in fine mail, hair braided and oiled, axes in their fists, rings of silver on their arms. They all wore iron collars around their necks. At the sight of Glornir and the Bloodsworn, one of them put a horn to their lips and blew, long and ringing. "Berserkir," Rokia said beside Varg. They walked between the stone wolf statues, and Varg blinked, saw that the wind was sifting their fur. Then one of them turned its head with a grinding sound and looked at them, took a deep sniff and curled its lips, revealing huge stone fangs. "Keep walking," one of the Berserkir guards said as Varg's hand went to his weapon's belt. Glornir ignored the statues and walked through the open doors, leading the Bloodsworn into Ulfrir's wolf hall. The room was vast, Varg looking up and feeling dizzy as stone-carved pillars reared up into shadow. Torches blazed in sconces upon those pillars, set around the edges of the chamber, hammered into stone. In the center of the chamber was the trunk of a huge tree that rose up into the vaulted darkness. It glowed with faint light that emanated from dense clumps of fungus, as if some Sather magic flowed within them and carved into it. Spiraling upward around the trunk was a wide-stepped walkway. As Varg's eyes followed the tree upwards, he saw the glimmer of fractured light speckling the rooftop, much like dappled sunlight filtering through a treetop canopy. People were everywhere, part of the chamber filled with long tables and benches, fire pits blazing, carcasses of deer and mutton and boar turning on spits, huge cauldrons bubbling. Hammers rang and echoed, Varg seeing the white-hot fire glow of forge fires set back in alcoves around the chamber, black smoke belching. Elsewhere he saw warriors sparring, with spear and shield, sword and axe, but as they strode through the hall, all that saw the Bloodsworn stopped what they were doing and started to follow them. Varg noticed their shields bore many different insignia. "They are mercenary bands like us." The crowds parted as the Bloodsworn strode through them, Varg hearing whispers and nods of respect as warriors saw the black, blood-spattered shields. He saw others scowling at Taras, though, and at Sulik and his riders. Why? Because they are from Iskadan, because their skin is a different color from ours. Varg scowled at that, felt the wolf in his blood growl and his hackles rise. Glornir led them around the trunk of the tree, and Varg saw a wide dais set at the far end of the hall. A chair stood at the center of the dais, a small figure seated upon it, others gathered around it. Further back, upon a stone pedestal, was a carved bust of a huge head. Glornir led them on, and as they approached the dais, Varg saw that it was a full-grown woman sitting in the chair, and that the chair was oversized. She was a warrior, clothed in fine gilded mail, a scabbarded sword across her lap, seeks and slim axe at her belt, a black bearskin cloak around her shoulders, rings of gold upon her arms. A troll tusk hung on a leather cord about her neck. This must be Elvar of the Battlegrim. She stood as she saw Glornir and the Bloodsworn approaching. There were others upon the dais. Hulking mail-clad warriors at the woman's shoulder with iron collars around their necks, drengers in mail and gilded helms, Sather women with tattooed arms and jaws, and other figures standing further back, in shadow. Then in a burst of movement a woman was running past Elvar, jumping down from the dais. A fair-haired Sather witch with dark tattoos on her arms and lower jaw, a cloak of raven feathers about her. Val shouted and she was moving too, the two women meeting and embracing, squeezing each other tight. Varg saw tears upon Val's cheeks. Val's sister, Esvik said to him as Glornir led them closer. Val and her sister parted, both smiling, both weeping, holding each other by the shoulders. Uspa, Glornir said as he reached them. Ah, Glornir, Glornir, the Sather witch named Uspa said and wrapped her arms around him. Varg looked beyond them to the dais, his eyes drawn to a shadowy form behind the chair, and a man stepped into the light. Tall, long dark hair streaked with gray, tied at the nape, a short, gray-streaked beard and bright amber-flecked eyes. "I see you, wolf child, I see you, my child," a voice said in Varg's head, and he blinked, grimaced. A grunt beside him and he saw Rokia shaking her head, scowling. He looked back to the man on the dais, saw that he was staring straight at him, a slight smile on his lips that revealed the tips of sharp-fanged teeth. There was another figure behind him and Varg saw it was a woman, red-haired, wearing a fine brynja, something hunched over each of her shoulders, some strange armor. She stepped to the tall man, touched his arm, and he bent for her to whisper in his ear. She turned as she did so, and Varg saw that it was not armor that rose above her shoulders, but that she had wings upon her back, rust-colored as autumn leaves. "I have stepped out of Vigrid and into a saga," he thought. "Your secret is safe with me," the voice in his head spoke again. "Come to me when you can," and Varg looked up to see the tall man staring at him. "You are Ulfrir, the wolf god," Varg thought. "I am your god," the voice said. "Elvar Firefist, I am Glornir Shieldbreaker, chief of the Bloodsworn, and I have come at your request," Glornir called out. "We will fight this dragon with you." "Well met, Glornir Shieldbreaker," the woman who had been sitting in the chair said. "Your fair fame and that of your warband is known to all in Vigrid and beyond. I am glad that my message reached you and that you have accepted my offer. Is Orca with you?" Chapter 43 Orca, "I am here," Orca said, stepping out of the ranks of the Bloodsworn. "I am glad to see you," Elvar smiled. She had changed since Orca had seen her last, the lines on her face sharper, a depth and weariness to her eyes that spoke of responsibility and pain. She looked older than her years. "Did you find your son?" Elvar asked her. "I did," Orca said and gestured to Brekka, who was standing among the Bloodsworn with a shield almost as big as him slung across his back, a short-hafted spear in his fist, an axe thrust through his belt. Elvar smiled at the sight of him. "He looks as fierce as his mother," she said. "And Miak?" Elvar asked. "Dead," Orca grunted. "Good, and her brother, have you had your vengeance?" "He still lives for now, he is with Likrifa." "Then you are with us," Elvar said. "I am with the Bloodsworn," Orca said, and felt a thrill in her blood at the saying of those words. "You should be with me," Ulfrir's voice said inside her skull. "Get out of my thought cage, old man," she snarled. "And the Bloodsworn are with me," Elvar smiled. "As am I, little Elvar," a large voice said, Jarl Orlig striding around from behind the Bloodsworn, Dagrun at his shoulder. "If you will have me." "Jarl Orlig," Elvar frowned. "I did not expect to see you walk into my hall." "It is my hall," Ulfrir's voice corrected in Orca's head. "The world is upside down," Orlig said. "Svelgarth has fallen, but I have my tainted and my drengers about me yet. The warriors of Svelgarth can still bite. I would throw my axe in with you, little Elvar, fight with you and your wolf against the dragon and the rat." "The rat," Ulfrir said. "What do you mean?" "Rada the rat god is with Likrifa," Orlig said. "He led the assault on Svelgarth." "You must be mistaken," the winged woman beside Ulfrir hissed. "He was chained, punished, worse than dead," Ulfrir growled. "His chains are broken then, and he is much healed," Orlig said. He looked alive enough to me when I attacked his warband on the banks of the Nidden and he smashed one of my drakars to kindling. You must be mistaken, Ulfrir echoed the winged woman. A rune wielder perhaps, some man of Sather or Galdir power. No, Rada lives, Orca said. I have seen him, spoken with him. Ulfrir turned his gaze upon her and she met it. You have spoken to him. He smelled your scent upon me, knew I had spoken to you. Slowly Ulfrir nodded. This time I shall make sure he is dead. I accept your axe, Jarl Orlig, Elvar said. It seems you have helped us already with the news you bring. There is more news, Glornir said. Likrifa and Rada are marching this way. What? Elvar said. How do you know? Ulfrir asked, stepping to Elvar's shoulder. Grok told them, the giant raven squawked, hopping from behind the Bloodsworn. Elvar's eyes flared wide at the sight of the giant raven, and Ulfrir's eyes narrowed. Where is the other one? A deep vibrating voice boomed, and Orca saw Varg jump at the shock of it, searching for the voice. Orca tracked it back to the giant head upon the pedestal, which she had thought was a bust. Now, though, she saw that there was life in its pale swirling eyes, that its lips parted in a wide smile. The tales of Jarl Stur's counselor are true, then, Orca thought. Clo here, the second raven croaked at the giant head, hopping to stand alongside Grok. Ha, Grok and Clo, I should have known you two rascals were still alive, Atrung boomed. And what mischief are you two causing now? None, Clo squawked indignantly. Grok and Clo help friends, friends are good. You never said that when you served my father, Ulfrir said, a low-rasped growl. World different now. Snaka dead, Grok and Clo alone long time, Grok and Clo afraid, Grok said. Grok and Clo need friends, Clo said. Friends help Grok and Clo stay safe. Unless your friends are fighting a dragon, Atrung said, his laughter echoing around the chamber. No one is safe here, he continued to laugh, but we can still be friends. His laughter boomed out again. I knew these ravens, Ulfrir warned Elvar. They served my father, spied for him. They cannot be trusted, their only loyalty is to Snaka. Snaka dead, Clo said mournfully. They have helped me, Orca said. Saved me twice now, and Elvar, they took your message to the Bloodsworn. They have proved themselves trustworthy to me. Be careful who you trust, Ulfrir whispered inside her head. I make my own judgments, do not think to tell me what I should or should not do. Orca our friend, Clo croaked. And Grok telling truth, the other raven squawked. Dragon and rat marching here from Darl. How long before they are here? Elvar asked the raven. Grok not know, the raven grumbled. Depend how fast they walk. But Grok and Clo can watch them for you, tell you where they are, Clo said. If you be Grok and Clo's friend. Elvar looked at the two ravens and slowly a smile spread across her face. No matter how strange these times are, there seem to always be new surprises around each new day. I would be grateful to you both if you could watch Likrifa for me and tell me when she is close, Elvar said. And I would be glad to call you both friends. She looked from the ravens to Orlig to Glornir. You are all welcome here, and by the looks of it you have journeyed far and hard. Please, let us find you rooms to sleep and give you food to eat and ale to drink. Good idea, croaked one of the ravens. Chapter 44 Elvar woke with a gasp. Some distant, screeching, ululating noise dragging her from her dreams, which were full of dragons and blood and ash, of a gallows hanging, a faceless man clawing at the rope around his neck, of walking across a room, only to find that the ground was moving beneath her, seething with rats. She sat up, realized that the noise was a horn blowing, and she stumbled out of her bed. It was huge as she slept in Ulfrir's old chamber. Horns. Has the dragon come? A spike of fear in her gut and also hope. Right now, the waiting was proving worse than the prospect of fighting, although that opinion could change once the dragon was here. Morning, Chief, Solin Spittle said to her as she searched for her weapons belt. Solin was standing in the shadowed alcove of Elvar's open doorway. What's happening? The horns, Elvar asked as she found her weapons belt and baldric slung across a chair, buckled the belt on over her coat of mail, which she had taken to sleeping in. "More come to swear their oaths to you," Solon said, looking at Elvar. "It's that one-note call on the horn," she added. "Of course," Elvar breathed, remembering the different calls for different messages. She stood a moment and breathed, knuckled her eyes. "Hard work being chief or jarl," Solon said. "For what it's worth, I think you're doing a silver-browed job of it." "That is worth a great deal, Solon," Elvar said as she slipped her baldric over her head and one arm. Let the weight of her scabbarded sword settle it in place. She found her bearskin cloak and threw it over her shoulder. There were two ways in and out of the chamber, a huge open archway that led into the great hall and a smaller door that opened into the tunnels that wormed through the bowels of the hill. "Let us see who calls upon us today, then." She walked out through the archway towards the great hall and saw the mailed bulk of Thorgunna waiting for her. "Jarl Elvar," the berserker said as she fell in beside Solon, and Elvar paused for a moment. She was standing upon a platform set about halfway up the wall of Wolfdale's main hall. She fought a rising sense of dizziness for a moment, as she did each morning, looking down from this height upon the hall beneath her, people moving on the chamber floor appearing small as ants. She could have had a chamber set along one of the many corridors that wound beneath the ground, but, as with Ulfrir's chair, she had felt that she needed to have his bedchamber too, so that he did not start to become too used to being in the positions of power again. Not for the first time she was regretting that choice. She sucked in a deep breath and moved on, walking along a stairwell that was carved into a huge branch of the tree that grew within the chamber. Soon she reached the trunk, and the stairwell joined the walkway that spiraled around the trunk, winding steadily downwards. The smells of food wafted up to her, slices of bacon frying on iron skillets, fresh-cooked bread from stone ovens, cheese and smoked fish and porridge bubbling in pots, and her stomach growled. She had not realized how hungry she felt. As she spiraled down the stairwell, she saw Silrith on the ground, talking with her brother Brother and a handful of her petty jarls, run a red axe among them. Silrith looked up at Elvar as she walked down and marched towards her, joined Elvar as she reached the ground. "Jarl Elvar," Silrith said, matching Elvar's pace, and they walked past the new training court, the sounds of warriors sparring ringing out, the clack of blades, thud of shields slamming, grunting of warriors, and the shuffle and scrape of footwork. She glimpsed some of the bloodsworn there, and Jarl Orlig's Drengers too. "Have you decided on the matter of Gwynne, my Jarl?" Silrith said. Elvar felt a wave of nausea at the mention of his name, knew that this conversation was coming, bit back a snarl. "No," she said as calmly as she could. "A decision should be made, and soon," Silrith said. "There are murmurs among your jarls, among the mercenaries that have pledged to you." "What murmurs?" Elvar said, although she already knew. "That Gwynne has lied to you, deceived you for many years. That if you show leniency to such as he, how can you be trusted to show strength against the dragon, against the war host that is descending upon us? Your people need to see a strong hand. They need to know that you have the strength to lead them. I have seen Oscatreth, fought the raven feeders, thralled the wolf god, slain my father. What more strength do they need to see? And I have the silver and gold to pay them, so let them keep their mutterings and find someone with more gold and silver if they are not happy with how I rule." "Gold is little comfort to the dead," Silrith said. "It is only useful if you are alive to spend it. They need to trust that you can bring them through this. We are at war." "I have heard you," Elvar said. "Gwynne should be dealt with before also that." "Enough," Elvar snapped, and Silrith pursed her lips. They passed around the trunk of the tree, and the dais came into view, a knot of people standing before it. She glanced to the open stone doors and saw that the light was soft and gray with dawn. She looked at the backs of the new arrivals, saw that some of them were Drengers, well-armed and in good mail, and there were also tainted among them in iron collars. Ulfhednar, by the way, the sides of their heads were shaved and tattooed. There were two people standing at the head of them, a man and woman, Uspa standing with them in hushed conversation. The woman was fair-haired and looked as if she had seen some hard traveling, her clothes mud-spattered and ragged, her braided hair frayed. She wore a sword at her hip. The man had a wooden staff in one hand, which set her heart beating a little faster. A Galderman. She strode past them without giving them a backward glance, stepped up onto the dais, saw Ulfrir standing back in the shadows unseen. She gave him a sharp nod and turned to face the newcomers, and blinked because she recognized them, though she had not seen either of them for many years. Not since they had visited her father's court at Snakkevik, in the company of Queen Helga of Darl before Elvar had fled and joined the Battlegrim. Estrid, Helga's daughter, and Skalk, Helga's Galderman. Skalk had changed much, one of his eyes a scarred, shadowed socket. Two women stood close to Skalk, a fair-haired Drenger and what looked like an apprentice Galderwoman, bones tied in her dark, matted hair. Uspa stepped forward. Estrid, Queen of Darl, and Skalk, Galderman of Darl, she said, a twist of her lips as she said the Galderman's name. Queen of Darl, you are no queen, you have had your kingdom ripped from you. Well met, Estrid, Elvar said. You are a long way from your home. Jarl Elvar, Estrid said, dipping her head. She straightened her shoulders and sucked in a deep breath. My home is a ruin destroyed by the dragon, my mother slain, my brother slain. I am hunted, pursued by Visen, and yet I fight on. I hope to find a friend in you, as I have heard that you mean to stand against Likrifa and her horde of tainted and Visen. You are the enemy of my enemy, and so, I hope, my friend. I offer my sword, my Drengers, and my tainted, my friendship. I would fight at your side, and, I hope, build a new world with you once the dragon is dead. That was well said. No matter that you are on your knees with only a handful of warriors at your command. Elvar opened her mouth to answer her, and then a figure strode before the dais, marching towards Estrid and Skalk. A hulking warrior, bald-headed, gray-bearded, clothed in mail, a black, blood-spattered shield across his back. Glornir Shield-breaker. Val was a score of paces behind him, hurrying to catch him, and more of the Bloodsworn followed her. I told you I would see you again, Skalk of Darl, Glornir growled, making the hairs on Elvar's neck stand on end. Skalk turned and saw Glornir descending upon him, took a step back, raising his staff, and the fair-haired Drenger stepped forwards between Skalk and Glornir, drawing her sword with a hiss. She did not have time to shrug the shield from her back, just set her feet and began to raise her sword. Glornir did not break his stride, one hand snapping out and grabbing the wrist of the Drenger's sword arm. She grunted, tried to twist out of his grip, and he slammed a fist into her jaw. She dropped like a brained ox, and Glornir strode on. Roth Riathi, Brenna holdeth af Bainham hands, Skalk blurted, red runes crackling to light at the end of his Galdr staff. Val appeared alongside Glornir, shouting her own Sather words, blue flames hissing into life around her hands. Glornir drew the sword at his hip, still not breaking stride, eyes fixed on Skalk. Ulfrir, stop this, Elvar called out. Ulfrir stepped out of the shadows, his body already rippling, the air about him shimmering, and he collapsed onto all fours, bones cracking, muscle growing, fur sprouting. People on the dais scrambled away, Glornir, Skalk, and all the others frozen, staring. Elvar walked calmly to one side of the dais as Ulfrir rose in his snarling wolf glory. He stood towering over them all and padded forwards towards Glornir, Skalk, and the others, saliva dripping from his teeth, letting out a low rumbling growl that made the ground tremor. Elvar felt it rumble in her chest and rise into her body through her feet. Stop, Ulfrir said, and they stared up at him, shock and awe on their faces. So it is true, Estrid said. Elvar stepped forwards. What is this about? She said to Glornir. Skalk stole my Satherwitch, slew one of my Bloodsworn, Glornir growled. Val, he said, beckoning to her. He did this to her, and he gestured to the white scars that ringed Val's mouth. He stitched her lips shut, he beat her. A tremor ran through him. No one steals from the Bloodsworn, no one mistreats one of my crew, no one slays one of us and walks away. Muscles twitched in his arms, his fists closing. He will answer for it. No, Elvar said, shaking her head, though she understood all that Glornir had said, knew the code he lived by, remembered the red rage she had felt when Ingvild had stolen a chest of her treasure. This is my hall, my war host, she said to Glornir and Skauk. If there are grudges held between those who follow me, they must be put aside. Perhaps not forever, but at least until the dragon is slain. After that, she shrugged. We will have to see. Glornir looked from Elvar to Ulfrir to Skauk. Soon, he growled at the Galderman, then stalked away. And that rule is for all, Elvar said. We are a host of many from different places, different countries. She looked to some of the Bloodsworn with their dark skins and lamellar armor, then to the tenor that traveled with the Bloodsworn, and at Ulfrir, Skuld, and Trung. Even different species. We will not fight among ourselves, that way lies defeat. We put our grievances and differences aside and win this war together. She gave a hard stare at all before her, her gaze coming to settle upon Skauk and Estrid. Estrid, you are welcome here with us, and you too, Skauk, but I expect the same standards from you both. She looked at Skauk, who was glowering at Glornir's back. I am talking to you, Galderman, she growled. His eyes snapped to her, a brief flash of contempt flickering behind them, gone in a heartbeat, and he was smiling. Of course, Jarl Elvar, he said, dipping his head to her. She looked to Estrid. We are glad to be here, Estrid said firmly, and will abide by whatever rules you wish. Good, Elvar said. A squawking and flapping of wings, and one of the giant ravens was flying through the wide-arched entrance to the hall, flying around the edge of the huge chamber and landing in a cloud of dust before Elvar. She glimpsed shocked expressions on Skauk's and Estrid's faces at the sight of the bird. Wait until they hear it speak. Likrifa has reached the Jarnvidr, the raven squawked. Chapter 45. Guthvar G. Uthvar reined his horse in alongside Jarl Sigrun, both of them sitting upon the crest of a hill. They stared at the iron wood spread below them, a dark ocean of green, swaying and stretching into the horizon. Wonderful, the one place I hoped I would never see again. There, he heard Rada the rat god say, pointing south into the distance, to where hills reared from the depths of the forest like sea creatures breaching waves. Ulfrir's den. Even better, I am going back into that place of nightmares to fight a giant wolf and his hordes of lunatic followers. They had ridden hard. Likrifa's host of gods, humans, tainted and Visen sweeping across the land. They had not retrodden the path of Sigrun's and Guthvar's journey into the iron wood, but instead had crossed the river Slagen further north, skirting the northeastern boundaries of the forest to move across more open land until they were directly north of the hills that the rat said was Ulfrir's bolt hole. To reach it they had less forest to travel through now, and the road was wider, more traveled upon. Faster and easier passage, Ilska the Cruel had said, and it had been her who had chosen this route. To be fair, she had been right, and they had traveled much further in a shorter time, bringing them closer to their destination before they had to risk the dangers of the forest. Not that I think Faunir or Froa will be brave enough to attack us now. Guthvar shifted in his saddle and looked back over his shoulder, seeing the sprawling dark stain upon the land that was Likrifa's war host. It moved like a huge shadow crossing the sun, creeping inexorably towards the tree line of the forest. Ilska, how long? Likrifa called out. 5 days, perhaps less, Ilska said, eyes fixed upon the hills in the distance. Do you agree with her, Aunt? Guthvar asked Sigrun, keeping his voice low. Aye, Sigrun nodded. She leaned in her saddle and whispered. Likrifa may be the head of this war host, but Ilska the Cruel runs it. She has a rare head upon her shoulders, and without her this campaign would be chaos. Ilska spoke to a tenor that sat upon the crest of Likrifa's saddle, and in a burst of wings the small creature was taking to the sky, letting out a high-pitched, squeaking cry. In moments, a flock of the winged Visen were swirling around it. They climbed higher into the sky, swirled around their heads, and then they were flying hard for the forest, spreading wider, fanning out like the wake of a ship as they reached the tree line. "I do not like those filthy little creatures," Gudvar muttered, absently wiping a drip of snot from the end of his nose. "They steal your teeth when you sleep." "You see, she has a head for tactics, using the resources this war host brings her without prejudice," Sigrun said, giving Gudvar a hard look. "Tenor make for excellent scouts." "I still do not like them," he thought. "Onwards, then," Likrifa called out. Horns blared, and the war host shuddered into movement, Sigrun and Gudvar clicking their tongues and guiding their horses on down the hill towards the iron wood. "Hello, old friend," Gudvar thought as he approached the dark, looming wall of trees. "How I have missed you." Gudvar unbuckled his saddle girth and slid the saddle from his horse's back, laid it across the branch of a tree, took off the saddle blanket too, folded it and laid it down on top of the saddle, then checked his mount's hooves. It was late and Gudvar was tired. They had marched for the second day from sunrise until late into the night, the forest around him an impenetrable darkness made denser and deeper by the myriad fires that burned throughout the camp. He set the last hoof down and stood, stretched his back, heard it click. "Feed her," he said to a thrall, and she nodded her head, a shaven-haired woman, one of many who had traveled with the war host from Darl. Without the thralls to do the cooking, clearing, mending of kit, and tending of horses, and 100 other tasks, the war host would have become unglued. Something else that his aunt said Ilska, the cruel, had orchestrated. He threaded his way through the camp with a rising sense of dread in his gut. The crushing, claustrophobic darkness, the exhaustion, the prospect of a giant wolf at the end of his journey, it was all overwhelming, his unease growing into a heightened state of agitation that set every muscle in his body trembling. As he moved around knots and clusters of warriors and Visen that sat huddled around fresh-scraped fire pits, Drengers and Tainted, trolls and Skraeling, he heard fractured glimpses of their conversations, sitting, eating, drinking, laughing, the murmur of their conversations rising and falling as he moved among them. How are they all so calm? They made him feel like a coward. He saw Drekker moving through the camp and paused to watch him. The big man was stopping at each fire to talk to those gathered there, to sit and drink with them a while. Tainted, dragon cultists, Drengers, Skraeling, all of them greeted him with smiles and laughter. Is he loved or feared? Whichever it is, he is respected. Why do people not look at me the way they do at Drekker? He sighed and moved on. In either direction the fires burned, fading to pinpricks in the darkness as far as he could see. The forest had forced them to stretch the bulk of the war host along the road. Only the frost spiders, night hags and tenor able to filter deeper into the undergrowth of the iron wood. Not even the trolls could forge a way through the dense scrub that grew between the trees. Here and there he saw the deeper shadows of guards standing among the trees, not that they probably needed them, with frost spiders in the boughs and night hags moving about the war host's fringes like mist. He saw Sigrun's small camp, a fire pit with 30 or so Drengers around it, an opened barrel of ale and an iron pot hanging over the fire. He helped himself to a bowlful of stew from the pot and a hornful of ale from the barrel, then looked for his aunt. She was sitting a little apart from her Drengers, sipping at a cup of ale, and he made his way to her, sat down with a sigh. "The horses are tended to," he said, "fed and watered." "Good lad," Sigrun said. He looked at her, saw that she was staring into the crowdark, her face shifting planes of shadow and light in the soft glow from the fire pit. The scar on her face, inflicted by Orca, looked like some deep dark valley upon a carved map. "Are you all right, Aunt?" he asked her. "Just thinking," she said quietly. "A year ago we were worrying about the borders of Feller village and of the possible fight between Helka and Stur." She snorted a laugh. "To think I was worried about that. And now we are in the middle of a war between gods." "I know," Gudvar squeaked, his voice coming out higher than he had intended. She sipped at her cup and looked at him. I know you are scared, but it is all right to be scared. He blinked at her, swallowed. We all feel fear, Guthvar, Sigrun said to him. I know I do. Huh, he snorted. Not you, you are the bravest person I know have ever met. You always know what to do, always keep your head even when you are fighting. Look at you when the Faunir attacked. You saved Crusa, you did not flee, you stood and fought to protect your Drengers. He shook his head. You are brave, a hero worthy of a skald song to me. Sigrun's face cracked in a smile. In that glade as the Faunir attacked us, I was terrified, she said. I nearly pissed my britches. She looked him in the eye, firelight reflecting liquid gold. We all feel fear, it is what you do with it that counts. I was scared of the Faunir, scared of dying, but I know in here, she put a finger to her temple, and here moved it to her heart, that if I gave in to that fear and fled, then I would lose everything. All that I have spent my life working for, fighting for. I would not stay a Jarl long with that reputation. I would lose Feller village, my Drengers, my respect. Any fair fame I have earned would be snuffed out in a moment. I fear that more than I fear death. Guthvar nodded, thinking that through. Courage is just a reaction to fear. You cannot show courage without first feeling fear. I understand that, Guthvar said, but cowardice is also a reaction to fear. It is the not running away part that I still struggle with. Sigrun laughed at that. So do I, she smiled. But remember this, you have come through much. Fought your way out of the Grimholt, fought through Jaramir's attack on Skalk and the Galdir Tower, slew one of the Bloodsworn, journeyed into the frozen north to seek out Likrifa's halls, negotiated with her, planned the downfall of Queen Helka and her brood, fought Hakon and Estrid at Darl, survived the Froa spirits and Faunir of the Iron Wood. She looked into the darkness of the forest, her smile growing broader, and she winked at him. So far. Ha, so far, Guthvar said, unable to stifle a smile of his own. To be honest, all of that was just trying to stay alive. Well, that is no surprise. This is Vigrid after all, she said. The point is you have stayed alive, you have come through it all. And look at you now, you have risen high in the ranks of a god. Guthvar thought about that, nodded. This is true. My advice to you, his aunt continued. Eat well tonight, sleep well, and we shall face whatever the morrow brings with. She looked at him and he smiled. Courage, he finished for her. Guthvar woke to darkness. He lay there a moment, eyes open, slowly watching the shifting of shadows above him, the gray of dawn seeping into the world, leaching the black away. Branches creaked overhead, leaves rustled, and with a groan he sat up. He was stiff, had rolled onto the knuckle of a root during the night. It felt like someone's fist was grinding into his back, and he cast his wool blanket back, reached about him for his weapon's belt, felt soft, damp leaves and earth, then found it. Stood up and buckled it about his waist, cinching it tight, felt the pain of a full bladder. The camp still slept, and he trod quietly, walking towards the tree line, looking for somewhere to empty his bladder. He saw a group of Skraeling stirring, Crusa there, kneeling and blowing on a fire, sparks flaring. A sound up above, and he looked up at the gloom of the forest, saw the fractured glow of dawn through the canopy, heard a whirring, and saw a darker shape flitting through the shadows. A tenor, he realized, flying down through the canopy. Is that money, he thought, as the Visen swept over his head. Where? The Visen shrieked. Where? They are coming. Guthvar turned and ran stumbling back towards Sigrun and her Drengers. Chapter 46. Orca stood in the darkness, waiting in the shadowed space between the fireglow that two torches cast. People were gathered around her, Lif and Sion close to her, more of the Bloodsworn. All were silent, some drinking from water bottles after their forced march, others checking weapons, loosening blades in scabbards, more habit than necessity. Further ahead, Orca could see the torch glow where Glornir stood at the head of their column. Soon Ulfrir's voice growled in her head, and Orca felt the wolf stir in her blood, a trembling in her muscles. She paced along the tunnel, Lif and Sion following her, walked past Sulik and a score of his kin, all clothed in their lamellar plate, their recurved bows strung and ready in their belt scabbards. Orca came to a knot of the bloodsworn gathered behind Glornir. Val was there, and Rokia, Svik and Einar and Varg. Glornir was stood before a set of stone steps that led up into nowhere, just a crumbling stone ceiling, vine hanging, dripping with damp. "Soon," she said to Glornir's look, and he grunted. "We have told him, we also heard his voice," Rokia said. Orca nodded, then looked at Lif and Sion. Lif held his shield loose, a spear in his other fist, wore a coat of mail and a steel helm with a wide nasal guard. Sion was wearing a coat of ring mail taken from a fallen warrior after the sea battle and wore a plain steel cap, a leather strap buckled tight under her chin. She held a spear in her fist and had a seeks at her belt. She had no shield. But then neither do I. Orca gripped a long axe in her fist, two seekses scabbarded front and back on her weapon's belt, and a short axe shoved through it too. "You did not have to come," Orca muttered to them both. "You are not warriors. You should have stayed at Wolfdale's with Brecca. She did not want more death on her hands." "No, mistress," Sion said. "I owe you my life." "You owe me nothing," Orca growled. "I am coming," Sion said, returning Orca's hard gaze. "Then stay with me. Better yet, stay behind me," Orca said. "I intend to, mistress," Sion said. "That is why I have come, to guard your back." Orca shook her head, buckled up the strap of her helm. "And you, what is your excuse for risking death?" she demanded of Lif. "Guthvar might be out there," Lif said, a cold twist to his mouth. "I owe him. That I understand. He seeks vengeance for his brother as I seek it for my Thorkel." Now Ulfrir's voice snarled in her head. "Now," Orca said to Glornir, echoed by Varg and Rokia. "Runnar Insiglathar Herthir, Opnar Fyrir Vinni Ulfsons," Val cried out, a flare of red runes crackling from her hands and seeping into the roof of the tunnel. Lines of fire flowed across the roof. There was a grinding, cracking noise, and a hatch door appeared made of wood and stone, an iron bolt locking it. Glornir threw the bolt, dropped the torch he was holding into a puddle at his feet where it sputtered, flickered, and died, and in the light of the rune's fading glow he pushed the hatch door open. "With me," he growled as he strode up the stairs, Val behind him, Einar, Rokia, and the others following. "Remember, stay with me," Orca said to Lif and Sion as they climbed the steps and walked out into the iron wood. Val patted Orca's shoulder as she climbed out of the tunnel, and then Sion's as she emerged into the woodland behind Orca. "I shall guide you back," Val said to each of the Bloodsworn as they emerged from the tunnel into dawn, silver-gray light leaking through the canopy above, separating the shadows. It was just enough light to see by, though Orca let the wolf trickle through her, sharpening her senses. Off to her right, about 50 paces away, Orca saw the soft glow of many fires. Glornir was already striding towards them. Orca followed, the Bloodsworn spreading wide behind him. Weapons hissed from scabbards, shields, and fists, and they moved, silent and stealthy, through the undergrowth. Sulik split his crew into two groups, each one moving to the flanks of the Bloodsworn. Their bows were in their fists, arrows nocked. Glornir pointed to a cluster of boughs ahead, hanging low before the road, and Orca saw it, a darker shadow, the glitter of reflected firelight. Sulik's bowstring thrummed, there was a thunk, and a frost spider fell from the branch and landed with a thud on its back, legs curled. In the distance, Orca heard a voice shrieking, heard shouting, followed by the clash of steel and iron, screams. "It has begun." Glornir let out a growling roar and began to run through the undergrowth, Einar at his shoulder. Boughs burst to life above them, Orca seeing snatched glimpses of legs and eyes and fangs. Spiders descended on glistening threads, bowstrings thrummed, arrows hissing, and spiders were falling. Orca glimpsed one of the Bloodsworn thrown to the ground, a spider's legs wrapped around him, fangs lunging, other Bloodsworn hacking at the spider's abdomen, gouts of blue-tinged blood erupting. A flash of something to Orca's right, and she twisted, bringing her axe round, saw a shadowed form flowing from the trees like mist. a glimpse of a haggard, emaciated face, mouth open wide, skeletal hands grasping at her, and Sion stepped before the night hag, swung her spear. It passed through the night hag as if it were mist, the hag's fingers closing around Sion's throat. Sion stumbled backwards, gasping, stabbing frantically with her spear, but each blow slipped through the hag's body as if it was not there. Orca snarled as she hefted her axe, but Lif was already stepping in front of her. "Skugger Skilja," he yelled and stabbed at the night hag with his spear. It sank deep into the creature's side, and she let out a hissing scream, reared back, clutching at the wound as Lif ripped his spear back. "Skugger Skilja," he yelled again, and plunged his spear into the night hag's chest. With a shriek she exploded into 1,000 black shards that melted to mist. Orca grabbed Sion by her ring mail and heaved her up. "Remember the Sather words Val taught us," she snarled. "And what happened to staying behind me?" "Aye, mistress," Sion rasped. "Skugger Skilja," she repeated, even as the Sather words rang out around them in the forest, more of the Bloodsworn encountering the night hags. And then their warriors were crashing out of the undergrowth onto the road. Tents were everywhere, more than Orca could ever have imagined, filling the road both north and south as far as Orca could see. Figures were emerging from them, blinking, stumbling, dragging on brynjas, buckling on weapons, belts, and helms. But there were others standing ready, clusters of warriors with steel already in their fists, skraeling, snarling, crude weapons of iron in their hands. Orca saw the shadowed bulk of a troll behind them. Glornir charged from the forest, crashing into a knot of skraeling, his long axe hissing, and blood flew in a dark arc, screams ringing out. Einar and Esvik were right behind Glornir, Einar taking a skraeling's head from its shoulders with 2 blows of his hand axe, smashed his shield into another that sent them hurtling into a fire. The skraeling rolled, came to their feet in flames and staggered, screaming, arms flailing, and Esvik kicked them crashing into a tent. The hiss and sizzle of flames catching and black smoke billowed. All along the road Bloodsworn surged into the camp, leaving blood and screams in their wake. Orca snarled and ran at the warriors in front of her, all Drengers, swung her axe looping over her head and smashed into a raised shield, hacked through it into the meat of an arm and sent the woman holding the shield crashing into the warrior beside them. They both fell and Sion stepped in, her spear stabbing in and out, dart fast, a grunt and scream, fading to a whimper, and blood was staining the forest floor. Orca put one foot on the shield of the fallen woman and wrenched her axe free. Lif shoved past her, catching a spear meant for Orca on his shield, pushing it away and stepping in. A short stab of his spear and a man was falling back, blood spurting from his throat. "On!" Orca snarled, the wolf in her baying for blood, and they waded into the camp, hacking, stabbing, kicking, stamping. All around them the din of war deafening, filling the forest. Flames were spreading, smoke billowing. Orca saw a troll loom out of the murk, heard the snap and twang of bows, and the troll stumbled and let out a mournful roar, fell to its knees, pierced with a dozen arrows. Voices to Orca's left, shouting out in a strange tongue, and through the smoke and gloom Orca saw the crackle of rune magic. Dragonborn. She turned and strode in their direction, 2 skraeling blocking her path, and she gripped her axe two-handed, like a staff, slammed the butt end into a jaw, sliced the blade left to right, and both the skraeling were down. Stalked on. Saw shadowed figures through the flame and shadow, glimpsed a warrior, tall and broad, black-haired, heard a snarling in her blood. Was dimly aware of Lif shouting, moving away from her right-hand side. The smoke parted and Drekker stood there, dark and hulking, raven feather tied in his hair, silvered scars raking one side of his face. He saw her and stopped, eyes narrowing, the 2 of them locked. Orca set her feet, hefted her axe in a wide, 2-handed grip, and gave him a lip-twisting wolf snarl. And then he was running at her. Chapter 47. Uthvar looked around wildly for his aunt. All about him black smoke and red flames, cries eddying on the wind, the clash of steel, grunts and screams, figures swirling in and out of his vision. He held his shield ready, sword half raised, shuffled in a half circle, searching, stumbled over a dead body. In the chaos and confusion, it was difficult to make out friend from foe. The clash of iron and snarl of voices close to him, and he saw two figures silhouetted by flame, both wielding long axes, fighting amidst the carnage as if nothing else existed. Gudvar watched, open-mouthed, his shield and sword dropping, awed by the savagery and skill he was witnessing. The long axes whirled and cracked, the two warriors standing feet set, axes held like staffs, wood clacking, iron blades grating, sparks flying. Grunts and thuds, the two figures moving now, swirling in and out around each other, axes swinging, and Gudvar glimpsed black hair and a raven feather, realized one of the warriors was Drekker. Then the other one stepped into flame-kissed light, and Gudvar took an involuntary step backwards with a whimper. It was Orca, the Ulfheithnar, just as he remembered her from the Grimhold. Snarling, blood spattered, amber eyes blazing. He stared at her, felt a rush of fear, felt his feet start to take him away. No, all feel fear, he heard his aunt's voice. It is what we do with it that matters. He stopped his unconscious retreat, began to stalk towards Orca. Perhaps I could stab her while she's fighting Drekker, chop her leg while she's distracted maybe. In and out, let Drekker do the hard work. He picked his pace up, his shield and sword rising. Then something hurtled out of the smoke at him. A man, dark-haired, in mail and helm, a short beard, shield and spear, eyes hate-filled, lips a twist of rage. Something familiar about him, but there was no time. He had a moment to pivot on one foot, raise his shield. Then the warrior was upon him, spear stabbing at Gudvar's face. He shuffled backwards, clumsily jerking his shield rim up to knock the spear away, swinging his sword at the spearman's waist. But the spearman pushed the sword blow wide with his own shield. A twist of his wrist and punched the iron boss into Gudvar's jaw, sent him reeling backwards, biting his tongue, white stars bursting in his skull, crunching into a tree. The spear point came at him, and he ducked, threw himself to the side, felt a hot burning line along his cheek and ear where it caught him, stumbled away and put his shield hand to his face, felt something sticky, looked at his hand to see blood. The spearman tugged at his spear, which was buried in the tree. Gudvar saw his opening, snarled and lunged at the man, stabbing, his sword grating on mail, rings tearing as the warrior ripped his spear free and twisted away, took a few steps back and set his feet, raised his shield, spun the spear in his grip into an underhand grip. He looked at the cut on Gudvar's cheek. "That is for Mord," the warrior said, and Gudvar blinked, looked again at this warrior in front of him, recognition sparking. "Lif, Lif. No, it cannot be," he said. Then slowly he smiled. "Shield, spear, and mail do not make you a Drengr," he said with a smirk. "You are nothing but a nithing fisherman pretending to be a warrior," and he walked forwards. Lif waited for him, and Gudvar darted in, stabbing low with his sword, aiming for Lif's shins beneath his shield rim. He had seen many a Drengr felled by such a blow. A flick of Lif's wrist and a sidestep, his shield rim dropping, knocking Gudvar's sword into the soft earth, stepping right around Gudvar's shield and stabbing. A sharp pain in Gudvar's shoulder, and he hissed, took a hasty step backwards out of range, but Lif was coming at him. The spear stabbing at him again, at his eyes, Gudvar raising his shield, losing sight of Lif. Then another hot pain along his calf. A snatched glance, and he saw his Winnega's leg wrap torn, blood seeping into the fabric. Running down his leg, the pain followed, and he limped backwards. No, this cannot be happening. How did he learn this weapon's craft? I fear Ulfheithnar and Froa spirits and dragons, not fishermen. The indignity of it surged within him, turned into a red rage, and without thinking he roared, hurling himself at Lif. Saw the surprise flare in the fisherman's eyes, and then he was smashing into him. Both of them tumbling to the ground, rolling, shields tangled, Gudvar trying to get his sword free to stab, Lif losing his grip on his spear. They came to a stop, Lif flailing at Gudvar with weak punches. Gudvar let go of his shield and sword, twisted and grabbed Lif around the throat with one hand, pinned Lif's spear hand with his knee, and heaved himself on top of the thrashing fisherman, wrapping his other fist around Lif's throat and squeezed. Dimly he was aware of battle raging all around him, people screaming, fighting, dying. Lif struggled and writhed beneath him, eyes bulging, frothing foam on his lips as he spat and snarled and gasped, and Gudvar felt the strength begin to leak from him. He smiled and squeezed harder, putting all his weight into his grip. "Tell your nithing brother hello from me when you see him," he grunted as he squeezed. Lif gave one last panicked heave. Then there was a crunch in the side of Gudvar's head, the world spinning, an impact, and Gudvar realized he was lying on the ground, leaves and earth in his face. He groaned, rolled, tried to push himself up. One side of his face throbbing, saw that Lif was gasping, flopping, his shield still in his fist, realized that was what had hit him. He climbed to one knee, found his shield and clambered unsteadily to his feet, the world spinning, heard a voice and focused on Lif. Saw a woman standing over the fisherman, tall and slender, short-haired, a spear in one hand. She was gripping Lif's arm and dragging him to his feet. Then Lif and the woman were turning, lifting their weapons and moving at him. He raised his shield, swayed, his other hand grasping for the seeks at his belt. A huge roar shook the world, all three of them freezing in their tracks, then stumbling as the ground shook, trees trembling. Another roar, louder and closer than the first. Likrifa, Gudvar realized. The sound of wood cracking and a great wren of light ripped through the sky above them, branches falling, splintered wood raining down around them. Then the light was blotted out and Likrifa was crashing through the canopy, wings beating, sending flames and smoke and leaves swirling, feeling like a storm raged around them. Likrifa hit the ground like an avalanche. Trees torn from their roots, people, skraeling trolls, hurled through the air. Gudvar was knocked from his feet. An eruption of dust filled the world, Gudvar coughing and rolling, losing his shield. Saw Likrifa standing with her wings spread, rearing onto her back feet, jaws opening wide, teeth long as spears. "Ulfrir," she roared and crashed back to the ground, the impact hurling Gudvar into the air again, crunching down on soft ground and lying there groaning. He rose, grit in his eyes. He rubbed at them, eyes watering and risking a glimpse, saw the dust cloud was slowly settling, people around him staggering to their feet. He looked about for Lif and the woman but could not see them. Heard a horn calling off in the forest, saw shadowed figures flitting away from the camp and retreating into the night-dark murk of the forest. Heard a woman snarling and screaming, looked to see Orca 30 or 40 paces away, a bald warrior one side of her, a giant red-haired man on the other, both of them gripping her arms and dragging her away from the road, back into the forest while she spat and snarled and raged. Then he saw Ilska, a handful of dragonborn around her, red rune shields glowing in their fists. She was crouched on one knee looking at something or someone on the ground. Then a figure rose to one knee, Drekker, Ilska helping him to his feet. A brief exchange of words. After them, Ilska yelled and she was moving. Gudvar looked around, saw a shield and snatched it up and drew the seeks from his belt. "Gudvar!" a voice cried, and he reeled around, saw Sigrun emerge from the smoke and gloom, a dozen of her Drengers around her. The relief he felt at seeing her was as a wave sweeping over him. "Are you injured?" she asked him. "Well," he said, putting one hand to his cheek, looking down at his blood-soaked calf, pain pulsing from both wounds. They were agony. He felt sick and weak and just wanted to drop to the ground and curl into a ball. "It's nothing, just scratches," he said, stifling his honest reaction. "Thank the dead gods," she breathed, then looked to Ilska, who was still bellowing commands, leading warriors into the trees after those who had attacked them. "They are fleeing. Is there any real need to chase after them?" "With me," Sigrun said and strode towards the tree line. Gudvar sighed and followed. Sunlight broke through the canopy where Likrifa had smashed through it in great pillars of dust-moted gold as Gudvar threaded through the battle-torn camp. Bodies were strewn everywhere, fires burning, black clouds of smoke billowing, and then Sigrun was leading him between the trees, shadow falling about them like a curtain. Nearby Likrifa thundered into the forest, tearing trees up by their roots as she raged, Gudvar wincing as splinters of wood flew through the air about him. "There," Sigrun said and broke into a run, Gudvar seeing figures ahead of them, silhouetted by a flare of blue light that pulsed in the darkness. He ran limping after his aunt, the undergrowth flattened by the battle, glimpsed bodies lying in the undergrowth, people, frost spiders. A knot of skrailing overtook him and Sigrun, crashing through the undergrowth, and Gudvar heard the hiss and twang of bowstrings, heard grunts and yells, saw a handful of the skrailing stumble and fall, and he raised his shield, felt an arrow thump into it, stumbled on blindly. Ilska's voice shouting unknown words from ahead of him, and a burst of rolling red runes sailed into the air, hovered high above them, just below the canopy, then exploded in a shower of sparks, illuminating the area around him. He saw a woman standing in the forest, say the runes flickering and pulsing around her, people running past her and disappearing. She shouted something, the runes flaring to incandescence and exploding, searing Gudvar's eyes so that he cried out and covered his eyes, and when he could see again, the woman and all the warriors were gone. Ilska and Drekker ran forward, stopping roughly where the woman had been standing, Sigrun, Gudvar and her Drengers following. The ground was trampled and churned, and then nothing. "Where are they?" Drekker snarled, turning in a circle. He was bleeding from a cut across one cheek, a flap of skin hanging. Gudvar peered into the gloom, wary of another attack from the darkness, saw a flicker of movement and squawked a warning, raised his shield, then saw it was a night hag floating like mist between two trunks. He heard movement up above him in the branches, looked up at the frost spiders moving in the boughs. More figures approached them from the road, Likrifa leading them. She had returned to her human form, her face all strained lines and twitching muscles. Tenor swirled above her, flitting among the trees and branches, dragonborn and skrailing spread behind her. "Where are they?" Likrifa said as she neared them. "Gone," Ilska said. "Tanbursta, find them," Likrifa snapped, giving a sharp flick of fingers, and the tenor were speeding away, disappearing into the forest. "There are tracks," Drekker said, pointing his long axe at the ground. "Many tracks," and then he looked up and shook his head. "They are gone." There was a crashing in the distance, growing swiftly louder, Gudvar seeing the bulk of a huge shadow through the trees. Ilska, Drekker and the Dragonborn were moving, spreading into a half-circle before Likrifa, voices shouting in their strange rune tongue, shields of fire crackling to life, and Likrifa began to twitch and shudder. The shadow among the trees sped at them, branches straining, cracking, a tremor in the ground, and Gudvar hurried to stand beside Sigrun, her Drengers moving close, forming a loose shield wall. "The wolf is coming. The wolf is coming." He felt fear flood through him, then, gut-churning, bowel-loosening fear, and fought with every ounce of strength to remain standing, to not turn and run wailing into the safety of the darkness. He gripped his shield, knuckles white, raised his seeks, gritted his teeth, part snarl, part grimace. The shadow passed through a column of light from the canopy above, and Gudvar saw a tapering snout, black eyes, a long, hairless tail, and Radha was skidding to a halt before them, his body shimmering and shrinking, bones crackling and popping, and in heartbeats Radha the man was standing before them. "Ulfrir?" he asked. "He is not here," Likrifa said, her transformation reversing. "With you?" "No. We were attacked along the line, Berserkir and Ulfheithnar, some others, but no Ulfrir. Tenor flitted back out of the gloom, one of them circling Likrifa and alighting upon her shoulder. "No one out there," the tenor squeaked. "Those that attacked us, they have disappeared," Ilska said. Rada looked at the ground, saw the downtrodden foliage and tracks, then nothing. He crouched, brushed the ground, nose twitching, then looked up at Likrifa. "Tunnels," he said. Chapter 48. Varg v. Arg ran, a steady jog, his eyes fixed on Esvik's feet before him, using the echoing slap of Esvik's feet on stone to set his rhythm like a drumbeat for rowers. Sweat stung his eyes, was running down his back, but he ignored it. He was not sure how long they had been running through the tunnel, all track of time swallowed by the darkness, his head filled with only one thought: Brock Troll's bane. He had hoped to find him during the ambush, had searched for him, felt his frustration rising with each passing moment because he had known that they were only there for a brief time. Strike fast, strike hard, get out alive had been the order, and that had been what had happened. They had sown death and destruction until Likrifa had arrived and then retreated. But he had not found Brock, which gnawed at his soul. "I will find him. I will kill him." Slowly he became aware that there was more space around him, more light, torches burning in high sconces on the wall. He looked up and saw that they had left the tunnel and had entered the underground corridors of Wolfdale's, Glornir leading them on, slowing from a jog to a walk. The ground began to slope upwards, wide steps as the slope became steeper, and soon they were entering the great chamber. The first thing Varg saw was Ulfrir, standing in the shadows of the huge tree that dominated the hall. "Well done, vicious child," he heard Ulfrir's voice in his head. Elvar was moving among the wounded that were being taken to one corner of the chamber, Varg seeing many carried by comrades, their bodies blue-tinged and rigid, bitten by frost spiders' fangs. Many others were already lying or sitting on cots, thralls tending to their wounds. Varg saw Dagrun, Jarl Orlig's son, blood sheeting one side of his face, sitting and having a scalp wound cleaned. Elvar's warriors were close to her, watching over her. Berserkir, Drengers, the Battle-Grim, Uspa, and Silrith. A linen bandage was wrapped around Elvar's forearm, blood-stained and dirty, and others around her bore the marks of battle. But as Elvar walked away from the wounded, she was grinning, Varg seeing in her the joy of coming through battle with your life, the joy of a battle fought and won. "Not that we have won the war or even a great victory, but we have drawn first blood. Let our enemy know that we have teeth." Glornir slowed as he walked into the chamber, Val at his side. Elvar saw them and strode over. She looked at the bloodsworn filing into the chamber, saw two wounded being carried, one slung over Einar's shoulder, another frost spider-bitten and carried between two warriors. Varg saw Elvar's eyes taking it all in, counting those on their feet and those being carried. "You did well," she said to Glornir, "brought all your crew back, none left behind." "Aye," Glornir said, weariness in his voice, part of the exhaustion that filled you once the fighting was done. "And Likrifa has learned she cannot just walk right up to us without a care in the world." "Aye," Glornir grunted again. "We have bloodied her nose for sure." He paused. "We saw her," he said, "Likrifa. Aye, the dragon, she was angry." A smile touched his lips and Elvar grinned. "Good," she said. "Tend to your wounded, eat and drink." She gestured to long tables and benches that were set out before the dais, looking like a mead hall before the Jarl's seat. Carcasses of deer and boar and cattle were turning over spits, fat dripping and sizzling, cauldrons bubbling, the tables set with jugs of ale and mead, bowls of creamy skyr and thick curds, trenchers of hare and goose, salted cod, herring and brine, platters of fresh-cooked bread and steaming vegetables being carried over. Varg's belly growled. Varg sat with a wooden platter piled high with food. Warm, fresh-buttered bread, thick slices of venison and pork, turnips and cabbage and onions, a cup of juniper-spiced mead in his hand. He took a long drink and breathed out, feeling its warmth seep through him. Rokia sat one side of him, Esvik the other side, and Einar opposite him. Most of the Bloodsworn were sitting at the food benches around them, though Varg saw Orca walking away with her son Brekka, both carrying platters of food and drinking cups. They left the chamber, walking into the corridor that led to the Bloodsworn sleeping chambers. "A good scrap," Einar said cheerfully as he ripped into a chunk of bread, butter dripping into his beard. "Aye, it was," Esvik agreed, using his eating knife to neatly cut and skewer a slice of meat. He looked up at Varg. "We will find him," he said. Varg looked at him, nodded. "Find who?" Einar said. "Brock," Rokia said. "Ah, that nithing," Einar grunted. He looked at Varg and shook his head. "Now that is one who will not meet old age." "No, he will not," Rokia growled. Varg looked around at them all, touched by the emotion in their voices, the way they would make his task their own. "I am fortunate to have such friends as you," Varg breathed. "Friends," Esvik said. "We are more than that, brother, far more. We are Bloodsworn, closer than kin. We are pack." "That is a truth," Rokia said beside him. On impulse, Varg reached out and squeezed her hand. She tensed but did not pull away. Esvik raised an eyebrow and smiled. Einar leaned forwards, his bench creaking, and wrapped one huge hand over Varg's and Rokia's. "Friends, kin," he said. "We look after our own." Varg saw servants bringing fresh food to the table, all with thrall collars on their necks, and up on the dais berserkir guards stood around Elvar. Ulfrir in the shadows, the glint of iron about his neck too. "We do, and yet we are fighting for those who would enslave us," he muttered. "Be careful," Esvik said, glancing around. "We fight for Elvar, and yet just by being here we risk being thralled. The tainted fight with the dragon for their freedom. Should we be fighting for a slaver?" "I understand why you say this," Esvik said, "but it is more complicated than that." "Likrifa is insane," Rokia said. "Likrifa has stolen tainted children, as good as thralled them," Esvik said. "Speak to Orca's son. They took Rifna and the others." "And they still have Bjarn, Uspa, and Barak's boy," Einar rumbled. "I do not like people who steal children and use them as slaves." His brow knotted in a thunderhead scowl. "They slew my Rivna," a new voice said, Gunnar Prow, who was sitting close to them. "And my brother," Halja Flatnose said. "They slew Vali." "And Thorkel," Esvik said. "We owe them a blood feud," Rokia snarled. "Aye, fair enough," Varg said. "Likrifa is not one to fight for, as you say." His eyes tracked an Ulfheithnar with an iron collar about his neck walk to the food bench and fill a trencher. It was Frek, the warrior who had been assigned to guard Prince Hakon when the Bloodsworn had taken him as hostage. Much has changed in Vigrith. Hakon dead, Helka dead, Jarl Stur dead. We sit here and eat with a severed head and talking ravens and a resurrected wolf god. He looked at the iron collar about Frek's throat. "Why can there not be a way for that to change too?" he muttered. "Change how, though?" Esvik asked him. "Thrall collars," Varg said, resisting the urge to put a hand to his own neck where he knew the old scar was faded but never gone. "They are a curse. Vigrith is changing, all are saying the world upside down. So why can the thrall collar not change too? Why can we not just throw them away? What, and make the tainted free and thrall everyone else?" Esvik said with a half-smile. Varg thought about that. "No," he said. "Why not make all freedmen and just pay those who labor for a task, like we pay a blacksmith or a farmer?" Einar frowned. Esvik and Rokia just looked at Varg. The tramp of many feet, and they all twisted on their bench to see a handful of berserkir leading a large group of warriors through the chamber towards the dais, over 100 of them. They carried blue shields with red sails painted upon them. A man strode behind the berserkir ahead of the warriors, a gold torque around his neck, silver rings on his arms, gray hair and beard braided, his barrel chest and wide belly straining his brass-gilded brynja, a shield slung across his back. With a scraping bench, Glornir was rising and striding over to him. The berserkir parted for him, and Glornir grinned, offered his arm to the gray-haired man, who laughed and gripped Glornir's arm. "I should have known you would be here," the man said. "Now I know I made the right choice." Glornir turned and led the old man before Elvar, who was seated on her chair upon the dais, Ulfrir at her side. "Jarl Elvar, I bring before you Jarl Lager of Liga. He has been a good friend to the Bloodsworn. And I shall be a good friend to you if you will have me, Jarl Elvar," Lager said. He looked around, saw Ulfrir standing behind Elvar. "I am in need of friends," Elvar said. "You can never have too many friends," Ahrung called out, startling Jarl Lager. "Ah, I have heard tales of Stur's talking head," Lager said as he stared at Ahrung. "I would like to hear them," Ahrung said with a wide grin, "perhaps over a jug of mead or two." "I like you already," Jarl Lager grinned. His eyes moved on to the others on the dais. "Is this the wolf?" he said. "He is," Elvar said, Ulfrir regarding Lager with his amber eyes. Lager stared at him, looked him up and down. Then his eyes flickered to Skuld and her red wings, and on to Grok, who had his beak in a barrel of pickled herring, and finally back to Ulfrir. "Well, it looks like Vigrid is caught up in a Skald song saga, the father of all family feuds, and all of us along with it." He rolled a shoulder, bones cracking, and grinned. "I understand. I always hated my sister, though I never had a war host this big to help me kill her." "It will be a Skald song," Elvar said. "Of that there is no doubt." "Well, I would like to be in it," Lager smiled. "If Glornir Shieldbreaker speaks for you, then you are welcome," Elvar said. "We have just bloodied Likrifa's nose and are celebrating. You and your Oathsworn are welcome to join us. Please sit and eat." "With pleasure," Lager grinned. "It's been hard rowing since we sailed from Liga, so we have worked up an appetite." Glornir led Lager and his crew to the food benches, and all returned to their seats. A beating of wings, and Clo flew into the chamber, flying to land on the dais close to Elvar. "Clo has news," the raven squawked. Then she saw Grok feasting on his barrel of pickled herring. "Clo hungry too," she rasped. "News first, then food," Elvar said. "Good news and bad," Clo said, bobbing her head. "Good news, many dead from your attack make Likrifa angry. Make Likrifa very angry. Make trees shake." Laughter and cheers rippled through the hall at that. "Bad news, Clo see new warriors joining Likrifa." "What new warriors?" Elvar asked. "Tainted, many tainted." Chapter 49. Elvar walked out through the stone gates of Wolfdales and into the pale blue of winter. She pulled her bearskin cloak tighter about her. Ulfrir and Skuld walked with her, along with Uspa, Val, and Iva, a Sather witch thralled to the Bloodsworn. Also with her were the berserker Thorgunna, Orv the Sneak from the Battlegrim, and a hulking, black-skinned man called Taraz, another thrall of the Bloodsworn, though he seemed to be tasked as Iva's guard, as he followed wherever Iva the Sather witch went. The river was choked with longships and Nar, made up of her fleet and those like Jarl Lager who had joined her since they had come here. Elvar strode to the stone bridge that arced across the river. A timber gate with a palisade and towers had been built across the bridge, and Elvar walked to it, stepping over small trenches that had been dug into the earth. Thick timber struts had been sunk into the ground and tied, the gate closed with two heavy bars of oak. Elvar climbed a stairwell up to the palisade, walked past a pile of head-sized rocks that had been stacked neatly, and stood there, looked across the bridge and river to the forest beyond. "Somewhere out there is a dragon, coming to try and kill me. Somewhere out there my warriors are fighting for me, dying for me." She had sent more warriors into the tunnel, more groups to snap and claw and bite at Likrifa's war host as they wound their way through the ironwood towards her. These new attacks were charged with burning the supply wagons. For a moment, Elvar thought she could hear screams and smell smoke drifting on the wind. "A good spot to put some arrows in the enemy," Orv the Sneak said, standing on the walkway and looking out over the palisade and bridge. "Or drop some rocks on their heads," he added, looking at the pile of rocks beside them. There was another pile on the far side of the walkway, and larger piles set on the ground behind the gates. "Aye," Elvar agreed. The bridge would be a chokehold for any who tried to cross, and the gates looked like they would hold out against the thickest of rams. She looked left and right, A new ditch dug running along the riverbank, all of the earth from it thrown up into embankments that were piled against a new timber wall, all built since they had arrived here. It was a considerable achievement and looked formidable. "It is impressive," Elvar said. "It will hold Likrifa's war host at least for a while and allow you to slay many of them," Ulfrir said. Elvar nodded, imagining the far bank seething with her enemy, imagined them swarming across the bridge, building rafts to cross the river, could almost see her warriors hurling spears, loosing arrows and dropping rocks onto their attackers, could almost hear their screams. She also remembered Glornir's description of Likrifa, of the destruction she had caused in the iron wood. But it will not stop a dragon. If she can rip trees up by their roots, one swipe of her claws would tear this gate to kindling. And Skalk and Estrid have told me what the dragon did to the hall and fortress of Darl, smashed it to splintered wood and rubble. She could do the same to these gates, these walls. She would destroy this gate, the towers and wall in as much time as it takes for me to speak these words, Ulfrir said. Elvar looked from Ulfrir to Skuld, Uspa, Val, and Iva. "Can you do what I have asked?" "We can," Ulfrir said. Uspa, Val, and Iva walked down the stairwell to stand behind the gates, within the carved circle, Ulfrir and Skuld remaining on the walkway. With a snap, Skuld beat her wings and took to the air, hovering over the gates, leaving Elvar standing with Ulfrir, Taras, and her guards. "Guth blath, Ulfablath, Heathu call Akkar, Findu mat Akkar," Ulfrir called out, Skuld and the others echoing Ulfrir's strange Sather words, and Elvar felt a tingling shift in the air around her, making the hairs on her arms and neck rise. Sparks crackled in the air around Skuld and Ulfrir. Val stepped over the new trench dug in the ground, no more than a handspan deep. Snaka, Alfathir I acute minum etham, filtu thenan staff af crafty thinum. She cried out, and a sharp-angled rune flickered to red light around her fist, like a glove. Val dropped to one knee and punched it into the trench. A flare of sparks and hissing, and red flames ignited and crackled along the trench like red molten metal poured into a cast. Elvar saw a pattern appearing from her position over the gateway, a half-circle of flames hissing along the shallow ditch, forking into new channels and ruts, red runes appearing, like spokes in a wheel leading to the center of the wooden gate, passing under it and flaring into red-flamed life on the bridge beyond the gate. More lines of fire ran into the fresh-dug ditch to either side of the gate, running before the new earthworks and palisade that spread along the riverbank. "Blath snaka, crafter ikut etham akkar, heathu akkar nuna," Val called out, more runes appearing around both of her fists, and still kneeling she plunged her hands into the molten stave line. "Blath snaka, crafter ikut etham akkar, heathu akkar nuna," Uspa called out, a sparking of flames in the air around her fist, and she knelt too, pushed her fist into the red hissing ditch. "Evler blath, crafter ikut etham minum heathu akkar nuna," Iva chanted, runes of pale fire bursting to life, then bent to one knee, thrust her rune-glowing hand into the molten channel. "Snurdu thessa vegi uacute ar furu," they called out together. "Thessi hlith af ike, Jefthu thyme styak, Jefthu thyme craft till ath standest if vimi thit, crafter till ath standa a acute modi drekenum og rotani." Ulfrir pulled a seeks from his belt and drew it along his palm, cupped his fist until blood welled. Skuld did the same as she hovered over the gateway. "Ulfablath, Guthsblath, Verndar Akker Fyrir Drekanum, Verndar Akker Fyrir Rotani, Verjathessi Hlith, Verjathessa Vegi." The two of them cried out as Ulfrir cast his blood into the air, Skuld, too, red droplets glistening. In a flare of white light, they burst into bright incandescence above Elvar and fell in a shower of sparks. Taras gasped as the droplets floated down around them like snowflakes, laughed as some of them settled on his skin. "They do not hurt Taras," he said, even as some of them touched Elvar's cheek. They felt warm, almost comforting as they melted away. When they touched the timber of the gateway, though, they flared bright, hissing and crackling, and Elvar watched, mesmerized, as they floated down into the rune channels. Where they touched the carved rune wheel ditch, they burst into bright light, rippling through the rune channels and flowing out into the ditch before the embankment walls. Slowly the rune fire faded, became a soft glow like embers cooling in a fire, a final flicker, and they were gone. "It is done," Ulfrir said, looking at Elvar. "The gate and wall will hold against my sister and brother now." "My thanks," Elvar said. "Perhaps it will even give them a bite or two," he grinned. Chapter 50. Bjor B. Ior walked among the dead, and threaded his way through the destruction, searching. Here and there flames still licked and crackled, though most were doused or burned out now, leaving the black-charred carcasses of wagons behind, looking like long-dead skeletons of some unknown, forest-dwelling creatures. People were all around him, going through burned-out wagons as they searched for anything that had survived the flames. Any barrels or chests that were still intact were being heaved out and set in piles. The rustling of forest litter in the shadows, and Bjor spun on his foot, raising his shield and hefting his sword, but it was just a spurtuse, legs scuttling as it slipped into a stream with hardly a splash. He studied the deeper shadows, wary of another attack, but saw nothing. Skraeling and Tenor were all around now, and he saw trolls wading through the shadowed undergrowth. "They will not be back now. There are too many of us here, and we are ready." He slipped his shield over his back and sheathed his sword, put his hands to his mouth and shouted. "Fane," he called, and strode on through the devastation, walking past a cluster of seared wagons, some of the beams still smoldering, and then he saw him. Red Fane was walking through the ash-covered ground, carrying a child in his arms. Bjor ran to him. "Thank the dead gods," Bjor breathed as he reached Fane. The old man was covered in black streaks of ash, and there was a long cut on his forearm, but he gave Bjor a hard grin. "Take more than a few nithing goat humpers to send me onto the soul road," Fane said. "Well, I know that," Bjor said, taking the child from Fane's arms. It was a girl named Ayla. She was unconscious, thick with ash, her breathing steady. "This way," Fane said, and led Bjor around a curve in the road, and he saw them, a score or so children, huddled around a small fire, a pot suspended over it. Some of the children were lying down, others tending to them, cleaning wounds, giving them water to drink. Some stood guard with oversized shields and spears or axes. Herc called out as he saw Bjor and Fane. Bjor laid Ayla down on a bed of rough-cut branches, a lad coming over with a linen cloth and a bucket of water. He knelt beside Ayla and started washing the ash from her face. "I was about to come looking for you," Herc said to Fane. "I thought," he stuttered to a halt. Fane scowled. "Seems like everyone round here thinks I can't look after myself," he grunted. His face softened and he tousled Herc's red hair. "You need not worry about me, lad. I'm not going anywhere. How are they all?" he asked, looking at the wounded. "All right, I think," Herc said. He twisted round to look at another lad who sat with his knees hunched up. Bjor realized it was Bjarn. "No thanks to your nithing friends," Herc snarled at him. The lad scowled up at Herc and stood slowly, Bjor surprised to see how broad and thick-limbed Bjarn was becoming. "Shut up," Bjarn snarled, his fists balling, and Bjor saw the flicker of green in his eyes. "Enough of that," Fane said, stepping between them. "No fighting." He pointed a finger at them both. "There is enemy enough without fighting among ourselves." "He is the enemy," Herc grunted. "No, lad, he is not," Fane said. "Bjarn is just confused." "What's to be confused about? We are fighting those that try to thrall us. It is simple enough," Herc muttered. "I am thralled here the same as you," Bjarn said. "Even though I do not wear the collar, I am kept a prisoner, not allowed to go. We all are." He glowered at Fane. "No different from a thrall." "The difference, Bjarn," Bjor said, stepping close to the lad, "is that we do this to keep you safe. The people we fight, they will thrall you to be their tool. They will treat you like an animal, no different from a hound or a good milking goat. All they see is your usefulness, how you could serve them, make their lives better. And I was taken to be used by you raven feeders, we all were, Bjarn said. You used us to cast your Sather spell and set Likrifa free. You didn't ask us. We weren't given a choice. How is that any different? Bjorn just looked at Bjarn, had nothing to say to that. I want to go back to my family, Bjarn said. My mother, those bloodsworn, they were going to take me to her. Your mother is a thrall, Bjorn said. A powerful thrall, but still a thrall. She is of use to Elvar and the Battlegrim. If you went to them, you would become a thrall too. You do not know that, Bjarn said. And anyway, if I am free, like you keep saying, then it would be my choice to make. Stay or go. He looked from Bjorn to Fane. Can I go? They did not answer him. Bjarn took a step towards the road. Stop, Fane growled. Exactly, Bjarn said, stopping and glaring at Fane. You are no different from a slave or no better, and he turned and walked away, sat down away from the rest of them. Don't listen to him, he is a half-wit nithing, Herc growled. We all know what you have done for us. We are grateful. Bjorn shook his head, remembering the Bjarn he had first met, remembered playing taffel with him in the inn at Snakkavik. Give him time, he said to Herc. Then he looked at Fane. Let me see that cut on your arm. Bjorn sat upon a stump and sipped from a horn of mead while he listened to Likrifa's captains. They were seated in a wide glade, long shadows stretching as the sun sank below the tree line, a fresh scraped fire pit burning. Likrifa sat with Rada beside her, Ilska and Drekker on her other side, listening as her captains reported to her. Krusa of the Skraeling, a huge bull troll called Hethin, leaning on a club the size of a small tree and wearing a cloak of bearskin stitched together, Tanbursta of the Tenor, a Spurtuse whose name Bjorn could not pronounce, the petty jarls sworn to Likrifa, Glun Irongrip and Sigrun among them, and a handful of mercenary captains, Sturker, Death in the Eye, and others. All of them were talking of the night raids. They had suffered the worst casualties on the first night. Since then their guard and vigilance had increased, but the war host was spread along such a distance that the guards were stretched too thin, and each night had seen new attacks and new casualties. Some of the mercenary bands have deserted, Ilska reported, her voice flat and emotionless. What? Likrifa growled, low and chilling. How many of these bands have deserted? Rada asked Ilska. 2, my lord, Ilska said. They will regret that, Likrifa hissed. Have they gone to my brother? No, Ilska said. Following their tracks, they are headed north out of the Iron Wood. When this war is done, I will track them down for you, my queen, Drekker said. Thank you, Likrifa said. Try to bring as many of them back to me alive as you can. Bjorn shivered at that. Hethin will squash them for Mother Maker, the troll said, his voice deep as a fjord. Hethin will turn them to gruel. How good of you, Rada said. Food is also low, my queen, Ilska said, continuing her report. Perhaps Hethin can find these runaways soon then, Rada smiled. Ilska, how much food do we have left, he asked. 3 days, perhaps 4, Ilska said. Tanbursta, how long until we reach my brother's lair, Rada asked the tenor. 2 days until we reach the wolf den, Tanbursta said. That is fine then, Likrifa said. We have more than enough. Not if we have to undergo a siege, Rada explained. It may take a while to dig Ulfrir out of his hole. We will not be at Wolfdale's long, Likrifa said. Why, Rada began, but Likrifa cut him off with a raised hand and a dark look. If needs be, I shall hunt for you, Likrifa said. I will not see those loyal to me go hungry. She waved a hand, dismissing the subject. Is there anything else? Yes, my queen, Ilska said. What? Likrifa asked. It was clear that she did not want to be talking of logistics, of food shortages and desertions. More tainted have joined us. Excellent, Likrifa said. Make sure that they are fed and cared for, given clothes and war gear if they are needed, Rada said. Yes, do that, of course, Likrifa said. And Ilska, Rada said, if any have my blood, bring them to me later. A tenor winged down from the darkness and alighted upon Rada's shoulder. It leaned and whispered in his ear. Ilska, is there anything else to discuss? Likrifa asked. No, my queen. Good, Likrifa said and stood. 2 days, and then she gave an unsettling smile, her sharp teeth too large for her mouth. My brother shall regret being reborn into this new world. Into my world, I long to tear him into lifeless strips. She licked her lips with a long, serpent-like tongue. I will not forget your loyalty, all of you. You shall be well rewarded. Now if that is all, go to your people, your kin, and be ready for Ulfrir's rabble. They will undoubtedly come again tonight, though he is too weak or too scared to join them. The glade emptied and Bjor stood to leave. Not you, Bjor, Rada said, and he sat back down. Money brings news, my sister, Rada said. What news? Likrifa asked. This Elvar has built gates and towers, a wall around Wolfdales. Perhaps I shall pay these towers a visit. I will smash them to kindling, Likrifa sneered. I am sure you will, Rada said. This Elvar, who is she to think that she can stand against a god? Likrifa snarled. Bjor could see the rage building within her. She turned her gaze on him, which he found uncomfortable. You know this Elvar, Bjor, how does she dare? She was always ambitious, my queen, Bjor said. She rose high in the battle grim and quickly. She is a fine warrior too, has good weapons craft. But to become chief of the battle grim, to resurrect and thrall Ulfrir, to return to Snakkavik and slay her father, he blew out a breath and shook his head. She has surprised me. Shown she has deep cunning too. She is a Jarl's daughter, grew up in his court, and Jarl Stur was known for his cunning and his ruthlessness. He had an arrogance as if he were fated to rule, and no doubt Elvar has inherited some of that from him. More than her father would have hoped, I imagine, Rada smiled, considering what she did to him. If this woman is so formidable, why are you smiling? Likrifa growled. Because knowledge is power and I know something, Rada said. What? Likrifa said. Patience, my sister. I have been patient for 300 years, Likrifa said, her voice cold, a tremor in it. True, true, Rada said placatingly. Our friends at Wolfdales have told Money that not all love this Elvar. That there are some among her followers who are disappointed with her leadership. And they have told Money that if Elvar were to die, perhaps the doors of Wolfdales would be open when we arrived. And how will Elvar die when we are here and she is there? Will our friends there kill her for us? Rada smiled. Chapter 51. Elvar woke to a voice, saw a shadow looming over her and reached for a blade. Don't panic, chief, it's me, Solin Spittle lisped. What is it? Elvar breathed. You have a visitor, Solin said, looking towards the entrance of Elvar's chamber. Elvar sat up, saw Ulfrir standing silhouetted in the entrance. I must show you something, Ulfrir said. What? Elvar said, splashing cold water from a bowl into her face and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. It is best if you see, Ulfrir said. Come. He turned away and walked out of the chamber. Buckling on her weapon's belt and snatching up her baldric and scabbarded sword, Elvar hurried after him, Solin Spittle falling in behind her. She stepped out onto the platform and stood there a moment, was pleased that she did not sway with dizziness, saw Ulfrir walking onto the stairwell carved into the branch and followed him. Jarl Elvar, Barak said. He had been standing guard at her chamber door and he fell in beside Solin. Elvar caught up with Ulfrir as he reached the trunk of the tree. He turned and waited for her. They must stay here, he said, nodding at Barak and Solin. Why? Elvar said. I have something to show you, but it is for your eyes only. She looked at him a moment. I could just command you, she said. He dipped his head in acknowledgement. I am trusting you with what I will show you. Trust me when I say no one else can know. A silence passed between them. Barak, Solin, wait here, she said. Ulfrir turned and walked away, Elvar following, slipping her baldric over her head and left arm, shifting her scabbarded sword so that it hung at her hip. She was surprised when Ulfrir turned left to climb the stairwell that wound higher around the trunk, rather than right, to descend to the great hall's floor. Where are we going? Elvar asked him. Up, Ulfrir said. As they spiraled upwards around the huge tree, Elvar saw other chambers around the hall's curving walls, each one at the end of a thick-limbed branch. Some had the soft glow of firelight, where people had taken up residence in them. Others were dark shadows, like black eyes gazing out into the chamber. Elvar saw movement in one of those chambers, the flare of a torch shadowed figures. She saw Silrith with a handful of others, glimpsed run a red axe, along with Hjalmar Peacemaker and Estrid Helkasdottir. There were others, but they were cast in shadow. Elvar paused for a moment, but then Ulfrir was disappearing around a curve in the path and she hurried after him. Meeting to discuss Grend and his fate, no doubt, she fumed. And then Grend was rearing up in her head, looking at her with his expressionless face, only his eyes hinting at what he felt inside. A swirl of emotions at the thought of him. Hurt, that he had deceived her, anger at the position he had put her in, unease at what she should do. He has made me appear weak, has made many doubt me. Appearing weak is a Jarl's greatest enemy, he heard her father's voice whisper. She knew what she should do. Why are you taking me up here? Elvar snapped at Ulfrir, agitated and tired of the mystery. This was my home, Ulfrir said. Orna, my wife, had her own hall further north, a great eyrie where you felt like you could see the whole world. All of us children of Snakka had our own halls, but Orna visited me often here. She loved to perch in this tree. Elvar saw a smile touch Ulfrir's lips as he thought over some distant memory. I am sorry, she said. Ulfrir looked at her. Sorry that Orna is dead, he sighed. When you brought me back and I found out that Orna was long dead, it was like the twist of a knife in my belly, he said. But to hear that she had been brought back too, like me, that she had felt new breath in her lungs, felt the same wind that blows on us on her face, that she had looked at the same sun and sky. He shook his head, let out a low rumbling growl. I do not know why, but that pain, it is worse. Elvar nodded. A look of such despair swept his features. In all of her grand schemes she had not thought about the feelings of a god, certainly not cared about them, but looking at him now, seeing a glimpse of the depths of his pain, it was impossible not to feel something. I am sorry, she said again. I know that words change nothing, heal nothing. All that they do is tell you that someone cares, even if only for that moment. Ulfrir nodded. You are right, it changes nothing, but it is still something. They walked on in silence, and Elvar saw that they were approaching the domed roof of the chamber, branches thinner and denser up here. She felt something upon her face, a gentle caress, stared at the roof, then stopped, gasped. It is open, she said. I can see the sky, the sun. From the chamber's floor she had been able to see some kind of fractured light that rippled across the roof, but she had thought it was more Sather magic. Now she saw that it was daylight filtering through the canopy of branches, and that sensation upon her face. It was the wind. But are you insane? She hissed. We are open to attack. Likrifa could just fly into this chamber with nothing to stop her but a few branches. We must do something. She felt an overwhelming urge to grab Ulfrir and shake him, to push him tumbling from this great height. You told me we were protected from Likrifa here, that it is safer than Snakkavik. It is safer, Ulfrir said, holding up a hand to halt the words gushing from her mouth. Walk on. Elvar scowled at Ulfrir and took a hesitant step on up the spiral stairwell. Her head was almost level with where the roof should be, but instead it was branches, leaves, and air. She took another step, lifted her hand to brush leaves out of her way, and hit something. She frowned, pushed at the leaves again, saw that before she touched them her hand hit something solid. There was a ripple of blue light. She pushed harder but met an invisible resistance, then punched with the bottom of her fist. A crackle of blue light, rippling away and fading. It is a Sather spell, Ulfrir said as he climbed to stand next to her, much like the protection that we put on the gates and wall at the bridge. Nothing can get through. Nothing, Elvar said. Well, sunlight, wind, sound, but nothing of flesh and bone. Nothing, Elvar echoed. Nothing unless you know the words, Ulfrir said. I crafted this for Orna so that she could fly to my halls but could still feel the wind in her feathers and land here, watch the world from this high place. He touched the invisible barrier with his fingers, blue pulses of light around each fingertip. Ulfavinner Oppen, he said. The blue light flared and rippled through the dome, and Ulfrir strode on, passing through the leaves and branches. He looked back, peered down to her. "Come on," he said, as he disappeared through the canopy. Elvar stood there a moment, then followed him. She stepped into daylight, a cold wind stirring around her, blowing through the branches of the treetop as it reared above the dome of the hill. She saw grass and stone around her, realized that she was standing where the wolves had been when she had arrived at Wolfdale's. "Ulfavinner Nain," Ulfrir said, and Elvar saw the blue light shimmer for a moment beneath her feet, then it was gone. "It is back, impenetrable again," Ulfrir said. "The only way back into the chamber now is to walk down the hill and use the front door, unless you know the words." He grinned at the expression on her face, then became serious. "You understand that I am trusting you a great deal here. You have heard the words now," she nodded. "But my guards can be trusted," she said. Ulfrir shrugged at that. "They are loyal to you, perhaps. Even so, people talk, whispers spread, and ears listen." He looked at her intently. "Rada will have people here, of that I am sure." "What?" Elvar hissed. "He is cunning, a deceiver, a leesmith. Likrifa has her own cunning, but she is insane and impatient. Although perhaps 300 years in the bowels of Oskatreth has taught her some measure of patience. Spies in my camp, we must find them, root them out." "If you can," Ulfrir said. "Until then, speak only what you must, but this is not why I have brought you here." He stepped off the stairwell into what appeared to be thin air, but Elvar saw the slight crackle of blue light where his feet touched the barrier. "Come, it is quite safe," he said. Elvar looked down, saw leaves and branches and air, the ground of the chamber a very long way down. She felt a wave of dizziness, swayed. "Trust me," Ulfrir said, and Elvar took a step from the branch, stepped out into the air and felt a firmness underfoot. She walked across the dome to Ulfrir. "Orna liked to sit in the branches of this tree and look out at all Vigrith," Ulfrir said, and Elvar gazed at the view from the hill. All Vigrith lay before her, rivers glinting in the pale sun like serpents slithering across the land. The dark, green-black ocean of the ironwood spread all around the hill of Wolfdale. She saw Snaka's skull and the curving line of the Boneback Mountains, far closer and clearer than she would have thought, could even make out her father's fortress upon the skull. Her eyes followed the fjord out to the sea, took in the coast of Vigrith and estuary of the river Phelan that they had sailed up, her eyes coming to rest on the river full of longships far below, the trees of the ironwood thick on the far bank. "It is beautiful," Elvar breathed. "Yes," Ulfrir said. He was smiling, a sharp wind soughing through the branches and sifting his wolf-gray hair. "You see those trees down there on the far bank of the river?" "Yes," Elvar said, peering. "Many of them are ash trees." Elvar blinked at that. "Ash trees," she echoed. "Aye," Ulfrir grinned. "Ash trees mean Froa spirits." Elvar nodded, a slow grin stretching across her face. "Froa spirits will not like a war host trampling around their trees." "A warm welcome," Elvar said. Ulfrir looked at her. "You have done well," he said, "to raise such a host, to keep it together, to strike against Likrifa and Rada as you have done. It has been no easy task to reach this point." "Well, I have had some help," Elvar said, surprised by his words. "Heya," Ulfrir agreed with a shrug. "Having a wolf god at your shoulder may have helped a little." He gave his half-smile. "Although I am thralled to you, so I have no choice in the matter." An altogether different twist of his mouth. "But many would have failed where you have succeeded. It has taken some courage and deep cunning to get this far. I understand why you gave me my life, why you thralled me. A risk to anger a god, which is why I say you have courage, but I probably would have done the same in your position. And you are no tyrant, you do not seek power for power's sake. You have a vision." She looked at him. Once my vision was to climb high, to win battle fame, to live on in a scald song, all to show my father that he was wrong about me, that I am better than he thought. She shook her head. None of that matters now. I do not like power, I do not like leading. It is a weight about my neck, but for now I must lead because my vision is to survive, and to do that I must get Bjarn back for Uspa, she said. And for that to happen Likrifa must die, it is as simple as that. I am no brave saga hero, I am more a thrall than you, it is the Bloth Svarith that drives me. Ulfrir nodded. I think we understand each other. Perhaps we should learn to trust each other. A slow smile spread across Elvar's lips. Now that would be brave, she said. He smiled, too. I have trusted you with the secret of my home, he said. Outside my family, you are the only one to hear the words that open this rooftop gateway into my den. Elvar nodded, acknowledging that. Is this the only other entrance to your home, then? Elvar asked him. No, Ulfrir said. There are the tunnels, though we have sealed all except the one we have been using for the night raids, and that is well guarded both by flesh and blood and by Sather. And there were entrances in those towers. Ulfrir gestured to the crumbling, vine-wrapped ruins that Elvar had seen upon the slopes of the hill when she had first seen Wolfdales from the deck of the Wave Jarl. But they are collapsed, and even if someone took the time to dig their way through, there is a Sather wall in each tower, just like this one. He tapped his foot on the invisible barrier they were standing upon. Are they the same Sather words to open them? Elvar asked. No, I shall teach you them if you wish. Trust you with the words of power, though we will not use them. Elvar nodded. And I will trust you with another greater secret, he said. My father Snaka planted this tree, a seed of Oskatrev. The first seed of the Jarnvidr, and he gave me this land about it, sowed the Jarnvidr for me to roam within. I built my hall about the tree, dwelt among the woods. But Oskatrev is an ash tree, and ash trees have their Froa. They do, Elvar said, remembering the Froa spirit she had encountered at Oskatrev. The building of my hall, the carving of the stairwell into the tree, the Froa spirit did not approve, Ulfrir said. She resisted, so at my request my father sang her to sleep. He strode to the trunk of the tree and laid a hand upon it, stroked a deep line in the bark. Elvar stared and gasped. There was a huge face carved into the tree, Ulfrir tracing the line of its jaw. A woman, hard-faced, long hair like vines wrapped around the trunk, limbs of knotted wood winding about the tree. Snaka taught me the words to wake her, which I would have sung a long time ago, but then my daughter Valkyrie was abducted. He paused, a twitch of muscle in his cheek. And war erupted. You call it the Guthfalla, the God War. He spread his arms. And I died. He shook his head. It has been a long time, a deep sleep for her, but I think it is time for Jelta to wake. He looked at Elvar. Are you ready? Why are you telling me this? She breathed. We both fight Likrifa and Rada, we are on the same side, he said. I think it is time we trusted each other, and if anything happens to me, Jelta should know you. She should know that you mean her and her tree no harm otherwise, he smiled. An angry Froa spirit is the last thing you need. Elvar nodded. Good, Ulfrir said, and opened his mouth, began to sing. Chapter 52. Orka Orka sat on a stool with Brekka in a shadowed alcove of Ulfrir's hall, dipping a chunk of hard bread into a beef and turnip stew as her eyes skimmed across all who sat in the eating hall before Elvar upon her dais. The scrape of feet, and Orka saw a man walking towards them, Dagrun, Orlig's son. Ah, Orka murmured. I wondered when he would seek me out. Farmer, Dagrun said as he reached them. He pulled a bench closer and sat on it. What do you want? Orka said to him. Just to talk, Dagrun said. He looked from Orka to Brekka. No need to be so hostile. I told you your secret is safe with me. What is your price? Orka said. Price? None really. You saved my life, remember. And you paid me blood price for that with this Brynja. My life is worth more than a Brynja, no matter how fine it is, Dagrun said. At least to me it is. I saw the beast in you when you fought Miak. He smiled and nodded approvingly. You fought well, just that Homganga alone should be a scald song. "What is your price?" Orca asked him again. "Keep asking me that and you may well offend me," Dagron said, his smile fading. "All I ask, now we have the meat of it. All I ask is that you be a friend to me, as those ravens say we all need friends. One day I may need your help, may ask you for a favor," he shrugged. "That is all, and it will work the other way. If you ever need help, only ask and I will do what I can." "I am tainted," Orca said carefully. "You could have me thralled. I would become your enemy then, and one day I would kill you for it, but you could still expose me, use me. I judge people by their deeds, not what or whose blood flows in their veins." He stood up, looked at Brecca. "She has fought her way through a war host to get you back." "I know," Brecca said. "Never forget it," Dagron said as he turned and walked away. "I will not," Brecca whispered. Orca watched Dagron and saw another figure separate from the crowds and approach them, Glornir, broad and hulking. "Why are we hiding in the shadows?" he asked them as he pulled up a stool, the wood creaking with his weight, a horn of mead in his fist. Orca slurped stew from her bread. "Because there is a man out there who knows that I am tainted, and if he saw me it would go badly for Brecca and me," she said. "Skalk," Glornir growled. "I Skalk, the Galderman with Estrid," Orca said to Brecca's questioning look. "I crossed paths with him at the Grimholt when I was looking for you. I thought you were a captive in their outbuildings and what?" Brecca asked her, a twist of her lips, a shrug. "I loosed the wolf in my blood." "Ah," Brecca murmured, thinking it over. "We could kill him," he said. "Yes," Glornir growled, patting Brecca's shoulder. "I should have killed him when I saw him, but he will die and soon. We could kill him now. Vigrith would be a better place without him," Orca said. "But I have been watching him, and he is never alone, always with his Drenger and Galder woman. I could kill them too, but without being seen. That is not so easy." "You could put on one of Uncle Glornir's collars," Brecca said. "Like the ones he gave to Iva and Tara's, pretend that you are thralled. Then you can use your blood gift without fear." Glornir grunted approvingly. Orca looked down at Brecca. "That is some deep cunning thinking," she said. "I have been thinking a lot," Brecca said. "About what?" Orca asked him. "Many things, about our home at Feller, about Spurt, about Papa," he said, and tears welled in his eyes. "You remind me of him," Glornir said. Brecca gave him a half-smile, a tear spilling down one cheek. "Not just the look of you, Thorkel, is in the way you speak, the way you walk," Glornir said. He leaned closer. "When you feel anger, do you hear the growl of the bear or the howl of the wolf?" "Both," Brecca said. Orca blinked at that and shared a look with Glornir, who nodded, tugging at his beard. "The wolf and the bear," he murmured. "Well, that is a rare thing." A smile split his beard. "I would not want to stand in the shield wall against you when you are grown." There were few who could stand against Orca and Thorkel together. He was silent a moment, eyes distant with memory. "None, actually, that I remember." He looked down at Brecca. "Ah, lad, but you should have seen them. My brother and sister were a rare sight." "Sister," Brecca said, "we are blood-sworn. Thorkel was my brother by blood, but Orca was my sister through our oaths. Oaths bind us." "But I walked away, turned my back on my oath," Orca whispered. "Ach, no more of that," Glornir said. "You had your reasons, but you never stopped being my blood-sworn sister, and I do not believe you ever stopped thinking of us as your kin." He looked into Orca's eyes, held her gaze. "No, I did not," she said. "My brother." Glornir reached out and patted her hand. "I wish my father were still here," Brecca said. "So do I, lad, so do I," Glornir murmured. Brecca looked up at Orca. "Do you think about him, Mama?" Orca closed her eyes, could see Thorkel in her head, his eyes that always seemed to look into the heart of her. "Every moment of every day," she breathed, blew out a long sigh. "Glornir is right, your father would be proud of you, his fierce, deep cunning son. You have a temper, though, and that can get you into trouble. Ha, you are a fine one to talk." "I think perhaps I got that temper from you," Brecca smiled. "Ha," Glornir grunted a laugh. A smile twisted at Orca's lips and she ruffled Brecca's hair. "Heya," she acknowledged. "And what else have you been thinking on in this thought cage of yours?" she asked Brecca, tapping his head with a finger. "About this war," he said. "I have heard people say that we are fighting for a slaver, that Likrifa would set the tainted free, that we could be free." Heard who? Orca said, frowning down at Brecca. Akvithin, Brecca said. She is your blood thralled to run a red axe, but not just her. Huh, Orca grunted. Well, it is not as simple as that. You will hear one person saying they fight for this freedom, another that they fight to right a terrible wrong. It is all talk. People fight for themselves. Likrifa fights her brother because of grudges centuries old. Ulfrir would fight Likrifa because of the slaying of his daughter. She rolled her shoulders. That I understand. That is the truth. People fight to survive, or fight for blood feud, or fight for power. There is nothing else, no matter what pretty words come out of their mouths. Heya, Glornir agreed. Orca woke with a growl, a rumbling echoing all about her, clouds of dust shaken from the walls. It felt like the world was breaking apart. She is here. Ulfrir's voice howled in her head, and Orca was on her feet, Brecca blinking and pushing himself up. They slept in a chamber with all of the Bloodsworn, and all around Orca warriors were jumping to their feet, buckling on belts and helms, grabbing spears and shields. Varg and Rokia were already standing, but all in the room were close behind them. The chamber echoed with the sounds of destruction, a roaring that filled the world, the sound of timber splintering, smashing. What? Einar said with a thundercloud frown. Likrifa, Glornir growled. Weapons, he said as he buckled up his weapons belt and shrugged his shield over his back, and then he was moving, leading them out from the chamber. Stay close, Orca said to Brecca as she swept up her long axe and followed after Glornir, who led them through high vaulted corridors until they were bursting into the great hall. All was movement, warriors pouring into the chamber from corridors that fed into the hall, and Orca saw Ulfrir with Elvar, her berserkers, Drengers, and Battlegrim about her, all of them striding to the great stone doors. Glornir led them after her, the Bloodsworn shouldering through the gathering crowd. Ulfrir glanced at Orca. She is here, the wolf god said inside Orca's head. Beyond the doors it sounded like the world was ending, a great beast roaring louder than the mightiest of storms, the sound of timber splitting, torn, smashed. Elvar walked to the doors, shouted a word of command, and with a grating creak they began to open, dawn's milk-pewter light seeping in. There was an eruption of blue-tinged light that seared itself across Orca's eyes, an earth-shattering roar edged with pain, and a turbulence of air surging through the opening doors, rocking people back on their feet, and then the sounds of destruction were fading. Elvar strode out into the dawn, Ulfrir and all following her. Orca heard bellowed commands, some troops drawing up into shield walls, but Glornir just led the Bloodsworn in a loose formation. Orca looked, checked where Brecca was, and was pleased to see him close to her, clutching his shield and spear, eyes wide. The two stone wolves were crouched and snarling, glaring up at the pale sky beyond the river, and Orca saw the black stain of dragon wings over the forest, beating slowly, heard the distant heartbeat like a pulse, Likrifa fading into the distance. Elvar led them on, through the vale flanked by steep slopes, and onto the road that led to the bridge, warriors spreading wide as they passed beyond the reach of the two hillside promontories, moving along both strands of the riverbank as Elvar approached the gates built across the bridge. The gate and towers were intact, fractured ripples of blue light flickering through them. Elvar reached them and strode up a stairwell beside one of the gate towers. Orca saw others heading for the other stairwell, Elvar's brother Brothir, with one of Elvar's Jarls, run a red axe and a handful of her Drengers. Glornir led the Bloodsworn behind them and climbed the stairwell, Val beside him, Orca following close. She heard gasps as she stepped out onto the walkway and palisade, felt her heart lurch in her chest. The fleet of longships and Nar was gone, the river choked with shattered strakes and timber, with masts and oars and broken prow beasts. Half-submerged sails floated by, the current slowly carrying smashed hulls and splintered bows away. Half a longship had wedged against the riverbank close to the bridge, snaring more ruined timber, the water frothing white as the current swirled around it. All along the riverbank, Orca heard warriors crying out as they climbed up onto the palisade built upon the new embankments. Some warriors scrambled over the palisade and slid down into the ditch, clambering back up the other side in a vain attempt to salvage something from the wreckage. "Why has she done this?" Orca heard Elvar say. "So that we cannot flee," Silrith said, who stood close to her. "She is a child having a tantrum," Ulfrir snarled. "She came to destroy the gate, and when unable to, she lashed out in rage at the closest thing." All along the walkway above the gates, people just stood and stared in shock, frozen at the sight of such destruction. Never had Orca seen so vast a fleet, and in moments it had been reduced to a river of splintered matchwood. People were weeping. "Mama," Brekka whispered, tugging at the male sleeve of Orca's brynja. "What?" Orca said, still gazing in horror at the wreckage in the river. "Something's wrong," Brekka said, and Orca tore her eyes from the carnage to look at him. "There," Brekka said, pointing, and Orca saw someone walking along behind all those gathered above the gates, making their way to Elvar, Brother, her brother. It looked strange, out of place, because all else were fixated upon the ruined fleet. As Brother drew near to Elvar, Orca saw his hand reach inside his cloak, saw the glint of steel. "Elvar, where?" Orca cried out as she reached for the hand axe at her belt. Elvar was turning, eyes flaring wide as she saw Brother, his seek stabbing at her. Jitha lunged at Brother and a body slammed into her, Runna red axe, a sword in her fist. Jitha grabbed Runna's wrist, and the two of them stumbled against the palisade wall and toppled over. Elvar twisted and Brother's seek stabbed at her, the blade grating along the waist of her brynja, Brother snarling, punching Elvar with his other fist, sending her reeling back, Brother's wrist coming back for another strike with his seeks. A handful of Runna's drengers were there, had filtered among Elvar's drengers, and now were stabbing and chopping, stopping her guards from coming to her aid. A berserker growled, Thorgunna storm cloud, drawing the twin axes at her belt, and with a wet slap she buried one axe in the skull of a drenger, severed a wrist with her other axe. Ulfrir roared, his body rippling, and people ran or leaped from the walkway. Crafter Erskanar, Crafter Guthana, Brenduhana, Esvithu hold af Bainum. A voice cried out and red runes crackled to life at the tip of Silrith's staff, the Galderwoman pointing it at Elvar and Brother. Snacker Svipar, Vakandi Og bitter jupt. Another voice called out, Val reaching down to the black whip at her waist, grasping the handle, the serpentine rearing up, hissing, fangs bared. With a crack she snapped the whip out and Silrith screamed, reeling away with the serpent-headed fangs of the whip embedded in her cheek. Val ripped her arm back and the serpent came free, a chunk of Silrith's cheek still in its mouth. The Galderwoman screamed, stumbling away. Orca ran along the walkway, long axe in one fist, hand axe in the other. Brother had pushed Elvar back against the wall, was trying to bring his seeks up to her throat, but she had his wrist in her grip. Orca drew her arm back and through, her hand axe spinning through the air. It slammed into Brother's back, sliced through his mail shirt and deep into his back and shoulder. He reared back, screaming, grasping at the axe, and Elvar head-butted him in the face. Silrith reeled into Brother, grabbed a fistful of his tunic, and she leaped over the wall, dragging Brother with her. Orca ran to the wall, Elvar leaning over it, Ulfrir leaping as he transformed into his wolf form. The ground and gates shook as he landed, Silrith clambering to her feet, one side of her face blood-drenched, dragging Brother across the bridge. Ulfrir padded after them, lips drawn back in a snarl. Brother saw him and screamed, high and terrified, and he turned and leaped from the bridge into the river, Silrith stumbling after him. With a splash they were both gone, disappearing amidst the ruin of longships that were being swept by the current. People ran to Elvar, who snarled and spat curses, one hand going to her waist where Brother had struck her. Runna's Drengers had all been slain on the walkway, but Jitha stood on the bridge with one foot on Runna's wrist, her sword tip touching Runna's throat. "Alive, I want her alive," Elvar shouted down to Jitha. Orca leaned on the wall, staring at where Brother had flung himself into the river. Esvik came to stand beside her. "What's wrong?" Esvik asked her, looking at the scowl on her face. "He's got my axe," she snarled. Chapter 53. Bior grunted approvingly. "Although unable to walk properly, you are doing a fine job with these children," he said to Red Fane as they watched them training and sparring. They are no longer children. They had gone from children to warriors, all of them moving well with shield and spear. "I would rather be in the front row of the shield wall," Fane grunted. "That is where I will find my vengeance for Storolf, not teaching bairns their weapons craft." "Your wound has not healed," Bior shrugged. "Besides, we each play our part," he said, "and these bairns are looking to you like a father now." Fane grunted at that, but Bior saw the glimmer of a smile twitch his braided mustaches. Likrifa's war host had just finished another long day of riding and marching through the forest, Bior traveling with Red Fane and the tainted children. They were all mostly recovered from the attack on the wagons 2 nights ago, though some of the children were still vomiting and complaining of pains in their head, suffering the after-effects of the fires. Bior and Fane had seen to the horses, while some of the more able of the tainted children had set about making their camp. Setting a perimeter, fetching water, scraping a fire pit and starting a fire, boiling water, going to the food stores to be given supplies for their evening meal. Bior was impressed with how Fane had been teaching them, almost as if they were their own small crew among this fractured, many-faceted war host. And every evening after their meal Red Fane trained them in weapons craft. Their small camp was set among many others, the raven feeders close by, and a handful of them watched the tainted children as they sparred. Fane had set them to practicing their spear and shield work, leather covers over the spear blades, and he was demonstrating the overhand and underhand grips, showing them how to move from one grip to the other. "The overhand grip gives you a longer reach," Fane was saying, "so is useful in a shield wall or whenever you need that length of attack. The underhand grip," he spun the spear in his fist, reversing his grip, "though shortening your striking range, gives you a stronger grip so you can strike more powerful blows. You must use your thought cage to decide which grip will help you survive the fight you are in." The children had trained in 2 shield walls and had now broken down into melee practice, one-on-one. As always, Herk and Bjarn had gravitated to each other, and were both doing their best to shatter each other's shield and bones with their spear and shield strikes. "Best stop them before one kills the other," Bior grunted to Fane. Bior became aware of noise rippling through the camp, and he looked up, saw Tenor whirring through the air, flitting to each fire pit, talking to those gathered around the fires, and in their wake people were standing, hurrying to tents. "What is it?" Red Fane said, hand dropping to rest on the shortax at his belt. "Another ambush," Bior said, and then a Tenor was flying down out of the dark, hovering in the air before Bior and Fane. "Prepare to ride," the Tenor squeaked, "and leave your campfires burning." "What?" Fane frowned. "Prepare to ride, leave the fires," the Tenor shrieked. "Old Mather man deaf," it muttered as it flew away, and Bior saw that all along the road warriors were breaking camp. "Break camp," Fane shouted to the children, though he glowered at the disappearing Tenor. "Come to me," Bior heard Rata's voice in his head. Bior rode along the column at a fast trot, passing warriors marching or riding, all of them grim-faced and dressed in their war gear. Many glanced to shadows either side, searching for signs of the raid that might come with the darkness, but all Bior saw was the shifting shadows of night hags and the deeper shadows of frost spiders in the boughs. "We are so close now." Bior knew that with the coming of dawn they would most likely see the slopes of Ulfrir's lair. Battle was coming. He could feel the fear and excitement building, felt it in his own blood, thrumming like a new-strung bowstring, but he could also feel it in the air around him, see it in the faces of all those he passed by. Soon we fight. Soon we will stare death in the eye. Live or die, all decided by the edge of a blade. Rata was ahead. The rat god rode alongside Likrifa, a handful of new guards around him, rat blood tainted like Bior, who had joined the war host. One of them nodded to Bior as he rode up alongside them. "Well met, brother," the man said, tall and wiry like an old rope, a straggle of beard on his chin, his skin pockmarked. "Scatty," Bior said, nodding back to the man. "It takes more than sharing some god blood before I will think of you as brother," he thought as the warrior dropped back to allow Bior closer to Rada. The rat god was listening to his sister, who was not best pleased. "Said a Sather spell that bit me when I tried to smash their wall," Likrifa was snarling. "Still, I have wiped the wolf grins from their faces. I turned their longships to firewood." "You have told me, sister," Rada said, looking to Bior and rolling his eyes. "Many times," he breathed. "Why are we riding now?" Bior asked. "To reach our enemy sooner, of course," Rada said. "Money has reported that Ulfrir and this Elvar have eyes in the sky, reporting on our progress, which no doubt has helped them pinpoint their night raids. Traveling through the dark and leaving our campfires lit may well deceive those spying on us, and we shall give Ulfrir and Elvar an unpleasant surprise when they find us knocking at their door with the dawn." Bior nodded. "Soon, brother," Likrifa said to Rada. "Soon we shall face Ulfrir." "I know," Rada said. To Bior he did not look so happy about that prospect. Likrifa heard it in Rada's voice too and gave him a sidelong glance. "You fear him," she said, quiet as the wind sighing through the trees. "Aye," Rada said. "My last meeting with him was unpleasant." "I am sure it was," Bior thought. "If the Skald songs are true, then Ulfrir beat you half to death, chained you to a rock, and dripped the venom of serpents over you. He is weak, brother, hiding from us in his den. Or perhaps he wishes us to think that," Rada said. "He is wolf cunning, remember." A snarl spasmed through Likrifa's lips. "Aye," she growled. "If that is the case, we shall do what you suggest, but only if things go bad for us." She shivered, shook her head. "That road is more dangerous than Ulfrir. It could see us eaten." They rode in silence a while, and then Bior saw figures on the road ahead, emerging from the darkness. Brock Trollsbane led them, a small crew of scouts made up of tainted and Skraeling. They were spread in a loose circle around two figures. Likrifa called out and held a hand up, the column juddering to a halt behind her, and Ilska and Drekker rode forward, spoke with Brock a few moments, and they all approached Likrifa and Rada together. "Look what we found stumbling around in the dark," Brock said, and his crew parted to let two figures step forwards. A man and a woman, both soaked to the skin, hair bedraggled and dripping, both wounded. The woman walked with a staff and appeared to have half her face missing, a red wound leaking blood where her cheek should be, and the man walked with one shoulder slumped, his tunic blood-soaked and a red wound across his back. "Silrith the Galder woman and Brothir, brother of Elvar," Ilska said. "Brothir, aren't you supposed to be slaying your sister and opening the doors of Wolfdales for me?" Likrifa frowned. "I tried," Brothir mumbled. Likrifa curled her lip. "What shall I do with them?" Brock said. "What use are they now they have failed?" Likrifa said with a shrug. "Kill them." "Perhaps hold on that order," Rada said. He leaned closer to Likrifa, whispering, though Bior could hear him. "If Elvar dies for any reason minus battle, assassination, hunting accident, overeating, the ale death, if she falls from her horse and bangs her head minus the power of controlling Ulfrir will pass to Brothir. Think about that. He would be able to command Ulfrir to lie at your feet." A moment's silence. "Tend to his wounds," Likrifa said to Brock and Ilska, and they led Brothir and Silrith away. The column stuttered into motion again. "I want Elvar dead," Likrifa said to Rada. "I know," Rada said. "So do I." He let out a long sigh. "I suppose if you want a job done properly, you must do it yourself." Chapter 54. Elvar dropped her Brynja in a heap of rings on the floor and lifted her wool and linen under tunics, saw a purpling bruise spreading along the length of her waist. A good blow from Brothier, the unwashed said with a whistle. He was her guard from the battle-grim today. Aye, Elvar grunted. She knew that it would have punched through any ordinary coat of mail. I am sorry, Jarl Elvar, Thorgunna Stormcloud said. For what? Elvar asked. Letting that happen, Thorgunna growled. I should have been more vigilant. You fought, risked your life for me, defended me, Elvar said. You have nothing to be sorry for. Thorgunna blinked at that. What? Elvar said. You are not your father, Thorgunna said. He would have punished me. I am not my father, Elvar echoed. She lifted her Brynja and slithered her way back into it. Buckled on her weapon's belt with her seeks and long-handled axe suspended from it, and threaded her baldric and sword over one arm and shoulder. Grabbed her bearskin cloak and wrapped it around her shoulders. Come, she said, and strode from her chamber. After throwing Runna in a locked jail and sending scouts out to search for Brothier and Silrith, most of the day had been spent searching the wreckage on the river for anything that could be salvaged. One longship and 2 Gnar had survived total destruction, though they all needed work on their hulls before they could sail again. She had noticed Orca and Brekka searching long hours, and eventually they had left the riverbank with Orca carrying a barrel across one shoulder. Now, though, she had work to do, work that all who followed her must see. She wound her way down into the main hall and walked towards the dais, where Runna Red Axe stood, hands and feet bound, Sivet with one big hand on her shoulder, a loop of wound rope in his other hand. Jitha was there too, with a handful of Elvar's Drengers and Berserkir around her. It was after dark, the evening meal already finished, and Elvar saw the hall was full, all her captains gathered with their crews, their oath sworn. She strode through them all, seeing Glornir, Jarl Lager, Jalmar Peacemaker, Jarl Orlig and all the others, and made her way onto the dais, walked up to Runna, who looked worse than when she had seen her last. Her lips were pulped and swollen, one eye closed, a cut over one eye. Some of those injuries Jitha had given her, some had come during the long day of being put to the question. Elvar strode up to Runna and looked at her. Why? Elvar asked her. You are weak, Runna said, shrugging and smiling through bloodied lips. Sivet pulled his arm back, his fist clenching. No, Elvar halted him. Weak how? Grend, he still lives. A man who deceived you, betrayed you. A tainted, she spat blood on the floor. And what have you done? You have led us to run and hide, to wait here in a hole for our deaths. How can I respect you, follow you, trust you? A long silence, Elvar staring at her. Who else is with you? Elvar asked. No one, Runna blinked. My Drengers are all slain, Brothier and Silrith gone. I have seen you in secret meetings with Brothier and Silrith, Elvar remembered. But there were others there too. I saw Estrid Helkasdottir with you. She glanced at the hall, at all those watching her, knew that Estrid was out there and the others, whoever they were, watching her, judging her. Knew that she had brought this upon herself. I was a fool allowing Brothier to live, she thought. My father would have slain him without a moment's hesitation. I should have been more ruthless. I should be more ruthless, but for better or worse, I am not my father. She looked back to Runna. Hang her, she said. Sivet unwound the rope in his hand, Elvar seeing that he had already made a loop and hanging not at one end. He slipped it over Runna's head down to her neck, pulled it tight, then reached for the rest of the rope, swung it around his head 3 times and hurled it high. It arced into the air up over a branch of the ash tree, and then it was falling. Sivet grabbed it, held it, and looked at Elvar. You are an oath breaker, Elvar said to Runna, thrice cursed. Do it, she said to Sivet, and he heaved on the rope, hauling Runna into the air. She gasped and squawked, Sivet heaving her until her legs kicked just above Elvar's head. Runna bucked and writhed, gasping, her eyes bulging, veins protruding, her face turning red then purple. And slowly her kicking lost its strength, became less frantic, gave way to a series of twitches, and she slumped still, the rope creaking as she turned in a slow circle. Elvar turned to face the hall. "This is what happens to those who break their oath to me," she said. But today had made her realize the extreme risks of her situation. While Brother lived, the event of her death would be catastrophic. He would command Ulfrir, command her berserkir. If she died, Vigrid would fall to Likrifa. She remembered all the conversations with Uspa, how she had spoken of releasing the tainted from thraldom, of freedom for all. How Elvar had thought her insane. Ulfrir stepped forward. The wolf god padded out of the shadows, a questioning look in his eyes. "Ulfrir Snakasson, if I were to free you, would you swear the blood oath, the Blood Svarith? Would you swear to never use your blood to gain power unjustly over another? That you would protect the tainted and untainted alike? That you would treat all fairly? That you would enforce justice in all Vigrid? That you would punish the murderer, the thief, the oath breaker, that you would defend those who are wronged?" He blinked, just stared at her. Gasps rippled around the hall, the murmur of voices. Elvar ignored them, knew she could not stop, would not stop now. She had taken the first step into the abyss and there was no turning back. "What are you doing?" he whispered. "It is time we trusted one another," she whispered back to him. "Would you swear it?" she cried out, loud enough for all to hear. He stood straighter. "I would swear it," he said. "Uspa," Elvar called out, and the Sather witch stepped forwards. "Do you mean this?" Uspa asked her. "I am not my father," Elvar breathed. Uspa reached out and squeezed Elvar's hand, her eyes shining with tears. "Do it," Elvar said, "and use Ulfrir's chair for the runes." Uspa drew her seeks from her belt and set to digging and chopping at the arm on Ulfrir's seat, carving a series of sharp-angled runes. 2, 3, then a fourth. A silence fell upon the hall, deep and dark as a fjord. "Lif, giver of life," Uspa said, pointing to the first rune carved into the chair. She drew her seeks across the heel of her hand and let her blood drip into the rune, filling it. Elvar sensed a change in the air, a tingling skittering across her skin, oppressive as a storm. "Daw, bringer of death," Uspa said, letting her blood fill the second rune. All in the hall were silent, shocked, stunned, staring. "Blood Svarith, the blood oath that binds unto death," Uspa called out as she moved to the third rune, holding her palm so that her blood dripped into it, and then she moved to the next. "Kaverl, torment to the oath breaker," she called out as her blood filled the last rune carved into the chair. She looked at Ulfrir and held the seeks out to him. "Join your blood to mine," she said. Ulfrir took the seeks and dragged his wool sleeve up, drew the blade across the palm of his hand and held it over the runes, his blood dripping, falling into each rune carving, mingling with Uspa's. "You know the words," Uspa said to him. "Say them." Ulfrir looked at her, looked at his blood dripping into the runes, then looked at Elvar. He held her gaze as he said the words. "Blothith, for example, G. Yuri, bindamig or the minam meth valtrunum, durtil gamla hada," he cried out. "Blood oath I make, binding me to my words with runes of power, door to the old ways," Uspa called out for all in the hall to hear. "Ag sver ath noda aldre blothith mit, till ath na verldum a acute orate Latin hot ifir earthrum. Ag sver ath agmun verndahina menguthu og ominguthu jaffant. Agmun medhernla alasangjarnt. Agmun framfogja ratelytinu I acute erlu vigrinu. Agmun rifsam morthingjanum og ithsbajatanum og thorn jaffnum. Agmun verja thasem bait oradi." He called, his voice filling the hall, his eyes fixed upon Elvar. "I swear never to use my blood to gain power unjustly over another," Uspa cried, translating Ulfrir's Sather words for all to hear, for all to know the oath he was taking. "I swear that I will protect the tainted and untainted alike. I will treat all fairly. I will enforce justice in all Vigrid. I will punish the murderer and the oath breaker and the thief. I will defend those who are wronged." Ulfrir clenched his fist, more blood dripping. "Ag insiglatheta meth blothi minu, liffy minu, megi dathi og k valir taka mig f ag brighty thath," he cried. "I seal this with my blood, my life, may death and torment take me if I break it," Uspa translated. A A silence fell over the hall. The stone doors slammed open, the walls shaking. A chill, ice-touched wind sweeping into the room, shaking the branches of the tree, swirling around them, and the blood in the runes began to hiss and sizzle. It rose into the air, looking like red strips of tendon keeping the shape of the sharp-angled runes. With a crackle, the blood runes merged, fusing into one long strand, spiraling upwards towards Ulfrir's outstretched arm. It wrapped around his hand, his wrist, his forearm drawing tight with a sizzle and hiss, the stench of burning flesh, and Ulfrir grunted. Then the red line was fading, evaporating, leaving a raw, spiraling scar around Ulfrir's hand and forearm. Svose, Ulfrir snarled. So be it, cried Uspa, and the wind was gone, all in the hall staring. Elvar reached into her cloak and took out a large iron key, placed it into the lock in Ulfrir's collar and turned it. A click and the collar opened, Elvar taking it from his neck and holding it high. She looked into Ulfrir's eyes. I see you, she cried out, saying the ancient words for when a thrall was given their freedom. Then more quietly, you are free. Ulfrir looked at the collar, and a slow smile spread across his lips. Skuld, Elvar called, and she stepped forwards, shock in her eyes and something else. Elvar took out the key to Skuld's collar and unlocked it, took the collar from her neck. I see you, she said to Skuld. What no-blood oath for me, Skuld said. There is no need, Elvar said. Abuse your power and your father will deal with you. She smiled as she saw the fullness of Ulfrir's oath register in Skuld's eyes. That is some deep cunning, Skuld muttered, but she smiled in return. Thank you, she said, dipping her head. Elvar sucked in a deep breath. See this through. Barak Thorgunna, all my berserkir, Elvar called, and they came to her, muscled and mail-clad, brooding and iron-collared. They all stood before her. Uspa their keys, and Uspa came forward, producing an iron ring with many keys upon it. One by one Elvar unlocked their collars and took them from their necks, looked into each one's eyes as she did it, and repeated the ancient words. I see you. I see you. I see you, until they all stood before her free. You are free, Elvar said to them. Free to stay, free to go. I would ask you to stay and fight at my side, fight against the rat and the dragon, fight to keep our land free from a new tyrant. Fight to rescue Barak's son from their grasp. But I only ask, I do not command. And if you wish it, you may swear your oaths to me, become my drengers, and I will provide for you as any good jarl does for their oath sworn. I will be your gold giver, give you hearth and home in return for your service. Then she turned to face the crowd gathered before her. There are jarls out there with tainted in their warbands. If you wish to remain here, wish to fight alongside me against Likrifa, then you must set your tainted free. If not, you are free to leave. I will not hinder you, but leave you must. She stood there and waited, knew that this was the knife edge, when the world could turn on her. A long, drawn-out silence, and then there was movement in the hall, a figure pushing through the crowds, others behind him. Jarl Orlig stepped up onto the dais, a score of warriors behind him, all with collars about their necks. He frowned as he approached Elvar. You are either insane or the deepest cunning thinker I have ever known, he said. For my sake I hope it is the latter, but either way, little Elvar, I stand with you. He turned to his tainted thralls and unhooked a ring of keys from his belt. I see you, he said as he took the first collar from a warrior. Then he went to the next and the next, repeating the ritual. I make you the same offer as Elvar made to her thralls, I mean freedmen, he said. I would welcome your oaths. I know your bravery, your weapons craft, and the dead gods know I would be happy to have you as my drengers, though Elvar will have to help me win some more silver so that I can pay for you all. I'll drink to that, one of the released tainted said with a laugh. Other jarls and mercenary chiefs came to the dais, all going through the same ritual, setting their tainted thralls free. Elvar stood and watched, feeling detached from it all now, elated and exhausted. She had known this was coming, had feared it, feared the relinquishing of her power over her tainted, feared how her jarls and chiefs would react, feared what could happen. All came to stand before her, even Estrid stepping onto the dais and releasing her Ulfheithnar, which was unexpected. And at the very end she saw a group of people pushing through the crowd like the prow of a drakkar through ice-crusted sea, Glornir and the Bloodsworn. Glornir stepped onto the dais, with his two Sather witches and the thick-muscled black man at his shoulders. Strangely, all the Bloodsworn followed behind them, including all those wearing the Druzhana kit of Iskaden. Glornir walked to Elvar. "A bold decision," he said. Then he turned to Val and nodded. She took a key from her cloak and unlocked the collar around her neck, took it off and dropped it on the dais. Iva and Taras did the same, and Elvar frowned. "They were not thralled to you." "Never," said Glornir. "Why?" Glornir waved a hand to take in the Bloodsworn, and looking at them Elvar saw the flicker of eyes changing colors, of teeth growing, claws extending. Even the lad Brekka. "You are all tainted," she breathed. "Aye," Glornir said. He stood straight and drew in a deep breath, looking back at his people. "You taste that," he said to the Bloodsworn. "That is the taste of freedom." Elvar shook her head. "The mighty Bloodsworn tainted," she said. "Elvar Firefist, you have done a remarkable thing," Glornir said, "and you will have our loyalty for as long as we draw breath." And then he led the Bloodsworn from the dais. Elvar called for barrels of ale and mead to be opened, and once the celebrations began, she left the dais and slipped through the crowd, made her way into one of the tunnels that led from the great hall. She heard the soft scrape of feet behind her and turned quickly, hand reaching for her sword, but it was Thorgunna and Barak, Sivat and Urt with them. "What are you doing?" Elvar said. "We are your guards, we are guarding you," Barak rumbled. Elvar paused, looked at them. "We give you our oaths freely," Thorgunna said, and she had tears in her eyes. Elvar smiled and nodded, then turned and walked on. They passed through corridors until Elvar reached a door with torch glow leaking from it. Unbolted a lock and opened the door, stepped inside and closed it behind her. She turned to face Gwynne, who was sitting on his cot. His wounds were mostly healed now, though he looked older, the lines in his face deeper, and there was more gray in his dark hair. "I have set Ulfrir free, set Skuld free, set all the tainted free," Elvar said as she took the last key from her iron ring and stepped close to Gwynne. She placed the key in the lock and turned it, a click and it opened, and she took it from his neck. "And I set you free too," she said, and he looked up at her with questioning eyes. She took his hands and pulled him to his feet. "There were many wise reasons to do it," she said. "Deep cunning reasons, you may say, some practical, some ethical, but the truth of it is." She leaned forward and put her hands around him, hugged him tight. "I did it for you," she breathed. Chapter 55. Guthvar G. Uthvar heard the horns blowing and reined his horse in. Followed Sigrun and her Drengers as they found a space to tie their mounts and make camp. Dawn was bleeding into the world, the shadows parting and separating into shades of gray. Tenor whirred through the camp, calling Likrifa's captains to her. "Guthvar with me," Sigrun said as she slung her shield across her back, checked her weapons, took her helm from a saddle hook and buckled it onto her belt. He felt a glow of pride as he walked behind her, and of love, for she had picked him, always raised him up. He felt a ripple of fear, too, as they threaded through this new camp. Not just a new camp, our final camp. We are at Wolfdale's, at the site of our great battle. The fate of Vigrid shall be decided here. The wolf or the dragon? Fear and excitement shivered through him. To be part of this momentous moment, to become part of the greatest saga, to be a part of skald songs that would surely be sung throughout the ages. It was every warrior's dream. Yet there is also the very real possibility of death, and not a kind one in my sleep, or a pleasant one with a whore bouncing on top of me, but an extremely painful one at the end of a sharp blade, or on the tips of some Ulfheithnar's sharp teeth or claws. He gulped and adjusted the shield on his back. Sigrun led him on, and he saw daylight filtering through the canopy, coming now in great columns and swathes of light as the branches thinned. They walked upon an old stone road, stepping out from beneath the trees into a strip of green land that spread either side of him. the sky a pale blue, a cold wind cutting into him. There was a wide river before him, and a towering hill beyond it, but it was not the river or hill that drew his eyes. The stone road led to a bridge that arched across the river, and at its far end was a tall timber gate and wall, gate towers rearing at either end. And on the far riverbank, spreading either way beyond the bridge gate, he saw a deep ditch had been dug, leading up to a steep-sloped earth embankment, upon which a timber palisade ran. Upon the gate and embankment palisades were warriors. Many warriors in gleaming helms and brynjas, spear tips glinting in the first light of dawn like a forest of diamonds. All still, all silent, seeming as if they all stared at Guthvar. The sight of it made him stop and stare and swallow nervously again. "Guthvar," Sigrun called to him, and he hurried to catch up with her. Likrifa stood with Rada, a score of her captains about her. "We shall carve a ram to break those gates," Drekker said, glowering at the gate on the bridge. "No rams," Rada said. "The gates are sather bound, there will be no smashing them down. The walls on the embankments are protected too. We can, however, still climb over them." "Ladders then," Drekker said. "Aye, lots of ladders," Rada said. "And rafts to cross the river," Ilska added. "We have a dragon, why can she not just fly over there and destroy them all?" Guthvar thought, though speaking that aloud in Likrifa's earshot did not seem like deep thinking to him. Likrifa just stood and glared at the hill behind the gates. "He is in there, brother," she said to Rada. "Aye, sister, and we shall dig him out." "What does he plan?" Likrifa snarled. "He is wolf cunning, remember." "Oh, I remember," Rada said. "He chained me to a rock and dripped snake venom upon me." "You did skin his daughter alive," Likrifa said, looking at Rada, and she sniggered. Rada looked around at the captains gathered around them, as if he had forgotten they were there. "Ladders and rafts," he said, clapping his hands, and they all turned and walked back to the forest. Sigrun led Guthvar back to her drengers, and they went to the supply wagons, where wood axes were being handed out, along with great rolls of rope and twine. As they made their way off the road into the forest, the rhythmic sounds of axes hewing wood began to ring out, the war host spreading through the forest. Guthvar saw Skraeling climbing trunks and hewing at branches, saw warriors hacking at trunks, wood splintering. "Here," Sigrun said, leading Guthvar and her drengers to a thick-limbed elm tree. John clambered up the trunk and used a hand axe to chop at branches, dropping them down to other drengers who trimmed the branches of leaves and chopped them to size, set about tying them together with twine, making ladders. Guthvar and another drenger hefted long-shafted wood axes and set about chopping into the base of the trunk, the thicker timber needed for raft building. A sound behind Guthvar, and he turned to see a dozen dragon cultists stripped to the waist and hacking at a tree, their dragon tattoos swirling across their bodies, glistening with sweat despite the cold wind that soughed through the forest. The branches of the tree were quivering, began to shake violently. "Oh no!" "You dare!" a voice said from somewhere above, ancient as time, sounding like the scrape and scratch of branches in the breeze, the rustle and crackle of leaves. And then Guthvar saw a figure drop to the ground, one knee and fist on the ground, slowly rising. A woman, carved from wood, hair trailing and shifting like vines, her face sharp-carved lines, contorted with rage. "You dare!" she cried, raising her hands, and the dragon cultists fell back before her. "Reader Skepara Mins, Binda Og Snara, Rifa Og Rifa." The Froa called out, and the ground shook, began to buck and heave, and roots burst from the earth, snaking around the ankles and legs of the dragon cultists, snaring them, dragging them to the ground. Guthvar saw 3, 4, 5 of them caught and pulled to the ground, others turning and running, roots whipping after them, lashing at them. Those on the ground twisted and struggled, but the roots wrapped tighter around them, pinning them, and still the roots flexed tighter. Screams pierced the air, terror-filled, and Guthvar stared in fixated horror as flesh began to rip and tear, blood welling, spurting, cracking sounds as bones broke and shattered, the screams rising in pitch, and one of the warriors who had evaded the roots ran back in, began chopping with an axe at the roots that snared a woman. Vinvither af sofablo the minu, stinga og stinga, drepa og slatra. The Froa screamed, rage and malice filled, and the vines that were her hair snaked out, each one thorn-barbed, piercing her attacker, stabbing into his limbs and body, blood spurting. She raised him up into the air, threw him screaming into a tree with a bone-splintering crunch. He dropped to the ground, whimpering, blood staining the forest litter. Guthvar heard more screaming, more branch-scraping voices crying their Sather words. He turned in a slow circle, saw the forest shaking all around him, saw people running, screaming, saw vines and roots whipping, snaring, impaling, blood spraying. He held his axe, backed away until he bumped into the tree at his back. Sigrun was shouting orders, her drengers moving to her, forming a circle, axes and weapons ready, but Guthvar could only stare at the savagery all around him. There was a greater roaring, drowning out the sounds around him, a shadow above the forest canopy, a great wind from beating wings, and Likrifa was crashing through the canopy above, splintered branches and leaves raining down, the dragon descending, her jaws wrapping around the trunk of an ash tree close to Guthvar. The dragon's feet hit the ground and the world trembled as Likrifa heaved, straining. The Froa spirit turned and shrieked, whipped at Likrifa's hide with her roots and vines, tore red wheels along the dragon's skin, blood welling in long streaks, but Likrifa ignored the Froa and pulled. There was a ripping, tearing sound and the ash tree tore loose from the ground, an explosion of earth, roots flailing in the air like grasping fingers, and Likrifa spat the tree from her mouth, threw it to the ground with a crash, a cloud of dust. The Froa spirit screeched and stumbled, fell to one knee, gasping and sucking at air, her hands rising to her throat. She toppled to her side, chest heaving, limbs and vines thrashing, her breath wheezing, mouth open wide, choking. A spasm wrenched through her, a lingering shudder, and she was still, eyes wide, mouth frozen in a rictus scream. Likrifa stood over the fallen ash tree and Froa, opened her jaws and roared, Guthvar falling to his knees and clasping his hands over his ears. Then Likrifa was crashing through the forest, jaws snapping and crunching about the next ash tree. Chapter 56. Varg v. Arg stood on the walkway over the bridge gate and looked out at Likrifa tearing trees from the ironwood like so much kindling. Varg had seen her appear, wings beating, raising her up above the forest canopy, and then she was plunging down again, disappearing, wood splitting and cracking. The sight of her had filled him with awe and fear, and the wolf in his blood snapped and snarled, hackles raised. The dragon roared, setting the world to shaking, but Varg could also hear other sounds, people shouting, screaming, and other ethereal, inhuman voices, shrieking in horror and rage, in pain and terror. "She is killing the Froa," Val said, a tremor in her voice. "We must stop her," Iva hissed. "How? We cannot go out there." "Poor trees," Tares murmured. The roaring and tree-splitting continued for a while, all on the gate and embankment staring on in silence, and finally, slowly, the sounds of destruction faded and Varg heard the rhythmic chopping of wood resume, began to see movement within the trees, shadowed forms. Out of habit he checked his weapons. His shield and spear were leaning against the wall in front of him, his spectacle helm buckled and hanging at his belt. He half drew his seeks in its scabbard, brushed the pole of his hand-axe, and felt for the hilt of his cleaver. "Soon, no sense," Rokia said beside him. He felt the tension in the air, felt the fear and thrill that came with the threat of violence, with the promise of battle as he had felt it many times before. But this day was different. This day he was free. He looked at the bloodsworn around him, Rokia and Esvik either side of him at Sulik, and his archers spread along the wall, at Glornir beside Val, Orca with Brekka, the tenor Vesli perched on the battlements. As he looked at them, he saw Vesely wrap her slim arms around Brekka and hug him tight, kiss his cheek. Orca's own small crew were about them: Gunnar, Halja, Lif, and Sion. Elvar stood with Gwynne at her side, broad and solid as a cliff in his mail, axe at his belt. A handful of berserkir spread around her, all without their iron collars. All of us tainted, all of us free. It felt incredible, breathtaking, surreal. Elvar, you have changed the world. He looked at the horde mustering beyond the river, though perhaps only for a day. You have given us something to fight for, something other than revenge. There was movement on the far bank, people emerging from the tree line. Groups of warriors carrying wide rafts bound with knotted rope between them, taking them down to the river's edge. Others emerging from the trees with rough-hewn ladders tied with twine. Hundreds of people, clothed in mail, shields on their backs, spears in their fists, steel hanging from their weapons' belts. Varg saw many sigils on shields. The dragon of Likrifa's cultists, a black raven on a gray field marking Ilska the Cruel's raven feeders, a clenched fist, an open sail, crossed axes, and then Varg saw a shield he recognized, a golden scrollwork eye upon it. He hissed and nudged Esvik, pointed. Ah, the Arselings Leif Karlskegsen and Sturker Death in the Eye, Esvik said. So the Nithings got away from Ulas then, Rokia said. I am glad, Esvik said. I owe Sturker a red death. And I owe Leif, Varg growled. The far embankment was seething with movement now, Varg seeing shapes that were obviously not human among the various warbands of warriors. Great clusters of Skraeling with their long-limbed, thick-muscled gaits, rusted mail and crude iron weapons, the bulk of trolls lurking in the shadowed eaves of the forest. Things with many legs scuttled through branches, and tenor flitted in swirling flocks in and out of the tree line. More people and creatures than Varg had ever seen gathered in one place. The sight of the frost spiders made his skin crawl. He heard Esvik chuckling beside him. What is so funny? Varg asked him. Look how happy she is, Esvik said, nodding at Rokia, and he was right. Rokia had a smile on her face. Never has she had so many enemies to kill. It will be a red day, Rokia said. Voices and footsteps behind them, and Varg looked back behind the gates. Half of the Bloodsworn were down there, Einar with them, along with many other warbands, all of them held in reserve for the wall. A group of warriors were passing through them, heading for one of the stairwells at the gate tower. The sides of their heads were shaven, the long hair on top braided. Varg had seen them before, though this was the first time without their collars of iron. Helka's Ulfheithnar passed on to Estrid at Helka's death. A warrior Varg recognized led them up the stairwell, Frek, the man who had sailed with the Bloodsworn to Liga as Prince Hakon's guard. He called out to Elvar, and she turned, greeted him and all those behind him. We would swear our oaths to you, Jarl Elvar, Frek said. You are Ulfheithnar, would you not feel better swearing your oath to your wolf god? She said. You are free to do so. You set us free, not Ulfrir, Frek said. Elvar nodded at that. I will gladly receive your oaths, she said. And we would tell you something of import, Frek said. Estrid and Skalk have been meeting with messengers of Likrifa, sending them information. They were part of the plot against you, with Brothir and Run a Red Axe. H. Jalmar Peacemaker was with them. Elvar looked at them, her face hard and cold. Gwynne beside her made to step past her. Where are you going? Elvar asked him, putting a hand on his wrist. To find them, Gwynne grunted. We have already searched, they are gone, Frek said. We meant to bring them to you, some small measure of thanks for the gift you have given us. But by the time we had discussed it and agreed, he raised his hands, they had fled. Elvar looked to Jitha. Search all of Wolfdales, we do not want them hiding in some dark corner causing trouble. Yes, my Jarl, Jitha said, and called out orders. Drengers held in the reserve behind the gates, turning and heading back towards the great hall. You are welcome to fight with us then, Elvar said to Frek. She gestured to the wall. Wait in the reserve, here at the wall or on either embankment, and go where you are needed. My Jarl, Frek said, dipping his head to Elvar. Horns blew from the other side of the river, and Varg turned to see three figures emerging from the swell of bodies on the far embankment, walking along the road and onto the bridge. Varg heard Orca growl, a low tremor at the edge of hearing, and guessed that one of them was Drekker. A dark-haired man, tall and broad, mail-clad with a long axe in his fist, a raven feather tied in his hair and white scars like claw marks down one side of his face. He bore fresher, scabbed wounds as well. Beside him a man walked who was taller than Drekker, though slimmer. His brown hair was braided and pinned, a short beard oiled and gleaming, dark eyes bright with intelligence, face long and handsome. He wore a gilded brynja and had a seeks at his belt. On his other side a woman strode, mail-clad, dark, gray-streaked hair braided and pinned at the nape, a raven feather tied in it. Her face was all sharp lines, hard and cold as winter, a sword and seeks at her weapon's belt. "Ilska," Varg heard Elvar snarl. "Cold, isn't it?" the tall man said conversationally when he came close to the wall. He stood and looked at the line of faces peering down at him and stamped his feet against the chill. "Where is my brother, then?" he asked good-naturedly, the edges of a smile hovering on his lips. "To know your brother I must know who you are," Elvar said, "and as you appear wholly unmemorable you will have to give me your name." The tall man laughed at that, seemed genuinely amused. "I am Rada, cleverest and most handsome of the gods," he said, giving her a deep bow. "I am guessing you are Elvar who leads this rabble." He peered more intently at her. "Yes, from Bjor's description you are definitely Elvar." Varg saw Elvar blink at that, a flicker of emotion that rippled across her face and was gone. "You see, I knew it," Rada said, another smile. "You are Likrifa's messenger, then," Elvar said. "And where is she?" "Likrifa is as far above you as you are above an ant," Rada said. "She does not converse with ants." "But you do," Elvar said. "I love all creatures that my father created," Rada said, rubbing his hands together and blowing into them. "Though sometimes I wonder why he bothered." His eyes flickered along the wall and he saw Orca. "Ah, so you found your way here then. Good. It will save me having to hunt you down once this is done." Orca just stared at him. "I believe you have met Drekker, the man who slew your husband," Rada said, really grinning now. "I shall meet him one more time," Orca said, her voice hard as iron. "Today I will kill you and your son too," Drekker growled at her. "Hard words break no bones," Esvik called down at him. Rada looked at Esvik. "You appear to have made some friends, Orca. A shame that they shall all be dead before the day is done." "Do you have anything of worth to say?" Elvar said. "Your words are starting to drone in my ears like the buzzing of a fly." "I like you," Rada said with another grin, "and I am feeling uncommonly kind-hearted today. I am here to offer you your lives and your freedom." "Generous of you," Elvar said, "which is why you have marched a war host to my door." "Not your door," Rada said, "my brother's." "And yes, it is a generous offer, one of my many failings," he shrugged. "Give me the wolf and you may go free." "Ulfrir is not mine to give," Elvar said. "Ah, and I thought better of you," Rada said. "This is no time for lies among friends. All Vigrith knows that you are the one who thralled the wolf god." "I did," Elvar said, "and now I have set him free." Rada's expression shifted, his smile wavering just for a moment. "Either you lie or you are a fool. For your sake and all those who follow you, I hope you are lying. You are familiar with the expression 'a wolf among sheep.' I have set Ulfrir free and all the tainted too. This is a new world and we shall rid it of gods who would rule us all." "Oh no, you are a zealot," Rada sighed. "You do not look like one, but looks can be deceiving." He shook his head. "Well, I can see that this is pointless. There is no getting through to zealots. But do not say I did not try to help you." "Ilska Drekker, come," he said and turned away. With one last glower at Orca, Drekker followed him, but Ilska stayed where she was, staring up at Orca. "This is your last day," she said, looking up hard and cold at Orca. "Once this begins, I shall find you and end you, for Miek." Then she was turning and striding away. As they reached the embankment, Rada raised his arms and horns blew out, loud and strong. The war host lurched into motion. Varg watched them come forwards. On the riverbanks, rafts were dragged to the water, 30, 40 rafts, more of them emerging from the tree line, scraling and dragon cultists clambering onto them with crude carved oars. On the road, warriors holding ladders appeared, other warriors flanking around them, holding shields high. They reached the bridge, 6 wedges fitting onto the bridge, more forming up behind them, an endless procession filling the embankment, and on the riverbanks the rafts were pushing off, oars slapping into the water, scraling, spitting, and snarling as they drew nearer to this side of the river, eyes fixed on warriors standing on the palisade walls. "This is it, then," Svik said. Varg slipped his now-bending cap onto his head, then took his spectacle helm from his belt and buckled it on tight, shook the mail neck guard across his shoulders. He remembered Yurkul and his ritual of taking a handful of earth and rubbing it between his hands, remembered T. Jorvi and Vali horse breath and Ingmar ice and all the bloodsworn who had fallen since he had joined them. And he remembered Froya, his sister, stabbed and pinned to a tree by Brock Troll's bane. Hands grabbed his shoulders and turned him, and he was looking at Rokia, her helm buckled on, eyes wolf-touched and fierce. "Stay alive, Varg, no sense." She growled at him and gently buted her helm against his, soft as a kiss. Then she was turning and hefting her shield and spear, and the warriors surging towards them were roaring. "Knock!" Sulik cried out, and all along the gate wall his Druzhina warriors knocked arrows to their bows. "Draw and loose," he yelled, and arrows were hissing and buzzing through the air. The splatterripple of arrows piercing shields, finding gaps and piercing flesh, punctuated by screams. Along the far embankment voices cried out, Sather words ringing, and runes crackled to life, blue and red flames, and they were spinning slowly through the air, arcing high over the bridge and gathering speed, curling down towards Varg and those on the wall. "Guthsplath," Val called out, runes sparking to life before her. "Runacrafter," Uspa yelled, more runes crackling into existence. Fornar Hatter, Iva chanted, and fresh runes flared. Verndar Akker Nu, Eldur Logi Oggs Verndar Akker Nuna, they all cried in unison, and their runes merged, hissing and crackling, spreading high above and along the bridge, over the heads of Varg and all those standing upon the bridge palisade. The enemy runes crashed into them, and both exploded in a fountain of red and blue, Varg feeling heat as they showered over him, melting into his mail. And then the ladders were at the gate. Tarvez let out a great roar, picking up a rock the size of a skull and hurling it over the wall, Varg seeing it shatter a shield, the warrior beneath stumbling, dropping to the ground. A spear was thrown through the gap, and the warrior toppled with a scream. Arrows rained down, rattling like hail, more rocks were thrown and spears were hurled. Roars to the left and right, and Varg caught a snatched glimpse of the rafts reaching the riverbank, of warriors and scraling bellowing as they surged onto the bank and down into the ditch, clawing their way up the earthwork embankment. People were falling, pierced with arrows, spears. A ladder slammed onto the wall immediately in front of Varg. 2, 4, 5 more thudding along the top of the palisade, and he glimpsed more shield-guarded ladders being carried onto the bridge. And then it was spear work as bodies climbed the ladders. Faces appeared, helmed and snarling, lashing out with axe or seeks. Varg took an axe blow on his shield, stabbed his spear into a face, and the man fell away, screaming, replaced by another. A Sikh stabbed at him, and he batted it aside with his spear shaft, slammed the iron boss of his shield into this warrior's mouth. A spray of teeth and blood as the warrior reeled back, one hand still clinging to the ladder, Varg stabbing with his spear, raking it across the warrior's hand, and severed fingers spun away, the warrior disappearing with a shriek, blood spurting from his ruined hand. Either side of him, Svik and Rokia stabbed and hacked, mists of blood exploding, the whole world becoming a snarling, grunting, blood-soaked haze. Spears were hurled up at them from the bridge, some hissing overhead, some thumping into the lindenwood of shields, the wet slap of others piercing flesh. Screams along the wall, the crash of bodies falling to the ground behind the gates. Another face reared from a ladder, a fair-haired woman hacking at Varg with a hand axe. He took the blow on the boss of his shield, a clang that shivered up his arm, and he stabbed with his spear, the blade bursting through mail links and on, grating through ribs deep into the warrior's chest. She fell away, and he tried to rip his spear free, felt it snag on bone, and was dragged slamming into the wall with a grunt. He let go of his spear rather than be dragged over the wall, drew his hand axe and hooked the beard of the blade around the ladder shaft, dragged it to his right, heaving at the weight of bodies climbing the ladder, and it toppled sideways, slowly building momentum until it crashed into the next ladder, splintering it, and both of them fell away, the people climbing it shrieking, jumping clear. "Good thinking for a man with no sense," Esvik gasped at him, and then the next ladder was slamming against the wall. Chapter 57. Gudvar G. Udvar starred in horrified fascination. He was standing with his aunt and her drengers a few paces beyond the tree line, close to a stream that fed into the river. His shield was slung across his back, and he held his spear in a white-knuckled fist. Warriors stretched to left and right, all waiting their turn to march into the steel storm that was raging before them. Just the sound of the battle made him want to cover his ears, made him want to take a few quiet steps backwards, into the tree line, then turn and slip away. The din of war filled the forest. Screams drifted on the cold wind, battle cries, death shrieks, the clash of steel and iron, the drum of feet. No, face your fear, find your courage. As Gudvar watched, he saw a fresh wave of rafts rowing across the river, saw warriors and Skraeling leap from them onto the far bank, disappearing as they descended into the ditch, then reappear as they scrambled up the far side. Arrows, spears, rocks, all came hurtling down at those warriors, and Gudvar marveled at their courage, how they kept climbing, despite the death raining down upon them, despite seeing their comrades' corpses tumbling or sliding back down into the ditch. How can they do that? Keep on going in the face of such death? He swallowed, feeling scared and then ashamed. He saw a warrior reach the embankment wall and heave himself over, saw him set upon by foes to either side, saw him fall. A handful of others reached the wall, another wave from the rafts scrambling and slithering up the ditch behind them. A new roar drew his eyes to the bridge, where he saw a knot of Skraeling were gathered, preparing to assault the gates. They were snarling and growling, thumping their chests, ripping at their tattered mail shirts, the sound of them rising to a frenzied roar, and then they were running in great leaps and bounds, warriors moving from their way. They reached the press at the gates, where warriors stood with shields raised and locked, protecting those carrying new ladders. The Skraeling leaped onto the tops of the shields and leaped again, reaching the top of the wall with long-armed, grasping hands, hauling themselves over the palisade and onto the walkway beyond. Gudvar saw snatched glimpses of furious combat, spears and swords stabbing, Skraeling swinging their crude iron weapons, a huge, black-skinned man lifting a Skraeling over his head and hurling the Visen back over the wall at those carrying ladders at the gates, smashing a knot of warriors to the ground. He swallowed again, a fresh wave of fear swiftly followed by shame. To Gudvar's right there was a splash and a ripple of movement in the stream, and he looked closer, saw a glimpse of a black shining, chitinous body, antennae, a curving tail and sting. A Spurtuse swimming down the stream towards the river. Then more movement, another Spurtuse and another, until the stream looked crammed with them as salmon in breeding season. The rustle of movement behind him, and he twisted, saw that Rada was passing within the shadows of the forest, the warrior Bior and a dozen others behind him. "Where are we going?" he heard Bior say. I told you if you need a job done properly, you must do it yourself, Radha said, and then they were gone, merging with the gloom of the forest. An impact on his arm and he jumped wild-eyed. It was his aunt. She was slapping his arm with the back of her hand. Gudvar, make ready, she said. What? Gudvar squeaked. Make ready, Sigrun said to him as she buckled her helm tighter, nodding towards where her drengers were lifting 2 rafts. Time to earn our place in this skald song, she said to him. The drengers began to carry the rafts down the bank towards the river, Sigrun yelling for her drengers to follow her. Gudvar swallowed and took a slow step after her. Chapter 58. Orca fought with her 2 Sikhs. They were both red to the hilts. She ducked beneath the sweep of a Skraeling's long arm, snarled as she came back up and slashed one of the blades at the creature's thigh, flesh parting, blood streaming, sent it stumbling backwards, crashing into Halja, who slammed her shield into the Veesen and sent it tumbling off the walkway, falling to the ground where the warriors waiting in reserve at the gate pierced it with a dozen spears. 2 more Skraeling before her on the walkway, their backs to her, raking claws and hacking at Brekka. He took a blow on his shield and stumbled back a pace, set his feet and jabbed at the Veesen with his spear. One swept the spear away and lunged at Brekka. As Orca charged, she saw Vesli sweep down from above and wrap her claws around the head of one of the Skraeling, biting and ripping with her long talon nails. The Skraeling shrieked, staggered, and fell from the wall. Orca took 2, 3 steps and leaped, crashing into the second Skraeling, the 2 of them falling to the floor, rolling, snarling, biting. Orca twisted and heaved herself on top of the creature and stabbed with both blades, a flurry of blows, blood flying in arcs. She growled and snarled, stabbed again and again and again, slowly realized the Skraeling was no longer struggling, limbs flopping. Realized Brekka had been stabbing it with his spear too, his lips drawn back in a snarl. She rose, blood spattered, breathing hard, saw a face loom at the wall, a socketed helm and red beard. She stabbed, a Sikh's grating along the socket guard of the helm and into Redbeard's eye. A rising shriek cut short and he was falling away, Orca pulling her Sikhs free. She stabbed both Sikhs into the timber of the wall and swept up her long axe, which she had laid down, the fighting too close for long axe work. Setting the top curve of the axe blade against the strut of the ladder, she pushed, felt it move back away from the wall, bent her back to it. But the weight of bodies climbing the ladder was too great and she reached a sticking point, grunted and strained, every sinew bulging. Her feet began to slip and she was sliding back. Brekka grabbed the axe and heaved too, but still they were sliding backwards. A shadow behind Orca, someone else grasping the haft of her axe, and she stopped sliding. A snatched glance over her shoulder and she saw Einar half-droll there. Together, he said, and all 3 of them pushed at the blade, sent the ladder toppling back. It teetered a moment in the air, standing upright, then Orca, Einar and Brekka shoved again and the ladder was falling away from the wall, screams echoing up. My thanks, half-droll, Orca grunted. You're welcome, Einar said, then went back to restocking the pile of boulders on the walkway. He was able to carry twice as many as any other warrior, so the task had fallen to him. All along the walkway above the gates battle raged, Orca seeing Elvar fighting with shield and sword, Gwynne beside her hacking a shield apart with his hand axe, timber spraying, the warrior behind it half over the wall, one leg still on the ladder. Gwynne chopped again, his axe smashing through the splintered shield and into the arm of the warrior holding it, ripped his axe free and slashed it across the warrior's face, dented the man's helm, scraped along it and carved a bloody line across cheek and through his nose. A scream and the warrior toppled backwards. Berserkers around Elvar hacked at 2 Skraeling that had made it over the wall, carving them to pieces. A lull in the combat, a hesitation from those heaving the ladders against the wall and scrambling up them, and Orca glanced over the palisade, saw the dead piled in heaps before the gates. More warriors carrying ladders were stepping onto the bridge. Beyond them, mercenary warbands were moving into position, shields lining up. In the eaves of the forest, Orca saw huge shadows gathering, 20, 30 trolls, more, growling, gnashing their teeth and yellowed tusks, spears thick as saplings and clubs banded with iron in their fists. And behind them Orca saw the scuttling, angular movement of frost spiders, scores of them spreading out from the tree line into the pale day. "Be ready," Elvar yelled, and all along the wall warriors reset themselves. Glornir stood with Sulik and Issa, all of them blood-spattered. Sulik had sheathed his bow and had a saber in one fist, a slim-handled axe in the other. A rush of movement on the riverbank to Orca's left, beyond the bridge, more rafts being launched. Crowded with drengers, skraeling, and mercenaries, and Orca saw creatures emerging from the water on this side of the river, a line of black scuttling, segmented creatures, curved tails and stings arching over their backs. "Where's Spertues?" Orca cried, ripping her seekses out of the timber where she had stabbed them and pointing one of her blades. The cry was taken up, and arrows fizzed and buzzed as the Spertues swept up the riverbank and down the other side into the ditch. Some of them opened their shells and wings spread wide, lifting them into the air. Arrows punched into them, black blood flowing, and many fell crashing to the ground, others pinned to the earth as they scuttled up the embankment. But there were too many, and soon scores of them were reaching the embankment wall. Spears stabbed down, slicing into them, but many of the Spertues were scrambling over the wall in a flurry of wings and barbed limbs. Then the screaming began. Warriors walked towards the bridge carrying more ladders, Orca seeing the mercenary bands moving forwards, trolls and frost spiders following them, and far to her left rafts were skidding onto the nearside riverbank, warriors and skraeling leaping into the shallows and clambering ashore. They ran forwards, up a gentle slope and down into the ditch, disappearing and reappearing again, clambering up the embankment. A handful of arrows flitted down at them, spears stabbing, some falling, and then they were at the wall and heaving themselves over. On the palisade Orca saw black clouds of Spertues poison floating in the wind, saw the creatures scuttling, flying, their black stings stabbing, and corpses lay heaped upon the walkway. The resistance on the embankment was fraying, close to breaking. A thunderous roar drew her eyes, and Orca saw the warriors on the bridge parting, a handful of trolls lumbering forwards, bellowing as they came. They all gripped huge, thick-shafted spears or wickedly curved axes, and threw them as they ran. Some hissed over the gate wall, a berserker skewered by a spear and hurled from the walkway. Many of the spears and axes thudded deep into the timber of the gates and wall. Orca heard a warrior near to her laughing, mocking the trolls' poor aim. But then the trolls were at the wall, leaping, grabbing hold of the axe and spear shafts and hauling themselves up, roaring as they came. Warriors around Orca stabbed down with spears and swords, dropped rocks, chopped with axes, a troll crying out and falling away, squashing people as he hit the bridge. But others heaved themselves tumbling over the wall, falling onto the walkway and lashing out, sending warriors flying, falling, toppling back into the courtyard behind the gates. And behind the trolls came a swarm of tenor, whirring out from the iron wood and falling upon the defenders of the wall, slashing and raking at faces with their long-taloned hands. Orca cut one from the air with a seeks in a spray of blood, turned and stabbed her seeks deep into the meat of a troll's thigh, heard it bellow in pain as she ripped the blade free, saw Vesely skewer another tenor with her small spear. More ladders crashed against the wall, warriors scrambling up them and throwing themselves onto the palisade. Screams drifted across to her, and she saw warriors from the embankment walls falling back, shield walls forming in knots, black clouds of Spertues poison hanging in the air. "The wall is breached," Orca shouted. She looked along the line on the gate wall and saw trolls, warriors, and tenor everywhere. Kneeling, she wiped her Sikh's blades clean on a corpse's tunic, sheathed them and gripped her long axe. "Fall back," Elvar bellowed. Chapter 59. Gudvarji Udvar leaped from the raft towards the riverbank, splashed into ice-cold water that soaked his legs to the knees and snatched at his breath, waded through water and reeds and onto the riverbank. Looking around for Sigrun, he saw her to his right and made for her as she surged on, her shield held high, sword drawn in her other fist. On up a gentle slope. A flicker of movement and an arrow hissed past him, and he twisted, saw the arrow slam into a warrior's throat, saw them tumble backwards into the shallows, grasping at the shaft, blood spreading like oil in the water. Gudvar stumbled on, using his spear as a staff to keep his footing on the slippery ground, lost sight of Sigrun, found her again, and then the ditch was before him. A steep slope down, and Gudvar hesitated, death's reek wafting up to him, of blood and voided bowels, a sight of nightmares before him. The ditch was piled thick with corpses, limbs tangled in a macabre embrace, mouths open, flies already crawling in them, empty, lifeless eyes staring. Gudvar took a step backwards, then another. Someone slammed into his back, shoved him forwards, and he was stumbling down the ditch, lost his footing in the slick mud and falling, tumbling, losing his grip on his spear and slamming into something, his head crunching into his shield. He tried to move, turned his head into a Skraeling's dead face, opened his mouth to shout for help but sucked in a mouthful of hair instead. There was a foot on his back, a weight pressing him down, and panic filled him, struggling and flailing. He grabbed hold of the top rim of his shield and dragged himself to his knees. Stayed there, gasping in great lungfuls of air. The twang of bows and arrows hissed, a woman falling back down the slope, crashing to the ground beside him, an arrow through her eye. The only way out was up, was forwards. He staggered up the mud-churned slope, dragging himself with his shield, slid back a step, climbed 2 more. Slid back another step. Shouts and screams filtered down to him. A body rolled down the embankment towards him, and he tried to avoid it, fell, dug his fingers into the mud to stop himself slithering back down into the ditch, and dragged himself up, slamming the shield rim into the soft earth, his arms burning with the effort. He began crawling up the slope, fist in the earth, then shield, fist in the earth, then shield. A shadow before him, and he looked up, saw the wall. Clambering to his feet, the wall reared before him up to chest height. There were no warriors facing him, which he thanked the dead gods for, though he saw blurred figures on the walkway, heard the clash of weapons, saw black clouds of Spiritu's poison hovering in the air, and the rapid scuttle of their segmented bodies. Hoping they'd know he was on their side, he heaved his shield up and over the wall, anchored it, grabbed the wall with his other hand, and with a gargantuan effort hauled himself up and flopped over onto the walkway. Lay there, his chest heaving. The dead were all about him, men and women in mail, some with black veins threading their faces, mouths open, black tongues swollen, Skraeling with great rents in their flesh, Spiritu's leaking pools of black blood. He saw feet and legs moving in shuffling, juddering dances, heard steel striking shields, clanging on metal, heard the sound of blades hewing flesh. I have no strength left, am too weak to stand, let alone fight. Death, take me if you will. A Spiritu scuttled towards him, its black sting twitching, and Gudvar found new strength, flopped onto his front and pushed himself up, staggered away, hefted his shield. "Friend," he cried to the Spiritus, holding his shield before him. "I am on your side." The Spiritus regarded him a moment, its antennae twitching, a ball of fluid glistening at the tip of its sting. A hand grabbed Gudvar's shoulder and dragged him around. His aunt, shield and blood-slick sword in her hands, and he felt a wave of relief to see her. The Spiritus scuttled away. "With me," Sigrun said to him, "and draw your sword," she grunted. Then she was moving, Drengers falling in behind her. Gudvar thumped down a handful of timber steps off the walkway, drawing his sword, and they were on a wide track that skirted the steep slope of the hill. He saw that all along this embankment, warriors and Skraeling were clambering over the wall, the defenders retreating down the path before them. Jarl Sigrun led them around a black cloud of Spiritu's poison that hovered in the air, people lying dead within it, beneath it, bodies twisted and black-veined. Gudvar saw a knot of combat raging on the path before them, Skraeling and dragon cultists hurling themselves against a small shield wall, wolf heads painted on the shields. Gudvar seeing a white-haired, barrel-chested warrior with a braided beard shouting and bellowing insults. They were retreating slowly, swords and spears stabbing out at the Skraeling and dragon cultists who hurled themselves at the linden wall, axes chopping, leaving a tide of the dead behind them. "Come," Sigrun said to Gudvar, and she was lifting her shield, locking it with Gudvar's. "Warriors of Feller to me," she yelled, and Drengers ran to her, shields slamming together, a wall 10 men wide forming, other warriors stepping into a second line. Sigrun punched her sword hilt into her shield, setting a rhythm, and her warriors echoed her, marching in time to her beat. Gudvar's heart slammed in his chest, beat in his mouth. Skraeling saw them coming, made way. Gudvar and Sigrun were 10 paces from the enemy's shield wall, 5 paces. Then with a roar they were crashing together. Shields scraped, Gudvar pressing his shoulder into his, feeling the weight of the enemy against it. "I am in the battle fray, the storm of steel," he realized. He gritted his teeth, peering over the rim of his shield, saw a snarling growler of a man, all black beard, frothing lips, and blood-crusted axe. Gudvar stabbed his blade over his shield rim, slithering out to ping off Blackbeard's helm. The man hooked his axe over Gudvar's rim and dragged it down, Gudvar seeing a spearman in the second row, the spear snaking towards him. He felt a moment of gut-churning, bowel-loosening fear and opened his mouth to scream. A Spiritu's dropped out of nowhere, its tail flicking out, and the spearman was gasping, black veins spreading from a swelling lump on his cheek, the spear falling from his grip as his hands went to his throat, and he was reeling away, choking, gasping, collapsing to his knees. Then other Spiritu's were flying over the wall of shields and dropping low. Screams rang out, warriors dropping shields and weapons, black veins spreading through them, and the shield wall was breaking apart, splintering in a dozen places. The white-haired warrior yelled, and then the warriors were turning and running in a knot around him. Gudvar felt a wave of relief as he saw the backs of his enemy, then a flush of elation. "I have stood in the shield wall, and my enemy have broken and fled before me." He glanced at the Spiritu's, before us. "On," Sigrun said, and they moved forwards, maintaining their wall of shields. His enemy ran before him, merging with more warriors who were retreating from the embankment walls. Gudvar saw archers stopping to knock and loose arrows, then running on again, other warriors slowing to lock shields and retreat in a more orderly fashion. Other warriors lagged behind, some locked in combat as Skraeling ran around Sigrun and her small shield wall, leaping at the straggling warriors, and the Spiritu's scuttled after them, spreading the pestilence from their mouths, stabbing with their stings. Sigrun led Gudvar on, more of her Drengers finding her, other warriors joining them. He could see the bridge and gates now, heard horns blowing. Saw warriors streaming down the stairwells above the gates, forming a thick wall of shields and retreating slowly, the warriors retreating from this embankment joining them, slipping into the wall and locking their shields. They retreated backwards, moving out of Gudvar's sight, hidden by a promontory of the hill. Other figures were swarming over the gate wall now, Skraeling and other warriors, the Skraeling leaping from the walkway and clustering at the gates, heaving great bars up and casting them down with a resounding crash. Then the gates were swinging open on their iron hinges. A wave of warriors poured through the gates. Ilska and Drekker were there, marching through the open gates at the head of the Raven Feeders, Drekker with his long axe in his fists and shield slung across his back, Ilska with her sword and shield in her hands. A host followed behind them, and as Gudvar drew nearer he saw that the other embankment must have fallen too, for there were more of Likrifa's war host surging along the path that shadowed the hill. Sigrun led her warriors towards Ilska and the Raven Feeders, and as they moved into the area behind the gates Gudvar saw that the bridge road continued on, flanked by two steep-sloped spurs of the hill, towards a huge arched doorway set into the hillside. It towered above them, large enough for Likrifa to walk through in her dragon form, and before it stood Elvar and her war host. A wall of shields spread across the road like a great dam before a river. Chapter 60. Elvar walked behind the lines of the shield wall, bellowing commands, Grend, Jitha, Solin Spittle and Barak shadowing her. The stone gates of Wolfdales were open a crack, the wounded limping or being carried into the great hall. The two stone wolves crouched either side of the gate with their hackles up, lips pulled back in savage snarls, eyes fixed on Likrifa's war host as it flowed through the bridge gate. Berserkir and Ulfheithnar prowled back and forth behind the bulwark of the shield wall, eyes of amber and green glowering at the oncoming horde, rumbling, snarling, growling. Between the Berserkir and the shield wall stood Val, Uspa and Iva, heads together in conversation. Taras the bull stood close to them, clothed in a steel skullcap and a coat of mail, two handaxes thrust into his belt. A handcart was pulled out from the open gates of Wolfdales full of bundled arrows, Sulik and Kesha pulling it at a half-run. They passed through the ranks of Berserkir and Ulfheithnar to where Sulik's warriors in their Druzhina kit waited, who fell upon the contents of the cart like the starving upon fresh-cooked bread. Sulik barked orders and they formed a line behind the shield wall. Elvar stood assessing the war host gathering in the space this side of the gates, saw Ilska marshalling her troops, shouting at warbands. A shield wall was forming, deeper than Elvar's, and behind it the Visen milled in an ever-growing horde. Trolls lumbered, growling and roaring, Skraeling gathered in tight clusters, frost spiders spread like the sea, tenor whirring and flitting in the air like starlings, many of them perching on the gate wall, and behind them all Elvar glimpsed through the open gates the wraith-like bodies of night hags. The immensity of Likrifa's war host hit her, despite the hundreds, maybe thousands, that had already fallen in the assault on the gate and embankments, and a wave of fear washed through her, clouding her thinking for a moment. "Where ith the dragon?" Solin Spittle lisped. "Out there somewhere," Elvar said, gazing at the dark wall of the forest. "Watching us. But she hesitates, has not come to join the battle. Ulfrir was right, thank the dead gods. Because if she had joined the battle fray this would have gone badly wrong already." "Why hath she not come at Uth?" Solin asked. "She fears Ulfrir," Elvar said. "Fears his wolf cunning, fears a trap. She will not risk herself, wants to see us broken first." "Let her try," Gwynne snarled, and Elvar smiled at him, the spell her fear had cast over her shattering like ice under a stamped heel. It felt good to have him back at her side. "It is time," Elvar said. Jitha and her captain lifted a horn to her lips and blew, long and ringing. The gates of Wolfdales creaked and began to grind, closing with an echoing crash. "We are locked out, enemies ahead, a cliff behind," Elvar realized. "Ulfrir better pass this test of trust, or it is our lives on the line." She looked at her war host, "All of us." She strode through the Berserkirs and Ulfheithnar paused to look at them, Thorgunna and Freck stepping forwards, their chosen captains. "You know what to do, remember the plan, keep your beasts on a tight leash," she said, to which there were grunts and heas and nods, and then she was striding towards Sulik and her shield wall beyond. Orv the Sneak ran up to her, bow in hand, his quiver full to bursting with arrows. "Thought I might be of better use with this than in the shield wall to start with, chief, if that's all right with you," he said to her. "That's fine with me," Elvar said. "Come and join us when you run out of arrows." "Aye, chief," he said, bobbing his head and moving to join Sulik and his crew. Elvar shrugged her shield from her back and hefted it, a new shield taken from the supplies brought out from Ulfrir's chamber, as the shield she had been using on the wall was too battered and splintered to last long in the coming clash of shields and steel. "Make way for Elvar Chainbreaker," Barak called out as they reached the rear of the shield wall. A great roar rose up, her warbends cheering her, ringing and echoing between the stone doors and two spurs of hill as warriors parted and Elvar looked up at the hulking warrior. "Chainbreaker," she said as the din faded. "Aye," Barak grunted. "You have broken our chains, set us free. Your fair fame will live on forever." "If any of us survive this day to remember it," Elvar thought. She strode through the center of the shield wall, warriors parting before her, opening a path. "Jarl Elvar," Jitha said quietly, leaning closer, "you should rethink your position. If you are lost, your host will crumble." "No," Elvar said. She knew that what Jitha said made sense from a tactical point of view, but the tactics were all spoken of and finished now. This next part was about will and heart, about muscle and steel, about strength and courage, and she knew that she was the beating heart of her war host. She had led them here and she would fight with them here. Perhaps die with them here. "I knew you would say no," Jitha said, a smile twitching her lips, "but as your captain I had to say it." Her expression shifted, became serious. "I am honored to serve you, fight by your side," she said. "You are not your father." Elvar faltered in her steps and she looked at Jitha, nodded to her. And then she saw her battle grim ahead of her, 2 rows deep set at the front and center of the shield wall. Sivet turned and grinned at her, gave her a mock bow, offering her the space in the front row, and she took it with a smile. Gwynne slotted in on her left, Sivet on her right, Barak and Jitha and Solin behind her. She set her shield on the ground, resting her arm, and looked along the line. Saw chiefs and their crews from her mercenary bands either side of the battle grim. Beyond them Glornir and his bloodsworn drawn up on her right flank. On her left flank Orlig and Dagrun with his Drengers and Tainted. She turned her head and saw her Drengers lined 3 deep behind the battle grim. "Drink," Gwynne said, thrusting a horn of water to her, and she took it and drank deep, knew that the battle thirst would be on her soon with no chance of slaking it. Other warriors around her drank from cups and waterskins. Horns blew and Elvar turned again to face Likrifa's war host. She lifted her shield and drew the slim-hafted axe from Oskatreth at her belt that Gwynne had given her. Set her feet. Began to pound her axe haft on the planks of her shield, Sivet and Gwynne taking up the rhythm either side of her, until all her shield wall rang with the pounding, beating like a great beast's heart. Likrifa's war host flowed into the road between the 2 hills, coming on like a wave of wood and iron and flesh, and Elvar saw that the raven feeders were at the front and center, their gray shields and black ravens, and Ilska led them, Drekker snarling in the second row behind her, his long axe in his fists. Bjor rose up in her head, dark-haired and sad-eyed, and she felt anger and sadness coil around one another. She searched their ranks but could not see him. 100 paces separated them, and Elvar saw movement at the feet of the raven feeders, saw Spurtews come scuttling out from between their feet, a black glistening tide of them, antennae twitching, tails and stings arched high over their backs. They swept forwards and Elvar felt a jolt of fear. In the crush of the shield wall there was no escaping the poisonous creatures. Some of them opened their carapaces and their wings blurred, lifting them into the air. A hissing from far behind Elvar like the rising of a strong wind, and arrows were arcing over the warbend, falling like hail into the wave of Spurtews, puncturing their black shells, black blood spurting, skewering them and punching them from the air to fall screeching. Another volley and another, and the ranks of the Spurtews thinned. A score or so were left and they surged forwards, almost on the shield wall now, stings twitching and spasming. A handful were running at Elvar and her part of the wall. One seemed to be looking straight at her, ran at her, its sting darting forward like the lash of a whip. She dropped her shield to stop it running beneath the shield rim and stinging her legs, and the Spiritue's sting cracked into the shield, stuck in the timber. And then Gwynne was leaning over and chopping with his hand axe, a fountain of black shell and tar-slick blood, and the creature was twitching on the ground. Gwynne wrenched his axe free, and Elvar hacked the sting from her shield and raised it up. Saw another Spiritue's to her left rise into the air on wings, its mouth open, a black cloud like flies issuing from its mouth, and warriors began to scream. One stumbled from the wall, dropping to her knees, clutching at her throat. Elvar saw black veins spreading through her face, and the warrior toppled slowly to her side, feet twitching. The cloud of pestilence began to spread along the line, and Elvar sucked in a deep breath, held it, heard raised voices behind her. Vetrar vinda, tida og tida svarta skith drafa thorn vi. A wind surged from behind her shield wall, hissing across her, tugging at her warrior braid, and the black cloud was shredding, whipped away like clouds in a storm. Spears snaked out from the shield wall, punching into the Spiritue's segmented belly, and it was screeching, dropping to the ground. A horn blast from the rear of Likrifa's shield wall, and the last of the Spiritue's were veering away, curling around to scuttle back to the safety of the approaching war host. Sulik's archers continued to loose volley after volley, Likrifa's war host in range now. Elvar, hearing the rattle of arrows striking wood, heard screams as some found flesh, saw shields drop in the front row, warriors from the second row stepping forwards, trampling their fallen comrades as they filled the gaps in the wall. They were close, the tramp of feet stirring up a cloud of dust, snarling faces, sharp steel glinting, filling the whole of Elvar's world. "Chief," Sivet said, frowning at the onrushing shield wall, "are you sure this is part of your deep cunning plan?" Elvar laughed, feeling the surge of fear and excitement, the battle joy flooding her. "Elvar," Gwynne said to her, and she looked at him. "I'll see you after," he said, and grinned at her. Then with a roar Likrifa's host surged forwards, and the shield walls were crashing together. Chapter 61. Varg v Arg checked his shield was locked with Esvik's and Rokia's, set his feet firmly and braced his shoulder into his shield, looking over the top rim to see a wall of linden wood, steel and flesh crashing down upon him. Brock Trollsbane is out there, in that shield wall. May the dead gods grant that he comes against me. A concussive crash rippled along the line like thunder, clouds of dust swirling up, Varg rocked back by the weight pressing down upon him. Esvik grunted beside him, staggered back a pace, Rokia's feet scraping as she slid back. "No," Varg heard Rokia growl, as if by her very words and will she could resist the mountain crushing down upon them. The weight of the shield wall behind Varg pushed back, steadying him, helping him find his balance. He thrust back, the dust cloud of their collision settling, and he stabbed blindly with his seeks over the top rim of his shield, felt the blade scrape off a steel helm. Above him he glimpsed the streak of rune spells arcing overhead. Grunts and snarls everywhere, thuds and the screech of steel on iron, axes chopping into wood, steel stabbing into flesh. A face loomed before him over a shield rim, a dark-haired woman, a Sikh snaking out at him. He twisted his head, and the Sikh's blade grated on his helm. A twist of his wrist, and he knocked the Sikh's to his left, flicked his own blade out, and scored a red line down the warrior's forearm. She grunted and drew her blade back, locked eyes with him, and they shoved and pushed their shields, each trying to gain an advantage. He felt a burning line of flame across his calf, realized she had stabbed at him beneath his shield and sliced through his leg wrap and wool breeches, knew that she was a veteran of the shield wall. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the pain that pulsed from his wound, kept his shield locked, holding against hers. With a grunt and shove he pushed, twisted her shield open a handspan, and saw Orca Skullsplitter's long axe hiss over his shoulder and chop into the gap, hacking into Darkhair's shoulder, male lynx and blood exploding as Orca ripped the axe back. Darkhair's shield wavered and dropped as the shoulder wound sapped her strength, and Varg stabbed out with his seeks, piercing the soft flesh of her throat. A gush of dark blood, and she was falling gurgling away, someone stepping forward, filling the gap. Varg snatched a glimpse over his shoulder and nodded his thanks to Orca, who stood with no shield, her long axe held high, Brekka holding a shield to cover her left, Lif with him, and Sion to Orca's right. Orca grunted at his nod, and then he was facing forwards again. To his right he glimpsed Rokia stab her seeks into an eye socket, a shriek cut short, and to his left Esvik punched his sword hard at the top rim of a shield, tipping it backwards into a warrior's jaw, Einar's axe snaking out from the row behind Esvik, hacking into the warrior's face. An eruption of blood, and the warrior was falling. Another warrior before Varg, a tangle of red beard and a hand axe chopping at him, grating off the front of his helm, the warrior dragging the axe back, hooking Varg's shield, but, anticipating it, he lashed at the axe blade, knocking it loose so that his shield was not pulled down for the spearman in the row behind Redbeard to skewer him. Varg crouched behind his shield, stabbing low under the rim and up, felt his blade find flesh, warm blood sluicing onto his hand as he sawed the blade out, watched Redbeard's face drain of color, mouth opening, and Varg realized he'd stabbed the man in the artery in his groin. Redbeard swayed and slumped, hands dragging him back, another figure filling his place, Varg hoping this one would be Brock Trollsbane. The flit and flicker of arrows overhead falling into Likrifa's host, more screams echoing up. The next warrior was growling and hacking at Varg, broad-shouldered and fair-haired, not Brock. Varg snarled in frustration, lashed out with his seeks, saw the man twist his head away, realized he was tiring, his limbs heavy, tendons in his wrists burning, eyes stinging from sweat and blood. The wolf in Varg's blood was snapping and snarling, begging to be set loose, and he allowed it to filter through him, sharpening his senses, flooding his muscles and sinews with new strength and speed, and he fought on, pushed, stabbed and chopped, and Fairhair was falling away, replaced swiftly by another. Not Brock. Varg lost track of time, stabbed and hacked and sliced, grunting, snarling, spitting, cursing, lost himself to the fog of war. Each attacker, killed in the hope that he'd eventually come face to face with his sister's murderer. An axe chopped over his shield at him, crunched into his shoulder, and mail rings tore. A line of blood welling, Varg flicking his seeks high over his shield, stabbing down, saw the blade slice along the warrior's jawline, cut through the helm's leather buckle, the helm slipping down over the warrior's eyes, and Orca's axe crunched down, denting the helm, and the warrior dropped. Varg glanced up, saw the sun was dipping above the iron wood, became dimly aware that warriors along his front line were stepping back from exhaustion, being replaced by warriors moving up from the third row, but he refused to step away. Brock Trollsbane could be the next face to fill the gap in the shield wall before him. The sound of horns braying, swirling above the combat, and Varg realized it was coming from beyond Likrifa's war host. A ripple passed through the dragon's shield wall, and then they were disengaging, taking a step back, and another, a gap opening between the two shield walls. Likrifa's host stepped back steadily now, retreating, and all along Varg's line warriors cheered, hurled insults, and jeered. Varg's mouth was too dry for words, no saliva in it. He rested his shield on the ground and reached for the flask of water on his belt, drank deep, wiped blood and sweat from his face, looked at Rokia. She grinned at him, wild and feral, gore-spattered. More horns ringing out, and Likrifa's shield wall was parting at the middle, a wide path opening up. Creatures scuttled down it, a multitude of angular, sharp-barbed legs, of clustered shining eyes and long, twitching fangs glistening with ice-tinged venom. A tide of frost spiders flooded through the gap in the shield wall like maggots from a pus-filled wound, spreading along the length of the shield wall, filling the gap between the two hosts. And behind them Varg saw the tall, thick-muscled silhouettes of trolls come lumbering forwards. He stoppered his water skin and buckled it back onto his belt, rolled his shoulders and clicked his neck, sheathed his seeks and drew his cleaver. The day wasn't over yet. Chapter 62. Orca stared at the sea of frost spiders and the trolls lurking behind them. "Remember, do not let those spiders bite you," she said to Brekka, who stood at her side, staring. "I think that is some advice you should remember too," Brekka said with a small smile. "Heya," Orca grunted in agreement. The sensation of ice venom flowing through her veins, numbing her limbs, fogging her head, was not one she wanted to repeat. Some of the spiders took a slow, tentative step towards them. Orca heard Elvar shout something, and then a horn was blowing, sounding the call to retreat. Somewhere a hilt punched onto a shield, and again, setting a rhythm. And as one Elvar's shield wall began to move backwards, stepping in time to the pounding rhythm. "Whatever happens, stay with me," Orca grunted at Brekka. "I will, Mama," Brekka breathed, clutching his battered shield and spear, a shortaxe thrust into his belt. Voices from the rear of the line, rune words and sather spells of frost and flame arced overhead, exploding amidst the spiders. Limbs and ichor erupted, but there were so many of the spiders that the spells disappeared like pebbles cast into a pool. A frost spider scurried forwards, raised its forelegs and bared its fangs, let out a high-pitched, ululating screech, and the sea of spiders was lurching forwards in a stuttering surge. The twang and hiss of arrows from behind Orca, a volley arcing overhead and curving down, another volley loosed before the first one hit, then another, the waves of arrows punching down into the horde of spiders, more sather spells hissing overhead and crashing into the spiders in eruptions of flame and frost. High-pitched shrieks, spiders rolling and curling, and then they were on the shield wall. Leaping, legs grasping with sharp barbs, fangs clacking. Spears snaked out, axes chopping, swords stabbing, shields punching, and spiders fell. Spiders hit the wall before Orca, leaping at Varg, Rokia, and Svik. They were stabbing and chopping with their blades, spiders falling away in eruptions of blue-tinged fluid, but more scrambled over their corpses, hurling themselves at their shields. A spider wrapped its legs around Varg's shield, one barbed leg snaring Varg's coat of mail and heaving him off balance. Orca's long axe and Rokia's sword pierced the spider at the same time, and it fell away like a stone, Varg stumbling back into line. A new horn call and the shield wall retreated faster, the rows at the back peeling away, turning and running, leaving the front few rows to stem the tide of spiders. Warriors were screaming, some dragged from the front row by spiders that clung to them, their shields and all, dragged crashing and rolling to the ground, spiders' fangs stabbing. Lif and Sion stabbed a spider as it leaped at Brekka, skewering it and throwing it from their blades. Another horn call and the shield wall was splitting through the center, the Berserkir and Ulfheithnar striding through them towards the frost spiders, fists filled with sharp-edged steel, their bodies twitching, muscles bunching, eyes glowing. They broke into a loping, slavering, growling run and hit the frost spiders like an avalanche, hurled bodies flying into the air, hacked and chopped and sliced and stabbed all about them in a savage frenzy, carving through the spiders, severing limbs, puncturing abdomens, ripping bodies apart with their hands. "Run for the gates," Orca said to Brekka, and he set off, Sion and Lif keeping pace with him. About to follow, she saw Varg still staring forwards, even though the press of spiders was gone, all of them turning to their new foe. Orca grabbed Varg's shoulder. "You need to run now," she said. He looked at her, a fierce, primal twist to his features. "I think I see him," he snarled, pulling away, staring at the enemy shield wall, Orca following his gaze to where Ilska stood in the front row of the shield wall. She saw Brock Trollsbane beside her, Drekker in the row behind. "If that is Brock Trollsbane, he killed my sister," Varg growled, and Orca could see the wolf prowling through Varg's blood. "Aye, that is Brock," Orca said. "He gave my son the scar he carries beneath his eye." She drew a line with her finger across one cheek. "And you see that man behind him, dark-haired with the long axe. He is Drekker, and he slew my husband." She felt her own wolf growl and snarl, felt a rush of rage, the need for blood and vengeance almost pulling her towards them. "But if we go at them now, we will die and they will live. That is not vengeance for those we love, that is foolishness." She glowered at Drekker and Brock. "Soon, but not now," she growled. "The Skullsplitter is right," Esvik said, putting his hand on Varg's arm, and Rokia grabbed his wrist. "Live no sense and stand over his corpse later," Rokia snarled. Varg stared at Brock a long moment, then nodded. "Aye," he said. A buzzing sound, growing louder, and Orca looked up over the frost spiders and Likrifa's shield wall, saw a cloud swirling towards them, realized what it was. "Hiendur," she yelled, and then she was turning and running with Varg, Esvik, and Rokia on her heels. The buzzing grew louder, and Orca felt the ground shaking, snatched a look over her shoulder and saw the trolls lumbering, breaking into a run, roaring. Then the Hiendur were overhead, swirling in looping circles, some sweeping down upon the Berserkir, Ulfheithnar, and fleeing warriors from the shield wall. Orca saw a cluster of the giant hornets swirl around a warrior's head as they ran, flying into the gaps in their helm, the warrior stumbling, ripping at the helm, tearing the leather strap and hurling it away. It was a fair-haired woman, huge swollen lumps already showing on her face and neck. She opened her mouth to scream, and a Hiendur flew into it, the sting on its abdomen striking at her tongue. She staggered and fell, batting at her face, eyes bulging. More screams rang out throughout the fleeing warriors, even Berserkir roaring and frothing in agony. Eldnit, Griptu Tha, Brendu Tha, Bredu Ikut Ursku. Orca heard voices cry out, and runes were crackling to life ahead of her, before the stone doors of Wolfdale's. They spun in the air, rolling slowly forwards like wheels of fire, growing, merging, turning into a net of crackling flame that stretched across the length of the road, protecting the retreating shield wall. It scythed through the Hiendur in the air, a ripple of sizzling hisses and pops as the Hiendur were incinerated, reduced to flakes of ash. The first of the trolls was almost upon them, and it swung its great club at the rune net, wrapping it around the club and dragging it from the sky. The stench of scorched wood, the club burst into flames, and strands of the net draped across the troll's head and shoulder. A hiss and sizzle of burning flesh, the troll bellowing its pain, throwing the burning club to the ground, pulling the remnants of the net with it, ripping great tracts of blistering flesh from the troll's head and face. It dropped to its knees, thrashing in a frenzy of pain, and slowly toppled to the ground, flattening a handful of frost spiders beneath it, a cloud of dust and charred smoke erupting around it. Orca ran on, Brekka ahead of her, Lif and Sion with him, and Vesli winging above them, a short spear in one of her long-fingered fists. There were shouts and screams behind her, and glancing back she saw a troll stabbing at Esvik with a spear as thick as a sapling. He swerved, the spear grating sparks on the stone road, Esvik leaping over a fallen warrior, snaring his foot and falling, the troll rearing over him, raising its spear. Orca snarled, hefted her long axe, and ran back. Varg hit the troll first, dropping his shield and leaping, swinging his cleaver two-handed over his head, burying it deep into the meat of the troll's knee. It bellowed and swung the spear at Varg as he dropped to the ground and rolled, the spear hissing over his head. Then Rokia was there, scoring a red line with her sword down the troll's calf, turning and slashing at its hamstring. The troll took an unsteady step and stumbled, dropped to one knee as Orca swung her axe two-handed, chopping into the meat of its waist, carving deep. She ripped the axe free, A gush of blood, and the troll roared its pain, swiped at her with a fist large as a boulder. Orca threw herself away, crunching on the ground, rolled, came to one knee and saw Rokia clambering up the troll's back. The troll flailed at her, but Rokia evaded the grasping hand and climbed nimbly onto its shoulder, stabbed with her sword deep to the hilt into the meat between neck and shoulder, ripped her sword free and leaped from the troll's back. It stumbled a few steps, swayed, let out a roar and toppled to the ground, blood pooling around it. Esvik scrambled to his feet, looked at Orca, Varg, and Rokia and grinned. "My thanks, but I could have taken him." Rokia rolled her eyes and they all ran for the gates. Chapter 63. Elvar strode between the two stone wolves that were still crouched and snarling on guard, and made her way to the doors of Ulfrir's hall, Grend, Jitha, and Barak at her shoulder, the battlegrim around her. She turned, looked back. The Vale of Wolfdale seethed with combat. Her shield wall was broken now, in full retreat, many running for the gates. She saw Berserkir and Ulfheithnar holding the tide of frost spiders at bay, saw trolls lumbering towards her, bellowing and swinging their clubs and spears. Watched one roaring as a handful of Ulfheithnar swarmed around and over it, like a wolf pack bringing down a bull elk. Saw Sulik and his archers releasing one more volley at a troll before turning and sprinting for the gates. And behind them all the ringing of horns drifted on the ice wind, and Likrifa's shield wall lurched into motion, marching at a steady beat towards them. Elvar glanced at the stone gates and sheer slope behind her. "They will seek to crush us like wheat between two quern stones." "Jitha now," she said, and Jitha raised the horn from her belt and blew, 3 sharp blasts echoing off the stone doors that reared above them. "Open." The doors remained closed, still and silent and brooding. "Open," Elvar snarled. Heard the cries of battle, the rumbling thunder of the approaching war host. Knew that if they remained closed any longer her war host would be crushed. "Open," she pleaded. Ulfrir opened the doors. A shiver ran through the stone doors, a creaking rumble, and they lurched into movement, opening a crack, then wider. Skuld came swooping out, her red hair and wings blazing in the light of the sinking sun, and she swept up into the sky, looped and sped down, Elvar seeing her bow drawn in her fist. The thrum of an arrow loosed, and it punched down to the fletching into the eye of a troll. The huge Vison ran on a few steps, legs faltering, abruptly loose, and it crashed to the ground, people leaping out of its way. Elvar's warriors were pouring through the gates now, into the chamber, a river sweeping past her, Elvar urging them on. Her Berserkir and Ulfheithnar disengaged from their frenzied attack and started to retreat, overtaking trolls, hacking at them as they sprinted past. A knot of trolls was close, hammering with clubs at whoever was in reach. Elvar saw a troll skewer a Berserkir with the blade of its spear, lift him into the air and hurl him into the slopes of the hill. And then, with a sound like rocks grinding, the 2 stone wolves either side of the doors were moving, first pacing forwards, then loping, then running, snarling, leaping as their jaws opened wide. They crashed into the knot of trolls, one's jaws clamping around the head of a troll, both of them crashing to the ground and rolling, the other one latching onto a troll's arm and dragging it spinning around, shaking its head like a dog with a rat, and there was a wet, tearing sound as the troll's arm was ripped from its shoulder. It bellowed in agony, blood jetting, and crashed to the ground. The other stone wolf was on top of the troll, snarling and ripping great chunks of flesh in bursts of blood, the troll's limbs flailing, then flopping, and the 2 wolves were turning, crouched, leaping again. One troll clubbed one of the wolves across the head, sent it crashing to the ground in an explosion of gray stone and dust, the wolf tumbling, coming up on all fours with one ear and part of its head gone. Another troll came up on its side, club swinging, crunching into the wolf's ribs, another explosion of stone and dust, the wolf whining. Then the second wolf was leaping onto the back of the troll, Ripping at its neck, blood spraying, the troll staggering, arms and club flailing, trying to reach the wolf on its back. Its club striking another troll in the shoulder, sending it toppling to the ground. The bulk of Elvar's warriors were through the open doors now, the last of the Bloodsworn passing through, Berserkir and Ulfhednar close, some in running battles with frost spiders, and Elvar saw Hiendur flitting and skimming into the hall. Likrifa's shield wall was looming close, only 200 or 300 paces away, and between them and the doors the trolls and stone wolves were savaging each other. More trolls had circled the stone wolves, clubbing and stabbing at them, the wolves snapping, snarling and leaping, jaws crushing flesh, but the trolls were penning them in. A blur of red wings and skulls swooped out of the sky and flew among them, her bow thrumming, arrows sprouting from a troll's chest, another from a throat, another in a troll's belly, and Elvar saw a blue glowing arrow streak through the air, punch into a troll's mouth as it opened it to roar, traced it back and saw Orv standing close to her, his rune bow thrumming. She glanced from the wolves and trolls to the oncoming shield wall. "Inside," Elvar said to her guards about her, "Ulfrir must close the doors." "The wolves," Sivet said. She glanced at them. "Inside," she said, and led her guards through the open doors. Knots of battle were raging, Elvar seeing frost spiders and Hiendur swirling in small clusters. Ulfrir was standing in his wolf form at the foot of the ash tree's trunk, cloaked in shadow, eyes glowing amber, still and menacing. A few score Ulfhednar stood at his feet. He saw Elvar, raised his head and howled, and the doors shifted, began grating closed. The sound of wolves snarling from beyond the gates, a crash, trolls bellowing, the 2 stone wolves leaping through the closing doors, skulls skimming above them in a blur of wings, a troll lumbering through after them as the gates slammed shut with a resounding crash. The troll stumbled to a halt, looked about it and began hammering at people with its club, an explosion of blood and bone as it squashed one of Elvar's Drengrs to pulped gruel. Ulfrir snarled and padded forwards, leaped and swept the troll up in his jaws, shook it like a rat, and blood rained down in a fountain, one of the troll's severed legs landing with a wet splat. Elvar looked around her, saw her warriors surrounding the frost spiders that had slipped into the great hall, saw Val, Uspa and Iva using their rune spells to finish off the Hiendur that were buzzing around the chamber. And then she heard a deep rumbling scream, loud and echoing. "Atrung." She broke into a run, sprinted around the bulk of the ash tree to see Atrung upon his pedestal on the dais. A frost spider wrapped around his head, fangs striking at his pale flesh. She rushed forwards, her shield in one fist, her slim axe in the other, heard the thud of footsteps behind her, reached the dais and leaped onto it, raised her axe, but before she reached it the frost spider crumpled and fell away from Atrung's head, landing on its back with its legs curled. Elvar skidded to a halt and looked down at it. Gwynne reached her side and poked the spider with his axe. "Dead as a stone," he pronounced. "That's it," Atrung said. "Everyone worry about the spider. What about me?" Elvar noticed 2 blue-tinged lumps on Atrung's cheek and saw that his lips were starting to turn blue. "You," Gwynne said. "You're going to start feeling numb soon, so numb that you won't be able to talk." He smiled. "Well, th. That's nice," Atrung said. Then his eyes glazed over with ice. "Can we keep one of those things alive?" Gwynne said, nudging the dead frost spider with his boot. Chapter 64. Bjor B. Ior stepped onto a raft and pushed off from the riverbank with his spear, others dipping rough-shaped oars into the water and beginning to row. The current dragged them down river, but it was not long before they were at the other side, the raft sliding into a silted bank, and Radha was jumping onto soft earth and striding up the riverbank. They had passed through deep forest, shadowing the curve of the river around the great hill of Wolfdales, and as Bjor leaped from the raft onto the riverbank, he heard screams, faint on the wind. The sun was a red line above the forest now, day leaking from the world, and shadows stretched and merged all about him. Rada was standing at the foot of a steep slope, the others already gathered about him. A dozen warriors, all with Rada's rat blood in their veins. "Well, no point just staring at it," Rada said as he looked up at the slope. "We've got to get up there, so we might as well be doing it as thinking about it." With that he set off, scrambling through thick grass. Bjorn looked up at the slope, saw that it climbed steadily for a while, then steepened again, became almost a sheer cliff. He rolled his shoulders, settling his shield on his back, and set off after Rada. Darkness fell about them swiftly, but there were few clouds and the winter's moon was bright, so Bjorn could see his way well enough. By the time he reached the point where the slope steepened again, he was breathing hard, and he paused for a moment. Rada was already scaling the cliff, a darker shadow in the encroaching night, zigzagging his way up the almost sheer wall as he found seams in the rock. Bjorn bent and untied the knots on his turn shoes, took them off, and his now-bending socks too, and stuffed the shoes and socks into his belt. He would need bare feet for this. He focused on the rat in his blood. "Help me, old friend, to find the safe way, to be nimble and deft, to cling, to climb." He felt a wash of strength flood through him, felt the bones and nails of toes and fingers lengthen and harden. He started climbing the rock face, finding variations in the surface that would have been invisible without his god blood, clinging to them with his long fingers and deft toes, slowly winding his way up the cliff. He paused at one point, looked back down, and saw the shadowed forms of those other rat-blood-infused warriors with him, a breadcrumb trail winding up the rock face. Glancing up, he could see the dark line of the cliff top, a silver glow of moonlight shimmering above it. He climbed on, the cold wind swirling, tugging at his braided hair and the hem of his tunic beneath his brynja. His sword hilt snared in a knotted clump of rock and dragged him back, one hand slipping free. He hung suspended a long, timeless moment, and then a hand was reaching down to him, long, strong fingers wrapping around his wrist and hauling him up. "Would be a shame to fall when you're almost at the top," Rada said to him with a smile. Bjorn moved to take his socks and shoes from his belt. "Wait for that," Rada said, and Bjorn nodded, looking around while they waited for the others to reach them. The wind blew harder and colder up here, hissing, ebbing and flowing in his ears like the lapping roar of the sea. He was standing upon the gently slopping crown of a hill, the dark ocean of the ironwood spread around them. As he looked, he saw pinprick fires flicker into life along both edges of the riverbank, realized that it was Likrifa's war host making camp. "Well, we are not beaten then. Although we have not won, either, or Likrifa would be inside this dark hole of a wolf den already." Scatty's slim face appeared over the edge of the cliff, and he scrambled up to join them, the last of Rada's hand-picked rat-blood crew. "Well, as much as the view is wonderful, we should be moving on," Rada said, and he led them up the gentle slope of the hill. The grass was stiff and damp beneath Bjorn's feet, and he saw the peak of a large tree ahead, Rada leading them around it in a wide circle, until they had moved from one side of it to the other. Rada was crouched now, eyes bright in the moonlight, nose twitching as he chose his path with care. Bjorn and all those behind him emulated Rada, moving swiftly, then crouching still and silent for long moments, the grass sighing about them. Another swift scuttle through the grass, and Rada stopped in the shadows of a ruined, vine-wrapped tower, crawled around it, stopping at what Bjorn saw must have been an old entrance. It was piled with fallen rubble now, clogged with earth and grass growing in thick tufts. A dark shadow marked a ragged seam no wider than a man's open hand. Rada unbuckled his weapon's belt and slithered out of his brynja and handed them to Bjorn. "Pass them through to me in a moment," he said, and he stuck his nose into the seam, sniffing and snuffling, his long-clawed rat hands probing the edges. He pressed his body into the seam, stretching, elongating, his new form squashing through the impossibly narrow gap. Then he was gone. Bior shrugged off his shield, unbuckled his weapon's belt, wrapping it around his sword and seeks, wriggled out of his brynja, began to feed Rada's kit and his own through the gap, and saw Rada's long-fingered hand reach out from the darkness for them. "Come on," Rada hissed from the darkness once Bior had passed everything through. Bior closed his eyes and felt the rat in his blood. Gave it full sway, felt it surge and run and scamper through his veins, felt the tingling power, the fear and savagery, inextricably bound and moved, sliding into the ragged slash of darkness that separated the rubble and grass, felt his flesh squeezing into the gap, felt his bones soften and compress, ribs bending like saplings, a pressure building within him, every part of him becoming more pliable. The world pressing in upon him, a claustrophobic darkness squeezing him, and with a gasp he was through, falling into blackness, his bones springing back into place, the rat in his blood exultant. "We are safe in the dark," the rat whispered to him. Bior blinked, the rat in him filtering and sifting the darkness until he could see outlines, the black shifting to gray. Rada's sharp-lined face appearing. He was holding out Bior's kit and he took it, looked around and saw he was in a small space, not quite large enough to stand straight, just wide enough for Rada's crew to squeeze into. He dressed as the others crammed into the space, putting his woolen socks and turned shoes back on, his brynja and weapons belt. "You all may be wondering why you are here," Rada said to them, once the last warrior had made it into this tight space. Some grunts and hayas. "Ulfrir's lair has a number of entrances, but all of them are sealed with some Sather rune or other," Rada said. He crouched down to the rotted frame of a huge trapdoor, Bior seeing the hint of steps in the shadows beneath it, and rapped his knuckles on what should have been open space. A crackle and flare of blue light rippled out from his knuckles, like waves from a stone cast into a pool. "You see, this entrance is barred by Sather. So why are we trying to sneak in if every way is barred?" Skadi asked. "Ulfrir is very big on pack," Rada said, "on family. Orna, his wife, and their children together spent much time with him here. Perhaps that is why he has returned here," he mused. "Anyway, all of Ulfrir's pack, all of his family knew the words of power that would give them access to his home." He was silent, eyes looking elsewhere. "So how does that help us get in?" Skadi asked him. Rata's eyes snapped back into focus, and he smiled. "I flayed the skin from one of his daughters while she was still alive," he said. "You would be surprised at what comes out of a person's mouth when they are subjected to such extremes." He placed his splayed fingers upon the Sather barrier, crackles of blue light around each of his fingertips. "Turn Ulfsons, oppen Fyrir Ulfaflocken," Rada whispered, and the Sather barrier flared and melted away. Rada grinned at them and took a few steps down the stairwell beneath the trapdoor. "Skalk, Estrid." Rada hissed. A silence, then a voice whispered back. "Here." Chapter 65. Elvar sipped from a horn of mead as she sat in a new chair that had been brought up onto the dais for her. It was smaller than Ulfrir's, which, truth be told, was far more comfortable for her. She no longer felt like a child sitting in a chair where her feet did not reach the ground. And now that Ulfrir was free, it felt redundant and petty for her to continue to enforce her authority through such gestures. She did not need to worry about his rebellions. The blood oath would look after that for her. "It has gone well," Ulfrir said to her as he sat in his own chair with a plate of roasted salmon, fried potatoes, and onions, Skuld standing at his shoulder. She had a cut beneath one eye, but other than that had returned to the chamber uninjured. Elvar's jaw throbbed, a bruise swelling there from a shield rim smashed into her face. Every part of her ached, every muscle, every joint, every sinew was pulsing, exhaustion lying upon her limbs like a heavy cloak. "Aye," Elvar said, though she looked towards the section of the chamber that had been turned into a bay for the wounded, and then she glanced to the stone doors. It was a weight that sat heavy in her soul, knowing that warriors lay dead in the vale, and that it had been her decisions that had caused those deaths. "You think she will come tomorrow?" Elvar said. "I do," Ulfrir growled, Elvar feeling the hairs on her neck stir. "Likrifa thinks me weak, thinks I have come here to recover, but she will have suspected a trap. And now she has seen our forces pushed back by her war host, and I have done nothing to stem that. Done nothing to help them." He shrugged. "She will feel reassured that she was right, that I am not strong enough to fight, that I fear her. So tomorrow, if you march out and set your wall of shields, then retreat, pretend to be broken and run, and we leave the doors open longer, allow her forces to push into this chamber. She will come, I am sure of it," and then he smiled, a sharp-toothed grin. "She will die. Tomorrow, then." "Good," Elvar said, although it was late now, must be almost tomorrow already. Absently she ran a hand over her forearm, could feel the coiled ridges of the white scars of her blath svarith beneath her woolen tunic. She looked to Uspa, who stood close by, tending to Atrung, who was still blue-tinged, water dripping in pools from the tattered flesh of his neck. "Uspa, is there any word, any sign?" The ravens Grok and Klo had been searching for signs of the tainted children among Likrifa's war host, searching for Bjarn, who was the grindstone that had set this war mill into motion. "No," Uspa said, a weight of feeling behind that one word. "We shall find him," Barak growled, who stood with Uspa. "We shall," Elvar echoed, "tomorrow when the dragon is dead." Ulfrir stood and stretched like a hound or a wolf. "I am for my bed, even a god must sleep, and tomorrow shall be a hammer-hard day, a red day." He paused. "I am free," he said, gave a gentle smile. "Sometimes I forget, think that the collar is still about my neck." He looked at Elvar. "You have done a rare thing, though there is a sharp sword edge to it," he added, tracing the outline of the blood oath scar that wound around his arm. "That was some deep thinking, and it will no doubt give me a lifetime of inconvenience and trouble, treating all fairly, enforcing justice." He nodded to himself, "but it was a good thing and much better than a life with the iron collar." "Heya," Barak grunted. Elvar looked around at them all. "I did what I must," she said. "No," Ulfrir shook his head. "You did not have to do it, and I thank you for that." "We all thank you for that," Skuld said. And then they were walking from the dais, Ulfhednar drifting from the shadows of the chamber to follow Ulfrir to his den. "Sleep, that sounds good," Elvar said. She stood, felt the ache of muscles and joints that only a fjord-deep sleep would cure. Atrung groaned, his eyes blinking. "So see cold," he mumbled. Elvar paused, walked to Atrung. "H Liju," Uspa said, and Elvar saw a soft glow of heat ripple around her hands. The Sather Witch placed them upon Atrung's face, heat radiating. "Ah, but that FF feels good," Atrung shivered. The opaque swirl of his eyes focused on Uspa. "Did I ever tell you that I love you, Snaka's child? If I had arms, I would wrap them around you and kiss you." "Ha, you are making me glad that you are just ahead," Uspa said, shifting the position of her hands and massaging warmth into him. "And if you had arms and tried to do that, then I would chop them off," Barak rumbled. "Ha, well, it is best for all that I do not have my arms then," Atrung said, a deep rumbling laugh echoing from his wide lips. He glanced down at the dead spider still curled at the base of his pedestal and scowled. "I am glad to see you awake," Elvar said. "There is something I would talk of with you." "Well then, let us talk, dear Elvar. These days it is all that I can do." "I am not so sure of that," she said. Elvar strode through the great hall. Many warriors were still eating, others sitting around fires, drinking, talking, laughing, some staring silently into the flames. She saw the Bloodsworn and Battlegrim sitting together, Sivet locked in an arm wrestle with Einar Halfdroll, warriors around them shouting encouragements and swapping coin and hacksilver. Veins bulged on both of them, muscles bunching, straining, and Tara stood laughing behind Einar, the sound of it booming through the chamber. Glornir sat talking with Val and Orca, Brekka sat upon the big man's lap, and Vesli the tenor was sitting on Brekka's shoulder. Elvar passed through it all and made her way up the stairwell about the great tree, stepped into her bedchamber, felt each step was like dragging a weight of iron wrapped around her legs. Torches burned in sconces hammered into the stone walls, sending shadows stretching. She unpinned the brooch of her bearskin cloak and draped it across the back of a chair, slipped off her baldric and scabbarded sword, hung it over the same chair, unbuckled her weapon's belt with seeks and the axe Gwynne had given her, and set that over the chair too, then sat on her bed. Gwynne and Jitha were with her, and Solon and Thorgunna. Elvar was talking tactics of rising with the dawn, of which warbands and crews to set in the shield wall and where to put them. Gwynne took her hand in his, smiled at her, which was a rare thing for him. "What?" Elvar said. "You have changed the world," he said, squeezing her hand. To her surprise, she saw tears well in his eyes. "Though it counts for little, I am prouder of you than words can express." "It counts for much," she whispered. "As for the morrow, you have done all you can. Sleep now, Elvar," Gwynne said, "and when you wake we shall slay a dragon." "Aye," Elvar said. Gwynne leaned forwards and kissed her gently on the cheek, like a father settling his child before bed, and he and Jitha left by the door in the rear of Elvar's chamber, leading into the tunnel where Jitha's rooms were situated. Elvar stared after him a long moment, nodded and let out a long sigh. "Solon, Thorgunna, you have fought well, made a song for the skalds," Elvar said to her guards. "Reth, chief," Solon said, and Elvar lay back, glimpsed Thorgunna taking up her place of guard in the shadows of the tree branch entrance, and Solon moving to stand near the rear door. Then sleep was sweeping over her like a great wave. Chapter 66. Bjor B. Ior crept through the corridors of Wolfdales, scurrying to the shadows that nestled between the glow and flicker of wall-mounted torches. Some of the tunnels they had traveled were huge, big enough for Rada to pass through in his rat body, but now they were moving along smaller tunnels, fashioned for more human-sized bodies. Ever downwards they had crept Bjor, Rada, and the other rat-bloods, led by Skalk and his fair-haired Drengur, passing by open entrances to other tunnels and closed, thick-carved doors. Most of the tunnels were empty, rooms and chambers uninhabited. They had only come across 2 people so far, and they had been in a chamber with the door open, 2 naked bodies thrusting and groaning, perhaps celebrating surviving the first day of this battle. They had not survived into the second, Skadi and another staining the bed with their blood. Bjor's rat senses were twitching and tingling now, every sound shuddering through him, every scent that drifted through the damp corridors causing him to shiver. "We are in the lair of the wolf," he thought, "and the wolf is no friend to rats." He knew that to be seen now, to be discovered, would mean his death, and the rat in his blood was just as aware of that possibility. Its instinct was to flee, to seek darkness and safety, but Bjor knew there was a savagery to the beast in his blood, too, a courage of sorts, especially when the rat was cornered. But to walk willingly into the lair of his enemy, that took a different type of courage. Bjor tried to speak that courage to his beast, encourage it to overrule the almost overwhelming instinct to flee. So far he was managing to do that, just. "I know your struggle," Rada whispered to him as they paused in the shelter of shadow between 2 torches, Skalk and his Drengur moving on ahead. "This is not what I want to be doing, either. The last time I saw Ulfrir he was chaining me to a rock and dripping serpent venom onto my face." Rada grimaced and snarled. "But sometimes the only way to get a job done properly is to do it yourself." "Yes, Lord," Bjor whispered. "And besides, I am sure that you will enjoy seeing Elvar one last time. It will be fitting that you strike the blow that will end this war, strike a blow into the slaver's heart." "Aye," Bjor growled. "Elvar." He remembered the last time he had seen her, the anguish of his betrayal reflected in her face, then the anger. But she had no right. She was the one happy to hunt down and enslave us tainted, happy to sell us for coin or hacksilver to the highest bidder. She is the one who has thralled a god. Yet he also remembered the brush of her lips on his, the touch of her hand upon his scars, the warmth in her eyes as she had lain with him, looked at him as if he mattered. Skalk beckoned to them, and Rada ran light-footed and silent through the torchlight, passing another oak door and on to the next patch of shadow, Beor and the other rat-bloods following him. Estrid, her Drengers and the mercenary chief named H. Jalmer had been sent elsewhere in this underground nest of tangled tunnels. There, Skalk hissed, pointing. He stood at a curve in the tunnel and Beor leaned to see a wide-arched door that sat at the end of the corridor. She is in there. Rada waited for the other warriors to reach them, and then he was leading them down the corridor. They reached the door and Rada turned to Beor. "The honor is yours," Rada whispered. "Do this and your name will live forever in your skald songs, a saga greater than the Guthfala. Do this and you will change the world." Beor drew his sword, almost without sound because of the sheepskin and grease that lined the leather scabbard, and he put his hand on the ring handle of the door. Turned it. A soft click and he pushed the door. It slid open. Shadows in the chamber, the flicker of torchlight at the far end of the room, a wide-arched opening, the exit from the bedchamber that Skalk had told them of, that led into the great hall. Faint light pulsed beyond the circular exit, the movement of air and sound suggesting a vast open space beyond it. He took a slow, careful step into the room, let his rat blood adjust his vision. He saw a wide bed, a chair beside it, a dark cloak slung over it, belts and weapons draped over the cloak. He blinked, stared, recognized that cloak. Agnar's bearskin. It is true then Elvar became chief. A dark shape spread on the bed, a deeper shadow, Beor seeing arms and legs, the glint of a male coat, a shock of blonde braided hair. He lifted his sword. "Chief!" A voice screeched as a figure lunged at him from the shadows, a bright spear point slicing towards him. Chapter 67. Elvar woke with a jolt, not knowing where she was. Sounds filtered through to her. Shouting, the clash of steel. The world came crashing in and she heard Salen's voice, lunged for the chair with her weapons, grabbed her sword and ripped it from its scabbard, gripped the slim-hafted axe with her other hand, turned. Flickers and crackles of blue light as Salen traded blows with a shadowed form, her Oskatreth spear illuminating the room in stark, fractured bursts with each strike and swing of the blade. She was pushing a warrior back towards the open door, other shadowed forms pressing through and around the figure, and then Salen was stepping forwards, stabbing. A gurgled gasp, Salen ripping her spear from a warrior's throat, dark blood spurting. Elvar jumped onto the bed, heard Salen grunt and saw her crumple around a sword in her belly, saw her drop to her knees as the sword was ripped free in a spray of Brynja rings and blood. "Salen!" Elvar yelled and leaped. Glimpsed Thorgunna come roaring across the room, an avalanche of muscle and mail, an axe in each fist. Elvar crashed into the knot of figures, sent them falling as Salen sagged to the floor. Elvar struggled with someone, her sword arm pinned beneath the figure, snarled and raised her hand axe, chopped down hard and felt it crunch into bone. A splatter of blood across her face, a form slumping beneath her, Thorgunna roaring above her. The sound of steel chopping through mail into flesh, screams, and a hand was grabbing Elvar and hauling her to her feet. She stood there gasping, took a step back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Thorgunna, saw Salen on the ground, lying in a pool of her own blood, lifeless eyes staring. Felt a flush of rage at that. Other bodies lay tangled on the floor, great red wounds in their flesh from Thorgunna's axes, just one figure rising from the heap. A dark-haired man, a sword in his fist. Elvar raised her sword and axe and froze. It was Beor. He looked at her with his dark, sad eyes, more beard on his face now, his hair braided, 2 black raven feathers tied into it with silver wire. Still handsome. "Kill her!" A voice from the shadows snapped. Figures loomed behind Bior, pressing through the open door in a cluster, and he lunged at her. She swept the blow away with her sword, took a step back as he backswung at her head, and Thorgunna did not wait for the others. With a ravening, blood-curdling howl, she threw herself in a spitting, frothing frenzy at them, axes swinging. Voices screamed, shouting. Elvar, stepping to her right and slashing her sword at Bior's shoulder, saw him move to block, which opened up his right side, and Elvar snaked her handaxe out. So light it was at her fast, scoring a red line across Bior's cheek and neck, chopping through Brynja rings as if they were leather and she was stepping back. "I am going to bleed you for Agnar," Elvar snarled at him. "Agnar the slaver, you mean," Bior hissed. A new glint in his eyes flecked colors spiraling, and his sword was stabbing at her, faster than she thought possible, forcing her back, step by shuffling step. A lunge, followed by an overhead swing, Elvar stepping away, the blade catching her shoulder and arm, her coat of mail holding. A flicked wrist and the sword tip was coming for her throat. A frantic sweep of her arm to deflect it. Swung with her axe, but Bior was no longer there. Pivoted on her left foot to take herself out of range, but he was on her. A flurry of blows, Elvar's sword and axe just blocking each one, and they were stepping apart, both breathing heavily, Elvar almost at the doorway to the tree branch that led out of her chamber into the great hall. Behind Bior, Elvar saw that Thorgunna was carving red ruin, holding all who were trying to press in through the doorway. "Oh, this is ridiculous," she heard a voice say. "Skalk, end this." She saw a flicker of red flames around the tip of a wooden staff, heard a voice. "Farah Casta," the voice cried out. There was a crack that rippled through the floor, and Thorgunna and all those in the doorway were hurled into the room, falling and tumbling. Elvar and Bior staggered too, stumbling back a handful of paces onto the platform beyond her room. More warriors swept into the chamber, 5 or 6 of them, followed by 2 men. Skalk and Rada, tall and smiling. "For goodness' sake, get up," he said to the warriors who had fallen, then looked at Bior. "We do not have time for this. I have things to do. End her." Thorgunna was clambering to her feet, stepping back and sweeping her axes up, growling and beckoning at the warriors surrounding her, stabbing at her and stepping away, worrying at her like hounds around a bear. Bior came at Elvar again. The clash and grate of steel, sparks flying, and Elvar was forced back 1 step at a time, off the platform and into the stairwell carved into the tree. Heard voices shouting from far below. A horn rang out. Bior's sword snaked through her defense, stabbed into her belly, but her Brynja held, though the wind was knocked from her, and she stumbled back, gasping for air. Behind Bior she heard Thorgunna roar, saw blood streaming from a wound in her shoulder, Rada leaning against a timber column with his arms folded. And then the warriors spread around her were turning, shouting. Elvar, glimpsing Gwynne and Jitha, burst through the doorway behind them, both of them mail-clad, shields and sharp steel in their fists. More voices from below, more horns blowing in the great hall. "Finish her, or I will," Rada shouted at Bior. Elvar shuffled back 1 step, 2, put her weight on her back foot. Bior stepped after her and she pushed off hard from her back foot, straight at Bior, raised her arm as he swung at her, trusting her Oskatreth Brynja to hold. Felt a crunch in her side and a rib crack, maybe 2, swept her arm down to wrap around Bior's sword arm, trapping it, stepped in close and head-butted him across the bridge of his nose. A burst of blood and she was leaning, hooking her axe behind his leg and wrenching it back, slicing it through muscle and sinew. They staggered together, locked in a grip, turned half a circle so Bior was stumbling back down the branch towards the trunk of the tree, and he was tripping, falling, slamming onto his back. Elvar kicked his sword from his grip, sent it tumbling off the branch and into air and stamped on his wrist, touched her sword point to his throat. "You nithing betrayer," she snarled. "You have betrayed us all, thrall to God," he shouted back at her. "You are worse than Agnar, worse than all of them." "I have set Ulfrir free, set all the tainted free," she growled down at him, hating him, and yet something stayed her hand. "You have done what?" he said, eyes widening. "Did your rat god not bother to tell you? Ulfrir and the Tainted are free." The soft scrape of swift footsteps behind her, she half turned, felt a hand across her forehead, a grip like iron, twisted. "You should have chosen the rat, not the wolf," a voice snarled into her ear. There was an impact on her neck like a punch. "No," she heard Bior's voice shout. She opened her mouth to speak but could not, choking on something in her throat. She coughed, hot blood gushing out in an explosion from her mouth. Then the hand holding her head was gone, other hands pushing her, and she was stumbling towards the edge of the stairwell, legs weak, falling. Distantly, as if from a far way off, she heard Gwynne scream. Chapter 68. Varg v. Arg ran from the bloodsworn sleeping chamber, still blinking sleep from his eyes and slipping his shield across his back, horns ringing and echoing. He followed Glornir and a handful of others, the rest of the bloodsworn behind him, sprinted through a wide corridor and hurtled into the great hall, skidded to a stop behind Glornir and Val and looked around, trying to make sense of it all. "There'd better be a good reason for waking me," Esvik growled as he ran up to stop beside Varg. "I haven't even had time for a mouthful of cheese." Warriors were fighting before the doors, steel clashing, screams and battle cries. Varg saw Elvar's Drengers with their backs to the doors, and many of those fighting against them bore shields with two black-scrolled ravens upon them, others with the Eagle of Darl. Hjalmar's fell-hearted, Glornir growled and hefted his long axe. "Estrid and her Drengers too," Esvik grunted. "Oath-breaking scum." A scream from high above, Varg watching as a body fell from one of the thick branches of the great tree. It plummeted, limbs loose, spinning and crunched to the ground before Varg and Glornir, the crackle of bones shattering, blood exploding, spattering in a wide circle. A warrior in male, blonde braided hair. One arm twisted unnaturally, the woolen sleeve pulled up, a white coiling scar on her forearm. "Elvar," Glornir breathed. No, a wave of shock tremored through Varg, horror sweeping him at the sight of her. Elvar, who had brought this war host together, who had stood against the dragon and the rat, led them against Likrifa's war host, set the Tainted free. A man screaming high above them, Varg letting the wolf filter into his blood, his vision and hearing sharpening. He saw Gwynne standing on the branch high above, staring down at Elvar's corpse, others behind him fighting on the platform of Elvar's bedchamber, warriors running at Gwynne. Movement on the stairwell, a cluster of figures hurrying down towards the chamber's floor. The din of battle from before the doors grew higher, more frantic. "We are betrayed," Rokia said as she stepped close to Varg. "They seek to open the doors," Val said. "Well, let's put an end to that," Glornir growled, the bloodsworn moving behind him at a loping run. The combat was too dispersed for the shield wall, so they formed a loose line, Glornir yelling orders, Varg shrugging his shield from his back and pulling his hand-axe from his belt. And then they were upon them, carving through Hjalmar's fell-hearted and Estrid's Drengers, warriors falling as the bloodsworn scythed through them like the north wind. Varg swept around a warrior who sought to cave Varg's skull in with an axe swing, hacked into the back of the warrior's neck as he ran past him, ripped the blade free, and the warrior spun in a circle, hands going to the blood spurting from his wound, fell to his knees as Varg ran on, punching with his shield, chopping with his axe, and he was at the doors, no more warriors before him. He skidded to a halt and turned, saw Glornir fall upon Hjalmar Peacemaker, the chief of the fell-hearted, setting his feet and raising his shield, sword hovering in his fist. Glornir did not break his stride, lifted a leg and straight-kicked Hjalmar's shield, sent the warrior tumbling and crashing to the floor. Glornir strode after him, raising his axe. Hjalmar lifted his shield over him and Glornir hacked down, his axe chopping into the shield, burst through it in an explosion of splinters, the blade carving on into Hjalmar's chest. Glornir put a boot on Hjalmar's shield and wrenched his axe free, blood and bone erupting. And Hjalmar gasped, blood-flecked foam on his lips, and died. Oathbreaker, Glornir growled and spat on Hjalmar's corpse, then turned away, looking for the next warrior to kill. Varg saw a spurt of red flame around an ashwood staff, saw Sturla the Galderwoman apprentice snarling runes, fire licking at one of Elvar's drengers, the warrior bursting into flames like an oil-soaked torch, screaming, arms flailing as he blazed. Estrid was close to Sturla, shield and sword in hand, a handful of her drengers with her. There was a crackle of Sather runes in response, as Val's voice commanded a rune flicker into blue, ice-flecked life before her, spinning slowly, expanding and spreading like a tapestry upon a loom, sharp lines flowing, becoming a net of ice, and Val was flinging it at Sturla. The Galderwoman saw it coming, shouted words, and fire leaped from her staff at the net, exploded into it. A fountain of red sparks, steam hissing, but the ice net rolled on, consuming the flame. Sturla stumbled back, turned to run, and the net was upon her, wrapping about her, shrinking, pulling tight, and Sturla was screaming, frost crackling across her body, ice crusting on her, and she slowed as if wading through a bog, and she stopped, frozen in mid-stride, the net tight and constricting about her. Miljahana Biarjodahana Ikut Sundur. Val cried out, and the net shuddered and tightened again, and Sturla broke apart, ice shards exploding, cutting into those about her. To me, Estrid was crying, a score of her drengers around her, and Varg saw the survivors of Hjalmar's crew fighting their way to her. A howl echoed from one of the huge tunnels that fed into the chamber, many disengaging from their combat, turning to look, and Ulfrir came loping from the tunnel in his wolf form, sculled in the air behind him, the two stone wolves at Ulfrir's feet, and a warband of Ulfheithnar following him. He padded up to Elvar's corpse, stopped and looked down at her, sniffed her, whined. Then he looked to the tree, to the stairwell where figures were hurrying, almost at the chamber's floor now. And Ulfrir growled, the sound of it echoing through the hall, thrumming through Varg's bones and blood, and the figures on the stairwell paused, stopped. One of them was far taller than the rest, lean, dark-haired and handsome, clothed in mail. He held a seax in his hand, red with blood. "Brother," he said, smiling at Ulfrir. "How I have missed you. I should have killed you when last I saw you," Ulfrir rumbled. "You should have," Rada agreed. "It would have saved you a lot of trouble and me a lot of pain." His face flickered, and Varg saw the smooth skin of Rada's face disappear for a moment, revealing a red smear of scarred tendon and pitted, red-raw flesh. A shimmer and ripple in the air, and the smooth, handsome face was back. "But if I were dead, then I would have missed out on this warm-hearted reunion, and that would have been a shame." "Uncharacteristically brave of you to come here," Ulfrir growled. "I have hidden depths," Rada shrugged, still smiling. "Brave, but a mistake. You have committed your last atrocity," Ulfrir snarled. "Oh, far from it," Rada said, and opened his mouth, lips and jaws expanding, elongating, teeth growing. "Herther Steini, Heathu orth Ulfris og opnathu Mayer Ulfagrifjuna," Rada cried out, his voice ringing, filling the chamber. The echoes slowly died, replaced with silence. And then there was a grating, grinding sound, and the doors began to open. A crow-black line between the doors, the darkness before dawn, and a black mist flowed through the opening gap, night hags screeching and wailing. Chapter 69. Bjorby Ior stood on the stairwell behind Rada and stared as the doors of Wolfdale's ground open, a black tide pouring out of the night and washing into the hall. Night hags came first, floating like mist, screeching and grasping with their long-fingered hands. Then the frost spiders were scuttling through, sweeping across the ground like spilled ink. Trolls lumbered behind them, skrailing, swirling about them, and then came the steady rhythm of the shield wall, loosely formed up, Ilska leading them at their front and center with her raven feeders. Chaos exploded, horns blasting, voices yelling. Bior saw the Bloodsworn with their black, blood-spattered shields falling back, forming up into their own shield wall. Mercenary chiefs marshaling their warriors, saw Drengers gathering to their jarls, heard the clatter of hooves as mounted warriors burst from one of the corridors, clothed in lamellar armor and horsehair helms, recurved bows in their fists. They crashed into the chamber, hooves trampling frost spiders, arrows hissing, spears slashing. And among it all Bior saw the wolf god standing before him, lips curled in a gut-loosening snarl, giant stone wolves at his side, a small host of Ulfheithnar gathered behind him. Despite the fact that he was in a room with two war hosts and two gods, all Bior could look at was the broken, mangled body of Elvar, still and lifeless upon the ground before him. He had come here to kill her, knew that she deserved death, or he thought that she did. Her words still rang in his head. "I have set Ulfrir free, set all the tainted free." A lie. She must have been lying to save herself, he muttered to himself. But she had me down, her sword at my throat. She did not need to lie to save herself. "What are you muttering about?" Skalk snapped at him. The Galderman stood on the stairwell beside him, Rada ahead of them. The Galderman's fair-haired Drenger was with him, all the others still fighting in the chamber and on the platform, or they had been, when Rada hauled Bior to his feet and led him down the stairwell. Bior looked at Skalk. Then Ulfrir was roaring, bunching his legs to leap at Rada. The winged woman with the red hair swooped over Ulfrir's head, loosed an arrow at Rada, who dived to the side, the arrow thunking into the tree. A drumming sound of footsteps behind Bior made him turn. He saw Gwynne hurtling down the stairs, half running, half falling, his face twisted in rage, lips drawn back, teeth bared, eyes mad with fury, an axe in one fist, seeks in the other. Bior took one look at him and leaped from the stairwell, his rat instinct for flight and survival taking over. He fell the last distance to the ground, grunted with the impact and rolled. Saw Gwynne slam through Skalk and his Drenger, sending them falling. Saw Gwynne almost fly from the stairwell, leaping and crashing into Rada's back, chopping and stabbing as they fell. Heard Rada crying out, screaming in pain as they rolled, Gwynne's blades rising and falling, spraying great gouts of blood in red arcs. They rolled to a stop, Gwynne grappling on top of Rada, raised his axe and chopped it into Rada's chest, Bior hearing the sound of bones cracking. "No!" Rada roared, a spasm convulsing through him, and he shook, the air shimmering and rippling around him, limbs lengthening, body thickening, tail and fur sprouting, and Gwynne was thrown through the air, crashed into the trunk of the tree where he fell to the ground, slumped, stunned and groaning. Rada stood there in his rat form, all thick fur and lashing tail, clawed feet and sharp, yellowed teeth. Patches of his fur were slick and matted with blood. Then Ulfrir was leaping, Rada scurrying out of his way, Ulfrir's jaws snapping shut with a sharp crack, twisting, turning, hunting for Rada. All about them the hall rang with combat, warriors stabbing and hacking at frost spiders, night hags squeezing necks, here and there bursts of black light as Sather words were shouted out by warriors who remembered them. Night hags exploding, trolls lashing about them with their thick clubs and spears, berserker frothing and roaring, Ulfheithnar snarling and tearing at flesh with steel, tooth and claw, warbands forming shield walls and standing like boulders in the blood fray against the swirling tide. Bior clambered to his feet, reached for his weapon's belt and realized his sword was gone, kicked from his hand by Elvar, only his seek still sheathed at his belt. He looked about him and saw a shield, swept it up, two black ravens upon it, one of H. Jalmer's peacemakers, and then he saw an axe on the ground, slim shafted with a small blade, and he remembered it. Elvar's. She had used it against him, sliced through the rings of his mail as if it was flesh, and he bent and took it, tested it in his hand. It was as light as a feather, the balance exceptional. "Help me," Rada's voice screamed in his head, and he turned to see Ulfrir chasing Rada around the trunk of the huge tree. Skuld swooping and loosing arrows at the rat, one hissed past Rada's head, and the next punched into his back leg, and he squealed, fell, and Ulfrir's paw slammed down onto Rada's tail, pinning him. Bjor ran. Ulfrir's jaws opened. Bjor leaped, brought the axe down on Rada's tail, sheared through it. Fur, muscle, gristle, and bone left the tail hanging by a shred. Rada screamed, his claws scrabbling on the ground, and the shred of tail ripped and tore away, Rada running, leaving half his tail beneath Ulfrir's paw. The wolf snarled down at Bjor, saliva dripping from teeth as long as swords, and Bjor looked up at him, his back to the trunk, nowhere to run. He felt that savage flare from his rat, cornered and fierce, and set his feet, raised his axe defiantly. A deafening roar resounded behind Ulfrir from beyond the open doors of his hall, and a great wind swept into the room, Ulfrir turning, crouched and snarling. Likrifa burst out of the darkness and through the open doors in a maelstrom of wings and jaws and snapping teeth, of scales and talons and razored, lashing tail, a hurricane of destruction riding the winds of a great storm. She beat her wings and slowed, descending, sending people flying with the turbulence of her landing, others running, leaping to escape her as she alighted in the great hall before Ulfrir. Almost gently she landed, and a silence settled over the hall, all those in combat pausing, stepping apart. 300 years I have waited for this, Likrifa said, her voice deep as the sea, rumbling as distant thunder. Ulfrir looked at her, snarled, but said nothing. I tore Orna to bloodied shreds, Likrifa said, and licked her lips with a black serpentine tongue. She tasted good. Ulfrir trembled, muscles bunched, quivering, but still he did not move or speak. You seem awestruck by my appearance, which I understand, Likrifa said. I have a gift for you, brother. She opened one of her great taloned claws, gently dropping something that she had carried. A man rolled out onto the ground and slowly stood, dark-haired, lean, heavy-browed. He stood with one shoulder slumped, bandages around his back. Brother, Bjor realized. Speak it, Likrifa growled, setting Bjor's bones trembling. Come to me, brother said, his voice cracking, then louder. Come to me, Ulfrir Wolf, come to me, my thrall. Ulfrir stood straighter, cocked his head to one side, staring down at brother, and then he laughed. Come to me, brother shouted this time, louder, trying to be more commanding, though there was an edge of panic to his voice. Ulfrir stopped laughing. I am no one's thrall, he said, voice a rumbling growl, and he lifted his head, showed the thick fur on his neck where the iron collar had once been. Elvar set me free. Bjor felt the strength drain from him at those words, at the sight of Ulfrir's collarless neck, and he stumbled back against the tree. It was no lie. Elvar spoke the truth. Likrifa looked from Ulfrir to brother. Useless, lying human, she snarled, her serpentine neck lunging forwards, her jaws opening, and she swept brother up, bit down, the crunch and crackle of bones splintering. A few droplets of blood dripping from her lip, and brother was gone. She looked at Ulfrir. I shall have to do this the old-fashioned way then, she said. Her wings snapped open, beat, and she was leaping at the wolf. Chapter 70. Orca Orka stood with her long axe, blue slime and shattered shell from frost spiders dripping from its blade. Brekka was close to her, Lif and Sion to his left and right, a handful of Skraeling dead around them. Vesli had one foot on a Skraeling's jaw, grunting as she ripped long, yellow teeth from its mouth. The Bloodsworn had formed a shield wall against the first rush of Likrifa's horde through the stone doors, but with the coming of the dragon all had broken apart. Orca just stood with everyone else and stared as Likrifa rose into the air and flew towards Ulfrir, who stood before her, crouched, muscles bunched. And then he was leaping into the air, jaws wide, the two gods slamming together. A concussive explosion that shook the chamber, all swaying and staggering, and the two gods were crashing to the ground. Bodies hurled into the air as the ground rippled and tremored. They came scrambling to their feet, ripping and tearing, jaws crunching, Likrifa's wings beating, claws tearing at Ulfrir's belly. His jaws sank into her shoulder and the dragon roared, Ulfrir twisting, thick muscles of his neck dragging her, and he threw her crunching into the trunk of the tree. Likrifa shook herself, wings flicking wide, and set her feet under her, turned to face Ulfrir, but he stepped back a few paces. "Jelta, come," Ulfrir said. There was a ripping, tearing sound, and a shape tore away from the trunk of the tree. A woman, gray-skinned, tall as a mead hall, her face hard lines and knotted hollows, hair flowing like vines, her eyes swirling green and amber. "You are not welcome here, Likrifa, despoiler, malignant deceiver," the Froa spirit said, her voice like the scrape of 1,000 branches. "Reader K. Jarnavithar Mins, Ris up, Bind Hana, Fanga Hana, Rifa Hana, Milja Hana," the Froa cried out, and the ground trembled. Roots thick as trees burst from it, snaking out, wrapping around Likrifa's legs. She beat her wings in a great flurry, rose into the air, but the roots held her tight and dragged her back down with a crash. More roots swept over her, across her long neck, crisscrossing over her body, binding her, and Likrifa roared, loud and deafening, edged with fear. The chamber exploded into motion. Orca saw Ilska break from the line of her shield wall and run towards Likrifa, hacking at all in her way with her sword, smashing them aside with her shield. Drekkar followed her, roaring and swinging his long axe, and more of the raven feeders followed, fighting their way to the dragon. Without thought, Orca stalked after them, smashed a skraeling that ran at her in the jaw with the butt of her axe, chopped into it as it fell with the blade, swung the axe over her head and hacked into a frost spider that scurried at her, ripped the blade free in a burst of shell and blue-tinged ichor, strode on, dimly aware that others were with her. Likrifa was thrashing and heaving, writhing, wings beating, jaws snapping, tail lashing, sending people and creatures hurtling through the air. The ear-splitting sound of roots tearing from the ground or bursting apart in explosions of splinters. But the Froa stood before Likrifa and shouted her words, more roots appearing, whipping out from the ground, thick as trees, and the stone wolves leaped onto Likrifa's back and began savaging at her with their jaws of stone, Likrifa roaring in pain and rage and fear. Orca saw Ilska reach Likrifa, began hacking with her sword at a thick root, Drekkar right behind her, raising his long axe and chopping, splinters flying. More of the raven feeders joined them, weapons rising and falling, Likrifa bucking and writhing, and as one root tore apart, Ilska and the others ran to the next one. No. Orca ran, smashing skraeling and warriors out of her way, heard a howl ringing out and realized it was her. Ilska paused in her hacking at roots, saw Orca and whoever was behind her coming and barked orders, the raven feeders falling in around her, a loose wall forming, shields rising. Orca slammed into them before they had time to lock their shields and set their feet, all of them scattering, Orca stumbling, falling to one knee and rising again, furiously swinging her long axe in a looping arc and chopping into the shield of a raven feeder coming at her, smashing through the linden boards and on into the warrior's chest, sent the warrior crashing to the ground, ripped her axe free. A roar behind her and Gunnar and Halja scythed through the gap Orca had made, Glornir there, too, swinging his long axe and splintering shields, Halja and Lif and Sion there with her, chopping and slashing, Brekka snarling and stabbing with his short spear, and the wave of the bloodsworn pushed the raven feeders back between and around the legs of the Froa spirit, until their backs were against the trunk of the great tree. Elger is og loga, Brenna og fr josa, Brenna og beta, sprunga hin forna vith. A voice called out, and Orca heard the crackle and hiss of rune flames, glanced around and saw Rada, back in his human form, bleeding from a dozen wounds. He was facing the Froa and her roots and vines, runes of fire kindled in the air before him. and then turned and hurled the runes at the trunk of the great tree. They exploded in a conflagration of flames, licking at the tree, spreading across the ground, the stench of charred wood and hissing sap spreading through the hall. The Froa spirit let out a great wail and lashed out at Rada, but he leaped nimbly behind the trunk, disappearing. The Froa turned her vines upon the flames that were crackling and climbing, whipping at them, but flames sparked into life on the vines, swiftly racing along them, charring and blackening them. The Froa spirit screamed. Val's voice rose high as she summoned runes of frost and ice, hurled them at the flames upon the tree, but they burst into clouds of steam at their first touch of Rada's rune-cast flames. "Skalk!" Orca heard a voice roar, saw Glornir standing over a dead raven feeder, pointing his long axe past Orca. She turned and saw Skalk standing on the lower steps of the stairwell carved into the side of the great tree, his fair-haired Drenger with him. He stumbled back a few steps, up the stairwell, clutching his staff, his mouth moving, forming words that Orca could not hear as Glornir started carving away towards him. Orca ducked the arcing slice of a spear, came up and kicked the shield of the warrior attacking her. A fair-haired man in a nasal helm with a rope-knot beard sent him stumbling back, crunching into the tree. He tried to right himself as Orca's long axe slammed down onto his helm, caving it in, blood sluicing down his face, and he dropped like a cut puppet. Orca curled her lip, hefted her axe, and then she saw him through the flames. Drekker, standing with Ilska and a knot of the raven feeders before the first steps of the tree's stairwell, fighting a handful of the blood-sworn and Ulfrir's Ulfheithnar. She broke into a run, leaped through the flames that were spreading about the base of the trunk and threw herself at him. He saw her coming, turned and twisted away from her axe swing, and she was smashing into him, sending him tumbling up the stairwell, falling, rolling, coming back to one knee as she staggered and crunched into the tree, felt movement behind her and ducked, a sword chopping into the trunk where her head had been. Twisted and saw Ilska, cold-eyed, her face a cliff. She smashed her shield into Orca's face, sent her stumbling up the stairwell, ripped her sword from the trunk and strode after Orca. Chapter 71. Guthvar G. Uthvar stood just inside the open doors of Ulfrir's chamber, the first gray light of dawn seeping into the world, his mouth open in shock as he stared at Likrifa. She bucked, heaving and writhing, roaring loud as a storm, snared by a multitude of vines, each one thick as a tree. Flames were spreading across the chamber, licking at the ash tree, black smoke billowing, the Froa spirit roaring, one of its long arms aflame. "Forward!" Sigrun shouted, leading her Drengers away from the stone doors and deeper into the chamber, Guthvar slipping and almost falling in the blue-touched ichor of a dismembered frost spider. It was chaos everywhere, battle raging wherever Guthvar looked. Frost spiders were scuttling, leaping and biting, people lying on the ground frozen, blue ice crusted around their lips. Night hags swirled throughout, throttling the life from warriors with their Mistwraith hands. Trolls were clubbing and stabbing indiscriminately, squashing people into gruel, and jarls like Sigrun and chieftains were leading their small warbands and shield walls deeper into the chamber. The noise was overwhelming, Likrifa roaring, the giant Froa spirit sounding like a storm raging in the boughs of a forest, Ulfrir growling and snarling. A group of mounted warriors galloping and clattering around the chamber, yelling and loosing arrows at any target they could find, Berserkir and Ulfheithnar slavering and snarling, ripping and tearing, and everywhere warriors shouting, screaming, dying, the clash of steel ringing louder than 1,000 blacksmiths hammering in 1,000 forges. But the worst thing for Guthvar, despite the numbers of Likrifa's horde, was his growing suspicion that they were losing. Everywhere he looked he saw the fallen, whether they be human or Visin, and it looked like the dead of Likrifa's war host outnumbered by far the dead of Elvar's war host. And our illustrious leader, the supposedly indestructible dragon, is wrapped like a goose for the winter blot feast, while the giant wolf runs free. And where is the rat? Maybe he's had the right idea and fled this chaos. He looked back over his shoulder at the gray light beyond the doors, getting further and further away as Sigrun led them into the torchlit chamber. Why can we not just stay close to the open doors? Then, if things do go wrong, we won't have as far to run. They moved alongside another shield wall, 30 or 40 strong, 3 rows deep, Guthvar seeing the eagle of Darl upon their shields and another emblem, 2 black ravens. He knew the eagle, recognized Estrid in the front row. Sigrun led her smaller band to them and joined them, shields slotting together. Well, strength in numbers, I suppose, Guthvar thought. Shields, Sigrun and Estrid yelled together, and Guthvar looked over the top of his shield to glimpse 2 or 3 warriors running towards them, one with skin as black as raven feathers, a coat of mail that was stretched tight over thick slabs of muscle. He was much closer than the others. There must be 60 of us. Why do they sound so panicked? Guthvar thought then, as he focused on the warriors charging at him, like a stone dropped in his belly, he understood. The warriors charging at him were berserkir, and the black-skinned one was not closer. He was running in line with the other 2 berserkir. He was just much, much bigger than them. And berserkir are not exactly small. No, never small. Guthvar, Sigrun grunted at him, and he blinked, felt a rush of fear, raised his shield and slotted it tight to Sigrun's, made sure his shield rim was tight to Sigrun's boss, the warrior to his left doing the same to his shield. Felt a pressure behind him as the warriors in the second row set their feet and put their shields to his back. Ready, Sigrun yelled, and Guthvar set his feet and tucked his left shoulder tight into his shield, bracing it. He heard the thumping footsteps of the berserkir, heard a wild bull snorting, heard frothing, savage bear growling roars growing louder. He gripped his sword tight, ready to stab over the top of his shield as soon as the berserkir hit the line and were checked by the weight of the shield wall. A crunch, an impact, and he was weightless, flying through the air, spinning, the ground rushing up at him. A crunching, bone-rattling impact, and he lost his shield, rolled, slammed into something, and lay there, dazed, looking up at branches high above. Heard battle cries, the sound of flesh being cleaved and torn, screams, warriors crying out. He groaned, heaved himself over, and used his sword like a staff, wedging the tip into the ground and hauling himself up by the hilt. 30 or 40 paces away, the black bull man and berserkir were tearing warriors apart, hacking at them, biting, the bull man ripping an arm from one of Sigrun's drengers and beating him to the ground with it. Is that John? He thought. The shield wall was gone, broken and smashed like a splintered dam, bodies lying strewn and sprawled all around Guthvar. Some were trying to climb back to their feet. Then the bullman and the 2 berserkir were moving on, running at a cluster of frost spiders who were scuttling towards the mounted warriors, who were loosing their arrows at Likrifa. A groan, and Guthvar saw Estrid lying on the ground close to him. She was moving, blood seeping from a cut on her forehead, eyes flickering. Not so regal and haughty now, are you? And you thought to fight me at Darl. He remembered the flush of fear and shame when she had bested him with her weapon's craft, knocked him on his arse. Looking around, he saw that all her warriors were down, and he stepped closer and pressed his sword against her throat, leaned on it as if he was using his sword for balance. Her eyes snapped open as the blade slid into the soft flesh at the base of her neck, and she jerked and spasmed. Guthvar slipped the sword free, a gush of dark blood, and he dropped the sword and fell to his knees, cradled Estrid's head in his hands while pinning one of her arms with his knee. She gasped and spluttered, coughing up gouts of blood, tried to grasp and claw at his face, but he held her hand and gripped it as if giving her comfort, pretended to stroke her brow while holding her down. Her eyes fluttered, rolling white, her strength failing. A cough of blood and a spasm through her legs, and she was gone. That'll teach you, Unithing, Gudvar thought. He wiped his bloodied hands on Estrid's breeches, reached for his sword and stood, smiled, felt a wash of heat and saw that flames were spreading through the chamber. They were thick around and upon the base of the great tree now, and the Froa spirit was shrieking and flailing her arms, one of them ablaze, the flames crackling onto her torso. Gudvar saw people fighting on the stairwell that wound around the tree, the flames forcing them higher as they spread hungrily up the trunk. Likrifa was half-bound, many of the roots that had held her charred and splintered. She was beating her wings frantically, trying to rise while the stone wolves tore at her. Dragonborn and trolls were spread around Likrifa, trying to hold Ulfrir at bay. Dragonborn casting flickering rune spells at the wolf, and the trolls were hurling themselves at him, smashing and stabbing with clubs and spears while he swiped at them with his claws, eviscerating flesh and cracking bone. Gudvar saw the bull man and a berserker standing at the side of two women, one lean and short-haired, the other fair-haired and tattooed, both with their arms raised, fists glistening with ice-crusted sather. The bullman and berserker hacked with axes at any who came near the women. They were crying out, hurling frost-crackling sather spells at the flames that were consuming the Froa, clouds hissing where ice and fire met. But the flames were engulfing the frost, melting and evaporating it in great gouts of steam. A rasping, branch-shaking shriek echoed through the chamber and the Froa spirit toppled to her knees. Flames were engulfing her now, spreading through the vines of her hair, across her torso and up her head. Sap hissed and bubbled, smoke billowing, and with another roar she crashed to the ground, sparks exploding. The roots binding Likrifa fell away, and the dragon winged into the air, roaring, blood falling from her like rain. Ulfrir swept half a dozen trolls away with the swipe of a paw and leaped at her, claws gouging into her, jaws fastening on her chest. The dragon screamed, slewed in the air, wings batting frantically, and she turned, smashed into the burning tree, and Ulfrir fell into the flames, howled and rolled free, fur singed and smoking. Rada appeared in his rat form, scurrying out from between the flames. "Sister," he bellowed, and Likrifa hovered in the air, saw him and dived down, swept him up in both her huge taloned claws. And then she was beating her wings again, the two of them rising, spiraling up into the chamber, around the burning tree, higher and higher. Chapter 72. Orka ducked a sword swing from Ilska and chopped at her ankles, the Raven Feeder's chief leaping back, shuffling away and climbing another step on the stairwell, a pair of warriors crashing in between them, pushing Orka down a step. She looked around quickly, searching for Brekka. "I'm here," Brekka called out, a dozen steps behind her at the rear of the Bloodsworn, Sion and Lif protecting him. The stairwell was wide enough for Ulfrir in his wolf form to pad along it, and all around Orca warriors fought, Bloodsworn and Raven Feeders, both warbands filled with the tainted. Frost spiders and Skraeling were there, too, the spiders scuttling up the trunk, swinging on webs from branches. Every step of the way Orca had been trying to reach Drekker, but had been hindered by Ilska and her followers. She had left a trail of the dead on the stairwell behind her. Glornir and Val were trying to reach Skauk, who cast Galdr spells at them with a frantic intensity, Val countering them with her Say the runes. They had climbed high around the tree, the flames and smoke forcing them up, passing Elvar's chamber where Thorgunna the Berserker had been falling back against 3 tainted warriors, many others dead around her. Gunnar and Halja had gone to her aid, and now Thorgunna fought with them against Ilska and her score or so of Raven Feeders, all of them tainted, fast and strong, though the Bloodsworn pushed them ever back, ever higher, and now they were almost at the vaulted ceiling of Ulfrir's chamber, Orca glimpsing the pale glow of dawn in the sky above her, through the swaying branches. One of the retreating Raven Feeders cried out, a red-haired woman with a splintered shield in one fist, a bearded axe in the other, Orca seeing that she had backed into some invisible object. She tried to climb the stairwell again, and Orca saw her stumble back, a crackle of blue Sather light rippling above her. A Sather barrier, Orca thought. Good, we have them now then. She looked for Drecker and saw he was close to the red-haired warrior, and she climbed another step up the stairwell. A roar, ringing and echoing, and a tremor passed through the stairwell, the branches above and below quivering. Orca looked back down at the chamber floor so far below. She could see the orange flicker of flames and great banks of black smoke, but could make little else out from this height, even with her wolf eyes. Then Likrifa appeared from out of the smoke and flame, circling higher around the tree, growing larger and larger until she was almost upon them. Blood flowed from 100 wounds, great rips and rents in her scaled hide, and she held the rat in her claws. His fur was blood-crusted and matted too. Likrifa reached the Sather wall, and blue light flared across the entire ceiling, knocking the dragon back. "The way is blocked, brother," Orca heard Likrifa roar. "Ulfavinner Oppen," Rada cried out, and with a flare and crackle of blue light that rippled across the domed roof, the spell faded to nothing. Likrifa beat her wings and rose higher, passing through the space where the barrier had been and on into the pale pewter sky. Raven feeders turned and ran up the stairwell, Drecker disappearing around a curve in the trunk, and Ilska kicked a bloodsworn tumbling down the stairwell, then turned and ran as well. All of the raven feeders and Skraeling disengaging and backing or running away. The frost spiders scurried to the trunk and climbed it, fading into the foliage. Orca strode to Glornir. He glanced over the stairwell, down at the chamber far below. "Halja," he called out, "what do your eagle eyes see?" "The Froer is dead," Halja said, "the tree and hall burning. We will not be getting back into the chamber by this path." "There are other ways," Glornir said. He looked at Orca and Val. "But not until we have our vengeance," and then he was striding up the stairwell after the fleeing raven feeders, Orca and the others a step behind him. They emerged through the branches into daylight, a cold wind stirring Orca's hair, scouring her face, and followed the stairwell to its end. Orca felt like she was standing on the top of the world, the snow on the peaks of the Boneback Mountains bright in the first touches of dawn, Likrifa a great silhouette against the diffused sun, almost blotting it out, retreating to the northwest, towards the gaping jaws of Snaka's skull. To the west and south the ocean shimmered like beaten silver, dark shadows scudding across it from the clouds above. Orca saw the raven feeders gathering together, their backs to Orca and the bloodsworn, staring out at the ocean. "What are they doing?" Gunnar Prow grunted. "What are they looking at?" And Halja stepped up, looked with her gold-flecked eyes. Her mouth dropped open and she blinked. "A fleet," she said. "Where?" Glornir grunted. "Everywhere," Halja said. "You do not need my eyes to see it. Look," and she gestured to the ocean. Orca used the wolf in her blood and focused, and realized it wasn't the shadow of clouds she'd seen upon the ocean, but great swathes and clusters of ships. Hundreds of them. Many hundreds, perhaps thousands, split into different fleets. Elvar's fleet had been 50 or 60 Drakkar strong, and it had been the greatest gathering of ships Orca had ever seen or heard a skald sing of. This dwarfed Elvar's fleet many times over. And the more she looked, the more Orca could see them spreading around the coast of Iskadin. One fleet was sailing for Snakovic, another for Lega, one for Darl, and another was sweeping into the estuary of the river Phelan and sailing upriver through the Ironwood to Wolfdales. "Has all of Iskadin sailed after us?" one of the Bloodsworn said. "It is Rurik's fleet, the invasion he and Jaromir were planning," Glornir said. "They are too many," someone else said. "One battle at a time," Glornir grunted, leading them along the stairwell. "Let's live through this one before we think about the next." Skraeling were clustering where the stairwell met the thick-tufted grass of the hill, and behind them the raven feeders were turning away from the sea and forming up, Skalk and his Drengr with them. "Thorguna," Glornir called out, and the berserker limped towards him. The two of them walked on ahead of the Bloodsworn, muttering and growling, their shoulders and backs hunching, muscles swelling, and then they were breaking into a run, roaring, Glornir hefting his long axe and Thorgunna her two-hand axes. Orca and the Bloodsworn broke into a loping run behind them. Ahead of them the Skraeling grunted and snarled, hefted their crude iron blades. One set its feet and dug a spear butt into the ground, angled it at Glornir as he surged along the stairwell. Halja hefted her spear without breaking stride and cast it, Orca seeing it fly high, the shaft shivering and stoop into its dive. It struck the Skraeling in the chest, threw it to the ground in a burst of blood, its spear falling from its grip, and Glornir and Thorgunna hit them like a rock fall. Bodies flew in different directions, Glornir frothing and slavering, swinging his long axe in great arcs, a severed head spinning through the air, Thorgunna hacking in a blood-mad frenzy with her hand axes, and the Skraeling scattered and broke apart squealing. Orca and the others hit the Skraeling a few moments later, smashing them down with their shields, stabbing, chopping. The Skraeling tried to rally, but Glornir and Thorgunna had carved through them like wheat, split and scattered them. And then they were charging at Ilska, Drekker and the Raven Feeders, crunching into their wall of shields. Chapter 73. Varg v Arg stared about the great hall of Ulfrir, everywhere seething fire and flame and billowing clouds of smoke and ash. The fallen Froa spirit lay spread across the ground, its body consumed by fire, and looking up at the great tree he saw the inferno crackling up its trunk like fast-growing vines, spreading along the first branches now. He stared up at the roof where Likrifa had flown or fled and glimpsed tiny figures on the stairwell. "Have we won?" he said to Esvik. "Is the dragon beaten, rooted?" "Rooted, yes. Beaten, no. Not until she is dead," Esvik said, then he grinned. "But it is a good start. And while she is gone, we need to put her war host in the ground." They were standing with Rokia and Einar, Isa and Edel and a handful of the Bloodsworn, cut off from following Glornir and the others up the stairwell by the spreading flames. "Where shall we start?" Varg asked. The hall was in chaos. Flames were spreading, and clouds of choking smoke were obscuring much of the chamber. Frost spiders scuttled in and out of the smoke. Warbends were formed in small shield walls, both Elvar's mercenaries and Likrifa's. Varg glimpsed the locked shields of Elvar's battlegrim, Sivet at their center, fighting alongside Jarl Orlig's warband, pushing a seething mass of Skraeling away from the dais and back to the open doors. Ulfrir was beset by trolls and dragonborn, their rune fire crackling, forming walls of fire in an attempt to herd Ulfrir back to the flames that were consuming the great tree, a swarm of trolls trying to hem the wolf in. A handful of the trolls were clubbing one of the stone wolves, great chunks of rock smashed to powder, the wolf limping, one of its legs shattered, half of it missing. "There," Esvik said, pointing to the stone wolf, and without waiting for an answer Esvik was moving through the hall, shield and sword in his fists. Varg followed, automatically going to Esvik's left to protect his flank, Rokia moving to Esvik's right. The rest of the Bloodsworn followed, spreading like a wedge, and they cut their way across the hall. Varg smashed Skraeling to the ground, hacked at frost spiders as they scuttled at him, punched warriors with his shield, and then they were emerging from a cloud of smoke, the stone wolf fallen to the ground before them, trolls raining blows upon it. Edel took 3 quick steps and hurled her spear, Varg seeing it slam into the lower back of a troll as it lifted its club two-handed over its head. It let out a great bellow and staggered back, reaching for the spear in its back, grabbed it and ripped it free. Then Einar was there, the troll swinging its club at him. Einar stepped away, gave the club a glancing blow with his shield, steering it into the ground, and his axe was swinging, chopping into the meat of the troll's wrist, half severing it with his bearded axe. The troll lifted its arm, blood spurting from the wound, its wrist dangling by a strip of skin, and Einar chopped his axe into its knee, wrenched the blade free, and the troll swayed and toppled. Einar, burying his axe into the back of its neck, ripped the blade free in a spurt of blood. Two of the trolls turned on them, roaring, one swinging a club, another stabbing at Isa with a huge spear. She leaped away from it, the spear blade stabbing deep into the ground in an explosion of earth, and Isa leaped onto the spear, wide as a sapling, and ran up its shaft nimble as a goat. Laughing, she leaped from it and stabbed her seeks into one of the troll's eyes. It roared and fell backwards, a great cloud of dust rising around it, Isa landing, striding to the troll and ripping her seeks free. The injured stone wolf threw itself at the last troll, knocking it to the ground, and the bloodsworn surrounded it, stabbing and chopping until it was dead. A cry behind them, Varg turning, his wolf ears catching it. "Rifna and the children," he said. "Where?" Einar said, and Varg pointed. Einar broke into a lumbering run, Varg and the others following, swerving around flames, holding their breath as they ran through clouds of smoke. They burst into clean air, and Varg saw Rifna and the other children. They were being herded from one of the huge corridors that led from the chamber, warriors and skraeling around them, and Varg skidded to a halt, a cold fist clenching around his heart. Brock Trollsbane led them, and he was dragging Rifna by her hair, a seeks in his fist. Rifna was spitting and snarling and screaming for Einar. The wolf in Varg's blood growled, low and menacing, and Varg felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Einar roared and ran at them, Varg a few paces behind. Brock saw Einar coming and stopped, raised his hand to the crew behind him, and they stuttered to a halt. Brock held Rifna up and put his seeks to her throat. Einar skidded to a halt, just 10 paces from Brock, Varg halting beside him, Esvik, Rokia, and the others spreading in a line, snarling at Brock and his crew. "Let her go," Einar said. "Now why would I do that?" Brock said. He was narrow-featured, a sharp nose and a scraggly beard, his skin weathered as bark. He wore leather, fur, and mail, a necklace of troll tusks around his neck, a slim sword at his weapon's belt, and Varg saw a multitude of seekses and knives upon him, some hanging on his belt, more strapped to arms and legs. "It will go better for you if you do," Einar growled. "Ah, do not be making threats at me, big man. I've fought bigger than you and lived to tell the tale." He brushed the blade of his seeks across the tusks on his necklace. "They do not call me Trollsbane for nothing." His gaze swept those with Einar, settling upon Varg. He smiled. "Now there's an angry man if ever I saw one," he said. "What did I do? Kill your mother?" "My sister," Varg said, a grating growl. "Ah, well, I'd like to say I'm sorry, but I'm not. This is Vigrid after all, and I'm sure your sister deserved it." Varg took a pace forwards, and Brock put his seeks back to Rifna's throat, held a fistful of her hair in his other fist. Rifna's eyes flickered green, her mouth twisting in a snarl and her hands grasped up, Varg seeing the nails grow long and dark as she raked Brock's hand and wrist, blood welling. He cried out and let go, stabbed with his seeks. Rifna dropped to the ground and rolled away, came up on crouched legs, hands curled into claws. "I'll gut you for that, you little troll shite," Brock snarled. Then Einar was roaring and running, Varg, Esvik, Rokia, and the rest of the Bloodsworn a pace behind him. Brock danced away from Einar's axe swing, sliced with his seeks, drawing a red line across Einar's forearm, then stepped away, calmly drew his slim sword. Varg charged, shield and handaxe in his fists, saw two skraeling running at him, twisted and took a hammering blow on his shield, pushed the skraeling away, ducked the second's hacking blow at his head, and chopped his handaxe into the skraeling's belly, ripped the blade left to right, spilling the creature's intestines in a steaming heap. Glimpsed Rokia, Edel and Isa locked in combat with Brock's crew. Einar and Esvik were attacking Brock, tainted warriors and skraeling spreading wide around them, a handful of them circling Esvik, moving him away from Einar. They fight like wolves separating an elk from the herd. Einar roared and swung at Brock, A flurry of blows, axe swing, shield rim, backswing with the axe, punch with the shield boss, Brock retreating, stepping away, Einar's blows hissing past him. Brock struck back, short, fast blows with sword and seeks, grating on Einar's shield, stabbing under, slipping around the rim, and Einar shuffled back, blocking, grunting, chopped with his axe as Brock moved in. But then Brock was stepping away. A shuffle of feet to place him behind Einar, slashing his sword across Einar's calf, the big warrior crying out, stumbling. "No!" Varg yelled. Saw Esvik hacking his way out of the ring around him, heard Rokia's snarl, and he was running. There was a blur of movement to his left, an impact on his shield, and he stumbled, falling to one knee, a spear stabbing at his neck. He dropped to the ground, lost his grip on his shield, rolled away, came up in a snarling crouch, axe in one hand, his other reaching for his cleaver. A dozen warriors spread before Varg, Rokia, Edel, and Isa, cutting them off from Einar and Esvik. Two men led them, coming at Varg, one dark-haired and bearded, gripping shield and spear, the other with lank fair hair, shield and sword in his fists. "It feels like I have traveled the whole world to find you, Varg Kalskeg's thrall," Leif Kalskegson said. Another dozen warriors came from behind Leif and Sturker and hurled themselves at the Bloodsworn, all holding shields with a golden eye upon them. "I do not know you well," Sturker said, "but I hate you already for the dance you have led me." Leif and Sturker stepped wide around him, one to Varg's left, one to his right. The rest of Sturker's crew were spreading around Rokia, Edel, and Isa, and beyond them Varg glimpsed Einar limping after Brock, who stepped away from him just out of range. Then he was lunging in, stabbing beneath Einar's shield. Einar slammed his shield rim down onto Brock's sword, trapping it, punched the shield boss into Brock's body, hurling him to the ground, and Einar was stepping after him, raising his axe. Another warrior behind Einar stabbed a spear into the meat of his leg, Einar roaring, twisting as he fell and hacking at the warrior, burying his axe in the man's side, ripped his axe out in a spray of rings and blood even as he fell to one knee. Brock was back on his feet and dancing swiftly in as Einar turned to face him, stabbed his sword over the top rim of Einar's shield, the slim blade plunging deep into Einar's throat, the tip bursting out from the back of Einar's neck, dark blood welling. Esvik's wild scream, Rokia's savage howl. "Get out of my way," Varg snarled and ran at Sturker. Chapter 74. Orka crashed into the gap that Glornir and Thorgunna had made in the Raven Feeder's shield wall, holding her long axe in both fists, ripping the blade across a belly. Rings spraying, blood welling, punched the butt end into a face, mashing lips, knocking teeth out, bursting a nose, and then she was through, spinning. She swung her axe two-handed and chopped it into the back and shoulder of a warrior, carving through his mail, snapping bone, the warrior crying out and falling. Orka ripped the blade free and stumbled on, saw Thorgunna on the ground, a spear blade protruding from her back where it had pierced her belly, two corpses lying beneath her with their throats mangled, other dead piled around her. Beyond Thorgunna, Glornir was on the ground, Drekker on top of him. Both were holding Glornir's long axe, Drekker trying to crush the haft into Glornir's throat, both with their beasts raging through their bodies, eyes blazing, frothing and snarling, muscles bunched in great straining knots. Shouts and screams behind Orka, the Bloodsworn slamming into the Raven Feeders to reach their chief, heard Val and Skalk shouting their Galdur and Sather spells at each other. Orka righted her balance and ran at Drekker, saw Glornir crunch his knee up into Drekker's groin, Drekker sagging as Glornir twisted, throwing him onto the turf where he rolled, came up onto his feet, pulling a hand axe from his belt in one fist, Seeks in the other. Glornir was on his feet, moving on Drekker, who did not wait for him, striking a flurry of blows, Glornir raising his long axe and blocking them with the shaft of his axe. A spray of splinters, a crack, and Glornir's axe haft snapped. Glornir threw the blade at Drekker's head, shrugging his shield from his back, and drew his sword. Then Orca shoved past Glornir, her long axe swinging, a diagonal blow from right to left, chopping down at Drekker. He twisted away, struck Orca's axe blade with his hand axe, knocking it wide, and Orca's momentum carried her on, the axe blade chopping into turf. Drekker lunged with his seeks at Orca's belly. She arched her back, Drekker's blade grating on rings, let go of her axe haft and grabbed Drekker's ring mail, dragged him towards her and bit at his throat, felt flesh tearing, blood bursting into her mouth, heard him scream, shouting unheard words, and then heat was washing through her body. Pain a heartbeat behind it, and she was hurling herself away, rolling in the turf. Glornir's voice, the clash and grate of steel over her, Glornir's legs planted before her, and she was pushing herself up. Saw Drekker with blood matting his beard where Orca had bitten him, sluicing down his neck. His eyes were glowing red, Orca realizing he had spouted some Sather spell at her, scalding her. Glornir and Drekker were trading blows, Glornir's feet set, shield raised, sword slicing out, Drekker moving around him, chopping and stabbing with axe and seeks. Orca saw her long axe and scrambled to it, ripped it out of the turf as another figure ran at Glornir's side. Ilska the Cruel with her sword and shield before her, snarling at Glornir. Orca stepped before her, Ilska twisting and slicing at her, Orca deflecting the blow with the haft of her axe, knocking it wide and slamming her axe blade into Ilska's shield, sending her stumbling to her left. Orca followed, chopping with the blade of her axe, then punching with the haft of the axe, denting and splintering Ilska's shield. Ilska found her balance, set her feet, and she was stabbing and slicing at Orca, pushing her back across the turf until Orca was standing back to back with Glornir. They stood there, Drekker and Ilska slipping around them, stabbing, chopping, probing, Glornir and Orca blocking and countering, the world shrinking to the edge of steel, rasp of breath, shuffle of feet. Orca was dimly aware of combat swirling around them, bloodsworn and raven feeders, frost spiders and skraeling, the sound of Brekka's bear cub growl, his wolf cub snarl, the clatter of weapons on shields as Lif and Sion swirled around him. Val and Skalk in their duel of runes, flames of frost and fire crackling around them. A snatched glimpse of Skalk staggering, blue flames consuming his Galdr staff. A crack and it burst apart, splinters exploding, and Skalk was hurled from his feet, raised up into the air, his arms stretching wide. He started screaming. Val shouted and Skalk convulsed, the sound of bones cracking, and he dropped to the ground, limbs twisted, neck broken. A frost spider threw itself at Orca and she twisted, hacked it out of the air with her axe, sent it slamming to the ground in an explosion of dark ichor and fragments of exoskeleton, ducked low under Drekker's axe swing and pushed forwards, punched her axe haft into his gut, doubling him over, slammed the haft up into his face, sending him reeling back a few steps, tripping over the body of the frost spider, Orca striding after him, raising her axe. "No," Ilska cried, seeing Orca and chopping hard at Glornir, trying to get through him to Drekker's side. Glornir took a step back and to his right, moving between Ilska and Drekker, stabbed low under Ilska's shield, and she dropped the shield to trap his blade, but he had already pulled it back, a feint, and he stabbed high into the space her shield had just left, his sword punching into the soft flesh just above the line of Ilska's brynja. A grunt and gasp from her, and she staggered back 2 paces, blood spurting, tried to pull her shield up and sword back, but her strength was failing. Glornir ripped his blade free and slammed his shield into her, sending her sprawling on her back, stepped over her and chopped down, blade hacking into her neck. "Ilska," Drekker roared, deflecting Orca's axe as it swung down at his chest, batting it away with his hand axe, eyes blazing red, new strength in his limbs. He kicked at Orca's legs, sent her staggering back, surged to his feet and threw himself into Orca, lifting her from the ground, both of them flying through the air, crashing down and rolling. Orca lost her axe, punched and snarled and bit at Drekker, rolled free of him and came to her feet, snarling, hands reaching for the sexes at her belt. A distant rumble, and a heartbeat later Orca felt the ground shift beneath her and staggered. A pressure inside her head. Another rumble louder, followed by a stronger tremor, all left standing on the hilltop, stumbling and swaying, combatants parting, searching for the source of the tremors. The pressure inside her head growing like a wind rising, hissing. Another rumble louder, the ground shuddering. A tearing sound and a crack opened in the earth between Orca and Drekker. She staggered away, shaking her head, saw others about her doing the same. Looked around, stared into the distance, narrowed her eyes. Something was wrong with the Boneback Mountains. They were moving, great avalanches of snow rolling down the towering slopes, huge eruptions of snow and ice exploding, rising high as the clouds. The wind inside her head became a howling gale, an almost discernible voice swirling within it. Snaka, Val hissed, and Orca looked to the northwest, to Snakevic, blinked, grimaced, and shook her head. The skull of Snaka was shifting, moving, a cloud of dust rising around it. And an amber light flickered and blazed in those long, empty sockets. No, Orca breathed. What has Likrifa done? As she stared, the skull rose from the rock and sea, no longer the gray-white of old bones, new scales growing, spreading, rippling across the contours of the skull, gray and green, the jaws rising up, teeth long and glinting, gums showing pink with fresh blood, a blue-black tongue flickering out. The serpent twisted its head left and right, thick muscles on a sinuous neck flexing, rippling as dread Snaka rose from his long death, and a wordless voice roared in Orca's head, loud and fierce as a winter storm. Snaka looked down at the fjord before him, glowering at one of the fleets from Iskiden as it sailed into the fjord. He stretched his mouth wide, revealing teeth as thick and long as the trees of the iron wood, his black tongue flickering out. The rock and earth of the mountain, hundreds of years and layers of sediment that had settled about Snaka's bones, began to fall away from him like water flowing from a dog emerging from a stream. A huge, roaring crash as the weight of a mountain smashed into the fjord of Snakevic, a wall of water rising up, exploding away from Snaka and sweeping the fleet up and away like leaves, crashing down on the longships and crushing them, smashing them, and in a few heartbeats the fleet was gone. All along the line of the Bonebacks, the mountains were rippling and heaving, snow and rock sliding in great jagged sheets, huge clouds of earth erupting into the air, and Orca saw the ground rippling and tremoring like someone shaking a rug, undulating across the land of Vigrid in an ever-growing roar. Snaka rose up higher, his great head blocking the sun, huge, razored scales spreading wide upon his skull and flowing into knotted ridges upon his back. He reared, tall as the sky, and then dived, head crashing into the sea before him, his long, sinuous body slithering into the ocean, the water exploding, another great wave forming, rearing high and sweeping out into the great green, storming along the coast of Vigrid, submerging it. And Orca saw the silhouette of Likrifa flying in the air, following the line of the coast. Snaka's head emerged from the sea in a great burst of water, salt spray sparkling in the sun. Another fleet of Iskiden's longships hurled into the air and smashed to splintered flotsam. Likrifa flew to Snaka's head, swirled around it, and then she was flying inland, across land, back towards Wolfdales. And Snaka followed her, his body slithering out of the sea and undulating across the land, tearing up forests, crushing hills in his passage. Orca put a hand to her head, squeezed it, trying to shake free the storm that was Snaka, his presence like wasps in her thought cage, like the weight of the deep ocean pressing down upon her. Through the fog she realized one thing. Likrifa is bringing him here. The ground beneath Orca's feet was shuddering now, throwing people from their feet, great rents opening up, clumps of rock and earth falling away, tumbling into the chamber below them. Orca looked around, searching for Brekka, saw Glornir grimacing, sheathing his sword and stumbling to Val, grabbing her wrist and pulling her with him. A flash of movement to Orca's right and she saw Drekker was on his feet, snarling, axe raised, running in a swaying stumble at her, the rumble of snakkas rising masking his approach. Orca tried to turn and pull a seeks from her belt, but the world was moving, bucking and heaving. A shape swept down out of the sky, small and hairless, Vesely, teeth bared in a snarl, long-fingered hands and claws reaching. She crashed into Drekker's head and wrapped her arms around him, claws raking at his flesh, teeth biting into his head. Drekker cried out, stumbling away, and he was falling, rolling down the hill with Vesely still clinging to him, disappearing. "Bloodsworn," Glornir cried out, the bear in his voice roaring loud as snakkas approach. "With me," he bellowed and set off at a lumbering, drunk-swaying run across the hilltop. Orca saw Brekka with Lif and Sion, the three of them trying to reach her, and Orca stumbled to them, swept Brekka up in her arms, and they were all following Glornir, zigzagging across the hill, huge tears and holes opening up in the ground and falling, spinning away into the vastness of the chamber beneath them. Glornir had stopped, Orca reaching him and seeing that he stood at the edge of a great cliff, the river Phelan far below. Hal just skidded to a halt beside them, looked over the edge and grinned. "Wolves behind, a cliff ahead," she said. "Jump," Glornir shouted, and then he was leaping from the cliff, hand in hand with Val. Orca looked at Brekka, squeezed him tight. "I love you with all that I am," she snarled, and leaped from the cliff with Brekka in her arms. Chapter 75. Varg v. Arg fell to his knees, a wordless voice roaring in his head, the world crashing down around him, the ground shaking beneath him. Leif and Sturker were on the ground too, Leif with a huge gash down one shoulder from Varg's cleaver. "He is keeping me from Einar." A great wave of rage rose up in him, sweeping the voice in his head away, and he launched himself from the ground, through the air, and crashed into Leif, rolling with him. "I am no thrall," he snarled, and then he let the wolf run free through his veins, opened his mouth and bit down, flesh tearing, blood spurting. Leif screamed, trying to break free, but Varg clung to him. Leif's arms flailing, and they rolled, were thrown into the air together as the ground bucked, then slammed back down. Leif was flopping now, and Varg opened his jaws, spat out blood and chunks of flesh. A strong hand grabbed his arm, dragging him up, and he turned, snarling, but it was Rokia. Rokia looked down at Leif and curled her lip, above her great strips of daylight appearing in the dome of the chamber's roof as huge sections fell crashing down around them. Leif was dead, blood leaking from his torn throat, Sturker nowhere to be seen. Varg checked his weapons, felt his seek still in its scabbard on his belt, saw his cleaver and axe and staggered to them, swept them up, and ran stumbling across the room. Esvik was kneeling beside Einar's body, tears streaking his cheeks, Rokia moving to stand beside him. She rested a hand upon his shoulder, both of them looking down at Einar. He lay on his back, a red wound in his throat, blood slick and pooled around him. He looked smaller in death. Rifna had cast herself onto Einar's body, was weeping, and a dozen children were standing around the big man, heads bowed, the rest of the Bloodsworn gathering about them. Edel stood and stared, her hound licking Einar's hand, and Isa let out a great wail. Varg remembered his first day of meeting the Bloodsworn when he had fought Einar and bitten his leg. A wave of grief and rage swept him, and he lifted his head and howled, long and echoing. A lump of stone and earth, the size of a longship, crashed to the ground about 50 paces from them, shattering and raining earth and shards of rock, throwing people off their feet and dragging Varg back to the now. Flames were sweeping the room, great fissures opening in the ground like sailcloth tearing in a storm. "Brock," Varg growled. "Gone the nithing," Rokia said. When the world decided to break, he ran like a rat. Another boulder fell from above, staggering them all. "What is happening?" Isa growled, staring up at the collapsing hall. Snaka, Edel snarled, her lips twisting in a grimace. I hear him in my soul. We need to get out of here, Svik said. Everywhere people were running, a great river of life trying to reach the gates, warriors, spiders, trolls, skrailing, the battle forgotten, all joined together in a desperate flight for survival, all running for the light. Rocks and clumps of earth the size of boulders were falling from the roof high above, crushing many, knocking many more from their feet, and the walls started to crumble. One of the great doors cracked and collapsed, an avalanche of stones sliding across the opening and blocking the way. Get out, how? Varg said. Ulfrir came padding across the hall, weaving and staggering around great banks of flame and huge rents in the ground, skulls swooping through the air above him, his stone wolves with him. He was leading many across the hall, trying to cover them with his body. His Ulfheithnar were running beneath him, and Varg saw Sivat leading the Battlegrim and Elvar's Drengers. Jarl Orlig was there with the survivors of his warband, and behind them rode the remnants of Sulik and his mounted warriors, Taras running with them, carrying Iva in his arms. Varg saw Sivat break away from the Battlegrim and run staggering across the floor, disappearing behind a swathe of flames. Ulfrir saw the Bloodsworn and made for them. He looked to the gates. No escape that way, he snarled. Sivat emerged through the haze, carrying someone in his arms. As he reached them, Varg saw it was Elvar's body. Tears had streaked lines through the blood and grime on Sivat's cheeks. A splintering, tearing sound, and one of the branches of the great tree fell to the chamber floor, leaves and flames exploding around it, clouds of dust and smoke billowing. This way, Ulfrir growled, to the tunnels, and he padded away from them. Varg was about to turn and follow Ulfrir when he saw a handful of people stumbling through the hall, disappearing for a moment behind cloud and flame. Wait, Varg shouted, and Ulfrir turned. We must go, Ulfrir said, glancing up. The roof was a ragged hole, light leaking through in great patches and columns. There, Varg pointed and began to run back into the hall. Grend was leading a small band of people across the chamber, Varg seeing Uspa and Barak there, Jitha, a handful of Berserkir and Drengers. Between them they were carrying something, a great weight swaying within a strip of sailcloth. It was Trung. Go back, Ulfrir snarled at Varg, and then the wolf was leaping across the chamber, a huge tremor ripping through the ground and bucking him from his feet, claws scrabbling, and he was upright again, leaping and reaching the small band, sweeping up the cloth that Trung was suspended within in his jaws, protecting Grend and the others with his body, and they were heading back towards Varg and the others, who were swerving and stumbling across the hall. Ulfrir padded up to them as they reached the entrance to the tunnel, pausing for a moment, turning and looking back into the chamber. The tremors were growing in intensity, the ground permanently shaking, and another huge chunk of the roof came tumbling down, crashing and erupting. An impact against the far wall of the chamber, beyond the tree and dais, a great fissure running down its entire length, from roof to ground, a seam of light appearing. The whole wall exploded inwards, crashing to the ground, light streaming in, a great cloud of dust erupting and expanding. Varg, Ulfrir, and all of them stood there, staring, frozen. The dust settled, but something blocked the light from pouring through the shattered wall. Something huge beyond all imagining. Varg saw the glow of two great fires high in the air. They blinked. A reptilian head formed around those eyes, gray-green scales, horned and barbed, fanning wide back to a neck thick with muscle and razored scale. The mouth opened, teeth long and sharp, curved fangs, saliva dripping, and a black-blue tongue flickered out, tasting the air. Ulfrir, my son, the serpent hissed, Snaka's voice filling the chamber, sibilant, his head swaying, moving from side to side, searching. Varg felt the words rattle and tremor through his bones, felt a pressure constrict around him like a fist squeezing him. Ulfrir stared up at his father, let out a high-pitched whine, lips curling in a silent snarl, and then he turned and padded into the tunnel, Varg and everyone else following him. Chapter 76. Orca dragged herself from the river, coughing and spitting, her mail and woolen underclothes a sodden weight. Brecca was on the bank above her, hacking up half of the river, or so it sounded. "Don't stop here," Orca said. "Into the trees," and she gripped his hand and led him on, half dragging him into the shadowed safety of the tree line. Others of the Bloodsworn were already there: Halja and Gunnar, Lif and Sion, Glornir and Val. Lif was chopping at deadwood for a fire. The river curled here, the current sweeping wide into the riverbank and spitting its contents into the weeds and shallows. More of the Bloodsworn were crawling from the river behind Orca. They had plummeted into the Phelan from the top of Wolfdales, crashed into the icy water like a boulder, and Orca had used every ounce of strength the wolf in her blood could give her to stop her coat of mail from dragging her and Brecca to the riverbed. They had burst above the water, gasping in great mouthfuls of air, and the current had grabbed them and swept them down river until it spat them out on this deep curl. Orca leaned against a tree and checked her weapon's belt, brushed her fingertips across the two seekses, felt a wave of anger that she had not returned them to Drekker, had not buried them to their hilts in his flesh. "At least that nithing Ilska is dead." "He might be dead," Brecca said, looking up at Orca. "Perhaps," she said. She hoped not. Glornir came to stand beside her, Val going to the deadwood that Lif had piled and speaking Sather runes to start a fire. Brecca shuffled close to Glornir, leaning against him, and Glornir put a big hand around his shoulder. Together the three of them looked back along the river, saw the slope of Wolfdales in the distance, half of the hill gone, just a ragged line. Snaka reared above it, his head striking down into the hall, the force of it felt in the ground beneath Orca's feet, smashing the side of the hill to rubble. The roar and rumble of the hill collapsing echoed through the forest, Snaka's head pulling out from the devastation and ruin, silhouetted before the sun. "Can you feel him?" Glornir asked Orca. "I, like hornets in my thought cage, a hand squeezing my bones." "Aye," Glornir grunted. "How do we fight that?" Brecca whispered. "One battle at a time," Glornir growled. "First the dragon and the rat." "Heya," Orca agreed and stamped her feet, puffed misting breath into her hands. The sun had started to sink towards the tree line of the iron wood, just a diffuse glow behind heavy cloud. "Looks like snow," Halja Flatnose said as she joined them. No more Bloodsworn had clawed their way out from the river for a while, but other bodies were floating past them now. Pale-bodied Skraeling floating face down, a young troll, a horse spinning slowly, warriors, thick-haired legs, and other dismembered parts of frost spiders. Shields floated, barrels, carts half submerged, shattered tables and chairs, flotsam from Ulfrir's great hall. "Well, Chief," Gunnar said, "what do we do now?" "First, we shall dry our clothes and warm our bodies, else we will be frozen solid by dawn, and that will be the end of us doing anything. Then we must see if we have friends left alive." There was a whirring of wings in the boughs up above, and they all reached for weapons. "It's me," Vesely squeaked, and Brecca cried out for happiness, held his arms out, and Vesely flew into them, Brecca wrapping the little Vison tight. "Vesely happy to see Master Brecca," the tenor piped, looking around at them. "Happy to see Mistress Orca, happy to see all of you." "My thanks," Orca said, dipping her head to her, remembering how Vesely had hurled herself at Drekker as he was charging at her. "Mistress Orca, welcome," Vesely said. "Bad man got away," she said with a scowl, then smiled. But not all of him, and she reached into the pouch at her belt and pulled out a long tooth, flesh dangling from the root. Orca smiled at that, and Vesely popped the tooth into her mouth and crunched it. "Can you help us?" Glornir asked Vesely. "Vesely try help her friends," she said. "How?" "Search for our friends, find survivors of Elvar's host if you can. We need to regroup, if there are any who have survived that." Glornir nodded at the jagged silhouette of Ulfrir's hall and Snaka, stark against the sinking sun. As Orca followed Glornir's gaze, she felt a snowflake fall and land upon her cheek, soft as a winter's kiss. Chapter 77. Varg v. Arg emerged from the tunnel into the last light of day to see snow falling, sifting through the boughs above him, settling soft and silent upon the ground. Ahead of him, Ulfrir laid the sailcloth he was carrying gently down, Ahrung's muffled voice calling out his thanks. Ulfrir stepped away, and his wolf form began to ripple and shimmer, shrinking in a series of judders and snaps, bones crackling, joints popping, fur disappearing, turning to skin, and then he was standing among the trees, dark-haired and amber-eyed. His Ulfheithnar spread out wide, scouting the surrounding woodland, skulled winging up into the branches and disappearing. The two stone wolves limped out from the tunnel and sat with their backs to Ulfrir, both searching the gloom of the forest, still guarding him. The remnants of Elvar's war host stumbled from the tunnel behind him, battered, bruised, bloodied. The survivors of the Bloodsworn emerged first, a little more than a score of them led by Rokia and Esvik, Edel and Issa, all of them curled around Rifna and the children like a protective hand. Hooves clattered and Sulik emerged, Kesha riding beside him, 20 or 30 survivors of his crew following after. Most of their quivers were empty. Tyrez walked with them, Iva cradled in his arms, a gash on her forehead crusted with blood. Jarl Orlig and Jarl Lager stepped from the tunnel together, what remained of their warbands following them, perhaps 100 warriors. Last came Sivet carrying Elvar in his arms, Grend and Jitha either side of him, Uspa and Barak, the survivors of the battle grim, Orv the Sneak there walking with Urt the Unwashed, a few score of Elvar's Drengers and Berserkir with them, and Freck leading the Ulfheithnar who had once been thralled to Estrid of Darl, and had sworn their oaths to Elvar. Along with Ulfrir's Ulfheithnar they numbered maybe 500, perhaps less. They spread into the woodland around the tunnel, drawing axes and chopping at branches and undergrowth, clearing a space for a camp, searching for streams and water, tending to the wounded. Grend, Jitha, Uspa, and Barak went to Ahrung and unwrapped him from the sailcloth, heaved and pushed until he was sitting upright. "Well, I did not expect to be thanking you for the saving of my life, not that it is much of a life," Ahrung said to Grend. Grend paused and looked at Ahrung a long moment. "Elvar liked you, she would have wanted you saved," he said with a grunt. "Ach Elvar, but that is a terrible loss," Ahrung said. "She was a rare one, a terrible, terrible loss." Grend said nothing, his face pale, tear-streaked, and he walked to Sivat, who was wrapping Elvar's corpse in a cloak, and helped the big man bind it about her with strips of leather. Ulfrir walked across the clearing, Skuld and his Ulfheithnar with him, stopping to look at Grend and Sivat, gazing down upon Elvar's body. Varg saw others walking over to them, and without thinking he was joining them, all of them gathering to form a circle around Elvar's body, standing in silence. "Elvar, you were a great woman," Ulfrir said, his voice a rasp. "You thralled a god, and that took some stones." A hint of a smile twitched his lips, replaced slowly with a look of sorrow. He looked around the clearing, meeting the eye of all gathered there. "She set me free. Set many of you free," people nodding, muttering hayas of agreement. Varg saw tears streaking Uspa's cheeks, many more around her weeping. "We shall mourn you, Elvar," Ulfrir said, "but first we shall avenge you." Grend made a growling, guttural sound in his throat. "Elvar Chainbreaker," Ulfrir said, and all those around him echoed him, startling birds from boughs in the canopy above. "Elvar Chainbreaker." A silence settled among them, punctuated by the crying of a child. Rifna stepped forwards and took Uspa's hand, red-eyed, tears streaking lines through the blood and grime caked on her cheeks. "Raise her," Rifna said between her sobbing, "and raise Einar, bring him back to us, please." "I cannot, little one," Uspa said, "but you raised Ulfrir, that is what everyone has told me." "I did, but the power was locked within him in his bones. He is a god. My Sather spells release that power. Elvar is not a god, Einar is not a god. I cannot bring them back, much as I wish I could." Uspa dropped to her knee and hugged Rifna, the girl sobbing into Uspa's shoulder. Slowly people began to walk away, going about the tasks of camp making. Sulik was going through the saddle bags strapped to his horses, searching for food. They found some, oat cakes and biscuits, hard bread and cheese, though not even cheese could cheer Svik after the loss of Einar. And there was not enough to feed all the survivors. A branch creaked above them and Varg looked up, thought he saw the shadow of movement, heard the faint whir of wings. "Come, no sense," Rokia said. "Let us go and see if we can hunt some food." She walked through the survivors, tapping warriors on shoulders, picking those she thought best suited and least injured to go hunting. And then Varg was loping into the dark woods, letting his wolf sense guide him. Varg sat beside Rokia and sucked the marrow from the thigh bone of a rabbit, hot fat burning his fingertips. He welcomed the warmth. They had risked a fire, cutting slim branches and weaving them into fences to mask the light. Varg was too tired to speak, exhaustion sitting deep in his bones, fractured moments of the past day swirling through his head. Of Elvar falling, of the sword stabbing into Einar's throat, of Brock Trollsbane's words, "I'm sure your sister deserved it." The wolf in his blood raised its head and gave a low snarl. Even his wolf was exhausted. And where is Glornir, Val, the skull splitter and the others? Varg and the others had seen them fighting on the stairwell of the tree, had tried to follow them but had been cut off by the flames. They must have reached the rooftop, maybe escaped out onto the hilltop. But then Snaka came. He did not want to think about that, wanted to hope that somehow Glornir and the others were still out there. He blew out a long breath, just sat and listened to Ulfrir talk with Elvar's captains. Jitha and Uspa, Saivat, Orlig and Lager were there, Freck and Svik and Sulik speaking for the Bloodsworn. They sat close to Atrung, who was uncharacteristically silent, his eyes downcast, as if deep in thought. "Well, quite a day," Orlig was saying. "I think we were winning, right up until that arsling serpent decided to smash the hall in around us." Grunts and hayas of agreement around him. Ulfrir surprised them all by chuckling. "I have never heard my father called an arsling before," he said, eyes shining. "It suits him." Varg could still feel the presence of Snaka like a distant whisper in his blood. "But what do we do now?" Jarl Lager said. "We must kill Likrifa and Rada, and quickly, while they are hampered by their wounds. They will not expect us to attack them now. They will think we are fleeing, putting space between us to regroup," Ulfrir said. "And we must kill my father too, if that is possible." "He died once, he can die again," Atrung muttered. "We need information," Uspa said. "We need to find them, know their plan, and work from there. We need Grok and Klo." "No," Ulfrir said. "Not now that my father is back. They are his heart and soul. They would betray us to him. I would not be surprised if they are searching for us now at Snaka's command." "I will fly, I will search, be our eyes in the sky," Skuld said. "No, I will not risk you," Ulfrir said. "You are too easily seen, too easily recognized." "Then what do you suggest?" Svik asked him. "Uspa is right, we need information," Ulfrir said. "But we also need allies." He looked around the camp at their battered warriors. "We are too few now." "That sounds wonderful," Orlig said. "But we are in a forest with only trees for company, and a dragon, a rat, and a serpent the size of a mountain not too far away, along with whoever and whatever of their hosts survived your father's visit." He looked at Ulfrir. "What allies do we have left?" Ulfrir smiled at Orlig. A fluttering of wings from the darkness above, and they were all moving, weapons hefted, what few arrows left to them knocked and pointing. "Don't hurt Vesli." A high-pitched voice squeaked above them, and the Vesen whirred down out of the darkness. "Well, there is our eyes in the sky," Svik said with a smile. "Vesli bring friends," she said, and footsteps were crunching on snow, all of them turning to see some of Ulfrir's Ulfheithnar guards escorting a group of warriors into the camp. Glornir walked at their head, Val and Orca Skullsplitter at either shoulder, and a score or so of the Bloodsworn followed after them. Svik leaped to his feet, cheering and grinning. "Ah, the shield breaker and the farmer. I feel better already, Orlig said with an expansive grin. Chapter 78 Gudvar Against All the Odds. I am alive, Gudvar thought as he dropped his shield with a clatter, unbuckled his weapon's belt, slithered out of his coat of mail and collapsed onto his cloak on the ground, exhaustion dragging him down like a current in his veins. His woolen tunic and linen undertunic were sweat-stained and stinking, but he did not care, did not have the strength left in him to seek out his kit and change into clean clothes. He was sat close to a fire, snow falling steadily now in flakes big as leaves, and he watched fires flicker into life about him as they were kindled across the great swathe of their camp. The ground had changed with Snaka's coming, great ridges of earth running through the camp, trees snapped or fallen, roots grasping at the sky so that all above them was cloud and falling snow. Huge fissures and rents had scarred the ground, but enough of the camp and supplies were left that they could cook and eat. And sleep, Gudvar thought. And there is only enough food left because more than half of Likrifa's war host have been slaughtered, crushed, or hurled into the river. He looked around at the survivors of the last battle, a pitiful few compared to the war host that had assembled upon these banks only 2 days gone. He saw warriors limping, the wounded being carried, herds skrailing mourning their dead in their strange, ululating cries. Heard a troll cry out as their leader, Hethin, cauterized a wound with a strip of iron that had been left to heat in the fire. Gudvar knew that there were frost spiders and night hags still lurking in the darkness of the forest, but he had seen so many of their dead piled in heaps that he knew their numbers must be vastly reduced. At one point of the battle, as Likrifa and Rada had fled, he had been certain that the battle was lost, and that he was going to die. Thank the dead gods that we have Snaka on our side, he thought, although even the thought of Snaka set his limbs to trembling. At the sight of the father of the gods, serpentine head crashing through the wall of Ulfrir's chamber, Gudvar had almost lost control of his bladder and soiled his breeches. He leaned forward and sniffed, grimaced. Perhaps I did lose a little control of my bladder. He chose to turn his thoughts away from Snaka and watched as haunches and joints of meat were pulled from barrels and put onto spits over fires, or set into pots that bubbled with boiling water. "Get me some mead, or ale," he said to one of Sigrun's drengers, a dark-haired woman with a red wound across her jawline who had kindled the fire he was sitting at, and was turning a spitted leg of venison. She looked at him a moment, her lip curling, then Jarl Sigrun was heading towards them, walking away from Drekker, Krusa, and Glun Irongrip, the only captains of Likrifa's war host who had returned to camp so far. The Drenger lifted a jug and poured a cup for him, leaned and handed it to him. "My thanks," he said with a smile and sipped as Sigrun sat beside him. "Ilska is dead," Sigrun said. "What?" Gudvar gasped. Despite the fact they had just passed through 2 days of war, he could not conceive of Ilska actually falling in battle. "Glornir Shieldbreaker slew her on the hill," Sigrun said. She looked at him and put her hand on his wrist. "And Skalk is dead, too." Gudvar sucked in a breath and stifled the smile and shout of joy that rose up within him. Skalk dead. That nithing, torturing, deceitful, goat-humping Arseling. Oh, what a day this has been. And Estrid, too, Gudvar said, as if in passing. "She was slain when the Bullman and Berserkers smashed our shield wall," Sigrun nodded. "Well, there is still a wolf to slay, but it looks like we have chosen the winning side, Gudvar, and we have lived to reap the rewards. All has changed with the arrival of Snaka. A new world is dawning and new powers." She squeezed his wrist. "And we shall be among those powers." A ripple went through the camp, a hush falling, and Gudvar felt a shift in the air, abruptly heavy like a thunderstorm. He looked up, saw Likrifa and Rada walking into the camp, back in their human forms now, thankfully. Both of them bore the wounds of battle, walked stiffly, blooms of blood on their tunics. Rada limped and held one arm protectively to his left side. Likrifa had new red wounds across her head and body, one side of her face crusted with dried blood. They walked a step behind a man, taller by head and shoulders than both of them. A milk-pale face, mottled like scales, a sharp ridge of a nose, dark hair tied severely at his nape, and eyes that flickered with red-gold fire. The tips of teeth protruded from his dark-veined lips. He wore a gray wool tunic embroidered in gold-swirling serpents edged with red-dyed fur, a belt of leather and gold buckled about his waist. Dread Snaka, father of the gods. Gudvar felt a compulsion to stand and walk to him, to throw himself upon his knees and bow, to swear oaths of loyalty. Snaka stopped and looked around the camp and everything in it as if it all belonged to him, as if the whole world belonged to him, which it does, I suppose, Gudvar thought, feeling a flutter of fear in his belly. I am bored of this feeling. Fear is distinctly overrated. I long for a day when I awake and live from dawn to sleep without one moment of fear. All had stopped what they were doing and turned to look at the gods walking among them as they strode into the camp, came to a stop at its center. All eyes were fixed upon Snaka, drawn like iron filings to a lodestone. The sense of fear and awe was palpable, a shimmering in the air. "Kneel before your maker, your master, your king," Radha cried out, sinking to his knees before Snaka, and Likrifa dropped to one knee, bowed her head. "My father, my king," her voice tremored through the camp. Snaka stepped forwards, looking at all those gathered before him, at the hundreds of lives as if they were his too. "I suppose we are," Gudvar thought as he stumbled to his feet and knelt before dread Snaka, maker of the world. Chapter 79. Varg v. Arg used sand, oil, and a crumpled ball of wire to scour the blood and grime from his weapons. Axe, cleaver, and seeks laid out on the ground before him. He was sitting with a handful of the bloodsworn, Rokia and Esvik, Gunnar and Halja and Edel, Lif and Sion, Orca and Brekka, all of them going about the cleaning or repairing of their battle kit. Orca was casting a whetstone across the blades of the two seekses at her belt. Varg did not think they were blunt, or indeed could be any sharper, but the look in Orca's eyes stopped him from mentioning that to her. Many in the camp were doing the same, tending to their kit or sleeping. It was late into the night, though the snowfall gave off a soft sheened glow, reflecting the flicker of dappled firelight. Glornir and Val were huddled with Ulfrir and the other captains, trying to navigate some plan that would give them even the smallest chance of surviving the next few days. Vesli flew out of the night, spiraling above Ulfrir and the others, squeaking with excitement. "I have found them, I have found them," she blurted, flapping down to alight upon Ulfrir's shoulder. He looked at her with one raised eyebrow, but she did not seem to notice. "Well done, Vesli," Ulfrir said. "And where are they?" "Spread close to the riverbank before your hall, or what is left of your hall," the tenor said. "They have guards, but not as many as they did. The rat and the dragon are there," she paused and shivered. "And the serpent, Vesli not like him." "I do not like him either," Skuld said. "We are in your debt," Ulfrir said, "and one day I hope to repay you for your courage and loyalty." "Teeth. Lots of teeth," Vesli said without a moment's pause. "If it is in my power, you shall have a mountain of teeth," Ulfrir said with a smile. Vesli grinned, revealing her 2 rows of teeth, and flickered into the air, whirring over to Brekka, landed on his legs. "Vesli tired," she said, and curled up on Brekka's lap, wrapping a wing over her shoulder and head, Brekka stroking her. Footsteps, and Varg looked up to see Frek the Ulfheithnar approaching them. The sides of his head were shaved, like Varg's, and the long hair above it was braided and tied at his crown. He wore a blood-crusted coat of mail, sword, and seeks at his belt. Walking into the circle of the bloodsworn, he looked down at Esvik. "The last time I sat with you bloodsworn I was a thrall," he said, his voice a rasping snarl like sand scraped over mail. "And now you are free," Esvik said to him. "I am," Frek said, rubbing his hand across the stubble growing on the sides of his head. He squatted down beside Esvik. "You told a tale when I traveled with you, about the way of the world." I did, Svik said with a smile which faded. Einar liked that tale. Varg remembered Einar laughing. It had been about a troll stuck under a rock, and Svik had named the troll Einar. I liked it too, Frek said. I especially liked the part at the end where the young lad set the wolf free and told the wolf that we decide the way of the world, in our thought cage. He tapped the side of his head with one finger. I liked it, but I thought it was no more than a tale, never to come true. But Elvar did that. She changed the way of the world by thinking it. He tapped his head again and deciding to do it. Hayas of agreement rippled around the bloodsworn. Our choices matter, Frek said. I did not think they did. I did not think one decision could change anything, but I was wrong. We just need more people to make the right choices, Varg murmured. Come, sit and drink with us, Frek the Free, Svik said, and offered him a cup of ale. Frek took it and sat with them. Orca set me free, Sion said, and eyes turned to her, moving on to Orca, who just continued to scrape the whetstone across her blades. Voices murmured approval. I am free, Sion said, as if she whispered of finding treasure. Then she stood and strode into the shadows of the trees to relieve her bladder. Lif began to sing, a slow, mournful song telling a tale of love and loss, of family and tragedy, of good times shared. His voice was sweet, ebbing and flowing like the tide, making Varg think of rare memories with his sister, when they had shared a stolen honeycomb on Karlskeg's farm, and had to scrub their fingers for fear of giving themselves away, of when she had pushed him over an anthill in the grass, and when he had screamed as the ants bit him, she had laughed so hard she fell over. Lif's voice trailed off, singing of love between sweethearts, fading slowly. He glanced at Halja. No, Halja said, not taking her eyes from her sword where she was working at a notch in the blade with a whetstone. She paused and looked up at Lif. You have proven yourself in battle, you have a warrior's heart, and I have no doubt that you will find the vengeance you seek. But I am not for you, she said. He blinked at her, then looked down, his neck and cheeks flushing. It is not because I find you weak or foolish or irritating, Halja said, continuing to run the whetstone rhythmically across her blade. Well, perhaps sometimes irritating. It is because you are a man. Men are not for me, she shrugged, and Lif nodded. But you have my respect and my friendship always. And if you wish to join the Bloodsworn, I would gladly call you brother and trust you to stand beside me in the shield wall. I hope that counts for more than a hump in the bushes. A smile spread across Lif's face at that, and laughter rippled among their group. Sion walked back out of the gloom. Her, though, I think she would enjoy a good hump in the bushes with you. I have seen the way she looks at you. Lif blinked rapidly, and flushed red again, glancing sideways at Sion. What? Sion said to those looking at her as she returned. Ask Lif, Gunnar Prow said, and smiled. It was the first time Varg had seen him smile since he had returned without Rivna. Varg went back to cleaning his kit, tested the blade of his cleaver and slipped it back into its leather cover at his belt. He felt a prickling in his skin, the wolf in his blood stirring, and he turned to see Rokia looking at him, an unsettling intensity to her gaze, amber flickering in her eyes. What? Varg said, looking around, thinking there must be some danger somewhere. I am not like Halja, she said. Huh, Varg grunted. I do not prefer women to men, Rokia said. Oh, I see, Varg said. No, you do not see no sense, Svik chuckled, sitting close to them. I thought. Varg said, and Rokia continued to look at him with that burning intensity. That you did not like men. Most of the time that is true, Rokia said with a shrug. Most men are idiots, especially men like Svik, but you, Varg, no sense. She leaned forwards and put her hand upon his, her skin rough and calloused from years of blade work, squeezed his hand. I choose you. Choose me. Yes, I choose you. She stood, pulling him up, and he rose to his feet, his heart abruptly hammering in his chest, in his head, in his throat. Rokia turned and led him away from their group, walking past Ulfrir and their captains. As they drew near, Ulfrir rose. Where are you going? Orlig asked him. To see what I can do about finding an ally, Ulfrir said. Before you go, Atrung said, I must tell you something. Ulfrir and all the others looked at him. Elvar had a plan, he said slowly, as if the words were sticking in his throat. Ulfrir sat back down and Rokia was leading Varg out of earshot into the gloom of the trees. "Where are we?" Varg mumbled, and then Rokia was turning, pushing him hard against a tree. "What are you?" he said, but forgot the rest as Rokia's lips were close to his, her eyes dark, shining with flecks of amber and reflected snow, her breath smelling of apples and mead. "I choose you, Varg no sense," she said, and her lips were on his and he was kissing her in return, her hands rising to his waist, finding his weapon's belt and unbuckling it, dropping it with a thud in the snow, tugging at his breeches. "I choose you," he whispered back to her, and then they were sinking to the ground. Chapter 80. Bior trembled as he knelt before Snaka, his knees crunching through the ice ream crusting on the snow. He could feel Snaka's presence within him, like mead in the blood. All else except Snaka was blurred, all sound except Snaka's voice a dim, muted whisper. He looked up at the maker of the world. Snaka was tall, towering over Bior, looking down at him with a sharp-boned face, his dark hair pulled back tight, the points of teeth protruding from beneath dark, bluish-black lips. Bior took his hand and pressed his lips to the pale mottled flesh. The smell of something long dead wafted around him. "You are descended from Rada," Snaka said, his voice a sibilant, rasping hiss. "Yes, my king," Bior said, his voice cracking. "I created Rada. I created you." Snaka's voice slithered inside his head. "You are mine." "Yes, my king," Bior repeated. A flick of Snaka's hand, long-fingered with nails black as blood spilled in the night, and Bior was dismissed, rising and moving away, another warrior moving forward to drop on the ground before Snaka. Bior looked for Fane and saw him standing with the tainted children, walked over to him. His legs felt like lead weights were strapped to them, every step an effort, and every muscle and sinew in his body ached. The climb to the summit of Wolfdales, sneaking into the hall's dark corridors, the fight against Elvar and all that happened after. Exhaustion was his constant companion now, and alongside it the weight of Snaka's presence, a sibilant voice whispering indiscernible words inside his head, a pressure within and without, as if the very air had changed. He blinked, his eyes stinging, and in his head he saw a fractured image of Elvar standing over him, her sword point at his throat. Shook his head, tried to scatter the memory as a horse scatters flies. He reached Red Fane and smiled at the old warrior. "Snaka stands among us," Fane said, awe and fear in his voice. "Aye," Bior nodded. He knew the battle had hovered on the brink of ruin before Snaka's arrival, knew that Snaka had changed everything, but still he felt a deep foreboding in his gut. The rat in his blood was whispering for him to flee, though he knew not why. "I am glad to see you still breathing," Fane said to him, clapping a big hand on his shoulder and squeezing. "So am I," Bior said, managing a smile through the fear and heaviness in his heart. "I should be rejoicing. We have almost won. Though there is still a wolf to slay out there somewhere, if he survived the fall of his hall. I wish I had been there, wish I had fought in the greatest battle of our time." "Of any time, I think," Bior said, remembering the din of the battle storm, the warriors and Visen screaming, the Froa, the dragon, the wolf, the oceans of blood. "You are injured, Fane, there is no shame in that, and you have had perhaps the most important task looking after these." He gestured to Herc and the tainted children. "Aye," Fane said. "They are the ones we are fighting for. They are the ones who will live in a world made free by our sacrifice." Bior said nothing but frowned, Elvar's words echoing in his head. Footsteps and Rada appeared. His face was bruised, dried blood streaking it, and Bior saw that he walked with his left arm tucked tight to his side, blooms of blood on his wool tunic. He remembered Gwynne hurling himself at Rada and stabbing him in a frenzy of blows. "You are injured, my lord," Bior said to him. Rada scowled at Bior. "That is the understatement of the year," he said, "and no thanks to you. You chopped off my tail, if I recall correctly." "I did, to save you," Bior said, His hand brushed the top of Elvar's axe thrust through his belt. "Fair comment, I admit," Rada said. "The wolf had me pinned and was likely to have eaten me, so it would seem I owe you my thanks for saving my life." He dipped his head to Bjorn, gave his charming smile, then looked at him more intently. "What is it?" he asked. Bjorn heard Elvar's voice in his head. "Has Rada not told you? I have set the tainted free." Heard Ulfrir's words before Likrifa and Brothir. "Elvar set me free," the wolf god had said. "You knew," Bjorn said. "Knew what?" Rada asked him. "That Elvar had set Ulfrir and the tainted free." "What?" Fane said, a gasped splutter. Rada shrugged. "She did tell me," he said, "but I did not believe her. I was as surprised as you when Ulfrir did not bow to Brothir's command." "She told you," Bjorn said, echoing Rada's words. When I spoke to her on the bridge before the battle began." "But you know the lies and bluster people talk at moments like that, all threats and insults." He shrugged again, looked at Bjorn. "Regret is a luxury we cannot afford," Rada said quietly. "Put it from your head, else it will eat at you. It is pointless, will change nothing." Bjorn nodded, though Elvar's face still swirled through his head, her words echoing. "I set them free, free, free." He scowled at Rada but saw that the rat god was staring at Snaka. "What have we done?" he heard Rada breathe. "Rada Likrifa," Snaka's voice rang out, soft and sibilant, yet filling the whole camp. Bjorn looked to see that the entire war host had finished in their obeisance to their risen maker and king. "Come, my son, my daughter, we will talk of wayward Ulfrir," Snaka said. "And I am hungry. 300 years of death has given me quite an appetite." "Of course, father," Rada said. "Sit, and we shall serve you." Likrifa ushered Snaka to a table set at the center of the camp, chairs arranged before it, platters of steaming vegetables and fried potatoes, cups, eating knives and jugs already laid there, and he sat in Likrifa's tall-backed chair. "Yes, father, we should talk of Ulfrir," Likrifa said. "We must find him and kill him." Snaka turned his black-eyed gaze upon Likrifa. "Must," he said, voice soft, tongue flickering. "You do not say must to me." "No, father," Likrifa said, her voice shaking. "No, no, I am sorry. Forgive me, please," and she dropped to her knees beside him, lowered her head. Snaka stared at her for long moments, a dread silence filling the camp, then he placed a hand upon her head. "You have tried to slay the wolf, and you could not," Snaka said. "Do not think me a fool. I know why you have raised me, wrapped my bones with flesh, put blood pulsing through my veins." Bjorn saw Snaka's grip tightening around Likrifa's head, saw rivulets of blood run from where his black fingernails dug into her scalp. "It is not love for a father that has driven you, it is fear of defeat, fear of death. You need me to turn the balance to save your scaly skin. Is this not true?" His nails dug deeper into Likrifa's head. "Yes," she whimpered. "But I am not your pawn to be used. I am your father, your king, and this is my world, not yours. Everything in it belongs to me, all that breathes, all that grows, including you and your brothers," he hissed. "You belong to me." Why, yes, father," Likrifa groaned. Snaka stared at her with his baleful eyes, a tremor running through the muscle and tendon of his wrist and into his hand. "Rise," he said contemptuously and gave a flick of his wrist, sending Likrifa falling onto her back. She stood shakily. "Father, you must be hungry," Rada said, hurrying forwards with a trencher full of carved meat, steam rising from it. He set it down on the table, drew a knife from his belt and skewered a slice of meat, setting it on the plate before Snaka. "And thirsty, too, I do not doubt," Rada said, setting down a silver cup before Snaka, mead spilling from it. "Sister, sit, and we shall all eat and drink together," Rada said, skewering another slice of meat and putting it on a plate set before an empty chair. "Why, yes, brother," Likrifa said. She sat in the empty seat beside Snaka and picked up her long-bladed eating knife. Thin lines of blood trickled from her scalp and down her face. Rada poured mead from a jug for Likrifa and another cup for himself, then moved around the table to sit in the other empty chair at Snaka's side. He lifted his cup. "To the return of our king, to father, son, and daughter, a family reunited," he said and drank from his cup. Snaka and Likrifa raised their cups and drank deep, Likrifa's hand shaking, drinking so fast that mead ran down her chin. She emptied her cup and refilled it, drank some more as Radha skewered slices of meat and set them on her plate. "Come, Radha," she said, "be quick. I am so hungry I can hardly wait." She licked her lips with her thick blue-black tongue, and Bior saw her jaw shimmer for a moment, saw the hint of her dragon teeth and elongated muzzle. "Yes," Snaka rasped as he set his cup down. He looked down at the meat on his plate. "What is for our meal?" he asked. Radha looked at Snaka, a sly smile spreading across his face. "You are father," he said. Snaka's face twisted, and Bior saw a tremor run through him, a grimace twisting his features. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a rasping grunt came out. His body began to shake. "What?" he gasped, prickles of sweat beading his forehead. Black lines appeared across his face as if his veins were filling with ink. His fingers clawed at the table, nails gouging splinters of wood. "You are right, father," Radha said, standing. "There was no fatherly love involved in our raising of you. Quite the opposite, in fact. We despise you. Of course we raised you to help us win this fight. But not in the way you think. Not by asking you to defeat Ulfrir for us," he tutted. "No, you are far too unreliable to trust that task to, and in truth we do not need all of you to complete the task ourselves. We just need your heart." Tremors were spasming through Snaka's body now, sweat running down his face, staining his tunic, black veins threading down his forearms and across the backs of his hands. He fell from his chair onto his knees, white-knuckled hands and black nails clawing into the table, keeping him from toppling into the snow. Likrifa stood and smiled. "Who is the one on their knees now?" she snarled at him. Snaka's whole body was shuddering, rasping breath and spit leaking and foaming on his lips, a string of saliva hanging from his mouth, pooling on the table. Bior heard the echo of words on Snaka's breath, and slowly the convulsions began to subside. The black ink in Snaka's veins stopped spreading, began slowly to retreat, climbing back up his arms as if someone were sucking the poison from him. Radha and Likrifa stared in frozen, horrified terror. Snaka coughed and retched, his body heaving, a convulsion rippling through him. Another racking cough, and he spat something black onto the table. A viscous mass, sticky and malleable. The table hissed and blackened where it landed. Snaka looked up, eyes fixing Radha, and he began to stand, still coughing, his stomach contracting, spitting out more black mucus onto the table. "No!" Likrifa screamed and stabbed her eating knife into one of Snaka's hands, slicing through meat and tendon, passing between bones to sink deep into the timber of the table, pinning him there. Snaka let out a hissing scream and half rose, his face rippling, juddering, body shimmering, and then Radha was moving, his paralysis broken, grabbing a fistful of Snaka's hair and plunging his knife into one side of Snaka's neck, the tip bursting out the other side, Radha sawing the blade away from him, carving through the meat and gristle of Snaka's windpipe. A jet of black blood exploded onto the table, Snaka slamming himself back into Radha, his head crunching into Radha's face as he coughed great gouts of blood, Likrifa hanging onto the blade in Snaka's hand, her other hand gripping his arm, long-taloned fingers sinking into his flesh, holding him tight. And slowly Snaka slumped back into his chair, blood pulsing from the great wound in his throat, then toppled face down onto the table, blood spreading in a pool. A thunderclap of sound, a ripping, tearing, and the ground shuddered, a fissure tremoring through the earth, zigzagging out from Snaka's feet. A silence settled, filled the whole camp, Bior staring, mouth open, all staring in stunned shock and horror, snow gently falling about them. Likrifa ripped the knife free of Snaka's hand, and Radha grabbed him beneath the arms, heaved him up, turning him over and slammed him down onto the table, ripped Snaka's tunic open and put his knife to his chest. stabbed hard, punching through the breastbone, and began to saw. Likrifa leaned over her father's body, slavering, saliva dripping from her lips, dipping her fingers into the pool of Snaka's blood and licking them. "His heart, Rada, we must feast on his heart," she said. Rada grunted, cutting and sawing, Bior hearing bones snapping, flesh tearing, and then Rada was reaching into Snaka's chest, heaving at bone, snapping it, forcing his hand deeper into the cavity. A wet tearing sound, and Rada ripped Snaka's heart free, held it up in his fist. "Give it to me," Likrifa snarled at Rada. Rada smiled at Likrifa and opened his mouth wide, his jawline shifting, teeth growing. A shape flew down from out of the white blur, a tenor, arms grasping, snatching Snaka's heart and winging away, speeding back up into the gloom. Rada and Likrifa roared and bellowed, their bodies juddering, the air about them shimmering as they began to change. A flicker of wings whirred above Bior, another tenor flying out of the forest, more of them appearing. "Where?" they were shouting. "Where the wolf?" And behind Bior a wolf howled, the sound filling the forest, filling the world, ringing out, echoing. Bior spun around and saw figures charging from the gloom, roaring and howling as they came. Chapter 81. Varg v Arg ran howling from the cover of the trees. He had no shield, had lost it in the chaos of Ulfrir's hall, had his hand axe and seeks in his fists. His mind was still reeling from what he had just witnessed. The murder of Snaka, the god-king, maker of the world, his heart carved from his chest and held aloft for all to see. Varg had been standing close to Ulfrir, and the wolf god had been transfixed, staring in frozen, horrified shock as Rada had held his blood-drenched fist aloft. "No," Ulfrir had snarled, "they cannot eat his heart, the power it will give them." And he was transforming from man to wolf in a series of cracks and spasms and judders. The connotations of Ulfrir's words burst like bright lights in Varg's thought cage. They did not resurrect Snaka to win the battle for them. They brought him back so that they could eat his heart and steal his power. Ulfrir had already shifted into his wolf form and burst howling from the trees, his two stone wolves loping at his side, hackles raised and snarling, skulled, winging overhead. All followed him, warriors exploding from the ragged tree line in a roar, no organized shield wall here. Half of the Bloodsworn were without shields now, just a savage charge to the blood-soaked end of this conflict, Glornir and Orca leading them. Even Orlig ran at the head of his warriors, Jarl Lager with him, Sivat lumbering at the head of the battle grim, Gren charging with Jitha and Elvar's oath-sworn Drengers, Berserkir and Ulfheithnar frothing and snarling and growling alongside them. The pulsing thunder of hooves and Sulik led his mounted warriors from the trees, their hooves hammering in time, the drumbeat of war. A few arrows flickered from bows, but most of them had spent their arrows, held their spears high, lowered them as they approached the first ranks of their enemy. Screams rang out as they skewered Skraeling and warriors, the thud and crunch of horses colliding with flesh, breaking bones as they thundered through the unprepared camp, leaving their spears in the bodies of their enemy, blood splattering the snow, a glitter as they drew their sabers. And then Varg was among them, chopped and stabbed with axe and seeks at a Skraeling, ducked the sword swing of a raven feeder, twisted around their shield and hacked into the woman's hamstring, dropping her to her knee, Rokia finishing her with a thrust of her sword into the woman's throat, and they were moving on. A deafening roar as Ulfrir reached Likrifa and Rada, both of them shifting into their dragon and rat forms, people running, jumping to escape the destruction of their transformations, Ulfrir leaping, slamming into Likrifa, jaws snapping, ripping, both of them crashing to the ground. Rada bit at Ulfrir's haunches, raked one claw through fur. Skuld came hurtling screeching from the sky, hurling a spear that punched into Rada's back. He squealed and reared up onto his hind legs as the two stone wolves hit him. They fell together, snapping at Rada as he rolled on the ground, tearing out chunks of flesh and fur. Trolls came roaring out of the darkness, rushing to Likrifa and Rada's defense, clubs swinging, spears stabbing, and Ulfrir's Ulfheithnar surged around them like surf washing around boulders on the shore. Varg moved with Rokia and Esvik, Edel and Issa, trying to keep Glornir in his view, staying tight with the Bloodsworn, but even as he fought and killed, his eyes were ever searching, seeking a weasel-sharp face with weathered skin and a necklace of troll tusks. A knot of Likrifa's warriors were rallying against the first rush, Varg seeing shields with wings upon them, the emblem of Darl, a fair-haired warrior barking orders at them, sword and shield in hand. An image in Varg's head of the same warrior standing over him and Torvik back in Rada's chamber, of her sword stabbing almost casually into Torvik's throat. Torvik, the first person who ever called me friend. Varg touched Rokia's arm with his seeks pointed. Issa, Skalk's Drenger, he said. Without words they were both moving, weaving across the battleground, Esvik and Edel and Issa following them. Issa must have glimpsed them because she set her feet, raised her shield. A warrior stepped in either side of Issa, shields slamming together, others looming behind, but Rokia was on them before they had time to lock together, using her shield as a ram, driving a wedge between Issa and the warrior on her right, crashing through. Rokia's sword snaked out, slicing across the man's throat, sending him spinning away, gurgling and frothing blood. Another handful of warriors coming at Rokia, and she was snarling and moving around them. Varg let the wolf filter through him, felt its strength and speed, snarled at Issa and twisted around the spear that darted out at him from behind the shield of the warrior still standing beside her, a dark-haired woman in a nasal helm. Varg hooked his bearded axe over her shield rim, stepped around her, dragging her shield down, pulling her stumbling to her side and buried his seeks in her eye. Ripped it out and she fell, dead before she hit the ground. Other warriors were moving on him, 4 or 5 with eagles on their shields. A hound leaped at one, crashed into its shield and hurled them to the ground, Edel stepping in and finishing him with her spear, and then Esvik and Issa were there, sweeping the others away in a tide of steel and linden wood. "I remember you," Issa snarled at Varg. "Do you remember my friend? His name was Torvik," he growled back as he chopped at her head, Issa blocking the blow with her shield. Then she was coming at him, sword stabbing, shield punching, all short, fast, efficient movements, and Varg realized instantly that she knew her weapon's craft, was possibly better than him. But Varg was faster and stronger and wolf cunning. He backed away, let her come at him, feinted a slip in the snow and she was stepping in, sword stabbing at his throat. Varg swept her blade away with his seeks and lunged his axe under the rim of her shield, hooked it around her ankle and heaved, dragging her leg into the air, toppling her onto her back. She grunted, raised her shield over her and sliced her sword at Varg's leg. He stepped away, then darted in before she could catch him with her backswing and stamped hard on her sword wrist. The crack of bone breaking, and she cried out. "For Torvik, for friendship," Varg snarled, and he chopped his axe down into her face. The crunch of bone breaking, blood spurting, and he ripped the blade free, teeth spraying, Issa's limbs flopping. He stood there, chest heaving, and heard shouted Sather words, saw the flicker and crackle of Sather in the air, heard the bull-throated roar of Tara's and looked, saw Iva locked in Sather battle with a fair-haired Galderwoman wielding a red-rune blazing staff. Tara's was trying to get to the Galderwoman, but he was surrounded by a ring of warriors, darting in and out, stabbing at him with spears, Varg recognizing this crew in their hunting leathers and furs. And then he saw him. Brock Trollsbane, slim sword in his fist, darting in behind Tara's. The wolf in Varg surged hard through his blood, growling and snarling. "Brock!" Varg bellowed. Chapter 82. Guthvargi. Uthvar hurried close to Sigrun, who was calling her Drengers to her, a small bedrock of safety in a swirling sea of sharp steel. When Gudvar had heard the wolf howl, his guts had turned to water, and he had scrambled for his brynja, tried to slither so quickly into it that mail rings had snared in his beard ring, and he had become stuck, become even more terror-filled as the muffled screams of battle had grown ever closer. His aunt had saved him, dragging the brynja up and freeing it, then helping him wriggle back into it. Now he was keeping as close to Sigrun as he could, as all around him Ulfrir and his warband charged snarling out of the darkness. It was impossible to know what was happening, who was winning, snow falling in great swirls and gusts, veiling everything. Close by, Ulfrir and Likrifa were roaring, Rada squealing, the stone wolves growling. Through the snow, Gudvar glimpsed one of the wolves finally drop beneath a barrage of blows from Heathen and his trolls. Chips of stone and clouds of ground dust were erupting from the stone wolf as it lay on one side, one of its rear legs completely gone, its side crushed, still snapping and snarling as blows rained down upon its head. Heathen roared and smashed his club down two-handed, and finally the wolf was still, its head turned to rubble. "Shield wall," Sigrun cried, and Gudvar looked away from the trolls and wolf, saw a knot of mail-clad warriors coming towards them in a loose pack, a black axe and spear on their red-painted shields. Gudvar stepped in close to Sigrun, locked his shield with hers. Looking over his shield rim, he saw the red shields tightening up, locking together. "Who are they?" Gudvar grunted at Sigrun. "The battle grim," she said. Gudvar swallowed. He had heard of them, had enjoyed the tales that skalds told of them. But it was an altogether different thing to be standing in a shield wall against them. He looked over the rim of his shield again. A huge, red-bearded warrior stood at their center, a bearded axe in his fist. To one side of him stood a lean, unkempt man with thinning hair, but it was to the other side of the red-haired warrior that Gudvar's eyes were drawn. An older warrior in a nasal helm, black hair sprinkled with gray. His face was as flat and emotionless as a cliff, but his eyes blazed with a depth of hatred that chilled Gudvar's blood, and he was coming straight at Gudvar. Warriors set their feet, Gudvar's knuckles white as he gripped his sword. The shield walls clashed together, wood grating, voices grunting, snarling. Gudvar made an attempt to stab over his shield rim and saw the warrior with the hate-filled eyes glowering at him, had his sword contemptuously swatted away, and he pulled it back, twisted his head to avoid the savage axe blow that followed it, the blade grating on Gudvar's helm, jarring his neck and setting his head ringing. He decided it was safer to stay behind his shield and just let the man on the other side of his shield wear himself out or get killed by someone else. Beside him, Gudvar glimpsed his aunt snarling and stabbing, saw an axe chop over her shield, and she jerked her head away, sliced at the axe haft with her sword. A blow crunched into Gudvar's shield, shivering through his wrist and up his arm. Another blow and another. He must be getting tired, Gudvar thought. Please, on the fourth blow, a crack twisted up the inside of Gudvar's shield, and on the fifth splinters exploded inwards, stabbing into Gudvar's cheek, and he yelped. On the sixth there was a ripping sound, and Gudvar's shield began to tear apart. The blows came harder and faster now, Gudvar whimpering with each one, his shield splintering, wood spraying, until the axe burst through, and the beard of the blade snared in the iron of the boss. With a roar, Gudvar's shield was ripped from his grip, and he stood there, staring at the cliff-faced man, who was dragging his axe from the remnants of Gudvar's shield and raising it again. Gudvar threw himself to the side, crashed into the warrior beside him, and sent them both stumbling out from the wall, Gudvar falling to the ground. A spear struck out, stabbing into the throat of the warrior Gudvar had pushed, and the warrior fell, the battle-grim stepping over him, pressing into the gap left by Gudvar and the dead warrior, and Sigrun's shield wall was breaking apart. Gudvar lay on the snow-churned ground, holding the remnants of his shield over him, heard shouts and grunts and screams. glimpsed Sigrun trading blows with the huge, red-haired axe man. Saw Sigrun fall in a spurt of blood, the axe chopping into her shoulder. Heard the thud of running feet and battle cries, and a handful of Skraeling were there, Krusa leading them. Krusa standing over Sigrun and swinging her thick iron weapon, half sword, half cleaver. Saw Krusa smash a warrior's shield to kindling, the one Guthvar had seen with the lank, thinning hair, and Krusa was hacking into the warrior's chest, the man falling to the ground close to Guthvar, his breath rasping, blood foaming on his lips as each breath grew fainter and wider apart. A gurgle that faded to nothing. Another roar, the sound of an axe splitting wet wood, and Krusa's head was spinning through the air, the red-haired warrior smashing her still-standing body to the ground and striding over her corpse, the battle moving on. Guthvar lay there, hiding, clinging to his shield, the sounds of battle growing fainter, moving away from him. He scrambled up onto all fours, crawled over to his aunt and saw that she was still breathing, a red gash in her shoulder, male links of her brynja gleaming wetly in the wound. "Come, aunt," Guthvar said, making his decision. He hooked his hands underneath her arms and lifted her. "We are going. I am getting you out of here and taking you home. Battle is not for me. I've tried it and I've had enough. A man can only take so much terror." He hauled Sigrun a dozen paces, slipped and dropped her, sucked in deep breaths, looked at the tree line not so far away, then at the battlefield where the steel storm was raging, warriors fighting, screaming, dying. "No, definitely not for me." He looked down at his aunt, groaning, semi-conscious. "If Likrifa wins, someone will find her, tend to her wounds." He looked around, found his sword, picked it up, and saw a shield that looked intact enough and swept that up too. One last glance at his aunt and he began to walk towards the trees. A figure stepped before him, a man in mail and a steel cap, a shield and spear in his fist. Guthvar recognized him. "Oh, not you again," Guthvar breathed. "Guthvar, I am going to slay you for the murder of my father and my brother," Lif said. Chapter 83. Orca Orka stalked through the battle, a Sikhs in each fist, striking at any who dared come close enough. Skraeling, dragon cultists, frost spiders, a troll, all fell before her. Brekka was at her right shoulder, Sion with him, Gunnar and Halja at her left. Likrifa and Ulfrir loomed out of the swirling snow and darkness. Likrifa half flying, Ulfrir hanging onto her, his jaws clamped in the flesh of her shoulder, dragging her crashing to the ground, tearing up great rents in the earth, snow and mud spraying. She roared and twisted, Ulfrir's jaws ripping free in an explosion of scales and flesh and blood, the wolf rolling, coming to his feet crouched and snarling, Likrifa's razored tail lashing him across the chest, opening up red lines across his fur, throwing him to the ground. Likrifa roaring and leaping after him. Skuld swept out of the snow-veiled sky, hurled herself at Likrifa's head, and Orca saw her reach to her belt, grasp a pair of long-bladed scissors. "For my mother," Skuld shrieked as she crashed onto Likrifa's head, one hand grasping onto horned scales, the other stabbing the scissors into one of Likrifa's eyes. There was a wild, frenzied roar, and Likrifa shook her head, great muscles of her neck bunching, and Skuld was hurled into the darkness. Then Ulfrir was back on his feet, snarling and slavering, blood leaking from the long wound across his chest, and he and Likrifa were leaping at each other again. Orca strode on, searching. Saw Jarl Orlig and his Drengers locked in oppressive shield walls, saw that the warriors striving against him carried gray shields with black ravens upon them and wore raven feathers in their hair. Orca turned towards them. A handful of frost spiders appeared scuttling across the snow, ran at Orca and her group, one leaping into the air, hurtling towards her, fangs twitching. It crashed into her, Orca stabbing as they fell together, a flurry of punching blows. Orca slammed into the ground, twisted her head, the frost spider's fangs biting into the snow where Orca's head had been. Her blades were both buried deep into the abdomen of the spider, her hands and arms pinned by the creature's weight, and the fangs reared back over Orca, blue-tinged venom dripping from them. Then Brekka was screeching and stabbing his short spear into the spider's clustered eyes, ripping the blade out and stabbing again and again, ice-crusted ichor spraying. The spider shuddered and died, and Orca pushed it off, dragged her blades free, crouched and wiped both seekses across the glistening, venom-soaked fangs. She sheathed one of the blades and swept up a hand axe lying on the ground. Then she was standing and moving on, breaking into a jog as she weaved across the battleground, making her way to Orlig and his warband. Drew closer, and then she saw him. Drekker. He was leading a handful of raven feeders, approaching Orlig's shield wall from the rear. Had his long axe in his hands, the warriors around him all with shields and spears, axes, swords. With a roar they hit the back of Orlig's warriors, carved into them. Panic spread through Orlig's warriors, and Orca broke into a run. Saw the wall was bursting apart, Orlig bellowing orders, Dagrun and a handful of Drengers left about him. Drekker raised his long axe and swung it down, smashing into Orlig's shield, carving through it, hurling Orlig to the ground. Drekker stamped on the shield, ripped his axe blade free and smashed his axe haft into Dagrun's jaw, hurling him to the ground. He stood over Orlig, 1 foot on his shield, pinning him, swung his axe high and chopped down into Orlig's head. Chapter 84. Varg v Arg ran at Brock Trollsbane, swift and silent as the hunting wolf. He saw Iva and Silrith battling with Sather and Galdurunes, saw a ball of flame engulf Iva, only to be extinguished by an ice-carved rune, saw Iva hurl a rolling wheel of ice at Silrith, who slammed her staff into the ground, red flaming vines snaking out from its base and wrapping themselves around the ice rune, snaring it, evaporating the ice in a hissing burst of steam. Taras was bellowing, turning in a slow circle as warriors darted in and out at him, bleeding him with small wounds and darting back out again. Varg knew how those wounds would slow the bull man, the loss of blood, the damage to muscle and tendon. He had seen Kalskeg do it to a troll that had wandered inside the boundaries of Kalskeg's farm. Brock stepped in behind Taras and slashed his sword across Tara's calf, just as he had done to Einar, Taras bellowing and twisting around, roaring, muscles bunching, veins bulging as he gathered himself to charge. And then another warrior was moving in behind him, jabbing at him with a spear. Varg hefted his axe and seeks and smashed into the ring around Taras, chopped his axe into a man's ribs, heard them crack, saw blood spurt as he ripped the blade free, stumbled on into the next warrior, a dark-haired woman in trapper's furs, Varg burying his seeks in her belly, shoving her away, and she fell onto her back. Then he was at Tara's side, Rokia, Esvik, Edel and Issa tearing through the rest of Brock's crew. "Are you all right, big man?" Varg asked Taras. Little man wouldn't fight Taras, he said, kept stabbing Taras from behind. He glowered at Brock over Varg's shoulder. "Cowards," he said. Behind Taras, Iva clapped her hands, stamped 1 foot, and the ground shook, a fissure opening up, and Silrith fell into it with a wail. Runes glowed within the fissure. Another shouted word from Iva, and another stamp of her foot, and the ground shifted, the crack closing, earth falling into it, burying Silrith. A wail that became muffled, followed by a choking gasp, and then nothing. Iva walked over to Taras, and he put his head on her shoulder. Varg turned, faced Brock. "Brock Trollsbane, it is your time to die," Varg said, hefted his axe and seeks, and stepped towards him. "Many have tried, lad," Brock smiled, then his mouth twisted in a wicked snarl, his eyes shifting color, turning completely black, and he danced a little on his toes. "None have succeeded." He set his feet with his slim sword in his fist, drew one of the many knives from his belt, long and needle-sharp. "Come on then, let's see what you've got." "He has the blood of Visa the Weasel," Rokia shouted out to Varg. "Swift, vicious, cunning." Varg closed his eyes for a heartbeat, Freya's face filling his head, her screams as Brock pinned her to the tree as he opened her belly. The wolf in Varg's blood snarled, and Varg allowed it to filter through him, felt the strength and speed ripple through his muscle, a tingling energy, and he stepped slowly towards Brock, saw Rokia, Esvik and the others spread in a ring around the huntsman, who looked over his shoulder at Esvik behind him. "Do not worry, you little weasel," Esvik said. "We'll not be stabbing you in the back, just here to make sure you don't decide to try and sneak off." Then Brock was moving, a short-stepped shuffle at Varg, moving left, stabbing with his sword, and Varg swept the blade aside with his hand axe. Brock pushed right off his back leg, slashed with his knife at Varg's face, and Varg leaned back, checked it with his own seeks. Then Brock was moving around to his left, fast, out of range and back in, stabbing with the sword straight at Varg's chest. Varg blocked it but stumbled back a step. Brock coming after him, sword stabbing high, blocked, knife stabbing low, up at Varg's groin, slashed away. A spin and Brock was at Varg's side, cracked his sword hilt into Varg's head as Varg swung his hand axe, slicing Brock's side as Brock was stepping away, cut through leather, a red line welling. Brock brushed the back of his hand across the wound, knuckles coming away red, a twist of his lips. Varg stumbled back a few steps, knees abruptly weak, limbs loose, trying to put some space between them, give his head time to recover from the blow. He shook his head, snarled as Brock came in again, sword and seeks a blur, and there was a hot line across his forearm, another along the inside of his thigh just below his brynja. He slashed at Brock with his seeks but cut only air, turned as Brock danced away, moving to Varg's left. A heartbeat and Brock was coming back in again, a flurry of blows with sword and knife. Varg stepping back before him, blocking more and more wildly, another line of fire across the back of his hand, and he grunted with pain. The wolf in him snapped and growled. "Let me rip and tear and rend him," the wolf snarled. "No," Varg told the wolf. "He is controlling this, fighting his way," Varg thought. Remember the pugil ring. And then he was moving, stepping after Brock rather than waiting for him, using his axe and seeks like fists, stabbing at Brock to keep him off balance, stop him from setting his feet, then stepping to left or right, shuffling in quickly, striking in flurries with axe and seeks, matching Brock's speed, both of them blocking, countering, block, strike, block, counterstrike. Another flurry and they both stepped away, both breathing heavily. Varg felt a red line of pain pulse across his lower leg, another across his cheek. Brock was panting, a cut across one side of his neck, but he was moving back in, swirling around Varg, sword grating across Varg's shoulder, brynja ring spraying. Another line of fire across Varg's hand and he dropped his axe. Brock disappearing and Varg was falling to his knee, something wrong with his left leg. He looked up and saw Brock standing over him, his sword pointing at Varg's throat. Brock smiled and lunged. Now Varg told his wolf, and fresh strength and speed flooded him. He swayed to his left, the sword grazing his neck, stabbed with his seeks and punched it through Brock's foot, felt the blade grate between bone and on, out the other side and into the ground. Heard Brock scream as Varg let go of the seeks and launched himself from the ground, using his right leg, his empty hand grabbing Brock's knife hand at the wrist. A savage wrench and he felt bones crack, Brock dropping the knife. Varg's other hand wrapping around Brock's waist, pulling him close, his jaws opening, teeth growing, bit down around Brock's cheek and jaw. Blood spurted into his mouth. Brock screeching, flailing, trying to stab Varg with his sword, but Varg was too close, Brock cracking the pommel into Varg's head. But the red rage was on him, and he hardly felt the blow, biting and ripping and tearing. He opened his mouth, releasing Brock, pushed him away, grabbed the hilt of Brock's sword as he did and ripped it from his grip. Spat out a lump of flesh and blood as Brock stumbled back, fell to his knees, hands clutching at his jaw and cheek, blood pulsing between his fingers. Varg strode after him and grabbed his necklace of troll tusks, hauled him half standing and dragged him across the ground, Varg limping towards the tree line. He heard Rokia, Svik and the others following. He reached the trees and slammed Brock against the first trunk, knocking the wind from him. "For Froya," he snarled in Brock's face and stabbed Brock's sword into his belly, felt it punch through skin and muscle, felt it slide across the spine and on, out the other side, pierced deep into the trunk of the tree. He stepped back. Brock screamed and writhed, one hand going to the sword, but he could not reach the hilt, sliced his hand on the blade. Rokia put 2 fingers to her lips and whistled. The rustle and crackle of footsteps on snow and figures emerged from the shadows, 5, 8, 10, more of them, children. Seekses glinted in their hands. Rifna's strong hand stepped out of the shadows and looked at Rokia. Rokia looked at Varg. "You are not the only one who is owed vengeance." Varg nodded. "Do it," she said, and Rifna turned towards Brock, who was whining with pain, taking short, gasping breaths. "For Einar," Rifna said, stepped forwards, and she buried her seeks to the hilt in Brock's waist. He screamed high and loud. The next child stepped forward, slashed at Brock, then the next, and Varg watched. He felt Rokia's and Svik's presence. "Well fought," Svik said to him. "They are avenged," Rokia said. Varg dropped to his knees and wept. Chapter 85. Gudvarji. Udvar stared at Lif the fisherman, who was standing a dozen paces away, blocking his escape into the trees and gloom and safety. Behind him the battle was raging, Gudvar hearing the roars and snarls of Likrifa and Ulfrir, the ground shaking with their combat. He turned and looked at it, could see Dragonborn running to defend their queen, locked in combat with Ulfrir's Ulfheithnar, some of the Dragonborn shouting out their Sather magic. Rada scampered squealing through the veil of snow, a stone wolf leaping onto his back and biting. The sound of snow crunching as Lif took a step towards him dragged Gudvar's attention back. "You should walk away," he said to Lif, raising a hand and cuffing a dripping ball of snot from his nose. "You are a fisherman, not a warrior. I am a trained Drengur. You should choose to live. Take my offer of kindness and mercy before I change my mind." He looked hard at Lif, tried to give him a fierce, fjord-cold stare. "You lost in a home ganga to my father, but allowed an Ulfheithnar to slaughter him. You stabbed my brother in the belly while he had frost spider venom in his veins and was chained to a wall," Lif said, striding slowly towards him. "To my thinking, you are not much of a Drengur. You are a coward. I have been trained by Orca Skullsplitter, fought with the Bloodsworn, learned my craft in the forge fire of battle. Let us see who has the greater weapons craft." Orca Skullsplitter, the Bloodsworn, forge fire of battle. Gudvar did not like the sound of that. He took a tentative step backwards. "Perhaps we can talk about this," Gudvar suggested. "Come to some agreement." In response, Lif lunged with his spear, stabbing straight at Gudvar. He swung his shield to block it, swept Lif's spear aside and hacked with his sword at his head. But Lif was already stepping in, his shield shrugging the sword blow aside, stabbing again with his spear, this time over the top of Gudvar's shield rim, angled down, and the blade struck Gudvar in the chest, hit him like a punch, Gudvar stumbling back, taking the power out of Lif's blow. He glanced down, saw that some of the rings of his brynja had split, frowned, looked back to Lif and saw the swift movement of shadows in the tree line behind him, frost spiders scuttling out of the trees, scurrying to join the battle. He hefted his shield and strode quickly forwards, stabbed at Lif, hacked and sliced, each blow blocked by Lif's shield work. But he forced Lif backwards, first 1 step, then 2, until he was retreating steadily before Gudvar's assault. A frost spider leaped upon Lif's back, slamming the fisherman to the ground. Gudvar smiled and strode casually past them both as they rolled, striding towards the trees and the safety of darkness, the sounds of battle behind him fading. The thud and crunch of feet on snow behind him, and he started to turn, felt an impact across the back of his legs and stumbled, fell to his knees. "Get up," a voice said, and he staggered to his feet, turned to see Lift before him, covered in dark, blue-tinged slime and fragments of spider shell. He no longer had his spear, was holding a bearded axe in his fist, and Gudvar looked down to see it was Lift's spear that had hit the back of his legs and tripped him. He killed the frost spider then, he realized. Not a comforting thought. Lift strode towards him, shield held high, axe blade hovering just above the top rim. I am going to have to kill him. He stepped forwards to meet Lift, stabbed high in a feint, then low at Lift's shins, expecting Lift to jerk his shield up. But Lift slammed his shield down, pinning Gudvar's sword, at the same time stepping forwards and chopping with his axe, splintering the top of Gudvar's shield, the beard of the blade hooking inside the shield rim. Lift dragged Gudvar forwards off balance and punched the top of the axe into Gudvar's mouth. An explosion of excruciating pain, blood in his mouth and something hard, a tooth, he realized, and a red-hot pain arcing from his mouth across his cheek. He cried out and stumbled back, lost his grip on his sword, tripped over something and fell onto his arse with a thud. Put a hand to his face and felt blood, probed a long gash from mouth to ear, spat out his tooth and a mouthful of blood as Lift stood over him. All right, you win," Gudvar pleaded, lifting a hand. "You win, I forfeit. Homganga rules. What do you want? My Brynja, my sword, have them both." He looked up to see Lift looming over him, saw him snarl and raise his axe. "No, I'll give you anything you want," Gudvar squeaked. "I want my father and brother back," Lift snarled and brought the axe down. Chapter 86. Orca ran at Drekker, a silent thrown spear through the battle that raged about her, just the drum of her feet and rasp of her breathing in her head. Drekker was standing over Orlig's corpse, ripping his long axe out of the Jarl's shattered skull. Beyond him, Orca saw the scuttling movement of frost spiders in the tree line, a swarm of them surging onto the battlefield from the forest. Were they scattered after Snaka's destruction of the hall, only just finding their way back here? Orca thought. Wherever they were from, there were many of them. Dagrun, Orlig's son, staggered to his feet, spitting blood from his split lip, where Drekker had smashed his axe haft into his mouth. He swayed, saw his father on the ground and cried out, hefted his sword and shield and moved towards Drekker. All about them, raven feeders were slaughtering the last of Orlig's Drengers, just a handful of them still fighting, most of those tainted who had sworn their oaths to Orlig after Elvar had set them free. Drekker saw Dagrun coming at him and hefted his long axe. Orca spun past Dagrun, slashing her hand axe at Drekker's face. He saw her and took a step back, grunted as he blocked Orca's blow on the haft of his axe, splinters flying, and Orca was running past him, skidding, burying her seeks into the belly of a raven feeder who was chopping at her with a hand axe, grabbing onto him and turning with him, ripped her seeks free as she pushed him into Drekker, who was raising his axe to strike at Orca. The impact knocked Drekker stumbling back. He righted himself, cast the dying raven feeder aside and stalked towards Orca. Behind him, the bloodsworn with Orca hit the raven feeders, Gunnar, Halja, and Sion. Steel clashed and warriors screamed. "This is your end," Drekker growled at Orca. "If you cannot bite, you should not show your teeth," Orca snarled back at him, raised her axe high and held the seeks low. He swung his axe and Orca moved, stepping inside his swing, chopped with her hand axe at his neck, Drekker twisting so that the blow hacked into his shoulder, burst rings apart, and Drekker grunted. She stabbed with the seeks, the blade grating on Drekker's Brynja, but the mail held. Drekker let one hand drop from his axe and he grabbed a fistful of Orca's Brynja, dragged her towards him, his eyes flickering red, teeth growing long and sharp, and she realized he intended to rip her flesh. She went with it, smashed the nasal bar of her helm into his face, mashed his upper lip and mouth to pulp, and he grunted again, stumbled back, spitting blood, swung his axe, A weak blow merely intended to push her away, give him a moment to recover. Orca twisted away from the axe swing and stepped after him, swung her hand axe as Drekker unsteadily shuffled back, hefted the haft of his long axe two-handed and hooked the beard of her blade, heaved his axe back and ripped her blade from her hands, sent it spinning through the air. Orca came at him, slashing with the seeks, a strike across his chest, backswing across his arm, and she stepped in, punched the hilt into his face, sent him stumbling back again. She looked at him, nodded to herself, and stepped away, then slowly drew the second seeks from its scabbard at her belt. "I have traveled a long way to return these to you," she said. "Your husband kept them warm for me," he told her, blood flecking his lips, dripping into his black beard. "My Thorkel was a better man than you could ever hope to be, and I know you did not fight him fair, had help." She looked into his eyes, saw that her suspicion was true. "Even then he gave you those scars to remember him by," Orca said. "You should not have come to my steading. If you had not, you would still have your two sisters and your own life, which I am about to take." He opened his mouth to answer her, but she was already stepping forwards, stabbing and slashing, Drekker holding his axe two-handed, blocking and striking with blade and haft, a flurry of blows given and taken. Orca ducked a swing of Drekker's blade and stepped in close, wrapped her arms around him, hooked a leg behind his and pushed, sending Drekker crashing to the ground. She went with him, sat upon his chest, one seeks pressed to his throat, the other blade tip hovering over his eye. Drekker froze, blinked. A flick of Orca's wrist, and then she was rising, stepping agilely away. Drekker rose slowly, scowling at her and frowning, confused. He spat blood on the snow. A trickle of blood ran down his cheek, a cut under his eye. He stepped towards Orca and she took a step back. He frowned at her and took another step towards her, and she took another step back. "What are you doing?" he said. "Waiting," Orca replied. "For WW what?" he stuttered. "For the poison to work," she said. Drekker took another step towards her and staggered, his legs heavy, his movements slow, ponderous. He took another step and swayed, his axe dropped from his fists. Orca saw his muscles twitching, but it was all he could do to remain standing. "Brekka," Orca called, and Brekka stepped forwards with Sion at his shoulder. "Here," Orca said, holding out one of the seekses to him. "What have you done?" he asked her. "There was frost spider venom on the blade I used to cut his cheek," Orca said. "Do you remember the serpents on the sea wolf, the mother serpent and her young?" "Aye, Mama, I do," Brekka said. "You remember how she taught them to hunt, to kill?" "Yes." "I will teach you now." She led Brekka behind Drekker, who was trembling, using all his strength and will to stay standing. As they came close to him, his fingers twitched, a muscle in his arm. "At the back of the leg above the knee there is muscle. If you slice that, a person will drop like a puppet with their strings cut. Here," she said, touching the back of Drekker's leg. "You do it." Brekka stepped forwards and slashed the seeks across Drekker's hamstring. He grunted and collapsed. "Good," Orca said. "If you had an axe, the quickest kill is a blow to the head. But with a sharp blade there are 3 places. You must strike here." She touched the pulse at her throat. "Here, a finger to her heart, or here," and she pressed on the artery in her groin. "Drekker is wearing mail, so the heart is protected. The artery in the groin is harder to find, so we shall choose the throat." She hefted the seeks in her fist, squatted down before Drekker and touched the point to his neck. "And you," she said, and Brekka raised the seeks and touched it to Drekker's throat alongside hers. Drekker was staring at them, his body shivering, lips moving, eyes glaring. "For Thorkel," Orca breathed, holding Drekker's gaze, and pushed the blade into his neck, blood pulsing out, sluggish with venom. "For Papa," Brekka said, and pressed on the blade, watched it slide deep into Drekker's flesh. Chapter 87. Bior B. Ior and Red Fane stood with shields and weapons, the tainted children behind them, and stared at the battle. It raged all about them. The sound of it, a swirling, deafening maelstrom, Ulfrir howling, Likrifa roaring, tearing at each other and the land about them. Rada squealing, warriors screaming, dying, trolls bellowing, frost spiders hissing, night hags shrieking, and all of it appearing in fractured glimpses through the sheeting snow. God was fighting God, Drengers fighting Drengers, Tainted fighting Tainted, only the Visen fighting together against Ulfrir and his horde. Before them, a knot of Ulfheithnar and Berserkir fought against Tainted who had come to Likrifa's call, growling, snarling, stabbing, ripping, moving in and out of sight. How can it be like this? Red Fane breathed. We are supposed to stand together against the tyrants who have enslaved us, not fight against each other. I have set the tainted free, Beor heard Elvar's voice. Likrifa said she would set the tainted free, Fane said. Beor remembered Orca's words to him. The gods did not care for the lives of anyone then, tainted or not. I do not think they care now. Dawn was seeping into the world, a pale light clawing over the horizon, shadows separating around them. They saw a knot of frost spiders swarm upon a berserkir, dragging her down by their weight. Riders thundered out of the snow, hacking and slashing with their curved swords, and a troll lumbered at them, swung her club and smashed a rider from the saddle. It was impossible to tell, but to Beor it seemed that the numbers of the Visen were beginning to turn the tide against Ulfrir and his followers. How can it be that only the Visen have loyalty? Fane grunted. A howl from Ulfrir rang out, long and ululating, and Beor saw Skuld swirl out of the snow, climb higher and hover in the air, her red wings beating slowly, and she raised a horn to her lips, blew it, the sound echoing Ulfrir's howl. There was a shift in the air around Beor, and a sound rising up from the forest at their backs. Beor and Fane turned, heard a strange sound ebbing and flowing, high-pitched, a shrieking wail growing louder like an approaching storm. And then shadowed shapes were appearing, small figures emerging from the tree line looking like wood carvings, their hair spiked leaves, hands like twisted thorns. They were running, mouths twisted in snarls, shrieking. "Faunir," Beor gasped. "The children," Fane said desperately, and he turned, started shouting orders, and the tainted children ran to one of the wagons, scrambled beneath it, as Fane and Beor stood before them, shields raised. The Faunir came shrieking out of the snow, washing across the battlefield, hurling fistfuls of thorns and splintered wood as they ran, throwing themselves at frost spiders, swarming over trolls, and then they were at the wagon. The horses whinnied and reared, wild-eyed, but the Faunir swept past them. A handful skidded to a halt and glared at Beor and Fane, who stood there with their shields raised, but they made no move to strike at the Faunir. One of the small creatures crouched to peer beneath the wagon. Its head twisted to one side, looking at the children, and it spoke in a chittering, snap and crackle voice to the others. It stood and they were running, leaving Fane and Beor alone as they swept on into the camp. The din of war rose higher, shafts rang on shields, Faunir leaping, gouging, shrieking, and blood stained the snow. Beor looked at Fane. "We should leave," he said. "What?" Red Fane said. "These gods, they are not worth fighting for, not worth dying for." "But our freedom," Fane said. "We are already free. Whoever wins, the dragon or the wolf, the tainted will not be thralled. And our vengeance," Fane said, a twist of his lips. "My sons, your Miak, I have had my taste of vengeance, and it is bitter like ash in the mouth," Beor said. "It does not bring the dead back to us. I am done with it. Let us do something good. Let us take these children from here, far from here, take them from war and a red-robed death." Fane looked at him, then at the children huddled beneath the wagon. Many of them had spoken of war, of living in a skald song, of their name being sung of in the heroes' sagas, but looking at them now, they just looked terrified. "Aye," Fane said. "Lads, lasses, into the wagon," he said, and they scrambled out and clambered into the wagon, Hair climbing onto the driver's bench, where he always sat beside Fane. "Help me," Rada's voice screamed in Beor's head. Fane hauled himself up and offered his hand to help Beor, and Beor hesitated. "You get along and I'll follow after," Beor said. "There is one thing that I must do first." He looked among the children and saw him. "Bjarn, you come with me," he said. "Why?" Bjarn asked. "I am going to take you back to your mother." I shall wait for you, Fane said. No, get them away from here while you can. Fane looked at the swirling battle and nodded. Then we shall wait in the woods for you where it is safer. Bjorn nodded, sheathing his sword. Fane clicked his lips, snapped his reins, and the horses jolted into movement, the wagon rumbling away and disappearing behind the veil of snow. Bjorn watched them go, turned, putting a hand on Bjarn's shoulder and guided him into the battle. They weaved around heaped piles of the dead, the roar of war washing over them. Two warriors came staggering out of the snow, and Bjorn slammed them away with his shield, moved on. He reached down to his belt, drew out the axe he had taken from Elvar and offered it to Bjarn. Just in case, Bjorn said, and Bjarn nodded, took the weapon. They moved deeper into the battle towards the heart of the storm, and then Bjorn saw them. Likrifa and Ulfrir, jaws biting, claws ripping, and around them the Dragonborn and Ulfheithnar fought, and the Sather witches. Runes bloomed and flared, fire and ice crackling as they fought for their gods, fought against one another, and Bjorn saw Uspa. She was standing with another Sather witch, as dark as Uspa was fair. Barak was with her, too. Huge and hulking in his mail, shoulders hunched, a bearded axe in each fist. A pile of the dead ringed him. Bjorn ran, then crouched, gripping Bjarn's wrist. Barak glimpsed their movement and turned, snarling, axes raised. Paused, axes hovering, his expression shifting from feral rage to confusion to surprise, and then he was lowering the twin blades, a smile splitting the braided weave of his beard. Uspa, he said, and she turned. Mouth opening wide, and she was running, eyes bright with tears, and Bjarn was running too, threw himself into her arms, Uspa lifting him up, laughing and kissing his cheeks. Barak reached them and swept them both up in his big arms, squeezed them tight, spun them in a circle. Bjorn smiled and turned away, began threading his way back through the battle. Bjorn, help me, Rada screamed in Bjorn's head. No, Bjorn snarled back at him. A sound behind him, footsteps. Turn around, a voice snarled at him. Bjorn froze, a ripple of fear in his gut let the rat flood him. Turned swiftly, reaching for his sword, saw the blood-sworn warrior he had fought before. The man's green eyes blazed as he lunged forwards, chopping with an axe. Bjorn raised his shield, but the axe snaked over the top rim, crunched into Bjorn's temple, sent him reeling, the ground rising up to meet him. The wind knocked from him as he hit the snow. Tried to move, lift his shield, draw his sword, but his body was not responding, a pain in his head pulsing through him. His stomach lurched and he vomited, a weight on his chest, the green-eyed man putting one boot on him. I am Gunnar Prow of the Bloodsworn, and I am your end, he snarled, raised his axe. No, Bjorn whispered. For Rivna, Gunnar Prow said, and the axe came down. Chapter 88. Orka bent and picked up her hand axe, slipped it back into her belt. She saw Drekker's long axe on the ground and swept that up too, heard footsteps and turned to see Lif appearing through the snow. His face was grim, the blade of his axe blooded. He looked to Drekker's corpse on the ground, at the two Seekses still buried in his flesh, and gave Orka a nod. Is it done? Orka asked him. Aye, Lif said, a ripple of emotions chasing across his face. Good, Orka grunted and looked at the battlefield, Brekka's presence at Orka's side. Day was bleeding into the land, the snow slowing. Faunir were everywhere, swirling around clusters of frost spiders and crawling up the legs of trolls. Shield walls still fought on in knots, and Orka saw a handful of mounted warriors riding around a troll, stabbing with spears, hacking with their curved sabers, the clash of battle rising and falling. At the heart of it all, the dragon and the wolf still fought. Orka could see the survivors of Likrifa's host making for her, frost spiders and night hags, Skraeling, trolls, dragon cultists and raven feeders and oath-sworn drengers. A handful of mercenary bands still clinging to the hope of victory and silver beyond their imaginings. Without a word shared, Orka and the others followed them, a river of flesh and bone and steel, claw and tooth and fang flowing towards the wolf and dragon. Ulfrir's voice rang out in Orka's skull. Now is the time, he said. My strength is failing, it must be done now. Heya, Orca answered the wolf. Footsteps drummed and Gunnar joined them. The rat blood is dead, he said to Halja's questioning look. The roar and snarl and thunder of gods at war led them through the snow, and soon Orca saw the crackle and sizzle of Sather runes and Galdir magic. Val and Uspa appeared, pitted against a cluster of dragonborn, Orca glimpsing Glornir, Barak, and a handful of others fighting on their flanks, defending the Sather witches from dragon cultists and the last of the dragonborn and raven feeders. And beyond them were Ulfrir and Likrifa pacing before each other. Ulfrir was limping, blood matting his fur, red rents in his flesh. Likrifa stood before Ulfrir, one wing hanging limp, the muscle at the shoulder torn and shredded, red wounds scattered across her thick-scaled hide. She watched Ulfrir with one red glowing eye, the other a blackened wound, saliva dripping from her teeth. Warriors and Visen flowed to them, Ulfheithnar tainted, ready to defend their god. Orca broke into a run, the others a heartbeat behind her, and they sped across the field, swerving around great ruts and rents in the ground, around smashed wagons and supplies, and then they were crashing into the flank of dragon cultists that were assaulting Glornir and his handful of bloodsworn. They carved through them, blood spurting in great arcs, men and women screaming, turning to rally against Orca and her handful of warriors, but it was like trying to stop the tide from rising. In a dozen heartbeats they were down or fleeing, retreating to the swell of warriors and Visen gathering before Likrifa. Glornir touched Orca's arm. "Is he dead?" Glornir asked her. "He is," Orca grunted. "Good, Thorkel is avenged then." Behind Glornir the dragon roared, all of them turning to see the wolf and dragon separate, standing, blood-drenched, red wounds leaking, scales hanging, fur matted. Skuld swept down out of the snow-white sky and hovered over Ulfrir, raised a horn to her lips and blew it. "It is time then," Glornir said. "Aye," Orca nodded. "Let's finish this then," he said. Ulfrir bunched his legs and leaped at Likrifa. Chapter 89. Varg v. Arg limped away from Brock's corpse, still pinned against the tree, his body slumped upon the nail of his sword. "It is done, Froya. You are avenged." He did not feel the joy he had expected, no rush of euphoria, just a marrow-deep exhaustion, even the wolf in his blood quiet. Rokia and Esvik walked with him, Edel and her hound, Issa and Taras limping alongside them, Iva holding his hand. A horn blast rang out across the battlefield and they all stopped. But this battle is not done yet. A few shared words, gripping hands with Iva and Taras, and then the Sather Witch and Bullman were walking away, towards the forest. The remainder of the Bloodsworn looked at each other. No words, just held gazes, touched hands. Then they were moving across the field, following the flow of warriors and Visen that were gravitating towards Likrifa and Ulfrir. The roaring maelstrom of the gods fighting, behind it the din of battle, steel clashing, battle cries and screams, and abruptly the snow was parting and it was raging before them. Sather runes crackled, frost spiders seethed and scuttled, Sulik led his riders, knots of shield walls clashed, trolls roared, tenor whirred above them, dropping and tearing flesh from faces, and in front of Varg a wagon exploded into splinters, Rada smashing into it as he rolled, squealing and thrashing, the jaws of the last stone wolf latched onto his shoulder. Rada was lashing at the wolf with half a tail, and Skuld was swooping down, slashing at Rada with a bright gleaming sword. Two trolls lumbered out of the sheeting snow, one much larger than the other, huge, yellow tusks protruding from his lower jaw, and both hefted iron-studded clubs and smashed them down onto the stone wolf. Issa broke into a run, her shield slung across her back, the others following, Varg and Taras both limping from the wounds Brock had given them. Issa hurled her spear as she ran, drew her hand-axe and seeks without breaking stride, Varg watching her spear punch into the shoulder of the smaller troll. saw it bellow and twist around, snatching at the spear. And then Issa was upon it, leaping, hacking with her hand axe, stabbing with her seeks, using each blade to climb the troll's thick hide until she was standing on its shoulders. She chopped her hand axe into the meat of its neck and stabbed her seeks deep into its ear, up to the hilt. The troll roared, spittle spraying as it spasmed and jerked, staggered a few steps, and it dropped, Issa jumping free, rolling and coming back to her feet. She looked at Varg and the others, lifted her hands and grinned, and then the other troll's club smashed down upon her. She disappeared like a squashed tick, an explosion of blood misting in the air. Esvik shouted, Edel roared as her hound charged at the Vison, Rokia reaching the troll first, sword and hand axe in her fists. She chopped and slashed at its calf as she ran past it, the troll roaring and swinging his club. Then Edel was there, plunging her spear into the troll's thigh, leaving it buried there, ducked the club and drew her sword, slashed at the troll's ankle, while her hound harried at its legs and danced away. Esvik and Varg reached the troll, Varg drawing his cleaver and hand axe, and they spread about the creature, darting in and stabbing, slashing, darting back out. Heathen will squash you all to gruel, the troll roared as it spun and stamped at them and swung its club. Varg chopped at the troll's foot with his cleaver, severed a toe, Heathen roaring, twisting and swiping with a huge fist, Varg leaping out of the way, Heathen smashing a table to kindling. Varg regained his feet, glimpsed movement from the corner of his eye, and saw a handful of frost spiders scuttling towards him. One reared and leaped at him, and he crunched his cleaver into its clustered eyes, the spider dropping, Varg ripping the cleaver free, blue ichor spurting into his face. A pain in his arm, and he twisted, saw a frost spider had snared his mail with its thick barbed foreleg, was dragging him towards its flexing fangs, glistening with venom. A small creature leaped onto the spider's back, a faunir, its face twisted in a feral snarl, raking its claws into the spider, punching and stabbing hard-nailed fingers into its back. Dark fluid spurted and Varg wrenched himself free. Stumbled back to see a horde of faunir sweeping into the battle, Ulfrir's newfound allies. What did Ulfrir promise them? Whatever it was, the faunir were turning the tide of battle. They only attacked Likrifa's Vison, the frost spiders, Skraeling and trolls, leaving the tainted, the Drengers and mercenaries and dragon cultists alone. A roar behind Varg, and he turned, saw Edel slice her sword across the back of the troll's knee, Heathen's mouth wide and bellowing with pain. Rokia ripped Issa's spear from the troll Issa had slain, hefting it, and she cast it, the spear punching up into Heathen's open mouth. The huge troll staggered back, Varg, Esvik, Rokia, and Edel all darting in. Edel's hound leaped forwards again, savaging Heathen's ankle, and the troll toppled to the ground. An explosion of snow, Varg and the others chopping and slicing, blood flowing from a dozen wounds. The troll groaned, whimpered, and died. A squealing snarl growing abruptly louder, and Rada crashed among them, slammed into the body of the dead troll as the stone wolf flew from his back. Rada came to his feet, turning to face Varg and the others, bared his yellow incisors at them, took a step towards them. Varg, seeing the rat's claws had talons long and curved like Sulik's saber. He and the others spread in a half-circle before Rada. There was a blast of air from above, and two black shapes were dropping from the sky, black wings beating, grok and closed talons outstretched, and in a blur of wings and turbulence they seized Rada. Rada, kill Father Snaka, the ravens squawked as they lifted him from the ground, their talons cutting into him. Rada squealed, twisting and writhing in their grip, snapping with his long yellow teeth, but they held onto him and climbed higher, disappearing into the snow. Varg and the others just stood there, staring up at the sky. Then a shape came hurtling out of the sky, Rada falling, spinning, shrieking. He crashed into a cluster of wagons, wood splintering, exploding, and Varg and the others leaped away, threw themselves to the ground, timber spraying above them like hurled spears. Varg climbed to his feet, saw Rada lying amidst the ruin, still, unmoving, a cloud of scattered snow settling upon him. Chapter 90. Orka ran snarling, swinging the long axe two-handed in her fists. Flesh cleaved, blood spurting, bones breaking, screaming faces swirling in, falling away, all a blood-soaked haze. She glimpsed Glornir one side of her, shield punching, sword stabbing others around her, Gunnar prow and Halja, Lif and Sion, Brekka growling and stabbing with his spear, Val shrieking rune words and her serpent whip cracking, ripping flesh from faces. A current of Faunir swept around Orka, swarming over frost spiders and skraeling, speeding them away in a river of blood. And then Ulfrir and Likrifa were before Orka, both of them biting, ripping, rending. One of Likrifa's wings dragging, leaving trails of blood in the snow, her tail whipping into Ulfrir and sending him crashing to the ground, great gouts of snow and earth exploding. He scrambled back to his feet, bunched his muscles, and leaped, jaws crunching around Likrifa's serpentine neck, twisting and slamming her down. She roared and thrashed. Ulfrir heaved into the air, but he did not let go. Shouts behind them, and Orka twisted, saw a wedge of people appearing, carving a path through Likrifa's followers. Grend, Jitha and her Drengers, Sivet and the Battlegrim, Freck and his Ulfheithnar, Taras and Iva. Taras was dragging a hand cart, Atrung's head in it. Iva ran to us. Movement beside Orka, and Glornir was moving forwards, dropping his shield, breaking into a run, just his long sword in one fist. Orka smashed a dragon cultist to the ground with the butt of her long axe, and she was running too, catching Glornir up and matching her pace with his. He glanced at her, grinned. "We shall earn our place in a skald song with this," he growled, eyes flickering green, his body juddering and twitching, muscles hunching his back, curved claws growing. Orka grinned back at him, let the wolf loose in her blood. Colors brighter, sounds sharper, felt its strength and speed, its endurance and ferocity, and they were both leaping, crashing onto Likrifa's damaged wing, Glornir stumbling and righting himself, Orka landing and running, scrambling up the wing towards Likrifa's back and neck. The dragon was bucking and heaving in Ulfrir's grip, desperately trying to break free, Ulfrir keeping her pinned to the ground. Orka and Glornir were thrown from their feet, both of them digging their claws into dragon scale, sliding and halting their fall, using axe and sword and claws to drag themselves up Likrifa's thick-muscled neck. Dimly Orka was aware of voices, of Sather words. The crackle and wash of rune heat and ropes of fire and ice were arcing over Likrifa, draping across her like jarl rings of silver and gold. More spell work from Val, Uspa, and Iva, and the threads were pulling tight, dragging Likrifa's head to the ground. Tenor word at Orka and Glornir, long fingers lunging, tearing at their flesh. Orka dug her claws deep into Likrifa and swung her axe, Glornir doing the same, swinging his sword, and the little creatures fell away in a rain of blood. They climbed on, and then they were at Likrifa's head, scrambling over thick, barbed spines and horn, Orka sliding past the blood-filled eye that Skuld had ruined and almost sliding from Likrifa's jaws, snaring her axe head around a long tooth, hauling herself up until she stood on Likrifa's jaw, Glornir alongside her. Together they set their feet, and together they swung their weapons. Axe and sword chopped into the skin and meat where Likrifa's jaws met. They ripped their blades free in a spray of dragon blood. Likrifa roared, writhed, the ground shaking, but the Sather ropes and Ulfrir held her, and Orka and Glornir swung again, and again, and again, flesh hanging in great rents, tendons sliced, until one side of Likrifa's jaw was severed. Likrifa let out a deafening cry, shook hard enough to split the earth, tore herself free of Ulfrir's grip. Orka and Glornir were weightless, spinning through the air, Likrifa rising, the Sather ropes fraying, tearing, and exploding in fountains and showers of ice and fire. Orka hit the ground, her bones rattling, and she rolled, crunched into the body of a dead troll and just lay there, pain jolting in her chest with every breath. Knew that ribs were shattered, and she stared up at Likrifa as she rose above Orca, snapped her one good wing out, blotting out the sky. Her jaw hung open where Orca and Glornir had severed ligaments and tendon, saliva dripping from her mouth. With a grunt, Orca heaved herself over, a fresh pain spiking in her leg, pushed herself onto all fours, almost collapsed, saw a spear and used it to drag herself to her feet, stood there swaying, pain pulsing in her leg and chest. All around her people were shouting, Atrung's voice rising over them all. "Now," he was screaming, "now." Likrifa glowered down at Orca with her red, baleful eye, roared and swiped a huge taloned claw at her, Orca standing there, pain transfixing her, giving Likrifa the defiance of her wolf-toothed smile. Saw the claw coming at her, snarled up at Likrifa. An impact in her side, a fresh burst of pain, and she was thrown through the air, hit the ground, saw that Glornir had crashed into her. He stood there, made to leap after her, and Likrifa's claw hissed over Orca's head, slammed into Glornir and sent him flying, a misting of blood hanging in the air where he had stood. Orca screamed, heaved herself over up onto one knee, and Likrifa's open jaw was coming down at her. She saw Tara's, Barak, and Sivat carrying Atrung's head in his sailcloth sheet, saw Tara's grip the sheet and turn with it, his body growing, muscles expanding, bulging, tendons straining faster once, twice, and then he was bellowing like a bull and hurling Atrung into the air, straight into Likrifa's open jaws. A long wailing cry, and Atrung disappeared into the dragon's maw, Likrifa jolting back, unsure what had just happened. Orca saw the reflex ripple of muscle in her neck as she swallowed. Then Likrifa was rearing up again, and Ulfrir was padding before her, limping, flesh hanging from him in sheets, huge rents and gouges, one ear a tattered mess, blood pulsing from his wounds. "You have fought well, sister," Ulfrir growled. "I am going to tear the flesh from your bones, one strip at a time," Likrifa snarled. "No, this is done," Ulfrir sighed. "What, you yield to me?" Likrifa said. She smiled, her jaw hanging lopsided where Glornir and Orca had hacked at her. "Oh no, you do not escape death that easily. There will be no mercy shown here. I must kill you." "You misunderstand me," Ulfrir said. "You are done. You are already dead, though you do not know it, slain by the same hand as Snaka, by the same poison." "Enough of your foolish tale," Likrifa began, then coughed, a spasm tremoring through her neck. She twisted her head one way, then the other. "What have you done?" she rasped. "Not me, it was ancient Atrung. Serpent Slayer." "Now Dragon Slayer," Ulfrir said. Likrifa coughed again, another spasm passing through her, more violent, and Orca saw the veins in her belly become more prominent, slowly turning black, as if ink were running through them, not blood. Her breath rasped in her throat, and she took a ponderous step forward, then another, her whole body spasming now, huge tremors racking her, choking and gasping. Black froth bubbled from her mouth, dripped from her lips, hissing as it hit the snow, and with a rasping roar she toppled, fell with a crash that shook the battlefield and trees around it, throwing Orca and those around her from their feet. Another spasm, a slow, rattling breath, froth bubbling on her lips, and then Likrifa was still, the light in her one red eye fading, dimming, and gone. A silence, just the soughing of wind, and Ulfrir raised his head and howled. Orca clambered to her knee, pain spiking in her chest with every breath, in her leg with every movement, used a spear to haul herself up and limped forwards, using the spear like a staff. People all around her cheering, shouting victory cries, what little Visen were left fleeing for the forest. She looked wildly around for Glornir, saw him a crumpled heap on the ground, blood staining the snow. She struggled to him, fell to her knees, hissing with the pain, and gripped one of his bear-like hands. "My brother," she breathed. He grunted, turned his head to look at her. "We have made a song and no denying," he murmured, coughed. Blood flecked his lips. His mail coat was torn to ragged shreds, his chest a red wound, Orca seeing the glint of bone and the soft tissue of a lung, blood bubbling. Orca nodded, the words turning to ash and clay in her mouth, tears blurring her eyes. A small voice shouting, the drum of feet, and Brecca was there, sliding to his knees, grabbing Glornir's hand. He looked at the wounds in Glornir's chest. "No," he breathed. "Uncle," he half sobbed, lifting Glornir's big hand to his face. "I am glad to have met you, Brecca Thorkelson," Glornir wheezed, "and glad to have seen you again. Skullsplitter fought beside you," he told her in short, half-whispered words. "Heya," Orca managed to say, and she squeezed his hand. "Brecca, look after your mother," Glornir whispered. "Don't leave us, uncle, not like Papa," Brecca said through his tears. Feet drummed behind Orca, and she heard Val's voice calling his name, screaming it. "This will go hard on her," Glornir breathed, bubbles of blood frothing on his lips. "Look after her," he said, and between one heartbeat and the next he was gone. Val threw herself down beside Glornir, grabbing his hand, shaking him. She fell across him, weeping as the bloodsworn gathered around them, heads bowed. Hands helped Orca to rise, Sion and Lif. Brecca staggered to his feet and fell into her, hugging her tight, sobbing. Orca wrapped a bloodied arm around his shoulder and looked around her. The dead were everywhere, great piles of them, warriors, shattered shields, trolls heaped in mounds, frost spiders curled in death, and Likrifa, the dragon, sprawled across the field, wings draped like tattered sails. Ulfrir stood before her, back in his human form now, leaning on Skuld, one arm draped across her shoulder. The Faunir stood in their hundreds, huddled together like a small wood, all staring up at Likrifa. Warriors were hugging one another, others on their knees, weeping. Orca saw Uspa and Barak hugging their son, and Sivet there too, tousling the boy's hair, a great grin splitting his red beard, tears staining lines through the blood and grime on his cheeks as he held up his arm and dragged the sleeve down, grinning at the white scar in his flesh and dancing a jig. A sound filtered around them, creeping incrementally into Orca's head like the tide. She looked around, frowning. It was a voice, muffled as if coming from a great distance but growing louder. Orca saw others looking too. Grend and Tara's Jitha Freck. Sivet walked towards Likrifa's corpse and put his ear to her belly, then jerked straight and looked back at them all. "It's A-Trung," he said. Grend heaved a sigh. "Can we leave him in there?" Chapter 91. Orca led them up a winding path, threading ever higher between trees and moss-covered boulders, the scent of pine thick in the air, stepping over a stream that gurgled, cold and clear. Her leg was aching, and at the end of each breath she felt a pinching from her healing ribs. She glanced over her shoulder, saw Brecca behind her, with Lif and Sia on either side of him, the rest of the bloodsworn following. Varg and Rokia, Esvik and Edel, Gunnar Prow, Halja Flatnose, a dozen others. A wagon with a horse harnessed, Val sitting on the bench with Iva, Tara's walking along beside them. A dozen children sitting in the back and Rifna's strong hands running alongside the wagon. Sulik and his riders followed at the rear. Vesely whirred out of the canopy. Almost there," she squeaked excitedly. "I know," Orca grunted, and Vesely flew over to the wagon, alighting upon an oak chest bound with iron chains that sat amidst stacked sacks. She sat upon the chest, stroking the timber, and leaned forwards, undid one of the sacks with her long, dexterous fingers and pulled out a handful of teeth, popped one of them into her mouth and began grinding. Val looked back over her shoulder at Vesely, and the tenor gave her a wide-mouthed grin. Orca led them on, the ground leveling, soft underfoot, thick and spongy with pine needles. A clearing opened up before her, the remnants of a timber wall, most of it rotted and collapsed, reclaimed by the pine woods, what was left of it still standing overgrown now with creeping vine. A wide gate, the wood splintered, one of the gates smashed from its hinges. She paused, her breath snatched from her chest for a moment, a rush of memories in her thought cage, a fist clenching around her heart. She reached out and rested a hand on Brekka's shoulder, knew that he must be feeling the same. "Home," Brekka breathed. "No, you are my home," Orca said to him, and he smiled up at her. She walked on, pushed the one gate that was still hanging open, hinges creaking, and on into a courtyard of hard-packed earth, a stream running through it. The remnants of a hall still stood, wide timber steps leading up to it, not much more left than the posts and frame, and most of that was charred and blackened, wrapped with vine. What was left of the roof after the burning had fallen in, collapsed and choked by weeds. Most of the outbuildings were in better condition. The barn, forge, woodshed, and charcoal kiln still stood, though they needed scraping of ivy, and some of the boards were rotted, needed replacing. The herb and vegetable patch was overgrown, but bees still buzzed around the beehive. Orca walked across the courtyard and stopped before a mound of stones as the Bloodsworn entered through the gates. The creak of the wagon, thud of horses' hooves. She looked down on a barrow piled with rocks, flowers, weeds, and vines growing in the cracks. Felt Brekka's presence beside her, and Vesely snapped her wings out and leaped from the chest she had been sitting upon, flew in a circle above them, and alighted upon Brekka's shoulder. Slowly, silently, the Bloodsworn spread around the barrow. Orca opened her mouth to say something, found that she could not speak, words not able to creep past the knot that constricted her throat. "I am back, Papa," Brekka said, a tremor in his voice. "Mama saved me. She has brought me back home." His voice cracked and he dipped his head, raised it again, a fierce twist to his lips. "And we avenged you, Papa." "Ah, my Thorkel," Orca thought, and his image filled her head, his smile splitting his beard, dark, shining eyes, deep creases around them. She could almost feel the touch of his calloused hand upon hers, the brush of his lips against her cheek, the sound of his whispered words in her ear. "How I miss you," she breathed, tears welling from her eyes and spilling down her cheeks. A grunt and footsteps behind her. Tara's walking around next to Thorkel's barrow and setting a barrel on the ground, Spurt's body, saved from the wreckage of Jarl Orlig's ship. Varg, Esvik, Rokia, Edel, Val, and Sulik walked around the other side of the barrow, carrying a linen-wrapped body upon their shoulders. They lowered Glornir's corpse gently to the ground. "Thorkel, we have brought your brother here to rest beside you," Val said. Ulfrir had offered for Glornir to be buried alongside the heroes who had fallen in the battle for Vigrid. He had given Glornir the place of honor beside Elvar Chainbreaker, who had been laid to rest in the hull of her beloved Wave Jarl, but Val had declined the offer. Val looked around the old homestead, sunlight through sifting branches dappling the ground, bird song in the air, in the distance the sound of the river, then back down to Thorkel's barrow. "This is where you should be, my beloved," she whispered. "With your kin." Spades were unloaded from the back of the wagon, one handed to Orca, and they began to dig. Chapter 92. Varg v Arg set a stone from the stream upon Glornir's barrow and stood back, Val stepping forwards to put the last one in place. The Bloodsworn stood around the three barrows laid over Thorkel, Glornir, and Spurt, all of them silent, lost in their own thoughts, their own memories. Slowly people walked away, Varg hearing the sound of a fire pit being scraped, brush and deadwood gathered, a fire kindled. He was thinking about the first time he had seen Glornir standing in the courtyard of Jarl Lager's hall as he was about to fight a duel with Einar Halfdroll. That was when Rokia had named him No Sense. Much has changed since then. The world has changed since then. "Come, No Sense," Rokia said to him. "Not everything, though," he smiled. "Rokia is still telling me what to do." He remembered his first sparring session with her, how she had beaten him bruised and bloody. "What?" she said to his smile. "Just remembering how I hated you," he said. "For the pain you gave me on my first day with the Bloodsworn." She grinned, as big a smile as he had ever seen on her face. "Ah, but I enjoyed that," she said. "No sense," Esvik called out. "Some ale and cheese." Varg walked to the fire pit and sat beside Esvik, took the offered cheese and cup of ale. They were all spread around the courtyard, eating, drinking, talking. Orca was sitting on the steps to her old hall, and Brecca was showing Rifna's strong hands the beehive. Strange, Val said, looking at the new buds and leaves in the woodland beyond the steading's walls, how so much has changed, so much loss, so much grief. Gods have fallen, and yet the world goes on the same. Aye, Edel said, but for us the world has changed. We no longer have to hide what we are, no longer have to live in fear of the iron thrall collar. She blew out a long breath. I still can hardly believe it. To Elvar Chainbreaker, Esvik said, raising a horn of mead. Elvar Chainbreaker, they all said, and drank in her honor. What now then? Halja Flatnose said. There are things to be done, to be sure, Gunnar said. Rurik and the survivors of his fleet are still riding around Vigrith for one. And there is Rada to hunt, the Nithing Horse son, Edel said, sitting with her hound and feeding it chunks of salted cod. Varg had thought the rat god was dead for sure, after being dropped from the sky by Grok and Klo, but after Likrifa's death Ulfrir had gone in search of his body and found that it was gone. We could do with building a new Drakkar and earning some silver, Rokia said. Ulfrir will pay us the silver Elvar promised, Val said. I know that, but, Rokia said. She likes the raiding, Esvik said. Rokia shrugged, not disagreeing. The Bloodsworn need a chief, Sulik said. He looked to Val. I know, she said, heaving a sigh. You, Sulik said to her. Me no, Val said. My heart and soul are bruised and battered. You are all closer than kin, but my head it is a fog. I am not strong enough up here to be chief. She tapped her forehead and then she looked to Orca. No, Orca said. Then smiled, something Varg had not seen touch her face before. I tried that once, Orca said. It did not work out so well. How about Esvik? Another of the Bloodsworn said. He is a fine warrior and he is fox cunning. Esvik, Rokia laughed. Every job we took on would be paid for with cheese. Esvik gave a mock-offended twist of his face, then smiled. Probably true, to be fair, he said. Varg cleared his throat. I have been thinking, he said. Oh no, a chorus of voices rang out, chuckles rippling around the Bloodsworn. I have been thinking, Varg repeated with a smile, that as much as we need a chief, we also need a home. A home, Gunnar Prow said. Our Drakkar is our home. Aye, well it was, Varg agreed. But I have been thinking about why Orca and Thorkel left. No offense, Skullsplitter, he said to Orca's flat look. None taken, Orca said. They left to raise a child, to live in peace. That will come to us all most likely if we live that long. Do you hear that, Rokia? Esvik said, others chuckling. He is making plans for you already. I make the plans, she said, looked at Varg. You want a wolf cub child, she asked him. He stuttered a few half-words. One day, he managed to get out. Rokia shrugged. As do I, she said. And I have been thinking about Einar and how he wanted to look after half the tainted children in Vigrith, Varg continued quickly. Brecca is part of us, and Rifna and the others, he waved a hand at them. Growing up on a Drakkar is a hard life. And what about when we are old and slow and stiff, and would prefer to sit around the hearth fire and listen to skald songs rather than be in them? He looked around at them all, saw they were thinking about his words. I think we need a steading of our own, where we can live our lives. Those who wish to go raiding can, those who wish to raise their children in peace can. Peace, Taras echoed. Peace sounds good to Taras. Iva patted his knee. To me too, she said. Yes, peace for those too old, too joint-stiff or battle-weary to live the raiding life. If we had a home, they would have a warm fire and young arms to protect them, Varg said. This is Vigrith after all. There were heas and whums of agreement. I agree, Val said. This is a rare day indeed, Esvik said. A sensible idea from no sense. More laughter rippled around the courtyard. They talked about the idea some more, passing it around them like a jug of mead, tasting it. In the end, all agreed. Where then? Just said. How about here? Val said, eyes drawn to the new barrow raised over Glornir's body. She looked around the rest of the steading. It is a good spot. Much of the land has been cleared and foundations are here. We are high, have a view for miles. It would be hard for any enemy to take this steading by surprise. There is timber to build with and to craft a new drakkar, and there is a fjord at the bottom of the hill for us to sail the whale road. And meadows for horses not too far from here, Sulik said. And a stream for Gon to swim in, Val said, patting the serpent whip at her hip. She looked to Orca. How would you feel about that, Orca Skullsplitter? Would it be too painful for you to stay here? Orca looked from Val to Thorkel's barrow, to Brekka sitting with Rifna by the stream where Spurt had lived. I think it is a gold-browed idea, she said. Acknowledgments writing this book has been like no other. I finished writing The Hunger of the Gods in April 2021, and then in September 2021 my beautiful daughter Harriet died. The last 3 years have been indescribably awful. The death of Harriet has hit me, my wife and my children like an avalanche. But grief is more than a short, sharp shock. It is an ocean that surrounds you with no shore in sight. We have had to learn to swim through it, its presence constant, ever felt. That is our life now, learning to live without our Harriet, learning to live with grief. Learning to brace yourself against the pain and trying look to the good things worth living for. My wife, my children, my grandchildren, my friends. Because I've managed to write this book doesn't mean that I have come through the grief or moved on. It doesn't work like that, at least not for me. It's more like an ever-present pain that you learn to live with, to walk alongside. And slowly the pain moves from a constant, overwhelming barrage to an ebb and flow, though with no discernible rhythm. Some days are filled with dark clouds, some days the storm comes, and other days or moments you can see the sun. Writing this book has been a marathon. There were many times I feared I would not be able to finish it. Without the love, support, and help of many people, I am sure that I would have faltered. I'd like to say a thank you here to those who have helped me, my family. My wife Caroline and my children James, Ed, and Will. They have been the reason to rise each day. My dear friends who have been there during this terrible time. A huge thank you to my wonderful agent and friend, Julie Crisp, and to James Long and all at my fabulous publishers, Orbit UK and us, who have put zero pressure on me to write and finish this book. Their patience has been unfathomable, their kindness deeply appreciated. And of course I must say a massive thank you to you, my readers, for your patience and understanding, your kindness and thoughtful messages. The messages and support I have received from you all has meant more to me than words can express. You have all been amazing. Thank you, and I hope that you enjoy this book. Hope you enjoy stepping back into the world of the Bloodsworn once more. Hope that it has been worth the wait. And I will always give my thanks to Harriet, just for being her, and for all that she did to gift my life with joy and make me the person I am. Extras Orbit Book Co.uk about the author John Gwynne studied and lectured at Brighton University. He's played double bass in a rock-and-roll band and traveled the USA and Canada. He is married with 4 children and lives in Eastbourne, where he is part of a Viking reenactment group. When not writing, he can often be found standing in a shield wall with his 3 sons about him. Find out more about John Gwynne and other Orbit authors by registering for the free monthly newsletter at Orbit Book Co.uk. If you enjoyed The Fury of the Gods, look out for Blood of the Old Kings by Sung-il Kim. There is no escaping the Empire. Even in death, you will serve. In an empire run on necromancy, dead sorcerers are the lifeblood. Their corpses are wrapped in chains and drained of magic to feed the unquenchable hunger for imperial conquest. Born with magic, Arian has become resigned to her dark fate. But when the voice of a long-dead sorcerer begins to speak inside her head, she listens. There may be another future for her, if she's willing to fight for it. Miles away, beneath a volcano, a 7-eyed dragon also wears the Empire's chains. Before the imperial fist closed around their lands, it was the people's sacred guardian. Loran, a widowed swordswoman, is the first to kneel before the dragon in decades. She comes with a desperate plea, and will leave with a sword of dragonfang in hand and a great purpose before her. One Loran, when she came to, Loran found herself under the scrutiny of a dark red dragon with too many eyes. The beast had two enormous eyes where you would expect them, flanked by two smaller ones on the left and three more on the right. And all 7 of these eyes were trained on Loran, boring into her with an unreadable expression. More than how the fire dragon loomed over her like a tower, more than the teeth that looked like swords and spears in a crowded weapons rack, more than the black chains entangled over the scales of its back, and more than the claw pressing down on her chest and holding her in place. It was these 2 rows of eyes, left and right, that frightened her. When she tried to get up, the pressure on her chest increased. The claw was thicker than Loran's thigh, sharper than a dagger, and pierced her clothes and flesh. Loran grimaced and a groan escaped her. The claw lightened a little. A princess of Arland. The dragon's voice was not loud. It was as soft as a human's, yet otherworldly and full of menace. Loran tamped down on her terror and took in her surroundings. The walls of gray basalt looked naturally formed, but at the same time not. There were blackened spots in places and large scratch marks. Despite the cavern being inside of a volcano, there was a chill in the air. She took a deep breath and spoke in a clear voice. "I am common-born, not a princess." Loran tried not to cringe as the dragon's enormous face closed in on hers. It squinted all 7 of its eyes and shifted its attention a little downward. It was examining the T-Laren inked around her neck. She bore clan tattoos like all Arlanders, though since the Empire came the concept of clans had lost its hold over Arland, especially in Kingsworth, where she lived. But the dragon was looking for the royal markings designed in its own image, and her T-Laren certainly didn't have them. She could smell the sulfur on the dragon's breath as it spoke. "Not a princess. Do you not know that only those carrying the blood of kings may survive crossing the threshold?" Loran knew what the legend said, but still she had come. Arland is an old country, and the royal blood has spread to many of its people. I have come here in the belief that I, too, have a little of the blood of the old kings. The dragon made a horrible sound, which Loran realized was laughter. To leap into the fire of the volcano on such a whim. But with the demise of your last king, it no longer matters whether you are a princess or a commoner. Whatever blood you have only allows you to stand before me. I, who failed to keep my promise and was defeated by a mere toy, and now lie here tied in the outsider's chains." The menace in the dragon's voice had faded. The claw was lifted from her chest. So as not to provoke the beast, Loran got up slowly as she gathered her courage once more. "Fire dragon of the mountain, guardian of the kings of Arland. More than 20 years have passed since the Empire conquered us, and the people are starving. The prefect kills innocents as if scything grass, falsely accusing them of treason and rebellion. Our country has fallen, but no one rises to lead us. I have come here to beg for your help." These were the words she had committed to memory before coming here, when standing before the dragon had felt like a daydream. Even once she'd resolved to seek this creature of lore, the more likely outcomes had been that she would fall off the volcano and die, get caught by the pursuing soldiers and die, or disintegrate in lava before she had time to scream. Despite her likely demise, she had rewritten this speech many times, practicing it over and over in a low voice in front of the mirror, just in case. But what passed her lips now was completely different. "My husband and daughter were murdered by the imperial prefect. I am not powerful enough to avenge their deaths. If you help me, I will do anything for you in return." The dragon did not even bother to shake its head. "Do the legends say I am a granter of wishes? I may have failed to keep my pact with the king, but there is no longer a king for me to make amends to. Go home. 20 years have passed since my last good meal." Making a show of it, the dragon licked its lips, its 3-pronged tongue red as lava. Then it turned its long neck away from her, nestled its head on its flank, and closed its eyes. Was that it? A day and night spent scaling the steep mountain face, all just for this. She had thrown herself into the opening of the volcano, ready for a sudden death, but here she was, alive yet empty-handed. Even being eaten by the enraged dragon was an ending she had steadied herself for, but instead, her petition had been refused as if by some clerk at the prefect's office. Loran thought of her family. All they had done was to compose a mourning song and sing it. To the prefect and the empire, it was treason. She remembered her husband and daughter hanging by their necks at the crossroads for the whole world to gawk at. Her eyes squeezed themselves shut. "I shall become king of Ireland." A voice cut through the silence and her heart pounded. If the dragon hadn't opened its eyes and turned toward her, she wouldn't have thought the words had come out of her own mouth at all. "Make a new pact with me," Loran said. "Then I will help you keep your promise with the old king." The dragon rose on its 4 legs. The chains around it stretched taut and the stone floor beneath them rumbled. The scales along its back rose like hackles. "King, you pitiful girl, do you not know the invincible empire reigns over all lands under the sun? Did you not see their powered weapons that struck down dragons from the sky? Do you not fear the star that felled Mercia in a single night? How do you propose to be king?" To swear in front of a dragon such a brash oath, when you do not even mean in your heart, is to deserve a burning death. Deep inside the dragon's mouth, a smoldering blue fire appeared. Loran had no reply. Aside from her skills as a humble sword master with a handful of pupils, she was merely a widow who had only seen 30-some years, and entirely without means. Brash was right. But the dragon was wrong that she didn't mean it in her heart. She had meant every word. For it was the only path left to her. Loran stood her ground. She met the dragon's great eyes until eventually the blue flames in its throat subsided. The dragon asked in a calm voice, "What is your name?" She had not expected this. Then again, she didn't know what she had expected after declaring she'd become king. "My name is Loran." The dragon asked again, this time in an almost caring tone, "What were your husband and daughter called?" Her mouth opened halfway, but the words wouldn't come out. She hadn't spoken their names aloud for some time now. Their names reminded her of the countless times she had uttered them with love. It ached even more than remembering their deaths. The dragon studied Loran's face as she stood silent, then spoke. "Never have I forgotten the day the Empire's legions swarmed our land like ants," the dragon said. "Their chains bind me, and I have tried to pass my imprisonment in slumber. But sleep only brings dreams, and in dreams, I watch again and again as the king, riding on my back into battle, is slain. Perhaps you suffer as I do." Loran waited for the dragon to continue. "If we enter a pact, will you banish the empire from this land and become king, Princess of Ireland?" "I am not the dragon hissed and raised a single claw, quieting her. "Will you become king and break these cursed chains?" Loran nodded solemnly. "Then give me your left eye to seal our pact, as the first of your kings did, so that I may see the world through you." The dragon's claw approached her face. Instinctively, she tried to blink, but she couldn't. She let out a piercing scream as her eye was scooped from its socket. She wasn't sure how much time passed before she managed to uncurl from where she had fallen, doubled over in pain, and to open her remaining eye. The dragon now had 8 eyes. Its new eye felt familiar to Loran, as if she were looking at her own face in the mirror. The dragon brought its claw to its mouth and broke off one of its fangs. It seemed to grimace, as if this caused it pain, then wrapped its claws around the bloody tooth. It closed all 8 of its eyes and spoke words that Loran did not understand but that rang achingly inside her head. Smoke issued from the cage of the dragon's claws. When they opened, there was an ivory-colored sword glowing with a strange light. "This, too, is a symbol of our pact. This sword shall slay our enemies in my stead." Pressing the pulsing wound of her eye socket with one hand, Loran reached for the sword with the other, taking hold of the hilt. It gripped back. A wave of heat rippled through her. "There are many lands in this world. They have almost all been taken by the Empire. In these lands many died, others were enslaved, and yet others became slave drivers for their new masters. But there are still those who fight, and there always will be. Now you may count yourself among them. Loran nodded. The dragon pointed to one of the walls. Go there. A path shall open to the valley for the bearer of the sword. That path is unguarded. Even if someone is there, they shall be no match for you or my fang. The dragon made the strange laughing wail again. You must succeed, for me, for your vengeance, and for Arland. Thus spoke the fire dragon of Arland, guardian of legend, before slowly closing its eyes. Loran bowed deeply and made her way to the wall indicated by the dragon. The barrier melted like snow in spring, revealing a tunnel just big enough for a single person to pass through. She heard water trickling on the other side. Loran stepped into the passageway, then hesitated, looking back at the dragon. Without opening its eyes, the dragon said, "Speaking after so long spent in silence has exhausted me. Be on your way. Is the burden on your shoulders not heavy enough? Or the path you must walk not long already?" Loran gave a final nod, then left the stone chamber. In the dark passage, her sword shone lightly, guiding her, and she whispered, though there was no one to hear, "I am a princess of Arland, and I shall become king.